Chapter 1. The Dawn's Voyage. In the tumultuous waves of the great pirate era, countless pirate ships traversed the vast ocean in pursuit of dreams and wealth. Among them is a vessel named the Dawn, captained by a young man named Aiden, distinguished by his fiery red hair and an indomitable smile. Aiden stands upon the deck of the Dawn, gazing towards the eastern horizon. The sea breeze, infused with the saltiness of the ocean and the essence of freedom, caresses his face. His heart brims with an ardent love for the sea and an insatiable yearning for the unknown. "Captain, where shall we venture for adventure today?" A voice calls from behind. It is his navigator, a clever and quick-witted girl named Lena. Aiden turns, smiling as he replies, "Lena, today we shall explore the Forgotten Isle, rumored to harbor the treasures of ancient pirates." Lena's eyes sparkle with excitement as she swiftly returns to the navigation room to chart their course. The Dawn gently departs from the familiar harbor, setting sail towards uncharted waters. The crew assembles aboard the Dawn, which, alongside Aiden and Lena, boasts a diverse array of crew members. There is the taciturn swordsman Carl, whose gaze is sharp and whose sword seems to resonate with his will. Then there is the chef Molly, who can conjure mouth-watering dishes from the simplest of ingredients. Of course, there is also the engineer Tyke, who can mend any mechanical failure in the blink of an eye. Each crew member possesses a unique past and aspirations, yet they have chosen to follow Aiden, for they believe this young captain can lead them to their own treasures. After several days at sea, the Dawn encounters its first challenge. A sudden storm transforms the ocean into a tumultuous expanse, with towering waves relentlessly battering the ship. Aiden grips the helm tightly, directing his crew to confront the crisis. Carl assists Lena in stabilizing the sails. Aiden shouts. Carl responds swiftly, his figure darting across the deck to aid Lena in adjusting the sails to mitigate the storm's fury. Tyke, inspect the hull to ensure there are no leaks. Aiden continues to issue commands. Tyke promptly dives into the cabin, scrutinizing every nook and cranny of the vessel. His expertise ensures that the Dawn remains steadfast amidst the storm. After a grueling struggle, the tempest finally subsides. Though the Dawn bears some damage, it still stands resolutely upon the waves. Aiden and his crew exchange knowing smiles, aware that this is but a minor episode in their adventurous journey. On the day following the storm, the Dawn finally arrives at the fabled Forgotten Isle. The island, shrouded in thick fog, emanates an aura of mystery and peril. "Captain, there may be dangers on the island. We must proceed with caution," Lena cautions. Aiden nods, understanding that every treasure comes with its price. Drawing his blade, he leads his crew onto the island. The expedition is rife with uncertainty and challenges, yet Aiden and his crew possess unwavering resolve and courage. They believe that as long as they unite, nothing is insurmountable. As they delve deeper into the island, a secret about ancient pirates and their treasures gradually unfolds. This revelation will guide them towards grander adventures. Just as Aiden and his crew prepare to explore the island further, an unexpected occurrence transpires. A mechanical voice suddenly resonates in Aiden's mind. "System initialization complete. Welcome, host." Aiden stands momentarily stunned, surveying his surroundings, but notices that the others seem oblivious to the voice. He realizes that this so-called system may exist solely within his consciousness. "Who are you?" Aiden inquires silently. "I am the pirate system, designed to assist traversers. The host can obtain various rewards by completing tasks." The voice responds coldly and mechanically. Aiden is taken aback. A traverser? Has he crossed into the world of pirates? Taking a deep breath, he resolves to keep this revelation from the others to avoid unnecessary panic. "Then what is my first task?" Aiden queries the system. "Explore the Forgotten Isle, locate the ancient pirate's treasure, and ensure the safety of your crew upon your return. Upon completion, you will receive substantial rewards," the system replies. Aiden nods, recognizing that this task aligns perfectly with his original plan. He decides to embrace this mission, eager to see what assistance the system can offer. Under the system's guidance, Aiden leads his crew into the island's interior. They traverse dense jungles and surging streams, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a concealed cave. According to the system's indications, this cave is the gateway to the treasure. Aiden informs his crew. Carl unsheathes his sword, cautiously leading the way. Molly and Tyke follow closely, while Lena diligently records their path and marks their progress. They enter the cave with utmost care, discovering it fraught with various traps and mechanisms. With the system's aid, Aiden adeptly navigates one peril after another, guiding his crew towards the treasure's location. Upon reaching the cave's depths, they encounter a massive stone door blocking their path. The door is inscribed with peculiar symbols, seemingly an ancient script. System, what do these symbols signify? Aiden mentally inquires. These symbols serve as a warning from ancient pirates to intruders, meaning only true pirates may pass here, the system elucidates. Aiden contemplates for a moment before drawing his blade and gently tapping the stone door with its hilt. The door slowly creaks open, revealing the treasure chamber within. At that moment, a colossal shadow rises from the treasure room, revealing an ancient creature that guards the treasure. Its eyes glimmer with a crimson light, and its body is cloaked in tough scales. Prepare for battle, Aiden bellows, drawing his sword and bracing for the confrontation with this guardian. A fierce battle ensues. Empowered by the special abilities granted by the system, Aiden engages in a life-or-death struggle with the guardian. His crew members showcase their unique talents in combat, skillfully maneuvering against the guardian. After a grueling fight, Aiden finally discerns the guardian's weakness and strikes with all his might. The guardian emits a mournful wail before collapsing to the ground. Aiden and his crew stand before the hoard of treasure, panting heavily. They have triumphed over the guardian and uncovered the ancient pirate's trove. Task completed. Host receives substantial rewards. The system's voice resonates in Aiden's mind. Aiden smiles, aware that this is merely the commencement of his adventurous journey. He will utilize these treasures and the system's assistance to steer the Dawn towards even more distant and uncharted waters. As the Dawn gently sails away from the Forgotten Isle, Aiden stands on the deck, gazing toward the distant horizon. He knows that the adventures in this pirate world have only just begun. With courage and wisdom, he shall inscribe his own legendary tale. Chapter 2. The Cost of Treasure. Having successfully seized the treasure from the Forgotten Isle, every member aboard the Dawn revels in the joy of victory. Yet, as Aiden stands on the deck, observing his crew busily transporting the treasure, a flicker of unease stirs within him. The system's voice echoes in his mind, cautioning him. Host, the acquisition of treasure is merely the beginning. Greater challenges are imminent. System, what challenges do you speak of? Aiden silently inquires. Host, these treasures once belonged to a formidable ancient pirate crew, and their curse still lingers upon these riches. You must discover a means to lift the curse, otherwise both your crew and you shall suffer misfortune, the system coldly replies. Aiden furrows his brow, promptly gathering all crew members to relay the system's warning. While they express skepticism regarding the curse, none are willing to take chances. We must find a way to lift the curse, Aiden asserts resolutely. Lena peruses her navigation logs, seeking possible clues. Captain, I have heard that on the Ghost Isle, there resides a sorceress who may possess knowledge on how to lift the curse. Aiden nods. Then let us set sail for the Ghost Isle. Lena, chart the course. The Dawn pivots its bow, heading towards the legendary Ghost Isle. Aiden understands that this voyage will be fraught with greater peril, yet he has no alternative. En route to the Ghost Isle, the Dawn becomes pursued by unidentified vessels, their crews seemingly covetous of the treasures aboard. Captain, we are being followed, Carl reports from the lookout tower. Aiden seizes the telescope to survey the pursuers. Prepare for battle, he commands. The crew of the Dawn swiftly enters combat mode. Aiden draws his sword, standing at the bow of the ship, ready to confront the impending clash. The pursuers are a band of ruthless pirates who launch a ferocious assault upon the Dawn. Aiden and his crew valiantly resist, but the enemy outnumbers them, and the situation grows dire. Amidst the chaos, Aiden activates the system's special ability, Dawn's Power, amplifying his physical prowess and honing his combat skills. He weaves through the enemy vessels like lightning, incapacitating foe after foe. Ultimately, under Aiden's leadership, the Dawn successfully repels the pursuers. However, the battle inflicts damage upon the ship, and several crew members sustain injuries. After days of navigation, the Dawn finally reaches the Ghost Isle. The island is shrouded in an enigmatic mist, evoking an eerie atmosphere. Everyone, be cautious, there may be hidden dangers lurking here, Aiden cautioned. They discovered the dwelling of the Oracle, an ancient temple nestled deep within the island. The Oracle was an elderly woman, her gaze radiating wisdom. I have heard of your intentions. Her voice was raspy and enigmatic. To lift the curse, you must find the heart of the ocean, for it is the sole artifact capable of purifying these treasures. Aiden inquired about the location of the heart of the ocean, and the Oracle revealed that it resided in a secret realm of the deep sea, guarded by a colossal sea creature. This is a map. It will guide you to that place. She handed Aiden an ancient parchment made of sheepskin. Aiden accepted the map, expressing his gratitude to the Oracle. He understood that this would be an even more perilous adventure, yet he also recognized that for the sake of his crew and their future, he must proceed. The Dawnbreaker set sail once more, heading towards the secret realm of the deep sea. Aiden stood upon the deck, gazing into the profound ocean. He knew that this adventure was merely the beginning, and he would lead the Dawnbreaker into deeper unknowns. Chapter 3: The Secret Realm of the Deep Sea. As the Dawnbreaker ventured into the deep sea, the surface grew increasingly turbulent. Aiden clutched the map bestowed upon him by the Oracle, his heart brimming with a blend of anticipation and trepidation for the impending adventure. The system's voice resonated within his mind. Host, the deep-sea region is fraught with peril. You must exercise extreme caution. System, what assistance can you provide? Aiden silently inquired. I can offer a detailed map of the deep-sea region and some fundamental survival guidelines, the system replied. Aiden nodded. Although the system's assistance was limited, it was certainly better than none. He gathered the crew, sharing the information provided by the system and formulating a meticulous plan. During their journey to the secret realm of the deep sea, Lena recounted the legend of the sea creature that guarded the heart of the ocean. It was said that this creature had once been a formidable pirate, cursed by the sea god for its greed and brutality, transformed into a monstrous guardian of treasures. We must tread carefully. This sea creature may be immensely powerful, Aiden warned. After several days of sailing, the Dawnbreaker finally reached the secret realm of the deep sea. The ocean's surface suddenly became eerily calm, an ominous aura permeating the air. Aiden gripped the hilt of his sword, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, the sea erupted in colossal waves as a gigantic sea monster emerged from the depths. Its eyes blazed like fiery orbs, its body adorned with impenetrable scales, and flames erupted from its maw. Prepare for battle, Aiden bellowed. The crew of the Dawnbreaker swiftly assumed combat positions. Carl drew his sword. Molly and Tech prepared the cannons, while Lena skillfully maneuvered the vessel to evade the creature's onslaught. The creature's attacks were ferocious. A single sweep of its tail could conjure mighty waves that hurled the Dawnbreaker into the air. Aiden activated the Dawn's power, his physical abilities surging as he leaped onto the creature's back, engaging it in close combat. Carl and the other crew members unleashed cannon fire and swordplay upon the beast, striving to divert its attention. The battle was fierce, with both sides suffering grievous wounds. In the midst of the struggle, Aiden discerned the creature's vulnerability: its eyes. Harnessing the speed and strength granted by Dawn's power, he successfully struck the creature's eye. It let out a harrowing roar, its form beginning to descend into the abyss. Seizing the moment, Aiden leaped back to the Dawnbreaker, ordering the crew to make a hasty retreat. The creature thrashed in the deep sea for a while before vanishing beneath the waves. Once the battle concluded, Aiden and his crew discovered the heart of the ocean at the site where the creature had sunk. It was a magnificent blue gemstone, radiating a gentle luminescence as if embodying the very essence of the ocean's power. Aiden cradled the heart of the ocean with utmost care, feeling its potent energy. He realized that with this artifact, they could lift the curse upon the treasure. With the heart of the ocean in hand, the Dawnbreaker began its journey back to Ghost Island. Aiden stood on the deck, gazing at the horizon, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. They had successfully triumphed over the sea monster and uncovered the key to breaking the curse. However, the system's voice echoed once more, cautioning him. Host, your adventure has only just begun. The power of the heart of the ocean may attract even more avaricious souls. You must remain vigilant. Aiden nodded. He understood that adventures in this pirate world would never truly conclude. Yet he was prepared, ready to lead the Dawnbreaker into whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 4. Lifting the Curse. The journey back to Ghost Island with the heart of the ocean was fraught with even greater tension than their outbound voyage. Aiden knew they were now in possession of not merely a gemstone, but a coveted prize sought after by the entire pirate world. The system incessantly urged him to stay alert, for greedy eyes were omnipresent. Captain, we have ships following us from behind. Lena's voice disrupted Aiden's contemplation. He raised his telescope and indeed spotted several vessels flickering into view on the horizon. Hasten your pace. We cannot allow them to catch up, Aiden commanded. The Dawnbreaker surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, cleaving through the waves, yet the pursuers seemed intimately familiar with these waters. Relentless in their chase, Aiden recognized that direct confrontation was not the wisest course of action. He needed a strategy, a plan that would ensure their safe escape. Lena, can you procure a sea chart of this area? We must leverage the terrain, Aiden inquired. Lena swiftly rifled through a nautical log, uncovering a detailed map. There exists a shallow area we might exploit to elude our pursuers. Aiden nodded and issued the command. The Dawnbreaker altered its course, steering towards the shallows. The pursuers, oblivious to the trap, followed closely, ultimately running aground in the shallow waters, unable to continue their pursuit. Upon safely reaching Ghost Island, Aiden immediately sought out the Oracle with the heart of the ocean in hand. The Oracle gazed at the gem, surprise flickering in her eyes. You truly have found the heart of the ocean, she marveled. Very well, I shall assist you in breaking the curse. The Oracle performed a complex ritual within the temple. While Aiden and the crew formed a circle, anxiously observing as the Oracle chanted her incantations, a blue radiance surged forth from the heart of the ocean, enveloping all the treasures. Once the light faded, the ominous aura surrounding the treasures dissipated, and the curse was successfully lifted. However, the joy of lifting the curse was short-lived, as an alarm suddenly blared. Host, a formidable force is approaching. Aiden immediately became vigilant, aware that this power might be linked to the heart of the ocean. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a band of mysterious pirates materialized near Ghost Island, their evident objective being the heart of the ocean. Captain, what should we do? Carl inquired. Aiden inhaled deeply. We must protect the heart of the ocean. Its power cannot fall into the hands of the wicked. A battle erupted forthwith. These enigmatic pirates were powerful, seemingly possessing a peculiar thirst for the heart of the ocean. Aiden activated the Dawn's power and fought alongside Carl, while Lena and Tyke managed defenses and provided support. The clash was exceedingly fierce, with both sides displaying remarkable combat prowess. Aiden grew continually stronger amidst the fray, his swordsmanship and tactical application becoming increasingly adept. Ultimately, under Aiden's leadership, the Dawnbreaker successfully repelled the mysterious pirates. Yet, Aiden understood that this was but a temporary respite, as long as the heart of the ocean remained in their possession. They would become targets of relentless pursuit. After the battle, Aiden convened all crew members that we cannot remain in passive defense indefinitely. We must devise a means to wield the power of the heart of the ocean for the sake of justice. Lena proposed, Captain, I've heard tales of a legendary island at the center of the endless sea, home to sages who can master the power of the heart of the ocean. Aiden contemplated for a moment before making a decision. Very well, we shall journey to the endless sea in search of those sages. The Dawnbreaker set sail once more, heading toward the heart of the endless sea. Aiden stood upon the deck, gazing out at the uncharted waters. He knew that their journey was merely beginning, and the heart of the ocean would lead them into even grander adventures. Chapter 5. The Winds of a New World in the year 1522 of the Sea Circle era. Beneath the skies of a new world, the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates fluttered in the wind. Luffy, the young man aspiring to become the Pirate King, was preparing to face his next challenge against the nefarious scientist Caesar Clown. Meanwhile, Aiden and his Dawnbreaker were also charting their course through these legendary waters. Aiden stood steadfast on the deck of the Dawnbreaker, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the seas of the New World. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the adventures ahead, while he remained acutely aware that every corner held peril. "Captain, we have crossed into the borders of a new world." Lena's voice interrupted Aiden's reverie. Aiden nodded and proclaimed, "Everyone, the path through the new world shall serve as our new starting point. Let us embrace the challenges and venture into the unknown." During their voyage in the new world, Aiden frequently heard tales of Luffy. He learned that Luffy was preparing to confront Caesar Clown, a scientist conducting inhumane experiments, and Aiden resolved that their next objective would be to assist Luffy in thwarting Caesar's mad schemes. "Captain, we have discovered the trail of the Straw Hat Pirates," Lena reported. Aiden immediately commanded, "Full speed ahead. We must aid the Straw Hat lad." The Dawnbreaker soon encountered the Straw Hat Pirates, who were engaged in a fierce battle with Caesar's forces. Caesar's experiments had already threatened countless innocent lives, and Luffy's goal was to put an end to it all. Aiden drew his sword, activated the Dawn's power, and joined the fray. His swordsmanship shone particularly bright against the might of the New World. Each strike resonating with strength, the battle raged fiercely, as Caesar's scientific weaponry and toxic gas posed significant challenges for the Straw Hat crew. Yet Luffy and his companions did not falter. Their courage and strength were abundantly evident in this conflict. Aiden fought side by side with Luffy, united in their objective to vanquish Caesar and put an end to his malevolence. Following a breathtaking confrontation, Caesar was ultimately defeated, his nefarious plot thoroughly dismantled. After the battle, Aiden and Luffy met on the deck. Their gazes met across the sea, mutual respect blossoming silently between them. "Thank you for your assistance, Straw Hat lad," Aiden expressed gratefully. Luffy waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. We pirates help each other out." Aiden smiled, understanding that this was Luffy, a simple yet remarkable pirate, with newfound respect for Luffy and an enriched understanding of the new world. Aiden and his crew continued their voyage. Aiden knew their journey had only just begun, and the challenges of a new world were but one chapter in their adventure story. The Dawnbreaker set sail once more. Delving deeper into the new world, Aiden stood on the deck, gazing into the uncharted waters. He understood that their journey would be fraught with challenges, but he was ready, no matter what difficulties lay ahead. He would lead the Dawnbreaker into even greater unknowns. Caesar's defeat did not mark the end of his schemes. Even after being vanquished by Luffy, he continued to plot in the shadows. His aim was to exact revenge on those who had betrayed him, including Doflamingo and Big M.O.M. Aiden learned of Caesar's plans through the system and resolved to take action, but he knew that failing to stop Caesar would plunge the new world into greater chaos. Aiden and his crew began tracking Caesar's movements, discovering that he was in search of an ancient power capable of altering the very fabric of the new world. "We must locate Caesar and thwart his plans," Aiden declared resolutely. The Dawnbreaker navigated the seas of the new world, encountering various dangers, including attacks from other pirates and sea kings. Yet, Aiden and his crew did not waver. Their courage and determination allowed them to overcome obstacles time and again. After a series of tracking and battles, Aiden and his crew finally found Caesar. He was in an ancient ruin, attempting to awaken that ancient power. "Caesar, your plans end here," Aiden shouted. Caesar turned, madness gleaming in his eyes. "You cannot stop me. I will possess the power to change the world." An intense battle ensued. Aiden activated the Dawn's power, his swordsmanship becoming even more ferocious. Carl and the other crew members joined the fray, their goal clear: to thwart Caesar. After a grueling battle, Aiden ultimately triumphed over Caesar. He destroyed Caesar's apparatus, preventing the awakening of that ancient power. Caesar's defeat brought a temporary tranquility back to the New World. Aiden and his crew were hailed as heroes, their names echoing throughout the New World. "We did it, mates," Aiden smiled. Yet they knew this was merely the beginning of their adventures in the New World. More challenges awaited them, and more legends were yet to be written. The Dawnbreaker set sail once again, heading into the depths of the New World. Aiden stood on the deck, gazing into the uncharted waters. He understood that their journey would be filled with trials, but he was prepared. Regardless of the challenges they faced, he would lead the Dawnbreaker into even deeper unknowns. Chapter 6. The Fall of the Celestial Demon. The power structure of the New World trembled at the mention of one name, Doflamingo. This former celestial dragon, now known as Joker, held the fates of countless individuals in his grasp. Yet his reign was drawing to a close, for Aiden and his Dawnbreaker had arrived, poised to unveil his transgressions and bring an end to his tyranny. Aiden stood resolutely on the deck of the Dawnbreaker, his gaze piercing the eye in his hand. He held intelligence revealing the sinister machinations of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo not only exerted control over Dressrosa, but also influenced the equilibrium of the entire New World through clandestine arms dealings. We cannot allow him to persist in this manner. Aiden's voice was resolute and powerful. His crew, including Navigator Selena, Swordsman Carl, Cook Molly, and Engineer Tech, stood ready to confront the impending battle at the port of Dressrosa. Aiden encountered the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, shared in the indignation towards Doflamingo's actions. He resolved to join Aiden in their collective struggle against this formidable adversary. Straw Hat lad, our goals align. Let us together vanquish Doflamingo. Aiden extended his hand. Luffy grinned and grasped Aiden's hand firmly. Then it settled, to gain deeper insight into Doflamingo's realm. Aiden and his crew decided to infiltrate Dressrosa. They disguised themselves as merchants and mingled within the town to commence their reconnaissance. But on the streets of Dressrosa, Aiden bore witness to the suffering endured under Doflamingo's reign. The populace languished in dire straits, while Doflamingo reveled in unbounded luxury within his palace. We cannot permit this to continue. Aiden clenched his fist. The battle erupted throughout the streets of Dressrosa. Doflamingo's forces were numerous, yet they faced the united might of two pirate crews. Aiden activated his Dawn power, his sword dancing in the fray, each swing radiating the brilliance of Dawn. Carl's swordsmanship was equally sharp, while Molly and Tech provided support and repairs from the rear. Selena skillfully commanded the skirmish, ensuring every move was executed with precision. The climax of the conflict, Aiden and Luffy confronted Doflamingo directly, engaging in a display of overwhelming prowess. Aiden's Busashoko Haki clashed against Doflamingo's onslaught, generating colossal shockwaves. Luffy's Haushiko Haki instilled dread in the surrounding foes, rendering them immobile. After a fierce struggle, Doflamingo ultimately succumbed to the combined might of Aiden and Luffy, despite the formidable nature of his Edo Nomi abilities. He was ultimately defeated in the face of the captain's indomitable will. Your era has come to an end, Doflamingo. Aiden's voice reverberated across the skies of Dressrosa. The moment Doflamingo fell, the people of Dressrosa erupted in joyous celebration, finally liberated from tyranny. Following the battle, Aiden and Luffy bid farewell amidst the ruins of Dressrosa. Though their objectives diverged, in that instant, they had forged a new legend together. Aiden, today we fought side by side. Perhaps we will meet again upon the seas, Luffy remarked with a smile. Aiden nodded. That will be another splendid contest. As the Straw Hat Pirates departed, Aiden and his crew prepared to leave Dressrosa, continuing their voyage toward the unknown. Their destination lay in uncharted waters, their future brimming with infinite possibilities. Chapter 7. Sailing towards the unfathomable abyss with the dust of Dressrosa settling. Aiden and his ship, the Dawn, set sail once more, venturing deeper into the unknown waters of the New World. Their destination was a legendary locale known as the Eye of the Abyss, rumored to conceal secrets to ancient relics. Aiden stood upon the deck of the Dawn, clutching an ancient nautical chart that marked a mysterious site referred to as the Eye of the Abyss. According to legend, it was the final resting place of ancient pirates and a trove of untold treasures. Captain, are we truly heading to that place? Selena's voice trembled with apprehension. Aiden nodded. If we are to uncover the ancient treasures, we must embrace the peril as they journeyed towards the Eye of the Abyss. The Dawn encountered a series of peculiar phenomena. Enormous whirlpools erupted upon the sea surface, and the sky was intermittently illuminated by extraordinary lightning. These occurrences seemed to herald their impending entry into a domain rife with danger. Everyone, remain vigilant. "We may be nearing the eye of the abyss," Aiden commanded. The crew anxiously inspected every aspect of the ship, ensuring all was in readiness. They understood that once they entered the eye of the abyss, there would be no turning back. As the dawn approached the eye of the abyss, the whirlpools grew ever larger. Aiden and Selena skillfully maneuvered the vessel, striving to evade these treacherous natural traps. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool materialized before the dawn, drawing the ship into its uncontrollable spin. Aiden gripped the helm, resisting the whirlpool's pull with all his might. "Captain, we must hold on," Selena shouted. Under Aiden's precise command, the dawn ultimately eluded the whirlpool's grasp. Though the vessel sustained some damage, they successfully navigated through this perilous trial. After enduring a grueling journey, the dawn finally arrived at the entrance of the eye of the abyss. Before them lay a colossal underwater chasm, unfathomably deep, resembling the eye of the ocean itself. "This is the eye of the abyss. Our objective lies within," Aiden declared, gesturing towards the crevice. The crew donned their diving gear, aware that the forthcoming expedition would prove even more arduous. Aiden activated his dawn power, bracing for the challenges ahead. Aiden and his crew submerged into the depths of the eye of the abyss. The pressure of the deep sea was immense, and visibility was obscured. Yet, armed with courage and determination, they pressed on. During their underwater exploration, they encountered myriad peculiar marine creatures, some docile, others ferocious. Aiden and Carl wielded their swords and busashokahaki to protect themselves and their companions, ensuring the safety of the team. After a grueling expedition, Aiden and his crew finally uncovered the fabled ancient ruins. There stood a vast underwater city, its edifices cloaked in thick seaweed and coral. Yet remnants of its former glory were still discernible. "This is the final resting place of the ancient pirates," Aiden mused. Among the ruins, they discovered countless treasures and ancient weaponry, all of which were the goals of their journey. However, Aiden understood that these riches might conceal even greater secrets. While exploring the ruins, Aiden stumbled upon a massive stone tablet inscribed with enigmatic symbols. He meticulously studied these markings and realized they formed a map leading deeper into the abyss. This could be the key to the ancient pirate treasure, Aiden exclaimed. He resolved to lead his crew further into the depths, seeking the ultimate secrets of the ancient pirates. As Aiden and his crew delved deeper into the ancient ruins, they faced an array of challenges. Traps and mechanisms lurked within the ruins, each moment a test of their lives. Yet Aiden and his crew did not falter. Armed with wisdom and bravery, they overcame each obstacle time and again. They understood that only by surmounting these trials could they find the true treasure. Ultimately, Aiden and his crew discovered the ancient pirate treasure at the deepest recesses of the ruins. There lay not only boundless riches, but also the secrets left behind by the ancient pirates. A map leading to One Piece. Standing before the treasure, Aiden gazed longingly at the distant horizon. He knew this was merely a chapter in their adventurous tale. Their journey had only just begun, and the challenges of the new world awaited them. Chapter 8. The New Voyage Beyond the Abyss, with the secrets of the Eye of the Abyss unveiled. Aiden and his Dawn stood at a new beginning. The ancient pirate map in their possession was not merely a clue to One Piece, but also a coveted prize sought by all factions within the New World. Aiden recognized that their actions would no longer remain clandestine. Every corner could harbor danger. Aiden meticulously examined the map discovered within the ancient ruins in the captain's quarters. The map bore a series of intricate symbols and routes, evidently pointing toward a specific destination. Selena and Carl joined the analysis, the three endeavoring to decipher this map that could alter everything. These symbols appear to resemble a cipher of ancient pirates, Selena pondered. Aiden nodded. We need to locate an expert capable of interpreting these codes. Somewhere in the New World lay a place known as the Island of Knowledge, home to a group of scholars specialized in ancient civilizations. Aiden decided that the Dawn's next destination would be that very island. Captain, we cannot sail directly to the Island of Knowledge, Selena cautioned, as it is under the close scrutiny of both the Navy and the four emperors. Aiden contemplated for a moment. We require a plan, one that allows us to approach the Island of Knowledge discreetly. Aiden and his crew devised a bold strategy. They would disguise themselves as merchant vessels, utilizing the cover of night to infiltrate the island of knowledge. In a meticulously planned operation, the Dawn successfully evaded naval patrols and silently approached the island. Everyone be cautious. We do not know what awaits us on the island, Aiden cautioned. They carefully disembarked onto the island, embarking on a quest to find scholars capable of deciphering the map on the island of knowledge. Aiden and his companions encountered a group of scholars who referred to themselves as the Guardians of Knowledge. These scholars possessed profound insights into ancient civilizations, yet harbored suspicions towards pirates that we are not ordinary pirates. We seek secrets that could change the world. Aiden endeavored to persuade them. After some negotiation, an elderly scholar finally agreed to assist them in interpreting the map, his eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. I can help you decipher this map, but I have one condition, the scholar stated. The condition was that they must protect the island of knowledge from the impending threat. Aiden understood that this implied they would have to confront other forces that might already be eyeing the map. We accept your terms, Aiden replied resolutely. The scholar nodded and began to unravel the secrets of the map, which gradually pointed toward a place known as the altar of the sea god. Aiden and his crew immediately prepared to head to the altar of the sea god. According to the scholar's interpretation, it was a site where ancient pirates once worshipped the sea god and was pivotal to the clues regarding One Piece. The Dawn set sail once more, heading towards the altar of the sea god. Aiden stood on the deck, gazing out at the tumultuous sea. He knew their journey would be fraught with challenges. Yet he was ready. No matter the difficulties they faced, he would lead the Dawn into the deeper unknown. Upon reaching the altar of the sea god, they discovered that it had been occupied by a band of mysterious pirates. These pirates claimed to be the guardians of the altar, vowing to defend its secrets at all costs. This is our territory. Anyone who dares to intrude will pay the price, the pirate captain warned. Aiden drew his sword, activating his Dawn power, ready for battle. He understood that this confrontation would be fierce, but they could not falter. The fierce clash erupted at the altar of the sea god. Aiden and his crew displayed their courage and strength, engaging in a fierce duel with the guardians of the sea god. Carl's swordsmanship danced through the fray, while Lena supported the team with her navigational skills. After a grueling battle, Aiden finally vanquished the pirate captain. With the guardians of the sea god defeated, the Dawn successfully claimed the altar. Deep within the altar, Aiden discovered a colossal stone tablet inscribed with the ultimate clue leading to One Piece. This tablet not only revealed the location of One Piece, but also recorded the final words of ancient pirates. The true treasure is not gold or silver, but the adventures and friendships forged along the way. As Aiden read the inscriptions, a profound resonance stirred within him. He realized their journey was only just beginning. The Dawn would continue its voyage into uncharted waters in search of the legendary One Piece. Writing their own epic tale, the Dawn set sail once more, venturing deeper into the new world. Chapter 9. The Whisper of the Sea God, with the secrets of the Sea God's altar unveiled. Aiden and his crew held the key to One Piece, their names spreading throughout the new world and becoming the focal point of all powers. Their next destination was the fabled island of the sea god, said to be inhabited by a deity capable of foreseeing the future. Aiden stood on the deck of the Dawn, clutching the mysterious map obtained from the altar. The map marked a location known as the island of the sea god, rumored to be home to an ancient deity who could guide lost sailors. Captain, the island of the sea god is merely a legend. Are we truly heading there? Lena inquired, her eyes shimmering with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Aiden nodded. If the legend holds truth, we may uncover more clues about One Piece. The Dawn adjusted its course, setting sail for the island of the sea god. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous maritime challenges, including treacherous weather and ferocious sea creatures. Yet, Aiden and his crew, armed with courage and wits, overcame each obstacle time and again. Everyone remained vigilant. There may be further dangers near the island of the sea god, Aiden cautioned. Upon finally reaching the vicinity of the island, they discovered it was guarded by a host of enigmatic beings. These creatures, known as the messengers of the sea god, were powerful and mysterious, forbidding any unauthorized approach to the island. How can we draw closer to the sea god? Carl asked, gripping his sword tightly, prepared for battle. Aiden contemplated for a moment. We must seek a peaceful approach. Otherwise, we may lose the opportunity to reach the sea god forever. Aiden resolved to attempt communication with the messengers of the sea god, believing that every creature held the potential for dialogue. Through gestures and simple language, he endeavored to convey their intentions and desire for peace. After considerable effort, the messengers seemed to comprehend Aiden's intent, allowing the Dawn to approach the island while warning them to adhere to the island's rules. On the island of the sea god, Aiden and his crew faced a series of trials. These challenges were designed to test their courage, intellect, and camaraderie. Aiden activated his Dawn power, leading his crew to triumph over each trial. "We cannot give up. This is our only chance to reach the sea god," Aiden encouraged his crew. After a series of trials, Aiden and his crew finally beheld the legendary sea god. The sea god was an ancient being, his eyes gleaming with the light of wisdom. "What brings you here?" The sea god's voice resonated within Aiden's heart. Aiden bowed respectfully and replied, "We seek one piece and hope you can guide us." The sea god fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "One Piece indeed exists, but its location is not fixed. It shifts with time, and only true navigators can find it." The sea god bestowed upon Aiden a new map, marking the potential location of One Piece. However, he warned them that this map merely served as a guide. The true treasure must be discovered through their own endeavors. The genuine treasure is not merely gold or silver, but the adventures and friendships forged along the journey, the sea god proclaimed. Gratefully, Aiden accepted the map, understanding this was a pivotal moment in their voyage. Armed with the sea god's guidance, Aiden and his crew departed from the island of the sea god, continuing their expedition. Yet they were acutely aware that their actions had drawn the attention of other powers within the New World, including the Navy and the Four Emperors, that we must exercise caution. Our journey will no longer remain clandestine. Aiden warned. The Dawn navigated through the waters of the New World, facing various challenges, including attacks from rival pirates and pursuits by the Navy. Nevertheless, Aiden and his crew did not waver. Their courage and determination allowed them to overcome adversity time and again. Aiden stood on the deck, gazing into the uncharted waters, that he understood that their journey would be filled with trials. Yet he was prepared. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would lead the Dawn into deeper unknowns. "Our story has only just begun," Aiden declared to his crew. They stood ready, undeterred by the unknown dangers ahead, resolutely facing whatever awaited them. For this was the spirit of a pirate, and this was their pursuit of freedom. Chapter 10. The Trail in the Storm Under the Sea God's Guidance. Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn held the new map as they embarked on their quest for One Piece. Yet, the waters of the New World were anything but tranquil. An unprecedented storm was brewing, threatening not only the safety of the Dawn, but also concealing new challenges and opportunities. Aiden stood on the deck, observing the ominous clouds gathering in the sky. His intuition warned him of an impending tempest. "Captain, we've detected a significant shift in atmospheric pressure. I recommend altering our course." Lena's voice trembled slightly with tension. Aiden pondered for a moment, knowing that changing course would mean straying from their established route, yet the threat of the storm could not be ignored. "Adjust the course. We cannot risk the crew's safety." Aiden ultimately made his decision. The Dawn swiftly altered its course, endeavoring to evade the heart of the tempest. However, the magnitude of the storm exceeded their expectations, as colossal waves and fierce winds began to batter the vessel. "Remain calm. We shall surely weather this storm." Aiden rallied the crew with fervor. Carl and the other crew members steadfastly held their positions, striving to stabilize the ship. Aiden activated his Dawn power, resisting the onslaught of the storm. Amidst the turmoil, the Dawn unexpectedly encountered another vessel, a naval warship. In the face of nature's fury, even the Navy sought refuge. "Captain, the Navy signals for our assistance in confronting the storm," reported Lena. Aiden recognized the gravity of the decision. Yet in the face of the tempest, the strength of either side seemed insignificant. "Let us accept their request. We must unite all forces available," Aiden resolved. The Dawn and the naval warship fought side by side against the storm. Aiden and the naval captain communicated through signals, coordinating their actions. Through their combined efforts, they successfully navigated away from the storm's most violent core. Although the ship sustained some damage, the crew's safety was assured. Once the storm subsided, the sea regained its tranquility. Aiden met with the naval captain on the deck, and their eyes locked, both recognizing that their recent collaboration had been a necessity. "Thank you for your assistance." "Pirate," the naval captain remarked coolly. Aiden nodded. "We merely did what was necessary." Both parties understood that once the threat of the storm had passed, they would once again be adversaries. Yet for now, they each prepared their ships to continue their journeys. During the storm, Aiden unexpectedly discovered peculiar flotsam adorned with strange symbols, reminiscent of those on the map bestowed by the sea deity. These symbols could be clues leading to the One Piece. Aiden exclaimed. He and his crew commenced their study of the symbols, attempting to discern their connection to the map. After considerable effort, Aiden and his crew finally deciphered the symbols on the flotsam. These markings unveiled a hidden route that corresponded with the sea deity's guidance. "This route may be the key to the One Piece," Aiden declared. The Dawn adjusted its course, charting a path along this concealed route. They understood that this could be the most pivotal step of their journey. The hidden route brimmed with uncertainties and dangers. Aiden and his crew encountered a myriad of challenges, including unknown marine creatures and intricate currents. "We must remain cautious. Each step could be a trap," Aiden cautioned. Armed with courage and ingenuity, they overcame each trial. Each test brought them closer to the One Piece. After a series of ordeals, the Dawn finally reached the conclusion of the route. There lay a mysterious island, concealing an ancient ruin. This could be the treasure trove of ancient pirates, Aiden mused. They meticulously explored the ruins, hoping to uncover clues to the One Piece, deep within the ruins. They stumbled upon a colossal treasure chest, engraved with the same symbols found on the sea deity's map. Aiden and the crew opened the chest, only to find it devoid of gold and silver. Instead, they discovered an ancient parchment, inscribed with the ultimate location of the One Piece. "We have finally found it," Aiden exclaimed with exhilaration. They realized that this parchment would guide them to the legendary One Piece. The Dawn set sail once more, heading towards the whereabouts of the One Piece. Chapter 11. The trace of One Piece. As the trail to the One Piece gradually became clearer, Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn embarked upon their final voyage. The parchment they held was not merely a map, but rather a beacon illuminating their dreams. Yet the seas of the New World were never tranquil. Their movements had captured the attention of all, including those lurking in the shadows. Aiden stood upon the deck of the Dawn, firmly grasping the ancient parchment. The final destination marked on the map lay at the edge of the New World, in a mysterious expanse known as the Endless Sea. "Captain, our course has been determined." Lena's voice trembled with excitement. Aiden nodded. "My friends, the place we are about to traverse may mark the culmination of our journey, or perhaps a new beginning." As the Dawn's approach to the One Piece's location intensified, the Navy's pursuit became increasingly urgent. That a naval admiral personally took charge, vowing to capture Aiden and his crew. "Captain, the Navy's fleet is rapidly closing in," Lena reported anxiously. Aiden inhaled deeply, steeling himself for battle. "We cannot allow them to thwart our dreams." But a fierce battle erupted upon the waves as the Dawn engaged directly with the naval fleet. Aiden activated his Dawn power, while Carl's swordplay danced through the fray, each strike radiating with the brilliance of dawn. The naval admiral showcased astonishing combat prowess, their devil fruit abilities and hockey intensifying the skirmish. Yet Aiden and his crew did not falter. Their bravery and resolve enabled them to triumph over adversity time and time again. After a grueling confrontation, Aiden and his crew successfully evaded the Navy's pursuit. Though the Dawn had suffered some damage, they steadfastly maintained their course towards the ultimate destination. "That we must hasten. The Navy will not relent," Aiden urged. The Dawn accelerated, plunging deeper into the endless sea. Aiden was acutely aware that their journey would be fraught with challenges. But he was prepared. Whatever difficulties lay ahead, he would lead the Dawn into the deeper unknown. The endless sea was a realm teeming with mystery and peril. Aiden and his crew encountered a multitude of bizarre phenomena, including colossal sea monsters and enigmatic currents. Remain vigilant. The endless sea is rife with unknown dangers, Aiden reminded them. Through courage and intellect, they surmounted each challenge. Each trial drew them ever closer to the One Piece. After navigating through a series of trials, the Dawn at last arrived at the final destination. There, hidden within the depths of the endless sea, lay a mysterious island concealing an ancient ruin. This could be the treasure trove of ancient pirates. Aiden reiterated. They cautiously explored the ruins, hoping to uncover clues to the One Piece. Deep within the ruins, they uncovered a massive treasure chest, adorned with the same symbols from the sea deity's map. Aiden and his crew opened the chest, and instead of gold and silver, they discovered an ancient parchment that recorded the ultimate location of the One Piece. We have finally found it, Aiden exclaimed with fervor. They realized that this parchment would lead them to the legendary One Piece. The Dawn set sail once more, heading towards the site of the One Piece. Aiden stood upon the deck, gazing out at the uncharted waters. He knew their journey would be fraught with challenges, yet he was ready. No matter the obstacles ahead, he would guide the Dawn into the deeper unknown. The Dawn set sail again, towards the location of the One Piece. After an extensive voyage, Aiden and his crew finally arrived at the One Piece's destination. It was a beautiful island, flourishing with peace and prosperity. This is the very place of the One Piece. Aiden marveled that on the island, they discovered remnants of ancient pirates, revealing that the One Piece was not a treasure of gold and silver, but rather a power, one capable of transforming the world. The true treasure is not gold and silver, but the adventures and friendships forged along the way, Aiden proclaimed. They understood that this secret would alter the entire world. The Dawn vessel set sail once more, bearing a clandestine secret, poised to return to the New World and embark on a fresh journey. Aiden and his crew, carrying the enigmatic secret of One Piece, commenced their new adventure. They are acutely aware that this secret will reverberate throughout the New World, necessitating utmost caution in their actions. The Dawn vessel navigates the treacherous waters of the New World, encountering a myriad of challenges, including assaults from rival pirates and relentless pursuits by the Navy. Yet, Aiden and his crew remain undaunted, their courage and resolve enabling them to surmount adversity time and again. Chapter 12. The Awakening of New Powers and Choices. Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn vessel, with the transformative power contained within One Piece, continue their voyage through the waters of the New World. This power lies dormant within their grasp, awaiting ignition to unleash its astonishing energy. Back on the Dawn vessel, Aiden and his crew gather in the cabin, meticulously studying the information they retrieved regarding this force from the location of One Piece. The ancient script and mysterious symbols seem to narrate a method of wielding power that transcends ordinary comprehension. Aiden closes his eyes, attempting to conjure images of the legendary pirates of your harnessing this energy. Captain, I sense that this power is not merely for combat. It appears to possess deeper implications, capable of transforming many aspects. Lena muses thoughtfully. Aiden slowly opens his eyes, nodding in agreement. Indeed, we must not regard it solely as a weapon. We must contemplate how to utilize it to genuinely alter this chaotic pirate world. After several days of diligent exploration and experimentation, Aiden begins to grasp the essence of this power. IT can synergize with his own haki and the various abilities of his crew, yielding astonishing results, though it necessitates continuous refinement and training. However, the secret they possess has not gone unnoticed by the outside world. In every corner of the New World, pirates, Navy personnel, and those shadowy forces lurking in the dark have learned of the Dawn vessel's potential to wield world-altering power. Captain, we've received word that numerous pirate crews are covertly assembling, preparing to seize this secret from us. Carl, in charge of intelligence gathering, reports with a grave expression. Aiden furrows his brow, realizing that the power they hold brings not only opportunity, but also immense peril. Heighten our defenses. We cannot allow this power to fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions. Simultaneously, the Navy headquarters issues more stringent orders to ensure that the Dawn vessel and its mysterious power remain under their control, preventing it from inciting greater turmoil in the pirate realm. In anticipation of the imminent challenges, Aiden resolves to lead his crew in a trial of this newfound power. They select a relatively secluded area of the sea, far from prying enemies. Aiden stands at the bow, channeling his internal haki while guiding the mysterious energy to flow through his body. That a strange luminescence begins to emanate from him, resonating with the undulating waves of the ocean. Is everyone prepared? According to our previous drills, let us unleash our power together, Aiden bellows. The crew responds in unison, each utilizing their abilities to merge with the energy surrounding Aiden. In an instant, a colossal wave of energy surges forth from the Dawn vessel, generating towering waves upon the sea's surface, with the surrounding sky illuminated in a kaleidoscope of colors. That we've succeeded. Yet, this is merely the beginning. We must continue refining our synergy to amplify this power. Aiden declares, excitement mingling with heightened anticipation in his heart. Just days after their trial, a formidable fleet comprising multiple pirate crews comes into view of the Dawn vessel. These crews, notorious throughout the New World, have set aside their rivalries to form an alliance in pursuit of the secret of One Piece. Captain, the enemy's numbers are overwhelming, and they appear well prepared, Lena exclaims anxiously. Aiden clenches his fists, a steadfast determination gleaming in his eyes. Fear not. This is the moment to test the fruits of our recent training. Everyone, take your positions and prepare for battle. The Dawn vessel charges toward the pirate coalition, plunging into a fierce melee. Aiden leads the charge, his newly comprehended power rendering his strikes more formidable, each punch accompanied by a powerful wave of energy that repels approaching foes. The crew, equally resolute, combines Carl's swordsmanship with the energy, the blade glimmering with a mysterious light, causing enemies to fall before them. Other crew members utilize their unique skills, bolstered by the new power, valiantly resisting the onslaught of adversaries, despite their valiant efforts. The overwhelming numbers of the pirate coalition and the presence of formidable foes begin to encircle the Dawn vessel. Gradually, they find themselves in dire straits, the ship sustaining considerable damage and crew members beginning to suffer injuries. Captain, we cannot continue like this. We must devise a way to break free, Carl shouts while fending off enemies. Aiden surveys the battlefield, contemplating a strategy. Suddenly, inspiration strikes as he recalls an alternative application of the mysterious power. He concentrates, channeling all his energy into a singular force, which he then releases toward the sky. Instantly, a radiant beam of light erupts into the heavens, dazzling like the sun. This luminescence cascades upon the sea, forming colossal walls of light that temporarily segregate the pirate coalition's fleet, creating an escape route for the Dawn vessel. Make haste, Aiden cries, seizing the opportunity as the Dawn vessel breaks through the encirclement and sails toward the horizon. However, just as they evade the pursuit of the pirate coalition, a Navy fleet emerges ahead. It appears the Navy anticipated the Dawn vessel's escape route and had set a trap in advance. Damn the Navy. They truly are relentless, Lena curses under her breath. Aiden takes a deep breath, maintaining his composure. Stay calm. If we can break free from the pirate coalition, we can surely navigate through the Navy's blockade. Everyone, rally your spirits. Chapter 13. The undercurrents of new journeys and hopes after breaking through the Navy's blockade. Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn vessel continue their journey across the waters of the New World, burdened by the weight of One Piece's secret, while an array of unknowns and challenges awaits them ahead. Having evaded the Navy fleet's pursuit, the Dawn vessel sails into a relatively concealed maritime region. Aiden understands that after the relentless skirmishes with both the pirate coalition and the Navy, his crew has become utterly fatigued, and the ship requires urgent repairs. Let us find a safe harbor and take a moment to recuperate, Aiden commands, his gaze reflecting both exhaustion and unwavering resolve. In the vicinity of an uninhabited isle, the Dawn vessel gently approaches the shore. The crew swiftly mobilizes, some tending to the vessel's damages while others venture ashore in search of edible provisions and fresh water. Aiden, seated at the water's edge, gazes out at the vast ocean, contemplating their next course of action. Captain, our foes are becoming increasingly formidable. What shall we do? Lena inquires, worry etched across her face as she approaches Aiden. Aiden pats her shoulder reassuringly. Not fret. Every step of our journey has been fraught with challenges, yet we have always triumphed. This time shall be no different. Let us restore our strength before devising a plan to confront those who covet our secret. During their respite, Aiden resolves to delve deeper into the mysterious power acquired from One Piece. He gathers a few crew members well-versed in the arcane, and they retreat to a cavern on the island to engage in intensive study. They discover that this power appears intricately linked to some enigmatic energy of the ocean. Through persistent experimentation and insight, Aiden gradually masters new techniques for wielding this force. Look, Captain, if we were to combine this power with the energy of the currents, we might achieve unexpected results. One crew member exclaims excitedly. Illustrating complex gestures, a spark of inspiration ignites in Aiden's eyes as he follows the crew member's suggestion. When he merges his hockey, the mysterious energy and simulated ocean current energy, a powerful wave of force radiates from him, causing the stones within the cavern to tremble slightly. Splendid. This marks a significant breakthrough. Once everyone has recovered, we must diligently practice this new application. Aiden exclaims, brimming with excitement. While the crew of the Dawn vessel rests and studies the newfound power on the island, an unfamiliar ship gradually approaches the shore. Initially, the crew assumes it to be an enemy assault and grows vigilant. However, as the vessel docks, a remarkable woman disembarks. Exuding an extraordinary aura, she referred to herself as a wandering adventurer, intrigued by the exploits of the Dawn ship and mysterious powers they wielded. My name is Alicia. I have drifted upon these seas for an extended period, and I am aware of the numerous adversaries you face. Yet perhaps I can offer some assistance, the woman remarked with a smile. Aiden scrutinized her, feeling a mixture of doubt and an absence of malice emanating from her. Why do you wish to help us? What can you possibly offer? Alicia chuckled softly, responding, I have always been fascinated by the mysteries of these waters. The powers you possess may unravel many of my uncertainties. Furthermore, I have friends in various places who might also be inclined to stand on the side of justice and aid you in your battle against those malevolent forces. After a thorough discussion, Aiden resolved to temporarily accept Alicia. After all, in this perilous new world, it is preferable to have one more ally than another foe. However, unbeknownst to them, the pirate crews and navy, long covetous of the secrets of One Piece, were not idle. The pirates had united to concoct a more insidious plot. They covertly contacted some nefarious bounty hunters, promising them substantial rewards to disguise themselves as ordinary fishermen and spread a peculiar seaweed in the waters through which the Dawn ship might pass. This seaweed, upon contact with a vessel, would rapidly grow and ensnare the ship, rendering it immobile. Simultaneously, the Navy was orchestrating a more extensive encirclement, amassing a greater fleet equipped with formidable weaponry, poised to deliver a fatal blow when the Dawn ship re-emerged. After a period of rest, the Dawn ship set sail once more. The crew, invigorated by newfound confidence, especially after mastering the application of their new powers, sailed forth with high spirits. Yet, as they navigated a seemingly tranquil expanse of ocean, they suddenly noticed an alarming heaviness in the vessel. Upon inspection, they discovered that their ship's hull had become entangled with a vast quantity of seaweed. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. Lena exclaimed. Aiden's heart sank as he recognized this as the enemy's machination. That moment, suspicious vessels began to emerge around them. Those were the bounty hunters masquerading as fishermen. Prepare for battle. Stay calm. Everyone, we must find a way to free ourselves from this seaweed. Aiden shouted. The crew sprang into action, some attempting to sever the seaweed with their weapons, while others employed their newly acquired powers to incinerate it. However, the seaweed grew too swiftly, and their efforts yielded little success. Just as the Dawn ship found itself in dire straits, Alicia stepped forward. She produced a small vial from her person, containing a liquid that emitted an extraordinary luminescence. This is a mysterious potion I acquired during one of my adventures. It may help us combat this seaweed. Alicia said as she poured the potion into the seed. A miracle occurred. The moment the potion touched the seaweed, it withered and fell away, granting the ship its freedom once more. Wonderful. Thanks to Alicia, the crew cheered. However, their elation was short-lived as the Navy's fleet entered their line of sight, commencing fire upon the Dawn ship. Follow me. We cannot remain passive, Aiden bellowed, leading the crew to harness their newfound powers and charge towards the Navy fleet. In the midst of a fierce battle, Aiden and his crew fully exploited the advantages of their new abilities, engaging in a breathtaking struggle for survival against the Navy. Just as the Dawn ship was locked in a fierce confrontation with the Navy fleet, several unfamiliar vessels appeared on the horizon. Aiden's heart raced, fearing yet another enemy assault. However, as the ships drew closer, he realized they were Alicia's friends, who had come to lend their aid upon hearing of her plight. These new allies brought with them enhanced firepower and unique combat techniques, joining forces with the Dawn crew to resist the Navy fleet. Through their collective efforts, the Navy gradually found itself at a disadvantage and ultimately retreated, though the Dawn ship sustained some damage in this fierce skirmish. The morale of the crew soared. Thanks to everyone's assistance, we have once again triumphed over adversity, Aiden expressed gratefully, gazing at Alicia and her companions. Alicia smiled, replying, "We are all comrades upon these seas. Mutual assistance is only natural. However, the road ahead remains long, and we must continue to prepare." The Dawn ship set sail once more, filled with renewed hope and courage, continuing its voyage across the perilous waters of the New World. They understood that even greater challenges awaited them, yet they also believed that as long as they stood united, they could overcome any obstacle and persist in their pursuit of a world-altering dream. Chapter 14. The Storm Returns. Uniting to break through upon the vast and tumultuous ocean, Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn ship continued their adventurous journey, burdened with the secret of One Piece. Their fates intricately woven with the myriad forces of these waters. Now, the threats of the four emperors and the Navy's encirclement loomed ever closer, while Luffy and his Straw Hat Pirates, once allies in battle, stood resolutely beside them to confront new challenges. Aiden stood at the bow of the Dawn ship, gazing out at the surging waves, his thoughts drifting back to the fierce confrontation against Doflamingo alongside Luffy and the others. Back then, Doflamingo reigned tyrannically over Dressrosa, manipulating everything while the citizens suffered greatly. Aiden and his crew had arrived at the island in pursuit of clues, only to find that Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates were also determined to bring Doflamingo down. The two groups quickly aligned, devising a battle plan. Luffy's unwavering spirit and dedication to justice inspired everyone. During the battle, Luffy unleashed the full potential of his gum fruit abilities, charging at Doflamingo time and again. Undeterred by injuries, Aiden activated his own mysterious powers, coordinating closely with his crew to support the Straw Hats from the flanks. Carl's swordsmanship delivered critical blows to the enemy at pivotal moments, while Lena utilized her agility to relay information and assist her comrades. After an arduous battle, they ultimately succeeded in defeating Doflamingo, liberating the citizens of Dressrosa. From that day forth, a profound friendship blossomed between Aiden, Luffy, and their respective crews. Now, the secret of One Piece that Aiden and his companions possessed made them the target of many. The four emperors, the most powerful entities in these seas, would not let slip such an opportunity to alter the balance of power in the world. Shanks, the red-haired emperor, though known for his sense of justice, harbored his own considerations regarding the secret held by Aiden and his crew. He understood that should this power spiral out of control, it would bring calamity to the entire pirate world. "Captain, we have received news that Shanks' fleet has been spotted in our vicinity. We are uncertain of his intentions this time," Lena reported to Aiden. Aiden furrowed his brow, contemplating, "Though Shanks has a good reputation, the secret we possess is too significant. One cannot guarantee he won't be tempted. We must remain vigilant." Meanwhile, Kaido, notorious for his brutality and ambition, was equally covetous of the secret of One Piece. He firmly believed that with his immense strength, this power rightfully belonged to him, enabling him to further his grandiose aspirations of dominion over these seas. "Kaido will undoubtedly make his move against us. Everyone must keep a close watch on his subordinates to guard against sudden attacks," Aiden cautioned his crew, his tone serious on the Navy's front, having recognized the mysterious powers Aiden and his companions possessed and the potential ramifications. They intensified their pursuit. The Navy's admiral issued direct orders to assemble a more elite fleet, led by several admirals, vowing to seize the Dawn ship and the secrets it carried. "Captain, the Navy has mobilized significant resources this time. Their fleet is larger than before, and I have heard of new tactical arrangements," Carl expressed with concern. Aiden clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. "Humph, no matter what tricks they employ, we shall not falter. We possess our own beliefs and strengths, and we will break through their encirclement." Amidst this tense atmosphere, In a tumultuous stretch of ocean, a familiar vessel entered their view. It was the Thousand Sunny, captained by Luffy and his Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy stood at the bow, exuberantly shouting, "Wow! It's Aiden and the others. Long time no see. We can embark on adventures together once more." The members of the Straw Hat crew echoed his enthusiasm as the Sunny sailed towards the Dawn ship. Aiden and his crew felt a mix of joy and nostalgia at the arrival of their allies. Luffy leapt onto the Dawn ship with exuberance, enveloping Aiden in a warm embrace. "Aiden, I've heard that you are currently facing quite a few troubles. Fear not, for we shall confront them together," Luffy proclaimed with a cheerful smile. Gazing at the vibrant and energetic Luffy, Aiden felt a wave of warmth within him as he replied, "Luffy, this situation is far from simple. Both the Yonko and the Navy have their eyes on us." Luffy scratched his head nonchalantly, exclaiming, "What is there to fear? We've already defeated Doflamingo before. We can do it again." The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates expressed their resolute willingness to stand alongside the crew of the Dawn ship in facing the impending challenges, their unwavering determination uplifting Aiden and his crew. However, the tranquility was short-lived. A pirate crew under Kaido of the 100 Beasts detected the commotion and swiftly approached. "Hand over the secret of One Piece, or you shall never return," the pirate captain bellowed arrogantly. Aiden, Luffy, and both crews immediately assumed a defensive stance. Aiden activated his mysterious power, radiating with brilliance as he charged toward the enemy. Luffy, not one to back down, entered gear second, darting into the fray like a bolt of lightning, his rubber arms flailing as foes fell before him. Both crews unleashed their unique combat abilities, and the battle erupted instantly. Although Kaido's subordinates were numerous and formidable, Aiden and his crew, wielding their mysterious powers and the Straw Hat's distinctive combat techniques, engaged fiercely. Yet as the battle raged on, the Dawn and Sunny ships gradually found themselves in dire straits. The enemy was overwhelming, and their vessels sustained significant damage. Just as the crew fought valiantly and the situation grew increasingly perilous, a massive sailing ship appeared on the distant horizon. Standing at the bow was none other than red-haired Shanks. "Cease your actions at once." Shanks's voice resonated with undeniable authority. Upon witnessing Shanks's arrival, Kaido's subordinates, though reluctant, dared not defy him and halted their assault momentarily. "What do you mean by this, Shanks? Do you intend to involve yourself in the secret of One Piece as well?" Aiden inquired warily. Shanks smiled gently, responding, "I merely wish to prevent this sea from descending further into chaos due to your conflicts. Aiden, the power you possess is perilous and warrants careful consideration. I suggest you come with me. We can have a proper discussion." Listening intently, Luffy scratched his head and remarked, "Wow, Uncle Shanks, that makes some sense, but we're not afraid." Aiden hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. The current predicament compelled him to seriously contemplate Shanks's advice. Just as Aiden was deep in thought, the Navy fleet appeared like phantoms across the sea. Seeing Shanks alongside the Dawn and Sunny ships, the Navy commanders were momentarily taken aback before issuing the command to attack. "Fire! We cannot allow them to escape. Neither the Dawn, nor the Sunny, nor Shanks shall leave this place today," a Navy admiral roared. Cannonballs rained down upon the three vessels. Shanks furrowed his brow and shouted, "Aiden, Luffy, it seems we must first join forces against the Navy. Otherwise, none of us will have an easy time." Luffy excitedly jumped up. "Great, let us drive these Navy scoundrels away together." Aiden nodded, fully aware that their only chance lay in uniting their strengths. Thus, the Dawn, the Sunny, and Shanks's ship advanced together to confront the Navy fleet, setting the stage for an even more thrilling battle. Shanks' haki and swordsmanship shone brilliantly as he led his warriors like a crimson whirlwind. Sweeping through the Navy ranks, Luffy unleashed various forms, maximizing the potential of his gum-gum fruit abilities as he charged through the Navy fleet. Aiden and his crew harnessed the advantages of their mysterious powers, fiercely opposing the Navy. After a grueling battle, the Navy fleet began to falter and slowly retreated. Once the battle concluded, Shanks regarded Aiden and Luffy, stating, "Aiden, Luffy, you should now understand that this power cannot be wielded by a single individual, nor can it be recklessly unleashed upon the seas. Come with me. We can discuss this further, perhaps finding a better way to manage it." Luffy scratched his head again, saying, Shanks, you make a good point. But I still wish to continue my adventures. Aiden looked between Luffy and Shanks. Deep in thought, he recognized the validity of Shanks's words, yet was reluctant to relinquish his dream and control over this power. I shall consider your proposal, Shanks, but before that, I need to confer with my crew, Aiden replied. Luffy returned to the Sunny to discuss matters with his companions. The Straw Hat crew held differing opinions. Some felt they should heed Shanks's advice, while others insisted on pursuing Luffy's adventurous spirit. But on Aiden's side, his crew also had varied perspectives. Captain, I believe that while Shanks bears a name of justice, we hardly know his true intentions. After all we've accomplished, should we really abandon our dreams now? Lena expressed. Indeed, we have always fought relying on our strength. Although the situation is dire, I believe that as long as we unite, we can continue onward, Carl added. After much deliberation, Aiden led his crew back aboard Shanks's ship. Luffy and his companions joined them as well. Shanks welcomed their arrival with a smile, saying, Aiden, Luffy, I am pleased you could come. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to discuss how we might better handle this world-altering power. In the ensuing conversation, Shanks shared his insights regarding the sea and the potential repercussions of the power in question. He advised Aiden and his crew to conceal this power for the time being, to avoid stirring greater turmoil in the seas, and to consider their options once the time was right. Aiden felt a stirring within him. He recognized the merit in Shanks' suggestion, yet pondered how to navigate the current dangers without abandoning his dreams. Listening intently, Luffy suddenly exclaimed, Wow, Shanks, I think you make a good point. But I still want to continue my adventures. I believe I can find a better way to handle these situations. After their discussion concluded, Aiden and his crew returned to the Dawn, while Luffy and his companions made their way back to the Sunny. Captain, what shall we do next? Lena inquired. Aiden gazed out at the vast ocean, declaring, We shall press onward, but with greater caution. We will not easily forsake our dreams, yet we must treat this power with the respect it deserves. We will continue to pen our story upon these seas, welcoming new challenges. Luffy stood at the bow of the Sunny, shouting, Wow! We shall continue our adventures, and no matter the obstacles, we will overcome them. The Dawn and the Sunny set sail once more, imbued with renewed contemplation and determination as they navigated the waters of the New World. They understood that the journey ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Yet they firmly believed that as long as they stood united, they could surmount any difficulties and persist in their pursuit of a dream that could change the world. Chapter 15. Shadows Stirring. Stormy confrontations across the vast and boundless sea. Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn, alongside Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates, continued their adventurous journey after enduring a series of tribulations and battles. Yet this mysterious and perilous sea had never ceased to breed new crises. This moment, the shadows of formidable figures such as Blackbeard, the Five Elders, and it began to loom ominously over them, heralding an even more thrilling storm on the horizon. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, a man who had bided his time within the Whitebeard pirates and subsequently risen through cunning and ruthlessness, harbored ambitions as boundless as an endless black hole. Since learning of Aiden and his crew's possession of the secret of One Piece and the mysterious power, he could no longer contain his insatiable desire. Captain, we have received intelligence indicating that Blackbeard's crew seems to be plotting something in the shadows. Their movements are highly suspicious, Lena reported to Aiden. Aiden furrowed his brow, a sense of unease swelling within him. He understood Blackbeard's nature. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. Blackbeard is not an adversary to be trifled with. He undoubtedly has his sights set on us. Seated in the captain's quarters of his flagship, the Saber of the Sea, Blackbeard's eyes glimmered with avarice as he mused. That power capable of altering the world will eventually fall into my hands. When the time comes, I shall become the true sovereign of this vast ocean. The four emperors and the navy alike will be compelled to bow before me. He proclaimed arrogantly to his subordinates, I am the core of power within the world government. The five enigmatic elders, wielding immense authority, were keenly observing the movements of Aiden and his companions. They were acutely aware that once the secret of One Piece was fully unveiled and exploited, it would deliver a staggering blow to the existing world order. Those brash youngsters have managed to grasp such pivotal knowledge. They must not be allowed to act recklessly, one of the elders remarked darkly. Consequently, the elders commenced their covert machinations that on one hand, they dispatched CP0 and other intelligence organizations to clandestinely monitor Aiden and Luffy, seeking opportunities to reclaim that mysterious power. On the other hand, they engaged in secret discussions with high-ranking Navy officials, preparing to unite the Navy's strength for a more surreptitious and lethal encirclement of Aiden and his companions. They issued stern directives to ensure the operation's absolute success, for that power must not fall into the hands of pirates, lest the consequences be unimaginable. In the lofty, little-known depths of Mariowa, the true master behind the world government, M, was gazing through a mysterious crystal ball, observing all that transpired upon the sea. M's identity and intentions remained shrouded in profound mystery. Yet undeniably, he possessed the power to overturn the entire world. M's gaze fell upon Aiden and Luffy. A fleeting glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. These insignificant ants dare to aspire to change the world. They must not be allowed to thwart my plans, M whispered softly, as if he had already devised a counter-strategy in his mind. M then summoned the elders, delivering more subtle instructions within the dimly lit hall, urging them to intensify their surveillance and actions against Aiden and his companions, ensuring that the secret of One Piece is smothered in its cradle. Although Aiden and Luffy had yet to confront Blackbeard, the elders, or him directly, a palpable tension filled the air, heralding the imminent clash. The Dawn and the Sunny, during their voyage, encountered a series of inexplicable attacks and obstacles. Occasionally, mysterious pirate crews would materialize, their combat styles exceedingly peculiar, as if they had undergone specialized training. At other times, they faced seemingly natural phenomena that concealed hidden dangers, such as abruptly shifting currents and sudden storms. Captain, these attacks are certainly not coincidental. Someone is orchestrating these events from the shadows to impede our progress. Carl analyzed. Aiden nodded in agreement. Indeed, everyone remained vigilant. I sense that a true battle is on the horizon. Luffy, aboard the Sunny, also sensed the unusual tension, shouting to his comrades, "Hey, everyone, be careful. It feels like there's a formidable foe lurking in the shadows. But don't worry, we're not afraid of them." Finally, on a night shrouded in ominous clouds, the Blackbeard pirates launched a surprise attack. Blackbeard himself, leading his formidable crew, including Van Augur and Q the Poison, stealthily approached the Dawn and the Sunny aboard the ship known as the Saber of the Sea. "Ha, little brats, hand over that mysterious power, or tonight will be your tomb," Blackbeard bellowed with a maniacal laugh. Aiden and Luffy immediately sprang into action, preparing for battle. Aiden activated the mysterious power, radiant light enveloping him as he readied himself to confront the enemy. Luffy, too, entered gear second, his rubber arms swelling with determination. The crews of both ships unleashed their skills, and combat erupted instantaneously. The members of the Blackbeard pirates were formidable. Van Augur's sniper shots were impeccably accurate, while Q the Poison's apple traps proved to be unpredictable. The crew of the Dawn and the Sunny, drawing upon their previous combat experiences and mutual rapport, fought back tenaciously. Yet the sudden assault from the Blackbeard pirates left them briefly on the defensive. Amid the clash, both the Dawn and the Sunny sustained considerable damage, and many crew members were injured. The Blackbeard pirates intensified their offensive, seemingly intent on a swift resolution to seize the secrets held by Aiden and his companions. "Everyone, hold on! Do not give up!" Aiden shouted, fending off Blackbeard's attacks while rallying his crew. Luffy echoed from the Sunny, "We are the Straw Hat Pirates. We won't be bested by these guys in this dire predicament." The crews of the Dawn and the Sunny began to collaborate even more closely. Aiden and Luffy supported one another in battle. Their powers, though distinct, shared a common goal: to repel the Blackbeard pirates. Aiden utilized the energy shield generated by the mysterious power to temporarily fend off some of the enemy's assaults, granting his crew a moment to breathe. Meanwhile, Luffy, leveraging the abilities of his rubber fruit, agilely navigated through enemy lines, disrupting the Blackbeard pirates' rhythm of attack. Just as the fierce battle between the Blackbeard pirates and Aiden, Luffy, and their allies raged, several mysterious ships appeared on the distant horizon. These vessels bore the flag of the world government, revealing the arrival of CP-0 agents dispatched by the Elders to intervene in the conflict. Humph, these pirates have caused too much upheaval. They must be stopped. The leader of CP-0 remarked coldly. The CP-0 agents leapt from their ships, joining the fray. Their combat skills were exceptional, and they were well-equipped, instantly altering the dynamics of the battle that on one hand, they launched attacks against the Blackbeard pirates, seemingly intent on preventing Blackbeard from obtaining the secrets of One Piece. On the other hand, they sought to restrain Aiden and Luffy, attempting to seize the opportunity to reclaim the mysterious power. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, Aiden and Luffy felt both astonished and helpless. Yet, they understood that the situation had grown increasingly complex, necessitating a more cautious approach that in the depths of Mariawa. Im closely monitored the progress of this battle through special means that Im's ultimate aim was not merely to thwart Aiden and his companions from grasping the secrets of One Piece, but to exploit the ensuing chaos to further solidify his grip on the world. Let them fight. When they are both weakened, I shall make my move, and at that moment, everything will be within my control, Im whispered softly, his eyes glinting with a cold light. However, as the battle continued, the indomitable resistance exhibited by Aiden, Luffy, and the Blackbeard pirates led him to re-evaluate his plans. Perhaps directly eliminating these potential threats was the more prudent course of action. Thus, Im issued new orders, instructing the Elders to intensify their intervention in the conflict, ensuring that both Aiden and Luffy, as well as the Blackbeard pirates, would be dealt a severe blow, ideally leading to their complete annihilation. Yet, Aiden, Luffy, and their companions were not so easily vanquished. They persisted in their struggle against overwhelming odds, bolstered by unwavering conviction, mutual understanding, and formidable strength, continuing to engage in fierce combat and etching their own pirate legend. Upon the tumultuous seas, where fortunes shifted like the tides, the future remained uncertain. Yet they stood resolute, prepared to pursue their dream of changing the world, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. After the battle, although the Dawn and the Sunny bore numerous scars, they steadfastly set sail once more, continuing their journey through the seas of the New World, eagerly awaiting the next clash and the challenges to come. Chapter 16. The fierce battle and escape from the Blackbeard pirates on the boundless, tumultuous ocean. The journey of adventure is always fraught with uncertainty and challenges. The protagonists, Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn, alongside Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates, found themselves at a fateful crossroads with the formidable and cunning Blackbeard pirates, igniting a heart-pounding melee. The sun cast its golden glow upon the shimmering surface of the sea. A scene that should have been tranquil, now overshadowed by an unexpected tension. Aiden stood at the bow of the Dawn, discussing their next course of action with his crew, when suddenly, the lookout's alarm shattered the stillness. "Captain, unidentified ships ahead." Their flag indicates it's the Blackbeard pirates. Aiden's heart sank. He was acutely aware of Blackbeard's notorious reputation and the formidable strength of his crew, knowing a fierce battle was all but inevitable. At the same time, Luffy sensed something amiss aboard the Sunny, dashing to the bow, his eyes widening as he beheld the approaching ships of the Blackbeard pirates. "Wow, it's Blackbeard. This is going to be fun," he exclaimed, maintaining a light-hearted tone, yet his eyes betrayed a vigilant awareness. Blackbeard, standing at the helm of his flagship, the Saber of the Sea, wore his signature devilish grin, bellowing, "Little brats, we've crossed paths again. Today marks your unfortunate day." The provocative voice reverberated across the surface of the sea, intensifying the already charged atmosphere. The two vessels gradually drew closer, with crew members from both sides gripping their weapons tightly. Bracing for the impending clash, IT felt as though sparks could ignite in the air, heralding an imminent tempestuous battle. With a furious roar from Blackbeard, the fight erupted instantaneously, and the members of the Blackbeard pirates lunged toward the Dawn and Sunny like ravenous wolves. Aiden was the first to strike, activating his three-color haki. The observation haki unfurled instantaneously, allowing him to perceive every movement of the surrounding enemies clearly in his mind, accurately predicting their attack trajectories and deftly evading incoming assaults. Shouting, "Observation haki! Insight ahead!" The armament Haki enveloped his weapon, significantly augmenting its striking power. Each swing generated a fierce wind, enabling him to robustly block and counter the enemy's onslaught, proclaiming Armament Haki, Enhanced Strike. Aiden also possessed unique combat techniques, adeptly shifting his form during battles, utilizing his agility to weave through foes like a specter, rendering him nearly impossible to track, that he dubbed this maneuver Phantom Step, Ethereal Passage. Furthermore, Aiden drew inspiration from the skills of the Straw Hat Pirates, incorporating their distinctive traits into his combat style. Much like Luffy, he could perform movements akin to rubber stretching and twisting, leveraging his unique ability, hypothetically a malleable energy form, reminiscent of rubber elasticity, to unexpectedly evade enemy strikes, instantly rebounding to retaliate, exclaiming, Elastic Assault, catching the Blackbeard pirates off guard. The other crew members aboard the Dawn also unleashed their signature skills. For instance, Jack, the sharpshooter among them, exhibited exceptional marksmanship akin to Usopp, launching arrows imbued with special effects over great distances. Some arrows detonated upon impact. As he drew his bow, he shouted, Explosive Arrow, Dance of Ruin. The arrows soared, inciting chaos among the enemy ranks. Others emitted smoke. He cried, Smoke Arrow, Veil of Deception, to obscure the enemy's vision, creating advantageous openings for his allies to strike. Moreover, Tom, the martial arts expert, emulated Zoro's three-sword style, wielding blades in both hands, executing swift, menacing slashes that cleave through enemy defenses with the ease of slicing through vegetables, as he bellowed, Imitation, three-sword style, blade shadow frenzy. Meanwhile, Mary, the ship's cook, drew from Sanji's kicking techniques, igniting her legs in unique flames, related to her culinary fire energy during close combat, delivering powerful kicks reminiscent of the Diable Jam, sending approaching foes flying while inflicting burns, shouting, Flame Kick, Inferno Impact. On Luffy's side, he was equally unwilling to yield. Activating Gear Second, his rubbery arms swelled rapidly, enhancing his agility as he shouted, Gear Second, Rubber Jet. His observation Haki keenly sensed the enemy's intentions, allowing him to evade Sniper Van Oka's attacks just as the bullets were fired. The armament Haki fortified his rubber body, delivering greater impact during collisions as he attacked while exclaiming, Armament Haki, Rubber Heavy Strike. Zoro's three-sword style, empowered by Armament Haki, was fearsome. The three blades danced in his hands with precision, each slash capable of severing enemy defenses. The razor-sharp light of his sword seeming to cleave the very air, deterring foes from approaching. He shouted, Three-sword style, Ultimate Technique, 3,000 Worlds. Sanji's Diable Jam, ablaze with fire, accurately targeted enemy vital points thanks to his foresight from observation Haki. The flames engulfing his legs not only propelled enemies away, but also left them scorched as he yelled, Diable Jam. Finishing touch. Usopp's slingshot played a unique role in the fray, capable of launching various specialized projectiles, such as explosive rounds. As he pulled back his slingshot, he shouted, Killing Shot, Exploding Star, inflicting severe damage upon enemies within the blast radius. He also employed adhesive projectiles that, upon ensnaring foes, restricted their movements, declaring adhesive ammo. Binding Strike. Chopper, after consuming the Rumble Ball, entered a rampaging state, his strength surging as he grew colossal, barreling through the enemy ranks like a small beast, causing foes to be thrown aside wherever he went, clearing a path for his allies while bellowing, Rampage. Rumble Charge. Robin utilized her Hana no Mi powers, summoning countless arms from unexpected angles to entangle enemies, restricting their movements, or launching surprise attacks from behind, delivering unexpected blows, softly intoning, Hana no Mi. Thousand Hands Binding. Frankie's modified body enabled him to unleash a variety of powerful attacks, firing laser beams from different parts of his body as he proclaimed, Laser Beam. Destructive Barrage. The beams possessed immense penetrating power, capable of piercing through enemy defenses. He could also activate a powerful assault mode, radiating dazzling light, shouting, Super Frankie. Radiant Eruption. Brook's soul separation ability allowed him to evade lethal attacks at critical moments, exclaiming, Soul Separation. Phantom Dodge. Simultaneously, his cane sword unleashed freezing effects as he swung it, calling out, "Cane sword. Ice slash." The members of the Blackbeard pirates were equally formidable. Van Oka's sniper rifle was extraordinarily precise. Once the cold barrel was aimed, bullets shot forth like meteors, consistently hitting their targets and posing a significant threat to the crew of the Dawn and Sunny, as he shouted, "Sniper. Precision shot." Van Oka also excelled at utilizing the environment for concealment. Amidst complex terrains or chaotic battles, he skillfully found hiding spots to launch surprise attacks, a technique he referred to as concealed sniping, shadow assault. Poison Q's deceptive traps were insidious. Seemingly innocuous items like apples concealed deadly mechanisms, triggering various hazardous traps upon contact, such as explosions or toxic gas release. Many crew members have been unwittingly injured by these traps. As he cackled ominously, "Trap. Apple catastrophe." In combat, Poison Q would feign weakness, pretending to be injured or vulnerable, luring enemies closer before launching a sudden ambush, a tactic he named Feigned Weakness, Poison Apple Trap. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach himself, wielded the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi, transforming any object he touched into darkness, absorbing incoming attacks, and converting them into his own strength. Roaring, Yami Yami no Mi. Darkness Devour. He could also conceal his form within the shadows, launching unexpected attacks that left opponents defenseless, shouting, "Yami Yami no Mi." Shadow Strike. During battle, Blackbeard would adapt his strategy based on his opponent's conditions. When facing formidable adversaries, he would initiate small-scale attacks to probe for weaknesses before launching a full-scale offensive, a tactic he called probing strategy, seeking the flaw that Luffy's eyes were locked onto Blackbeard. Ablaze with fighting spirit. Upon activating Gear Second, his rubber arms expanded rapidly as he charged at Blackbeard like lightning, shouting, "Gear Second. Rubber Jet." Seeing Luffy approach, Blackbeard smirked slightly, calmly preparing to unleash his Yami Yami no Mi abilities. Luffy's fist, imbued with tremendous force, was poised to strike Blackbeard, but Blackbeard swiftly transformed his hands into darkness, shouting, "Yami Yami no Mi." Darkness Devour. Luffy's fist was enveloped by the shadows, as if ensnared in an endless abyss. However, leveraging the elasticity of his rubber body, Luffy quickly retracted his arm and launched an attack from Blackbeard's flank, simultaneously shouting, "Armament Hockey." Rubber Heavy Strike. Blackbeard sidestepped, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial duel over the sea, each collision sending gusts of air swirling. Seizing an opportunity, Luffy activated Gear Fourth, his form expanding further and exuding an overwhelming presence akin to an ancient beast as he lunged at Blackbeard. Roaring, Gear Fourth. Snake Man. He employed the elasticity of the Gomu no Mi to execute a dazzling series of maneuvers in midair, attempting to breach Blackbeard's defenses. Blackbeard, not daring to underestimate Luffy, continuously absorbed Luffy's attacks with his Yami Yami no Mi abilities, waiting for the right moment to retaliate. The battle between the two escalated to a fever pitch, creating tremendous waves upon the ocean's surface. Zoro, gripping his three swords tightly, fixed his cold gaze upon Van Oka, who lay hidden in a concealed corner, his sniper rifle aimed squarely at Zoro. Aware of Van Oka's sharpshooting prowess, Zoro activated his observation hockey, attempting to sense Van Oka's next move. Suddenly, Van Oka pulled the trigger, and the bullet soared toward Zoro like a shooting star. Zoro shouted, "Three-sword style, ultimate technique, 3,000 worlds," with astonishing speed. He wielded three blades, their gleaming edges flashing like lightning, instantly forming an impenetrable curtain of steel. Bullets collided with this blade barrier, erupting into a shower of sparks. Upon realizing his shot had missed, Van Oka swiftly repositioned himself, utilizing the environment to obscure his presence once more. Zoro, however, relentlessly pursued him, guided by his keen observation hockey. Upon discovering Van Oka's new location, he brandished his three swords again and charged in Van Oka's direction, shouting, "Imitation, three-sword style, blade shadow frenzy." Van Oka, once more, pulled the trigger, unleashing a rapid barrage of bullets. Unperturbed, Zoro spun like a whirlwind, creating a protective circle with his blades that deflected every bullet. Continuing his advance towards Van Oka, The two engaged in a breathtaking battle, a thrilling interplay of long-range and close-quarters combat. Sanji, observing the menacing figure of Poison Q holding an apple, felt a surge of caution. Poison Q wore a sinister smile as he approached Sanji with what appeared to be an ordinary apple. Activating his observation haki, Sanji sensed that this apple harbored a hidden danger. Suddenly, Poison Q hurled the apple at Sanji, who reacted swiftly, shouting, "Demon Wind Foot." Finishing touch, flames ignited around his feet as he delivered a powerful kick, sending the apple hurtling back. The apple exploded mid-air, revealing it to be a trap set by Poison Q. Unfazed by the failure of his trap, Poison Q produced several more apples and continued his approach, muttering, "Trap. Apple catastrophe." Sanji deftly dodged the incoming apples while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. When Poison Q threw another apple, Sanji seized the moment, darting behind him, reigniting his fiery feet, and delivering a fierce kick to Poison Q's back while exclaiming, "Demon Wind Foot. Hellfire." Poison Q was sent sprawling forward, crashing heavily to the ground, yet quickly rose to continue his evasive maneuvers, plunging into a bizarre and perilous close-quarters skirmish on the ship. Chopper, having consumed the rumble ball, transformed into a colossal beast, his eyes blazing red as he charged towards the muscular Hank of the Blackbeard pirates. Roaring, "Rampage! Rumble charge!" Hank, a towering figure with bulging muscles, swung his massive hammer towards Chopper as he approached. Undeterred, Chopper met Hank's charge head-on, the collision resonating with a thunderous boom that rocked the ship. Harnessing the momentum, Chopper used his antlers to thrust at Hank, who retaliated with another swing of his hammer. Chopper continued to dart around Hank, colliding with him, forcing other members of the Blackbeard pirates to flee from his path. Although Hank possessed immense strength, Chopper's power in his rampaging state was not to be underestimated. As they engaged in a fierce contest of might upon the deck, Robin unleashed her flower fruit powers, sprouting countless arms from unexpected angles towards Tom, the agile thief of the Blackbeard crew. Tom nimbly maneuvered between the arms, desperately evading Robin's grasp. In a whisper, Robin chanted, "Flower fruit. 1,000 arms binding." More arms erupted from all directions, gradually enclosing Tom. Seeing this, Tom drew a dagger from his waist, attempting to sever Robin's limbs, but her arms were relentless, regenerating with each cut. Suddenly, Tom bolted in one direction, seeking to break free from the encirclement, but Robin swiftly adjusted, conjuring a barrier of arms in his path to thwart his escape. Tom altered his course again, continuing to flee, while Robin persistently pursued him, engaging in a chase that left Tom with no avenue for escape aboard the ship. Frankie, upon spotting the laser marksman Jack, activated his powerful attack mode, radiating a dazzling light as he charged at Jack, exclaiming, "Super Frankie! Radiant eruption!" Jack raised his laser gun, firing at Frankie. Unfazed, Frankie unleashed laser beams from various parts of his body, countering Jack's assault. The air above the sea shimmered with intersecting beams of light. As Frankie closed the distance, he bellowed, "Laser beam!" Annihilation barrage. Multiple launch ports on his body simultaneously fired lasers, creating a dense net of beams that enveloped Jack. Attempting to evade, Jack was still struck by several lasers, causing his body to tremble as he hurriedly readjusted his aim, continuing to fire at Frankie, leading to an intense laser duel across the sea. Brook, upon encountering the ghostly messenger Leo, activated his soul solid ability, allowing his soul to detach from his body and drift towards Leo while calling out, "Soul solid, phantom evasion." Leo, noticing Brook's soul approaching, brandished a sword emanating ghostly radiance, lunging to stab at Brook's spirit. Brook's soul deftly evaded Leo's thrust and swiftly returned to his body, seizing his cane sword and swinging it towards Leo. Declaring, "Cane sword, ice slash," Leo was struck by Brook's icy blow, causing him to shudder and slow his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Brook activated his soul solid once more, drifting towards Leo to deliver a lethal strike. Leo, striving to regain his mobility, swung his ghostly sword in a desperate attempt to defend against Brook's onslaught, as the two engaged in a unique battle of souls and phantoms upon the ship. As the battle intensified, both sides exchanged blows with unwavering resolve. However, as time wore on, Aiden and Luffy found themselves increasingly cornered. The Blackbeard pirates, numerous and strategically cohesive, relentlessly altered their attack patterns, assailing the crew of the Dawn and the Sunny from all directions. Van Oka's sniper rifle continued to harass from a distance, complicating Aiden and his allies' ability to counter the direct assaults of Blackbeard Teach. Poison Q's traps sporadically ensnared crew members, leading to an increasing number of injuries. Though Aiden valiantly sustained himself with his three-color hockey and the skills of the Straw Hat crew, the prolonged conflict began to sap his strength. His perception range with observation hockey started to diminish, and the weapons cloaked in armament hockey lost their initial edge. Luffy faced a similar plight. Powered up to Gear Second, his stamina drained rapidly, and he suffered minor injuries while evading enemy attacks. The other members of the Straw Hat crew were also affected to varying degrees, with Zoro's attack speed diminishing and Sanji's Demon Wind foot losing its potency. Seizing this opportunity, the Blackbeard pirates escalated their offensive, aiming to decisively defeat Aiden and Luffy. Just as Aiden and Luffy found themselves in dire straits, a twist of fate emerged that, in a close-quarters clash with Blackbeard Teach, Aiden unexpectedly discovered a flaw in Blackbeard's dark fruit abilities. At the moment Blackbeard absorbed a considerable amount of attacks and prepared to retaliate, the dark aura surrounding him would momentarily destabilize. Aiden quickly relayed this discovery to Luffy, who, upon hearing it, felt a spark of hope ignite within him. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy charged towards Blackbeard at breakneck speed as he prepared to counterattack. Chapter 17. The Dawn's Fierce Battle. The contest for One Piece commences. Aiden, leading his crew aboard the Dawn, alongside Luffy and the Straw Hat pirates, found themselves ensnared in a brutal confrontation with the Blackbeard pirates. This battle promised to upheave the very seas, with Aiden's latent Dawn power and Nami's exceptional performance in combat poised to become pivotal factors in this fierce struggle. The Dawn and Sunny sailed steadily across the ocean, with crew members either resting or discussing their next adventure plans. Yet, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by the Lookout's alarmed cry. "Captain, trouble! The Blackbeard pirates have appeared, and they do not come in peace." Upon hearing this, Aiden and Luffy dashed to the bow of the ship, their expressions grave as they beheld the advancing fleet of the Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard Teach stood at the forefront of his flagship, a trademark manic grin plastered across his face as he bellowed, "Ha! Little brats, we meet again. Today shall be your grave, and One Piece shall belong to me." Blackbeard, the crew of both ships instantly tensed, gripping their weapons, bracing for the impending clash. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, and the battle was about to ignite, with Blackbeard's furious roar. The conflict erupted like a volcano, engulfing the entire sea in flames and smoke. Aiden launched the first assault, swiftly activating his three-color hockey. The observation hockey enveloped him like an invisible net, capturing every movement of the surrounding foes in his mind, allowing him to predict their attacks with precision that he nimbly dodged wave after wave of assaults, proclaiming, "Observation hockey, inside advantage." Meanwhile, his armament hockey encased his weapon like impenetrable armor, rendering it indestructible. Each swing unleashed a howling gale. The collisions with the Blackbeard pirates echoing like thunder, armament hockey, armor-piercing strike. Luffy, unwilling to be outdone, immediately activated his fourth gear Snake Man form, his body swelling to a colossal size, exuding an overwhelming aura. His rubbery arms, akin to a sinuous python, writhed rapidly through the air as he shouted, "Rubber Snake Fist, Dance of Chaos." He charged fiercely into the throng of the Blackbeard pirates, each punch infused with tremendous power, sending enemies sprawling in all directions. The other members of the Straw Hat pirates also unleashed their signature moves. Zoro, gripping three swords tightly, initiated his three-sword style, Ultimate Art, 3,000 Worlds, wielding the blades with such finesse that they shimmered brilliantly, slicing through enemy weapons and limbs with ease, while he bellowed, "Three-sword style, cut through all." Sanji's Diable Jam ignited with fierce flames as he executed Hell's Flame Kick, whirling into the enemy ranks like a tempest. Each kick igniting foes in a blaze, sending them screaming into the air. Usopp, from a distance, readied his precise slingshot, launching an array of specially crafted ammunition, proclaiming, "Ultimate," Exploding meteor shower. Countless explosive projectiles rained down upon the enemy, creating a cacophony of detonations that threw their formation into disarray. Chopper consumed a rumble ball, entering a rampaging state as his size and strength surged. Rampage. Rumble impact. He bulldozed through the enemy lines like an uncontrollable beast, using his immense power to scatter foes and carve a bloody path for his comrades. Robin harnessed the powers of the flower fruit, summoning countless arms from all directions, executing flower fruit. Thousand hands binding. These limbs entwined around the enemy's limbs, immobilizing them and leaving them powerless to evade impending attacks. Frankie radiated a dazzling light as he activated Super Frankie, Radiant Eruption Mode, unleashing laser beams from his body. Laser beam, devastating sweep. The beams shot forth like a torrential downpour of arrows, piercing through enemies and eliciting cries of anguish. Brooks' spirit momentarily left his body, evading enemy attacks, wielding his cane sword to execute Kane's sword. Ice Slash. Wherever he struck, foes were frozen in place, their movements hindered, allowing him to land additional blows and thoroughly vanquish them. At that moment, Nami bravely threw herself into battle, brandishing her weather stick with resolute determination. Chanting, "Weather, thunderstorm approaches." Instantly, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, crackling with lightning as bolts struck down upon the Blackbeard pirates' vessels, igniting their sails and leaving enemies on deck electrified and paralyzed. Conversely, the Blackbeard pirates were equally formidable. Van Augur concealed himself in the shadows, relentlessly firing his sniper rifle. Sniping. Precision strike. The bullets zipped through the air like shooting stars, aimed directly at Aiden, Luffy, and the others, each shot perfectly aimed, narrowly missing vital points and posing a significant threat. The devious Q retained his collection of hidden traps within apples, setting a perilous trap. Apple Calamity. He hurled the apples into the dense crowd, triggering various lethal mechanisms upon contact, leading to explosions and the release of toxic gas. Injuring numerous crew members, Blackbeard himself, utilizing the powers of the dark fruit, transformed all objects he touched into shadows. Dark fruit. Dark Devour. He absorbed incoming attacks from enemies, converting them into his own strength while cloaking himself in darkness. Launching surprise assaults on his adversaries. Dark fruit. Shadow Assault. The battle intensified, with both sides exchanging blows, neither yielding an inch, turning the sea into a colossal battlefield. However, as time passed, Aiden and Luffy began to find themselves in dire straits. The Blackbeard pirates had come well prepared, their numbers overwhelming and their coordination impeccable. They constantly adjusted their attack strategies, launching relentless assaults from various angles against the crew of the Dawn and the Thousand Sunny. Van Augur's sniper rifle continued to harass from distance, making it difficult for Aiden and his allies to fully counter Blackbeard's direct attacks. Q's traps were equally insidious, with crew members frequently falling victim to their hidden dangers, leading to an increasing number of injuries. Although Aiden valiantly sustained himself with his three-colored haki, the prolonged, intense combat gradually drained his stamina. His Kinbunchika haki's perceptive range began to shrink, while the armament haki enveloping his weapon lost its initial radiance. Luffy, too, faced adversity. The rapid energy depletion following his Gear 4 transformation left him vulnerable, and he suffered multiple abrasions while evading enemy strikes. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were similarly affected. Zoro's attack speed waned, Sanji's Diable Jam lost some potency, Usopp's ammunition reserves dwindled, Chopper's rampaging form could not be sustained for long. Robin found it increasingly taxing to wield her powers. Frankie's laser firing frequency diminished, and Brooks' soul separation and freezing attacks became less effective. Seizing the opportunity, the Blackbeard pirates intensified their assault, aiming to defeat Aiden and Luffy in one fell swoop. Just as Aiden and Luffy found themselves cornered, Aiden suddenly felt a surge of mysterious energy within him, a manifestation of his unique dawn power. The already overcast sky darkened further, the clouds roiling ominously as if stirred by an invisible hand. Flashes of eerie, purple lightning flickering between the layers, seemingly responding to the impending eruption of Aiden's latent power. The sea's waves grew increasingly tumultuous, towering waves crashing down violently, sending sprays of water flying like a white curtain. In a fierce collision with a member of the Blackbeard pirates, a faint golden glow enveloped Aiden, intensifying as it shrouded him entirely. His kin Bunchikahaki's perceptive range expanded instantaneously, allowing him to sense the movements of nearby foes with clarity. Even detecting their inner fears and anxieties, his armament haki also strengthened, causing his weapon to gleam with newfound brilliance. Each swing unleashed powerful shockwaves that sent nearby enemies reeling. Aiden realized that this dawn power might be the key to turning the tide of battle. He swiftly adjusted his stance, integrating this newfound energy into his strikes. Dawn. Wind-cleaving slash. Aiden bellowed, his weapon radiating golden light as he swung it like a whirlwind towards his foes, cleaving through the Blackbeard pirates' defenses. Leaving them astonished that Aiden's dawn power offered a temporary reversal of fortune, allowing him, Luffy, and the others to launch a counterattack. Luffy, witnessing Aiden's transformation, felt a spark of exhilaration and re-energized himself, continuing to unleash powerful techniques in his Snake Man form. Rubber, Great Serpent Cannon, his rubbery arms, resembling colossal cannonballs, hurtled towards the enemy, knocking them off balance. Inspired by Aiden's resurgence, the other Straw Hat members rallied, joining in the counteroffensive. Zoro once again unleashed his fierce swordplay. Three-sword style, ultimate art, 3,000 worlds, slashing towards the Blackbeard pirates. Sanji amplified the intensity of his Diable Jam, executing Hell's Flame Kick, sending enemies flying one by one. Nevertheless, the Blackbeard pirates remained a cunning and formidable adversary. Blackbeard quickly regained his composure, realizing that while Aiden's dawn power was formidable, it was not without vulnerabilities. That he swiftly adapted his combat strategy, employing the Dark Fruit's abilities with heightened caution, engaging in a tactical dance with Aiden and Luffy. Concurrently, the other members of the Blackbeard pirates, under his command, reorganized their attacks. Van Augur shifted his sniping position, continuing to target Aiden and his allies from different angles. Q unveiled fresh, enigmatic traps, preparing to catch Aiden and Luffy off guard. After a round of counterattacks, Aiden and Luffy found their stamina severely depleted. Luffy's period of weakness following his Gear 4 transformation loomed, with uncontrollable tremors beginning to afflict his body. Aiden's three-colored haki, though still potent, had pushed his spirit and endurance to their limits. The other Straw Hat members were equally fatigued. Zoro's arms began to tremble, and Sanji's legs felt weak beneath him. Under the renewed onslaught from the Blackbeard pirates, Aiden, Luffy, and the others found themselves once more engulfed in peril, the situation turning increasingly dire. In this critical moment, Nami played a pivotal role. Observing her companions in distress, her heart raced with urgency, firmly gripping her weather stick. She focused intently, chanting, "Weather, torrential downpour." In an instant, the sky became shrouded in dark clouds, and torrential rain poured down, drastically reducing visibility over the sea. This sudden change rendered Van Augur, the sharpshooter of the Blackbeard pirates, unable to accurately target his foes, significantly diminishing his threat level. Simultaneously, Nami unleashed another skill, Weather, Tornado. A colossal whirlwind suddenly formed over the sea, sweeping towards the vessels of the Blackbeard pirates, tossing them about uncontrollably, while the enemies aboard were caught in its chaotic grasp, crying out in terror. This series of weather-based assaults by Nami granted Aiden, Luffy, and their comrades a precious moment to catch their breath, allowing them to slightly regroup and continue their fierce struggle against the Blackbeard pirates. After an intense battle, both sides temporarily ceased their attacks, seemingly gathering strength for the next round of life-and-death conflict. Although Aiden and Luffy's group had momentarily withstood the onslaught of the Blackbeard pirates, they themselves bore severe injuries, and both the Dawn and Sunny ships had sustained varying degrees of damage. Presently, the Blackbeard pirates also suffered considerable casualties, yet they remained vigilant, ready to strike again at any moment. This battle was far from over, and the quest for One Piece was a long and arduous journey. Aiden and Luffy understood that they must persevere, not only for their survival, but also to fulfill their dreams of finding One Piece and becoming the Pirate King. Chapter 18. The battle continues. The struggle of fate, though the previous chapter's battle had momentarily paused. An atmosphere thick with danger still enveloped the waters. Aiden, Luffy, and their respective crews were bound by their animosity towards the Blackbeard pirates and the fierce competition for one piece, ensuring that this confrontation would continue. Growing increasingly brutal on the decks of the Dawn and Sunny, Aiden and Luffy, despite their grievous wounds, exuded an indomitable spirit. Aiden's body still faintly resonated with the remnants of the Dawn's power, his grip on his weapon firm. Although his arm trembled from fatigue, he resolutely stood at the bow of the ship, gazing in the direction of the Blackbeard pirates. Luffy sat at the forefront of the Sunny, gasping for breath, his rubbery form marred by numerous scrapes and bruises. Yet upon spotting the Blackbeard pirates stirring, he sprang to his feet and bellowed, "Don't lose heart, crew! We haven't lost yet. Let's keep fighting!" The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates rallied around him. Zoro, gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm, tightened his grip on his three swords, muttering, "Humph, they're about to taste the sharpness of my blades." Sanji, though his legs wobbled, steadied himself, preparing to unleash his diable jam once more, resolutely declaring, "I will kick these guys into oblivion." Usopp hurriedly replenished his ammunition, while Chopper tended to the more severely wounded crew members. Robin was ever ready to deploy her Hana no Mi abilities again. Frankie was inspecting his body's various functions, and Brook was adjusting his cane sword, preparing for the next round of soul-slicing attacks. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard pirates were also regrouping. Blackbeard Teach, his face darkened with determination, shouted to his crew, "Don't underestimate them. Give it your all. We must eliminate them once and for all." With that battle cry, the fight erupted anew. Aiden charged headfirst into the enemy ranks, reactivating the remnants of his Conqueror's Haki. Although his observation Haki was not as sharp as in its prime, it still allowed him to discern the general movements of his foes, enabling him to evade their attacks. His armament Haki, though somewhat diminished, still provided a measure of impact against his adversaries. Wielding his weapon, he shouted, "Even if I'm injured, I will not fall. Dawn's power, ignite once more." The faint yet familiar surge of Dawn's power coursed through him, amplifying the ferocity of his strikes. Luffy activated his bound man form, despite the increasing signs of weakness and the diminishing agility of his movements. Fueled by sheer will, he surged towards the enemy, exclaiming, "Gomu, Gomu, no snake punch." His rubber arms unleashed a flurry of punches, raining down upon the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Zoro, with unwavering resolve, executed his three-sword style, Hochi, one big, 3,000 great thousand world. His blade shimmering in the sunlight, he fought through the pain in his arms, striving to break through the enemy's defenses, shouting, "My blades show no mercy." Sanji's diable jam ignited once more, unleashing the Hellfire Kick, enhanced version. Channeling all his strength into each kick, he sent nearby foes flying, though he nearly lost his balance from the exertion. Usopp ready to slingshot, launching a barrage of specially crafted ammunition. Ultimate Tracking Bullet. This time, his projectiles featured tracking capabilities, homing in on the enemies and triggering a series of explosions that disrupted their ranks. After treating the injured crew members, Chopper consumed a Rumble Ball, entering his Berserk form. Berserk Rumble Impact, continuation version. His size and strength surged, resembling a frenzied beast as he rampaged through the enemy lines, sending foes sprawling. Robin unleashed her Hana no Mi powers, employing the Thousand Hands Binding, enhanced state. Numerous arms emerged from unexpected angles, tightly ensnaring the enemy's limbs, immobilizing them completely. Frankie radiated a blinding light as he activated his Super Frankie Radiant Burst, Advanced Mode, emitting powerful laser beams from his body. Laser Beam, Destructive Sweep, Enhanced Version. The beams pierced through the enemies like scorching blades, creating chaos within their ranks. Brook, having separated his soul from his body, evaded enemy attacks and brandished his cane sword, executing the cane sword. Ice Slash, Enhanced Version, freezing foes solid and hindering their movements all the more. Seizing the opportunity, he struck down several enemies swiftly. On the side of the Blackbeard pirates, Van Oka concealed himself, continuously firing his sniper rifle. Sniper, Precise Shot, Rapid Fire version. He unleashed a flurry of bullets that shot towards Aiden. Luffy and their comrades, each shot more precise than the last, posing a greater threat to them. Poison Q continued to wield his deviously concealed apples and traps. Trap, Apple Disaster, upgraded version. He hurled a fresh batch of apples into the throng, triggering even more perilous mechanisms, some exploding on impact, while others released toxic gases, ensnaring numerous crew members. Blackbeard Teach himself, utilizing the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi, transformed everything he touched into darkness. Yami Yami no Mi, Dark Devour. Evolved state, he absorbed enemy attacks, converting them into his own strength, while also storing this power to unleash in critical moments. Delivering devastating blows, he could also conceal himself in shadows, launching surprise attacks against his adversaries with Yami Yami no Mi, Shadow Assault. Enhanced version, the battle escalated, both sides locked in a fierce stalemate. Aiden and Luffy's group, despite giving their all, found their strength and speed waning due to prior injuries and exhaustion. The Blackbeard pirates, leveraging their numerical advantage and new offensive strategies, relentlessly pressured them. Aiden navigated the enemy ranks with great difficulty, the Dawn's power intermittently supporting him, yet he narrowly avoided enemy strikes on multiple occasions. Luffy's rubber body endured continuous assaults, and maintaining his bound man form became increasingly challenging, threatening to plunge him into a state of extreme weakness at any moment. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates faced their own tribulations. Zoro's arm pain intensified, though his blade's sharpness remained. The frequency of his strikes diminished. Sanji's Diable Jam waned in strength due to overexertion, causing him to stagger. Usopp's ammunition reserves dwindled. Chopper's berserk form could not be sustained for long. Robin's Hana no Mi abilities became increasingly taxing. Frankie's laser firing rate decreased, and Brook's soul separation and ice attacks struggled to maintain their effectiveness. The Blackbeard pirates seized the opportunity, intensifying their assault. Van Oka's sniper rifle continued to harass from afar, while Poison Q's traps ensnared many crew members in peril. Blackbeard Teach was on the lookout for the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow to Aiden and Luffy's group. In this crucial moment, teetering on the brink of life and death, both sides understood that any lapse in vigilance could lead to total annihilation, just as the battle reached an extreme impasse. With Aiden and Luffy's group at a significant disadvantage, an unexpected development occurred. A mysterious force suddenly appeared behind the Blackbeard pirates, sailing on several uniquely designed ships, each adorned with an unfamiliar emblem on their flags. Their sudden appearance instantly captivated the attention of everyone on the battlefield. The members of the Blackbeard pirates displayed expressions of astonishment, evidently as bewildered by the intentions of this enigmatic force as anyone else. After a brief moment of shock, Aiden, Luffy, and their comrades felt a flicker of hope ignite within them. Perhaps the emergence of this mysterious power could shatter the current stalemate. This formidable force did not immediately reveal its intentions, instead opting to quietly observe the skirmish from the periphery of the battlefield. Their crew members wore grave expressions, wielding an array of peculiar weapons that hinted at their considerable prowess. The onlookers speculated about the motives of this enigmatic faction. A figure from one of the ships stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Cease this senseless conflict. The secret of One Piece is far beyond what you can imagine. Perhaps we can discuss it together." This declaration detonated like a bombshell, igniting a fervor on the battlefield. Aiden, Luffy, Blackbeard Teach, and others furrowed their brows, contemplating the implications of this statement. The arrival of this mysterious force ushered in a new opportunity for the battle, rendering the ensuing situation even more perplexing. Chapter 19. The intensification of combat and the clash of fates. Though the words of the mysterious force stirred considerable turmoil on the battlefield, Aiden and the Blackbeard pirates found themselves too engrossed in the fight to ponder further. Their gazes were fixed solely upon one another, the flames of combat still raging fiercely, with neither side willing to relent. Aiden, despite a fleeting sense of doubt sparked by the mysterious figure's proclamation, was quickly consumed by his instinct for battle. He tightened his grip on his weapon as the power of dawn surged anew, golden light shimmering ominously, as if in response to the impending clash. Luffy was no different. His rubbery arms quivered slightly, yet he maintained his fighting stance, shouting defiantly, "Forget the secrets. Let's defeat these guys first." The members of the Straw Hat Pirates rallied together, rekindling their spirits, preparing to face yet another wave of fierce combat. Blackbeard Teach's expression darkened, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he bellowed at his crew. Ignore those meddlesome fools. Keep fighting and eliminate these pesky brats. At his command, the members of the Blackbeard pirates surged forward like ravenous wolves, lunging towards Aiden and his companions. Aiden was the first to launch an attack, fully unleashing the power of dawn, enveloping his form in a radiant golden glow. With the enhancement of the observation haki, he was able to momentarily transcend his limits, perceiving even the slightest movements of his foes and anticipating their next actions. The armament haki, solid as steel, allowed him to wield his weapon with precision, unleashing a torrent of fierce sword energies. Dawn, sword energy slash. With a mighty roar, he charged into the throng of the Blackbeard pirates, slicing through enemies with his sword energy, who staggered back with cries of pain. Luffy, refusing to be outdone, understood the urgency of the moment. Though his body was exhausted and the weakness following his Gear 4 transformation was increasingly apparent, he gritted his teeth and forcibly activated an alternate form. Tank Man, his body swelled to an enormous size, resembling a small mountain as he barreled towards the Blackbeard pirates. Rubber, tank cannon, barrage. His arms shot out like cannon barrels, delivering powerful rubber punches that sent nearby foes flying with overwhelming force. Zoro gripped three swords tightly, his gaze as frosty as ice, taking a deep breath. He harmonized his haki with his swordsmanship, executing a never-before-seen technique, three-sword style. Omen of the Wailing Spirits. The three blades whirled through the air, forming a colossal vortex of blade light, wherever the gleaming blades passed. Space itself seemed to tear apart, and the members of the Blackbeard pirates watched in terror as the deadly light closed in, unable to evade it, and were swiftly engulfed, limbs flying and blood splattering. Sanji ignited his Diable Jam with unprecedented ferocity. Diable Jam. Hellfire Tornado. He became a searing whirlwind, weaving through the ranks of enemies. Each kick unleashed a flaming tornado, hot enough to melt steel, incinerating foes who fell to the ground in agonizing cries. Usopp, facing dwindling ammunition, summoned his ingenuity in dire straits. Utilizing some discarded materials from a ship, he hastily crafted a new weapon, Super Slingshot, Inferno Scattergun. As he drew back the slingshot, he shouted, "Ultimate! Inferno Scatter!" The weapon unleashed a barrage of fiery projectiles that detonated amidst the enemy ranks, engulfing them in flames and disrupting the formation of the Blackbeard pirates. Chopper, having consumed a rumble ball, transformed into a new berserk form. Berserk, Rumble, Ultimate Impact. His size ballooned to that of the flagship of the Blackbeard pirates. Lowering his head, he charged at the enemy ship with his massive antlers, crashing with a deafening roar, shattering one of the Blackbeard pirates' vessels, sending foes tumbling into the sea, struggling for survival. Robin unleashed the full potential of her flower fruit, transcending mere immobilization of enemies' limbs. Flower fruit. Thousand Hands. Universal Binding. Her hands danced, summoning countless arms from all directions, ensnaring not only the bodies of her foes, but also their ships, masts, and anything that could be tethered, rendering the Blackbeard pirates powerless to move as they watched the onslaught approach. Frankie radiated blinding light as he activated a new offensive mode, Super Frankie, Nuclear Burst. Energy devices throughout his body whirred into action, firing powerful nuclear beams from various points. Nuclear Beam. Destructive Impact. The beam struck like pillars of light, piercing through enemies and ships alike, wreaking havoc within the ranks of the Blackbeard pirates. Brook's soul exited his body, allowing him not only to evade enemy attacks, but to penetrate their very forms, delving into their souls. Soul Exit. Soul Piercer. His spirit glided ghost-like through the enemy lines. Upon entering a foe's soul, they were instantly engulfed in terror and chaos, losing control of their bodies as he wielded his cane sword. Cane Sword. Ice Slash. Ultimate Edition. To dispatch those who could no longer resist. The Blackbeard pirates also fought with all their might. Van Augur perched atop the mast of a ship, leveraging his superior vantage point and sharpshooting skills. Sniping. Precision shot. Long-range version. His bullets struck true from great distances, each carrying tremendous force, nearly hitting Aiden and Luffy on several occasions, posing a grave threat. Poison Q continued to wield his trick-laden apples, this time mixing them with mysterious potions. Trap. Apple Calamity. Toxic Enhanced Version. When foes touched the apples, they not only triggered explosions and toxic gas, but also released highly corrosive fumes that could rapidly decay the lungs of those who inhaled them, leaving many crew members injured and in peril. Blackbeard Teach himself utilized the full extent of the Dark Fruit's powers. He first transformed the surrounding sea into darkness. Dark Fruit. Dark Devouring. Sea Domain, casting Aiden, Luffy, and their allies into a pitch-black abyss, severely limiting their visibility and mobility. Concealing his form in the shadows, he flitted about, seeking the perfect moment to strike. Dark Fruit. Shadow Assault. Ultimate concealment. When he sensed an opening, he would emerge from the darkness, his hands morphing into shadows. Dark Fruit. Dark Devouring. Powerful absorption, absorbing enemy attacks and converting them into his own new strength. Retaliating with lethal force, as the battle reached a fever pitch, both sides unleashed their full capabilities, and the conflict grew increasingly brutal. Although Aiden and his comrades fought with all their might, the prolonged engagement and prior injuries quickly drained their stamina. Despite the formidable power of Dawn, Aiden's body began to falter, the golden light flickering erratically as the effects of his observation and armament hockey diminished. Luffy's Tankman form created tremendous impact, yet the subsequent period of weakness threatened to worsen as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. On the verge of collapse, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates faced dire challenges as well. Zoro's powerful technique left his arms nearly numb, rendering them incapable of wielding his swords with the same agility as before. Sanji's fiery kicks gradually extinguished, his legs weakened to the point of near collapse. That Usopp's temporary weapon had proven effective but was rapidly running low on ammunition, with little material left for crafting new ones. Chopper's new rampage form consumes an immense amount of energy, causing his body to gradually diminish. Once he returns to his normal state, he will likely succumb to extreme weakness, although Robin's Flower Fruit ability can bind enemies. The excessive expenditure has rendered her pale and on the verge of collapse. Frankie's nuclear explosion mode exerts tremendous strain on his body, which has already begun to show signs of malfunction, with some of his ray emitters starting to emit smoke. Brooks' soul-piercing and freezing attacks can plunge foes into chaos. Yet his spirit is also gradually weakening, extending the time required for him to return to his body. The Blackbeard Pirates are similarly beleaguered. Van Augur can snipe from an exceptionally long distance, but maintaining such intense focus for prolonged periods has begun to tire his eyes, diminishing his shooting accuracy. Although Q's traps are formidable, his materials are depleting, and enemies are growing increasingly wary of his traps. Blackbeard Teach, having transformed the seawater into darkness, must expend vast amounts of energy to sustain this dark domain, and his own stamina is steadily waning. Furthermore, when absorbing enemy attacks to convert them into power, he experiences moments of instability, occasionally facing backlash from his own strength. On this bloody and brutal battlefield, both sides struggle on the brink of death. Every strike and every evasion pertains to survival, with no one knowing if they will still be standing in the next moment. Just as both parties approach exhaustion, a turning point emerges. During a narrow escape from Blackbeard Teach's assault, Aiden unexpectedly discovers a peculiar phenomenon within the Dark Sea. Amidst the darkness wrought by Teach, faint glimmers of light flicker, remnants of some energy that seems to have survived the engulfing shadows. Aiden's heart stirs. Utilizing the remnants of his observation hockey, he deeply senses the mysteries of these lights. After a challenging exploration, Aiden realizes that these lights are manifestations of a mysterious power that originally existed in this sea, which, despite being forcibly transformed into darkness by the Dark Fruit, retains a portion of its original attributes. Moreover, by guiding these lights, they can shatter Teach's dark dominion over this sea. Aiden swiftly relays this discovery to Luffy and the other crew members. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignites in Luffy's eyes. Though his body is weak, he musters his spirit and, alongside Aiden and the others, attempts to exploit these lights to turn the tide of battle. Aiden concentrates, merging his remaining Dawn power with these lights, exclaiming, "Dawn, light breaking through darkness." His weapon once again radiates a golden brilliance, this time more dazzling than before, imbued with a power that pierces through the darkness. He charges towards the center of the dark sea, whereupon the darkness melts away like ice and snow, instantly shattering Blackbeard Teach's control over the shadowy waters. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy springs into action, returning to his normal form, regaining a modicum of strength before activating his Snake Man form once more. Gum Gum Snake Punch. Swift as salt, he maneuvers through the enemy ranks with the agility of a serpent. Surging towards Blackbeard Teach, ready to deliver a fatal blow, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, invigorated by this turn of events, rally themselves anew. Zoro grits his teeth against the pain in his arm. Once again grasping three sword style. Oogie, 3,000 worlds. He strikes at the members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Sanji reignites his Diable Jam. Hell's Flame Kick, sending nearby foes flying. Usopp, utilizing the remaining materials, crafts more makeshift ammunition. Deadly, simple explosive bomb, to further sow chaos among the enemy ranks. Chopper, having regained some stamina, consumes another Rumble Ball, entering his Rampage form once more. Rampage. Rumble Impact, as he charges recklessly into the enemy lines. Robin employs her Flower Fruit ability, Flower Fruit. Thousand Hands Binding, to continue ensnaring the enemies. Frankie repairs some of his bodily malfunctions and activates Super Frankie. Radiant Eruption, unleashing laser beam, Annihilation Barrage. Brook, having separated his soul, executes soul separation. Phantom Evasion, dodging enemy attacks before wielding his cane sword. Ice Slash. The Blackbeard Pirates, caught off guard by this sudden shift in the battle, fall into disarray. Blackbeard Teach, taken aback by the shattering of his dark control, hastily adjusts his tactics in an attempt to regain the upper hand. However, Aiden and his allies' sudden counterattack catches them unprepared, and in an instant, the Blackbeard Pirates find themselves in a passive position, the tide of battle undergoing a significant transformation. Just as the conflict reaches a dramatic crescendo, a white ship emerges on the distant horizon of the sea. As it draws nearer, the prominent marine flag unmistakably signals the identity of its occupants. The Navy fleet has arrived. The Navy fleet approaches the battlefield with formidable force, their cannons at the bow fully loaded and primed for fire. The commanding Navy officer stands at the helm of the flagship, his expression stern as he bellows, "Pirates, your wicked deeds end here. Today marks your day of reckoning." Aiden, Luffy, and the Blackbeard Pirates are momentarily stunned. None expected the Navy to appear at such a critical moment. Yet they all understand that the Navy will not concern themselves with the nuances of right and wrong among them. In the eyes of the Navy, they are all pirates that must be eradicated. Aiden internally laments the dire situation. He knows they are at the end of their rope and facing the Navy's sudden attack. Escape may prove exceedingly difficult. Luffy, too, furrows his brow. Although he is typically fearless, he must now reassess his strategies in the face of this new threat. Blackbeard Teach's demeanor darkens, his teeth clenched as he mutters, "These Navy fools certainly know when to strike, but capturing us all at once won't be so simple." The Navy fleet closes in on the battlefield, and once within range, the cannons at the bow fire first. Shells rain down upon Aiden and the Blackbeard Pirates' vessels, causing massive splashes upon the sea's surface. Aiden reacts swiftly, shouting, "Everyone be cautious. First, evade the Navy's attacks, then we'll devise a countermeasure." He utilizes the remnants of his observation hockey to track the trajectory of the cannonballs, guiding the crew of the Dawn to nimbly dodge the incoming fire. Luffy likewise commands the Straw Hat Pirates aboard the Sunny to evade the cannonballs. "Everyone, stay calm. Let us get through this round of attacks first." The Blackbeard Pirates, unwilling to back down, follow Teach's lead in avoiding the cannon fire, while simultaneously contemplating how to leverage the Navy's appearance against Aiden and Luffy. In an instant, the already chaotic battlefield becomes even more tumultuous with the arrival of the Navy. The thunderous cannon fire, the pirates' shouts, and the clashing of ships intertwine, composing a symphony of impending doom. Chapter 20. The Pinnacle Showdown. A duel against Blackbeard, the Navy's sudden intervention, complicates the already chaotic battle further. Yet in this moment, Aiden and Luffy feel a resolute determination swell within them. Confronted with their nemesis, Blackbeard, they resolve to cast aside all distractions and engage in a one-on-one duel, vowing to seize any glimmer of opportunity amidst this dire predicament and continue their pursuit of One Piece. Aiden gazes at Blackbeard teach in the distance, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He understands that to break through this turmoil and claim One Piece, he must first vanquish this formidable and cunning adversary. In his heart, he vows, "Blackbeard, you have been a significant obstacle on our path. Today, I will join forces with Luffy to utterly defeat you, even if it costs me my life. I shall not allow you to continue your rampage." He turns to Luffy, finding the same resolve reflected in Luffy's determined gaze. Luffy grins widely and calls to Aiden, "Hey, Aiden, let us take him down together." Filled with unwavering ambition, he silently vows, "I am destined to become the Pirate King. Blackbeard, you shall not obstruct my path. Today we settle the score." Aiden nods, gripping his weapon tightly, the latent dawn power within him shimmering once more, gathering strength for the imminent clash. He responds to Luffy, "All right, let us unite and confront him." With that, the two dash forward like arrows loose from a bow, momentarily casting aside the Navy's cannon fire and the chaotic melee of pirates behind them. Blackbeard teach, initially taken aback by Aiden and Luffy's bold approach, soon reveals a sinister grin. "Humph, two reckless little brats. If you seek death, I shall oblige." He folds his arms and stands his ground, the power of the dark fruit surging within him, contemplating. These two dare to confront me alone. How fortuitous! I shall eliminate them now. And with two less rivals for One Piece, the path will be clearer. Aiden launches the first assault, channeling all his dawn power into his weapon, the golden radiance intensifying. Dawn, wind-cleaving slash, with a thunderous roar, he swung his weapon, imbued with a fierce golden sword aura, cleaving towards Blackbeard teach. This strike encapsulated Aiden's entire strength and resolve, as the sword energy sliced through the air. It seemed as if the very atmosphere was being torn apart, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. This moment, Aiden was consumed by a singular thought. He must breach Blackbeard's defenses and deliver a resounding blow. Luffy, unwilling to be outdone, advanced towards Blackbeard, instantly activating his fourth gear, Snake Man form. His rubber arms twisted through the air with the agility of a serpent, unleashing the rubber snake fist dance. He shouted as he charged towards Blackbeard teach's chest, each punch imbued with tremendous force, as if intending to pierce through Blackbeard entirely. Luffy's mind was filled with determination. "Just watch as I pummel you into submission, Blackbeard. Do not underestimate my strength." Facing the dual assault, Blackbeard teach remained unfazed. With a swift movement, he melded into the shadows, utilizing the powers of the dark fruit to vanish from Aiden and Luffy's sight. In the next instant, he materialized behind Aiden, his hands transformed into darkness, attempting to absorb Aiden's fierce strike with the dark fruit shadow assault. Blackbeard smirked internally. "Humph, you think you can hit me? First, let me turn your attacks into my own power." Aiden had anticipated this move. Through his keen observation haki, he sensed Blackbeard's intentions. The moment Blackbeard launched his attack, Aiden pivoted sharply, redirecting his sword towards Blackbeard's hands. The collision of golden sword energy and dark power erupted in a violent wave of energy, sending towering waves crashing around them. While Aiden sighed in relief, his caution heightened. "That was close. Blackbeard is indeed cunning, and I must be more vigilant." Seeing Blackbeard evade his attack only to appear behind Aiden, Luffy quickly adjusted his position, utilizing the elasticity of his rubber body to twist in midair, launching the rubber snake tail whip. His rubber leg lashed out like a long whip towards Blackbeard's back. The speed and power of the strike formidable. If struck, Blackbeard would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm. Luffy thought to himself, "Humph, trying to dodge. Watch as I strike from behind and show you my might." Sensing the impending attack from behind, Blackbeard once again employed his dark fruit abilities, converting part of his body into darkness to absorb the force of Luffy's strike. However, the power behind Luffy's whip was overwhelming. Although Blackbeard absorbed a portion, the remaining force staggered him forward. Blackbeard was taken aback. This rubber kid possesses considerable strength. I cannot underestimate their combined might. Seizing the moment when Blackbeard was off balance, Aiden launched another attack, that he perfectly fused his Conqueror's Haki with the Dawn's power, executing the Dawn's Haki slash. This strike not only radiated with a fierce golden light, but was also infused with the weight of his Haki. He leapt high into the air, bringing his weapon down with tremendous force towards Blackbeard Teach, as if intending to cleave the very ocean itself. Aiden rallied himself inwardly. I will give it my all. I must break through his defenses and create more opportunities for us. Blackbeard Teach steadied himself, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He absorbed a significant amount of the surrounding seawater, transforming it into darkness, creating the Dark Fruit's dark domain. This dark area aimed to shield him from Aiden's impending strike. Blackbeard thought to himself, "You think you can breach my defenses? Not so easily. Let you experience hardship within this dark domain." Aiden's weapon struck against the dark domain, the golden light and darkness colliding, intertwining with crackling sounds like thunder. Meanwhile, Luffy searched for an opportunity, fully aware of the formidable nature of Blackbeard's dark fruit abilities, which were not without vulnerabilities. He evaded Blackbeard's sporadic attacks, emerging from the darkness, while keenly observing for any openings. Suddenly, he noticed that the defense on Blackbeard's right side appeared slightly weaker while maintaining the dark domain. Luffy's heart soared with excitement. "Ah, I found your flaw. Watch how I shatter your defenses." Seizing the moment, Luffy quickly adjusted his stance, activating his fourth gear tankman form once more, his body ballooned to an enormous size. Unleashing the rubber tank cannon. Full force, his arms, akin to cannon barrels, charged up before he unleashed a tremendous blast towards the right side of Blackbeard's dark domain, this strike carrying the weight of a tidal wave. Attempting to break through Blackbeard's defenses and strike at his core, Luffy's heart brimmed with anticipation. "This time, I will definitely hit him and leave him reeling." Blackbeard sensed Luffy's intent to attack and aimed to thicken the dark domain on his right side. However, Aiden's relentless assault had already stretched him thin, leaving him unable to manage both threats simultaneously. Luffy's strike crashed into the dark domain, causing noticeable tremors. Though it did not fully break through, some of the dark power began to dissipate. Blackbeard internally lamented, "Damn it, these two are indeed formidable. Their coordination is troublesome. This could spell disaster." As the battle raged on, the confrontation between Aiden, Luffy, and Blackbeard Teach reached a stalemate. Though Aiden's Dawn power and Conqueror's Haki were potent, the sustained high-intensity usage rapidly drained his stamina. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his breath grew labored, and the golden glow of his weapon flickered uncertainly, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Aiden felt a surge of anxiety. "My stamina is depleting too quickly. I cannot allow this to continue. I must find his flaw and end this battle swiftly." Yet his resolve remained unshaken, teeth clenched as he relentlessly sought Blackbeard's weakness. Continuing his assault, Luffy faced a similar trial of endurance. The demands of his fourth gear, whether in Snake Man or Tank Man form, placed immense strain on his stamina. At this point, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, and the weakness following the depletion of his fourth gear loomed ominously. Luffy felt a hint of frustration. "Oh no, my energy is almost gone. I cannot falter now. I still aspire to be the Pirate King." Yet his indomitable spirit urged him to persist, continually adjusting his attack strategies in pursuit of a decisive strike against Blackbeard Teach. Blackbeard Teach was not without his own struggles. Maintaining the dark domain and employing the myriad abilities of the dark fruit consumed copious amounts of his stamina. His complexion grew pale, and while his eyes still glinted with menace, signs of fatigue became evident. Furthermore, he had to remain vigilant against Aiden and Luffy's combined assaults, a heightened mental strain that exacerbated his exhaustion. Blackbeard inwardly grumbled, "These two brats are truly a handful. They've worn me out. Once I deal with them, I shall take a well-deserved rest. I end this tense standoff." The one who could identify the other's flaw and deliver a decisive blow before their stamina ran out stood poised to emerge victorious. Just as both sides approached the brink of exhaustion, with the odds heavily stacked against Aiden and Luffy, they summoned their unwavering belief in their dreams to launch a desperate counterattack. Aiden took a deep breath, closing his eyes as he silently felt the flicker of Dawn's power still alive within him. He recalled his adventures across the seas, the moment spent facing adversities alongside his comrades. These memories solidified his resolve. He abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination igniting within them. Aiden said to himself, "I cannot give up. For the sake of my friends, for the quest to find One Piece, I will expend every last ounce of my strength." He concentrated his final remnants of Dawn's power into his weapon, while simultaneously amplifying his armament haki to its utmost, Dawn's ultimate slash. He bellowed, his weapon radiating an exquisite golden light, akin to a beacon piercing through the darkness. As he swung down towards Blackbeard Teach's head with all his might, this strike represented his final effort, a last stand for victory. Luffy, witnessing Aiden's fervent actions, felt a surge of passion within him. Though his body was gravely weakened, the thoughts of his aspiration to become the Pirate King and the camaraderie of the Straw Hat crew ignited his spirit. He mustered his remaining energy, channeling the last vestiges of his haki into his rubber arm. "Rubber Dream Fist," he shouted, launching a full-force punch towards Blackbeard Teach's abdomen. This punch carried the weight of Luffy's dreams and hopes. It was a desperate strike amidst despair. Luffy thought resolutely, "I cannot lose. My friends are waiting for me. I will become the Pirate King." This punch must connect, facing the desperate counterattack from both Aiden and Luffy. Blackbeard Teach was taken aback. He sought to evade, yet his stamina had waned to its limits, and his reflexes slowed perceptibly. He could only watch helplessly as Aiden's blade and Luffy's fist raced towards him. Blackbeard's heart brimmed with regret. Had I known these two would be so troublesome, I would never have underestimated them. Now, I am in for it. In this critical moment, Blackbeard Teach summoned every last ounce of his strength. Once more employing his dark fruit abilities, transforming parts of his head and abdomen into darkness in a desperate attempt to absorb the incoming onslaught from Aiden and Luffy. Yet the two strikes from Aiden and Luffy encapsulated their unwavering beliefs and formidable strength. Although darkness absorbed a portion of their power, the remaining four struck fiercely against Blackbeard Teach, sending him hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the distant deck, blood erupting from his mouth. Following these blows, Aiden and Luffy, drained of their stamina, collapsed onto the ground. This breathtaking duel, while it momentarily determined a victor, was far from a conclusion of the struggle for One Piece. Chapter 21, The Gathering Storm. Escalating crisis after the harrowing clash between Aiden, Luffy, and Blackbeard Teach, both sides lay exhausted, the battlefield caught in a delicate stalemate. However, this fleeting tranquility did not last long. New variables soon emerged, complicating the situation further. A sudden chill inexplicably spread across the sea surface. The once warm sea breeze transformed into a bone-chilling gust, and the waters began to emanate a frigid aura, as if on the verge of freezing solid. The members of Blackbeard's crew were initially taken aback, but their eyes quickly ignited with excitement as a silhouette of a ship gradually materialized through the icy fog, and standing at its bow was none other than the former Marine Admiral Aokiji. He retained his stern demeanor, his tall figure enveloped in his signature attire, his gaze as cold and profound as ice, seemingly capable of penetrating the very fabric of reality. Blackbeard Teach, forcing himself to rise from the ground and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, felt a flicker of pride and anticipation upon seeing Aokiji. He mused inwardly, Aokiji has finally arrived. With his assistance, dealing with those two brats, Aiden and Luffy, will be a cinch point. One Piece will inevitably be mine. Aokiji strode with measured steps on a Blackbeard's flagship, casting a glance at the disheveled Blackbeard Teach, but a slight smirk graced his lips, tinged with an almost imperceptible mockery as he remarked, "Teach, look at you, reduced to this state by two mere kids. And here I am, having to clean up your mess." His words, though light, carried an undeniable authority. Blackbeard Teach, unfazed, grinned widely and replied, "Admiral Aokiji, please spare me the jests. These two indeed possess some skill, but they are nearly out of strength now. With you here, they won't stand a chance." The other members of Blackbeard's crew gathered around, their eyes filled with reverence and expectation as they regarded Aokiji. They excitedly thought, "Fantastic! With Admiral Aokiji on our side, we will undoubtedly crush Aiden and Luffy, and One Piece will soon be within our grasp." Meanwhile, the Marine fleet, having regrouped momentarily, surged once more toward the battlefield. The cannons at the bow had been reloaded, glinting ominously in the sunlight, heralding the imminent onslaught. The commanding Marine officer, his expression severe, stood at the helm of the flagship, his gaze fixed intently on the various factions embroiled in the conflict. He calculated silently. These pirates will not escape. Blackbeard's crew, Aiden's group, and Luffy's Straw Hat pirates are all threats to the world's order. If we can capture them all here, it will be a monumental achievement, paving the way for my promotion. The Marine soldiers stood ready, their weapons reflecting a chilling gleam under the sun. They harbored deep-seated animosity toward the pirates, coupled with a twinge of anxiety about the battle that loomed ahead. After all, Aiden, Luffy, and Blackbeard Teach were notorious figures across the seas. As the Marine fleet drew closer, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense. Aiden and Luffy, witnessing the advancing Marine fleet and the morale boost among Blackbeard's crew due to Akiji's arrival, felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. Aiden gritted his teeth, anxiety surging within him as he thought, "This is troublesome. Having just fought Blackbeard to a standstill, now Akiji has shown up to lend support. And the Marines are closing in. What am I to do? Yet, no matter what, I cannot surrender. For my comrades, for One Piece, I must find a way to break free." Luffy, though weary, forced himself upright, his eyes still radiating unwavering determination. He roared internally, "Damn it! The Marines and Blackbeard's crew have united, but doesn't team mattered. I am destined to become the Pirate King. I cannot be defeated here. Friends, let us carve a bloody path forward together." The members of the Straw Hat Pirates and the crew aboard the Dawn's Light tightened their grips on their weapons, preparing to face this graver challenge. They exchanged glances, drawing strength from the resolve and courage reflected in one another's eyes. Even in the face of such dire circumstances, they would not retreat an inch. Meanwhile, Blackbeard's crew, reinvigorated by Akiji's arrival, began to reorganize their formation, readying themselves to launch a more ferocious assault on Aiden and Luffy. They rubbed their hands in anticipation, as if victory was already within their grasp, igniting a fire of frustration within Aiden and Luffy. As the Marine fleet approached within striking distance, the leading Marine officer called out, "Pirates, your misdeeds end here. Today marks your downfall. Surrender at once." Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily in response. Marines, do you think you can capture us? With Admiral Akiji here, you won't have it so easy." Akiji remained stoic, silent, observing the unfolding situation. Luffy rose defiantly, shouting back at the Marines, "We're not afraid of you. If you want to capture us, then come and try." Aiden tightened his grip on his weapon, declaring, "We fight for our dreams and will never yield to you." Before their words could fully resonate, the Marine fleet initiated their assault. The cannons roared in unison, cannonballs raining down upon Blackbeard's crew. The Dawn's Light and the Thousand Sunny. Under Akiji's command, Blackbeard's crew quickly reacted. Akiji raised his hand, summoning a blast of cold air that instantly froze some of the cannonballs mid-flight, then with a forceful gesture, sent the frozen projectiles hurtling back toward the Marine fleet. Aiden and Luffy deftly evaded the incoming cannon fire. Utilizing the remnants of his observation haki, Aiden perceived the trajectories of the cannonballs, guiding the crew of the Dawn's Light as they navigated through the barrage. Luffy, commanding his crew aboard the Thousand Sunny, utilized the elasticity of his rubber body to deflect the approaching cannonballs away. As they dodged the onslaught, Blackbeard's crew seized the opportunity to retaliate against Aiden and Luffy. Van Augur, concealed in the shadows, lifted his sniper rifle once more, executing a precise shot. Sniper S precision shot. Enhanced version. The bullets shot forth like meteors toward Aiden and Luffy, their accuracy heightened, their power intensified. Poison Q hurled a series of deceptively dangerous apples, unleashing trap. Apple catastrophe. Ultimate version. These apples, once touched, would trigger powerful explosions and release toxic gas, posing an even greater threat to Aiden and Luffy. Blackbeard Teach himself, amidst the turmoil, activated the powers of the dark fruit, transforming the surrounding seawater into a shroud of darkness. Dark fruit. Enhanced domain of darkness. He attempted to conceal himself in this abyss, preparing to ambush Aiden and Luffy as the Marines unleashed their cannon fire and Blackbeard's crew advanced. The already tense situation erupted into chaos. Aiden and Luffy began to counterattack while evading the onslaught. Aiden activated the dwindling power of the dawn, its radiance diminished yet still capable of providing him with a modicum of strength. He swung his weapon, unleashing dawn, residual light slash, aimed at the members of Blackbeard's crew in an attempt to breach their defenses. Luffy transformed into his gear, fourth Snake Man form. Despite his extreme fatigue and the exacerbated weakness that followed, he gritted his teeth, executing rubber, Snake Fist, ultimate counterattack. His rubber arms twisted through the air like a swift serpent, striking fiercely at Blackbeard's crew and the Marine soldiers. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates unleashed their respective techniques as well. Zoro gripped three swords firmly, declaring three-sword style, Oath of the 3,000 Worlds. The blades flashed as he sliced toward the enemies. Sanji ignited his Diable Jam, executing Diable Jam, Hellfire Kick, sending nearby foes flying. Usopp, with ammunition running low, hastily assembled some makeshift explosives from materials aboard, launching deadly, simple bomb, sustained version, into the midst of the enemy, triggering a series of explosions. Chopper consumed a rumble ball, entering his berserk form. Berserk, rumble impact, ultimate version. His form swelled, strength surging as he barreled through the enemy ranks. Robin unleashed the power of her Flower Fruit, executing Flower Fruit. Thousand Hands Binding. Enhanced state, countless arms stretched out from all directions, binding the enemy's limbs. Frankie radiated brilliance, activating Super Frankie, Radiant Eruption, advanced version. Laser beams shot forth from various parts of his body, unleashing a barrage of destruction. Enhanced Laser Barrage. Meanwhile, Brook's soul momentarily left his body, executing Soul Separation. Phantom Evasion, after deftly dodging the enemy's onslaught. He wielded his Cane Sword, employing Cane Sword. Ice Slash. Enhanced version. On the Navy's side, soldiers leapt from their vessels, charging towards the pirates. Armed with weapons and chanting synchronized battle cries, they engaged in close combat with their foes. The commanding Navy officer also joined the fray, wielding his long sword with deadly precision. Each strike carried formidable lethality as he targeted the Blackbeard pirates, including Aiden and Luffy, under the leadership of Aokiji. The Blackbeard pirates did not waver. Aokiji continuously unleashed the powers of the Ice Fruit, manifesting Ice Domain. He created expanses of ice across the battlefield, hindering the enemy's movements. Simultaneously, he could freeze the bodies or weapons of adversaries, rendering them incapable of fighting. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, exploited the powers of the Dark Fruit, maneuvering around Aiden and Luffy. He alternately absorbed enemy attacks and concealed himself in darkness, launching unexpected strikes. Members of the Blackbeard pirates, such as Van Augur and Poison Q, continued to showcase their unique strengths, coordinating with Aokiji and Blackbeard in a fierce struggle against the Navy and Aiden, Luffy, and others as the melee raged on. All parties found themselves ensnared in varying degrees of predicament. Aiden's dawn power had nearly been exhausted, and his stamina had reached its limits. He could only rely on sheer willpower to evade incoming blows within enemy ranks. Luffy's Gear 4th state could not be sustained for long, as his body began to tremble uncontrollably, signaling the imminent onset of weakness after reverting from Gear 4th. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also faced grave challenges. Zoro's arms ached unbearably. Though his blade was sharp, his strikes were diminishing in frequency. Sanji's Diable Jam had lost its fiery potency from overuse, leaving him somewhat unsteadied at Usopp's makeshift ammunition was quickly depleting. Chopper's berserk form could not last much longer. Robin's Flower Fruit abilities were becoming increasingly strenuous to wield. Frankie's laser firing rate had diminished, and Brook's soul separation and freezing attacks were becoming harder to maintain effectively. On the Navy's side, despite their numerical superiority, they suffered considerable casualties against the pirates' staunch resistance. The commanding officer, skilled in swordsmanship, found his stamina waning after prolonged combat, leading to a decrease in both the power and speed of his strikes. The Blackbeard pirates were not faring much better. Although Aokiji was powerful, The continuous use of his ice-ice fruit abilities had taken a toll on his energy, causing his ice domain to gradually shrink. Blackbeard, while utilizing the dark fruit, had also sustained injuries from previous encounters with Aiden and Luffy, leading to a slow decline in his stamina and instability in absorbing enemy attacks for strength. Van Augur's sniper bullets were limited, and poison Q's trap materials were nearly depleted. I end this tense stalemate. The one who could discern the opponent's flaws and deliver a decisive blow, or find an opportunity to break free before exhaustion set in, would likely gain the upper hand in this chaotic battle. Just as all sides found themselves ensnared in difficulty, and the conflict seemed to reach an impasse, a sudden turning point emerged on the fringes of the battlefield. A mysterious vessel quietly appeared. Its design was peculiar, and an unfamiliar emblem was embroidered on the flag at its bow. The individuals aboard did not immediately engage in the fray, but instead observed the unfolding situation with keen interest. Aiden, Luffy, Blackbeard, and the Navy officer all noticed the emergence of this enigmatic ship, their hearts filled with uncertainty. The arrival of this mysterious vessel could either shatter the current stalemate or complicate the situation further. How each faction would respond to this new variable, and how they would continue to vie for the One Piece amidst the chaos, remained an enigma. Chapter 22. Reinforcements arrive. Tempestuous battle unfolds following the breathtaking confrontation between Aiden, Luffy, and Blackbeard. Both sides had exhausted their strength and collapsed onto the ground, leaving the battlefield in a delicate state of stalemate. I could see that moment. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds, pressing down like a colossal lead plate, threatening to crush the chaotic battleground beneath. The sea breeze howled across the surface, carrying a briny scent that stung the face, and the wind's wailing sounded like the cries of the damned, adding a haunting chill to the atmosphere. As the tension hung heavy, several vessels adorned with the Straw Hat Pirates flag emerged on the distant horizon. Standing at the bow were Luffy's companions. Zoro, with a stern expression, rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword, his gaze scanning the battlefield with electric intensity. Nami held her climate baton, her brow furrowed, concerned for Luffy's safety. Sanji, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, was already contemplating the sumptuous meal he would prepare for Luffy to restore his strength. "Luffy, we're here!" Usopp shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice resonating over the waves, though quickly torn apart by the roaring sea winds. Almost simultaneously, the other members of the Blackbeard pirates arrived aboard their ominous ship, surging forward with fierce intent. Upon seeing Blackbeard in a pitiful state on the ground, their faces contorted with fury. They roared in unison, ready to charge at Aiden and Luffy. "Boss, we will avenge you!" On Aiden's side, a swift vessel dispatched by his faction sliced through the waves. The comrades aboard called out Aiden's name, anxious to join the fray and lend him their strength. Upon hearing his friend's calls, Luffy's weary face instantly lit up with a brilliant smile, the flames of determination reigniting in his eyes, struggling to rise. Despite his unsteady form, his indomitable spirit remained unyielding. Everyone's here now. Things are about to get lively," Luffy shouted, though his voice sounded somewhat fragile against the raging winds. Blackbeard, too, was roused by the shouts of his crew. Gritting his teeth, he stood with their support, glaring fiercely at Luffy and Aiden, muttering through clenched jaws, "Don't think reinforcements will change anything. You will all fall here today." Before the words had fully left his lips, the members of the Blackbeard pirates launched their assault, flooding toward Luffy and the others like a relentless tide. Zoro seized the moment, bellowing, three-sword style. Secret technique. 1,333 worlds. In an instant, he darted forward, wielding three swords, creating a dazzling display of blade light as he struck down upon the approaching foes. Blood splattered as several of Blackbeard's minions fell before his might. Sanji was not idle either. He propelled himself off the ship's railing, soaring high into the air, his legs engulfed in flames, as he executed Diable Jam, finishing touch, descending upon the enemy like a blazing meteor, sending those who dared approach Luffy flying. Aiden's companions also leapt into the fray, engaging in a fierce melee with the Blackbeard pirates. Taking a deep breath, Aiden suppressed his fatigue and slowly rose to his feet. Now standing amidst the howling winds and the cacophony of battle cries, everything around him seemed to spiral into madness and chaos. Cannonballs exploded nearby, sending shockwaves mixed with sand and debris that stung his face, nearly blinding him. Yet, Aiden's gaze remained calm and profound, as if the surrounding tumult was merely an illusory backdrop, unable to disturb the serenity within his heart. When a pirate from the Blackbeard crew charged at him, brandishing a long knife with a ferocious expression, Aiden's demeanor remained unperturbed. The pirate yelled, "You brat, die!" Aiden merely scoffed inwardly, thinking, how reckless. What skill could you possibly possess? He sidestepped gracefully, his movements light and precise, calmly stating, "No need to rush, take your time." The long knife whistled past him, failing to inflict any harm. Aiden then raised his arm, his weapon striking out like a serpent, precisely hitting the pirate's wrist, causing the long knife to clatter away. Following swiftly, Aiden executed a seamless turn and delivered a powerful kick to the pirate's abdomen, sending him flying. The entire sequence was executed with fluidity and precision, devoid of any panic or superfluous movement. Dusting off his clothes, he looked at the airborne pirate and remarked coolly, "With such meager skills, you think to challenge me? How naive." As cannonballs fell like rain and the battlefield grew increasingly chaotic, Aiden maintained his composure. He skillfully navigated the hail of bullets and the throng of combatants, calmly assessing the directions and timings of various attacks. His comrades called out anxiously, "Aiden, those cannonballs are fierce. Be careful." Aiden replied steadily, "Don't worry, I've got this. Let's find an opportunity to counterattack." I could see that moment. The sky was intermittently illuminated by the fiery flashes of artillery explosions, casting an erratic light across the battlefield. The flickering shadows danced upon Aiden's face, yet failed to betray a hint of panic. As two enemies simultaneously encircled him from either side, Aiden maintained his composure, swiftly scanning the two figures before him. One of the adversaries bellowed, "This time, let's see where you run." Aiden scoffed inwardly, contemplating, "You think you can corner me? It's not that simple." He suddenly slid forward with great agility, deftly evading the attack from the left, while simultaneously turning his body to absorb the blow from the right with his shoulder. Utilizing the force of the impact, he executed a backflip, landing gracefully on the ground before launching a rapid counterattack. His weapon sliced through the air, gleaming coldly as it accurately aimed for the throat of the foe on the left, while his leg shot out to kick the knee of the enemy on the right. Following two agonized cries, both adversaries crumpled to the ground. Aiden looked down at the fallen foes and calmly remarked, "Humph." Overestimating your own abilities, he then resumed his watch over the unfolding chaos of the battlefield. However, just as the skirmish reached a fever pitch, a deep rumble of cannon fire echoed from the horizon. The onlookers turned in astonishment to behold the naval fleet advancing in formidable array. Observing the chaotic scene, the Navy resolved to seize the opportunity to eradicate the pirates. "Fire!" commanded the fleet's captain, and cannonballs rained down upon the battlefield, targeting all factions involved. "This is bad. The Navy is here." Nami cried out in alarm. In an instant, the air was filled with the deafening sound of explosions, and the already tumultuous battlefield became even more shrouded in smoke and confusion. Aiden, Luffy, and Blackbeard Teach had not anticipated such a turn of events. Amidst the melee, they found themselves not only contending with their sworn enemies, but also evading the onslaught of naval artillery. This conflict had devolved into an unpredictable free-for-all, with the fates of all parties hanging precariously amid the chaos of cannon fire and clashing blades. As Luffy dodged cannonballs, he called out to his companions, "Everyone, stay calm. Let's deal with these Blackbeard scoundrels first, then we can take on the Navy together." The group responded in unison, pressing on in this thrilling melee amidst the storm of gunfire and flashing blades. As the grand spectacle of shifting fortunes moved inexorably toward the unknown. Chapter 23. The arrival of Kaido, a desperate struggle. Aiden, Luffy, and Blackbeard Teach had scarcely regained their bearings from the previous tumult when a piercing whistle sliced through the air. They looked up to see Kaido's massive form morphing rapidly in the sky, transforming into an enormous azure dragon that blotted out the sun. The dragon, shrouded in swirling black clouds, boasted colossal scales that glimmered with a chilling sheen under the sunlight, and its copper bell-like eyes radiated an aura of inexorable menace. "Ha ha ha! Little ants, feel the wrath of your lord." Kaido's booming laughter echoed from the dragon's maw, reverberating painfully in the ears of all present, causing the very sea to tremble beneath its might. Before the echoes of his laughter had faded, Kaido opened his gaping maw, gathering a fierce surge of fiery energy, which then erupted into a torrent of flames directed at the crowd below, a manifestation of the Azure Dragon Fruit's technique. The flame breath. Where the flames struck, the air warped and distorted, and vast plumes of steam erupted from the sea. Several pirate ships, unable to evade in time, were engulfed by the inferno, igniting instantly amidst the crackling sounds of combustion. As crew members screamed and leapt into the ocean in a desperate bid for survival, Luffy's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, "Rubber, rubber! Shield!" His body contorted rapidly, his arms crossing before him to form a colossal rubber shield in an attempt to block the oncoming inferno. Yet, the force of the flames surpassed all expectations. Despite Luffy's best efforts, the scorching heat penetrated through the gaps in his shield, leaving him scorched and simmering, his hair slightly singed. Observing this, Aiden swiftly maneuvered to Luffy's side, wielding his weapon to create arcs of silver light, striving to deflect the force of the flame breath. However, the sheer intensity of the attack proved overwhelming, sending Aiden staggering backward, his arms suffering from the blistering heat. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach hastily sought refuge aboard a nearby vessel, muttering curses under his breath. That lunatic Kaido, unleashing such ferocity right off the bat. Just as the chaos reached a fever pitch, Kaido's dragon form swirled around, sweeping its massive tail through the air, conjuring a tempest that knocked pirate ships and foes alike off balance. In a heartbeat, he reverted to his human form, crashing down like a mountain from the sky, wielding a massive spiked club, his signature weapon. Upon landing, the ocean erupted in colossal waves, causing nearby vessels to sway violently, with many unable to maintain their footing and tumbling onto the decks, gripping his spiked club tightly. Kaido raised it high above his head, summoning black lightning that coiled around it, the crackling energy resonating ominously in the air, reminiscent of serpents slithering along the weapon's length. "Thunderbagua," he bellowed, his voice resonating like a great bell, echoing across the ocean's expanse and leaving the crowd's ears ringing. As Luffy recovered from the impact of the flame breath, he caught sight of Kaido poised to strike with his club. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his courage once more and charged forward. "Rubber, rubber! King Kong gun!" Luffy's body elongated rapidly, his leg muscles tensed, propelling him toward Kaido like a cannonball, his fist aimed with immense force at the tyrant's abdomen. Kaido, however, remained unfazed. A flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, he sidestepped Luffy's attack with ease, then swung his spiked club in a deft arc, aiming for Luffy's back. The lightning-imbued weapon moved with blinding speed, and Luffy was unable to evade it, receiving a devastating blow that sent him hurtling through the air like a meteor, crashing heavily into the sea and sending up a massive splash. Ripples spread across the water surface as Luffy bobbed and sank, blood pooling at the corners of his mouth. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, and the others cried out anxiously, rushing toward the direction where Luffy had fallen. Zoro's expression darkened, his eyes aflame with determination as he gripped his sword tightly, shouting at Kaido, "Kaido, you bastard! Today, you will pay for your actions." With that, he darted forward, his sword drawn, unleashing a flurry of strikes known as three-sword style. OG. 1,000 worlds. Three dazzling arcs of light intertwined, forming a formidable cutting force aimed at Kaido's midsection. Kaido merely shifted his body slightly, effortlessly evading Zoro's strike. In a swift motion, he swung his spiked club towards Zoro's head. Zoro could not escape in time, and could only raise his sword in defense. The clash of metal rang out, sending sparks flying. Zoro felt an overwhelming force reverberate through the club, numbing his wrist instantly and sending him crashing backward onto the deck of the ship, nearly losing his grip on his sword. Aiden took a deep breath, realizing that he must give his all in this moment. Otherwise, they would all find themselves in dire straits. He darted forward, closing the distance to Kaido, his weapon gleaming with a cold light as he aimed for Kaido's wrist, hoping to disarm him. Kaido, however, sensed the incoming attack and twisted his wrist sharply, avoiding Aiden's thrust before reaching out to seize Aiden by the collar. lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. "Humph. You think you can challenge me?" Kaido scoffed, tightening his grip with increasing force, as if intending to crush Aiden entirely. Just as Aiden felt the pressure nearing his breaking point, Blackbeard Teach made his move. He activated the powers of the dark fruit, drawing the surrounding light into his hands, creating a zone of black, dark matter. "Kaido, taste my might," he shouted, thrusting the dark matter toward Kaido with great force. Kaido sensed the peculiar power emanating from the dark fruit. Furrowing his brow slightly, he released Aiden, turning to confront Teach's assault. The dark matter struck Kaido, momentarily engulfing part of his form in darkness, creating a shadowy zone. Yet, Kaido's formidable strength prevailed. He stomped the ground with ferocity, causing the dark matter to dissipate like mist, restoring him to his previous state. "Teach, your ability is somewhat intriguing, but to defeat me? You're far from ready." Kaido roared with laughter, raising his spiked club once more and charging toward Blackbeard Teach. Teach, recognizing the imminent danger, prepared to unleash the full extent of his dark fruit powers, bracing himself for the oncoming onslaught. Yet, Kaido's speed was insurmountable. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Teach, the spiked club descending with cataclysmic force. Teach had no choice but to brace himself with both hands. Clang! With a resounding bang, the dark matter collided with the lightning-wreathed spiked club, erupting in a dazzling display of light and violent energy waves. Blackbeard Teach felt as though his arms might shatter. His entire being propelled backward, crashing heavily against a ship, which yielded a deep dent upon impact. This moment, Luffy leapt back up from the sea, his body drenched, yet his gaze resolute. He called out to his comrades, "Don't lose heart, everyone! Together, we can defeat him." Thus, Luffy, Aiden, Zoro, Blackbeard Teach, and their respective allies surged once more toward Kaido. Each unleashed their unique abilities. Luffy relentlessly employed the powers of the gum fruit for various surprise attacks. Aiden, with his exquisite swordsmanship, sought Kaido's vulnerabilities. Zoro swung his blades with fierce precision, and Blackbeard Teach continually conjured chaos with the powers of the dark fruit. However, Kaido's might was overwhelming, despite their utmost efforts. They struggled to inflict any significant damage upon him. Each of their assaults seemed to merely tickle Kaido, while his counterattacks invariably left one among them grievously wounded. Amidst this fierce melee, the surrounding waters had turned crimson with blood, and vessels suffered relentless destruction, some even beginning to sink slowly. Yet the indomitable spirit within them sustained their struggle as they continued to engage Kaido in a life-and-death battle against insurmountable odds, and one could foresee the outcome of this clash. They were irrevocably entwined with the harrowing fate that unfolded upon the tumultuous sea. Chapter 24. The clash of Kaido's Conqueror's Haki in their previous brutal skirmish with Kaido, Luffy, Aiden, Blackbeard Teach, and the others had exerted their utmost strength. Yet they remained relentlessly suppressed by Kaido's nearly invincible power. The battlefield lay in ruins, smoke billowing above the surface of the sea, while blood thickened the waters and ships sustained grievous damage, teetering on the brink of total submersion. Just as the group sought to regroup and charge at Kaido once more, a terrifying force, as if summoned from the abyss, erupted from Kaido. It was a pressure so intense that it seemed to freeze the very air. His Conqueror's Haki surging forth as if it were a tangible force, entwining itself around the massive spiked club in his grasp in an unimaginable manner. That a profound black luminescence enveloped Kaido, resembling tangible black flames that spiraled along the grooves of the club, ensconcing it entirely. Each tendril of the entwined Haki roared with a cataclysmic aura, warping the space around them. This was the true might of Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. It was not merely an intimidation tactic, but a force that geometrically amplified the destructive potential of his Haki, rendering it capable of annihilating any resistance in an instant. Prepare to be obliterated by my strike. You little brats. Kaido's face twisted into a grotesque smirk, his eyes ablaze with a ferocity that seemed capable of igniting the ocean itself. Luffy was the first to feel the terror of this power, as if an invisible mountain bore down upon him, rendering every movement an arduous task. Yet, Luffy was not one to surrender easily. His determination intensified, the fire of defiance within him raging hotter, nearly consuming the oppressive force he faced. Gum gum! Great serpent cannon! Luffy bellowed with all his might, disregarding the weight and constraints on his body, forcibly activating the abilities of the gum gum fruit. His arm elongated like a black python, breaking free from its chains. Surging forth toward Kaido with unwavering momentum, veins bulging as he channeled all his strength into his fist. Upon witnessing this, Kaido merely lifted the club entwined with his conqueror's haki, swinging it casually yet imbued with world-altering power. When Luffy's fist met the spiked club, time seemed to halt. In the next instant, an overwhelming backlash surged forth. Luffy felt as though he had collided with a wall forged of steel and fortified by divine power. Not only did he fail to budge Kaido, but he was also sent hurtling backward as if struck by cannon fire. The air along his trajectory crackled with explosive force, and Luffy's body soared through the sky like a meteor, ultimately crashing onto a ship that was already on the verge of collapse, leaving a massive dent in its hull as the board splintered upon impact. Zoro, too, sensed the soul-shaking pressure, yet his gaze remained as cold as ice, devoid of any hint of retreat. Gripping his swords tightly, he amplified his armament haki to its utmost limit, shouting, three-sword style, Oath of the Great Thousand Worlds. In an instant, three radiant beams of light intertwined like dragons emerging from the sea, forming a powerful slash capable of rending the heavens asunder. This time, he infused not only his remarkable swordsmanship, but also his unwavering will, belief, and yearning for victory into this strike, aiming to breach Kaido's seemingly insurmountable barrier of Conqueror's Haki. As Zoro's slash approached Kaido, the entwined haki erupted like a slumbering beast awakened. The black luminescence clashed violently with Zoro's blade, producing a deafening roar that echoed across the sea, shaking the very foundations of the world. It was as if the heavens themselves were raging, the resonance born from the clash of two ultimate powers. Zoro felt an immense force from the depths of the universe pushing back, nearly wrenching the sword from his grasp, his arm numbed by the shock, his body sliding backward several meters, leaving a deep, jagged scar across the deck, while nearby railings and barrels were hurled away by the force, scattering chaos in their wake. Aiden took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure amidst the overwhelming pressure. Closing his eyes, he concentrated all his mental energy, channeling his strength into his weapon, as if gathering a river into a single stream. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a resolute glint flashing within, and surged toward Kaido like a bolt of lightning. In the moment he approached Kaido, he unleashed a fluid and fierce combination of sword techniques. Each strike aimed precisely at Kaido's vital points, the blade glimmering with a cold light reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's scythe in motion. However, Kaido's Conqueror's haki was too formidable. Before Aiden's sword could truly reach Kaido, it was violently repelled by the invisible yet domineering force. Aiden felt as though a force from the depths of hell struck him, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward, tumbling through the air several times before crashing against the mast of a ship. The mast splintered into several pieces under the impact, with chips flying in all directions. And Aiden was jolted by the collision, spitting blood as his complexion turned ashen as if drained of life. Blackbeard Teach, witnessing this, was inwardly astonished, fully aware that if he did not exert every ounce of his strength, he might perish here. Thus, he activated the powers of the dark fruit, voraciously absorbing the surrounding light, energy, and even space into his hands, forming an area of dark matter so dense it was nearly tangible. He concentrated this dark matter into his body, attempting to counter Kaido's Conqueror's haki attack. Blackbeard Teach's form became akin to a black hole, devouring all approaching power, his eyes glimmering with an eerie light as he shouted, "Kaido, do not think you can so easily defeat us." With that, he charged toward Kaido's Blackbeard Teach neared Kaido. Kaido swung his spiked club down with immense force. Blackbeard Teach raised his hands in defense. The collision of the Conqueror's haki and the dark matter from the dark fruit ignited a cataclysmic explosion, one powerful enough to throw the entire sea into chaos. The explosion illuminated the dim battlefield, its brilliance akin to the sun descending upon this ocean. The shockwave radiated outward in concentric circles, capsizing ships, tearing them apart, and even obliterating some into fragments. The sea surged violently, forming towering waves dozens of meters high, crashing in every direction, sweeping everything in their path. Blackbeard Teach felt a destructive force coursing through his hands and throughout his body, his form flung backward like a marionette with severed strings. Crashing heavily onto the water, the impact created a spray that shot up tens of meters, resembling a miniature fountain. Struggling in the water, Blackbeard Teach coughed up seawater, his face pale as paper, his body sustaining injuries from the tremendous shock. Blood slowly dispersing in the water. Meanwhile, those surrounding the battlefield were left reeling from Kaido's Conqueror's Haki attack, many collapsing into unconsciousness. Under the relentless onslaught of this formidable force, some vessels have begun to sink slowly, while others have been capsized upon the tumultuous sea, rendering the situation increasingly perilous. Struggling to rise from the ship he had just dented, Luffy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and surveyed his injured comrades, a fierce sense of indignation swelling within him. "Everyone, rally together. We cannot allow ourselves to be defeated like this," Luffy shouted, endeavoring to awaken the fighting spirit of his companions. Upon hearing his call, Nami, Sanji, and the others managed to rise from the ground, their bodies bearing the marks of battle, yet their eyes still glimmered with an indomitable light. "Luffy, we shall fight together," they echoed in unison. Thus, Luffy, Iden, Blackbeard Teach, and their remaining allies summoned their courage once more and charged toward Kaido. This time, they cast aside all reservations, uniting their strength, will, and conviction, prepared to engage Kaido in a life-and-death struggle. Luffy activated the powers of the Gum Gum fruit, his body stretching and contorting as he unleashed a myriad of surprise attacks, such as Gum Gum Machine Gun and Gum Gum Bear Gun, striking at Kaido from all angles in an attempt to distract him. Once stabilized, Zoro gripped his swords tightly, executing a more ferocious three-sword style. Ultimate, Shura, Great Thousand Worlds. The blade shimmered as he lunged at Kaido with the ferocity of an enraged demon, each strike imbued with lethal determination. Iden, enduring the pain from his injuries, readied himself, swiftly weaving through the hail of gunfire, seeking an opening in Kaido's defenses, and when the opportunity arose, he would strike with unerring precision. Blackbeard Teach, rising from the depths of the sea, gritted his teeth and activated the powers of the dark fruit, absorbing the surrounding seawater and the wreckage of shattered ships into his hands, forming a more potent mass of dark matter, which he hurled at Kaido in an attempt to disrupt his movements and inflict significant damage. In the face of this coordinated assault, Kaido remained unfazed. He wielded his spike club, imbued with Conqueror's Haki, blocking and countering with ease. Each swing unleashed a wave of powerful energy, though his movements appeared simplistic. They were laden with boundless strength. The combined attacks of the group, while causing him to frown slightly, failed to inflict any substantial harm. Amidst this chaotic melee, the sea surrounding the battlefield was rendered murky with blood and brine, the remnants of ships floating upon the surface, painting a grim tableau. Yet, the unwavering spirit of defiance sustained them, compelling them to continue their desperate struggle against Kaido. None could foresee the ultimate outcome of this clash. Only upon the surging waves did their fates intertwine with this brutal conflict, where life and death teetered upon each blow exchanged. Chapter 25. A desperate counterattack, dawn yet to break the fierce battle, raged on. As Kaido's club, entwined with Conqueror's Haki, seemed capable of tearing through the very fabric of the chaotic skies. Despite their utmost efforts, the group found their assaults met with Kaido's unwavering fortitude, a disdainful smirk gracing his fearsome visage. Luffy's Gum Gum Machine Gun rained down upon Kaido like a tempest. However, Kaido merely waved his club casually, effortlessly deflecting the barrage, each collision erupting in thunderous echoes, sending shockwaves that churned the surrounding waters. Luffy's frustration intensified. Gritting his teeth, he stretched his body to its limits, unleashing a new technique. Gum Gum Giant S Fist. His fist swelled to the size of small mountain, propelled by an unstoppable momentum toward Kaido. Kaido, momentarily taken aback, quickly summoned the power of his Conqueror's Haki once more. Gripping his club tightly, he swung forcefully to meet Luffy's colossal fist, the subsequent clash resonating like the collapse of the heavens. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, and Luffy felt an overwhelming force rebound against him, sending him hurtling backward uncontrollably, crashing onto a half-submerged vessel, which splintered beneath the impact, plunging him into a brief state of unconsciousness. Zoro's three-sword style, ultimate, Shura, great thousand worlds sliced through the air like a furious dragon, aimed at Kaido. Yet, Kaido's reflexes were razor-sharp. He sidestepped Zoro's frontal assault and swept his club horizontally. Unprepared, Zoro could only parry with his sword, the force of the Conqueror's haki jolting him, nearly disarming him. Struggling to maintain his footing, the deck beneath him shattered, and he plummeted into the sea. Aiden darted through the crossfire. Finally spotting a vulnerability in an instant, he closed in on Kaido like a specter, lunging with his sword aimed directly at Kaido's throat. However, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, Kaido pivoted at the last moment, his club descending with a howling wind toward Aiden. Aiden attempted to evade, but the residual force of the Conqueror's haki sent him reeling, blood spilling from his mouth as he was thrown onto a distant ship, shattering its mast once more. Witnessing his comrades falter, Blackbeard Teach felt the flames of fury ignite within him. He understood that without resorting to more aggressive measures, their chances for victory were slim. Activating the powers of the dark fruit, he unleashed its mysterious and formidable essence, as if opening a portal to endless darkness. Surrounding space began to distort, light drawn towards his hands, coalescing into an eerie zone of obscurity. The surrounding seawater and wreckage lost their color and vitality as they were inexorably drawn into the darkness, appearing as though their very souls had been siphoned away. Even the pervasive aura of Conqueror's haki succumbed to the overwhelming pull, flowing towards the increasingly dense mass of dark matter between his palms. This dark matter resembled a ravenous black hole, voraciously consuming everything within reach, emitting a chilling black glow, with arcs of dark electricity flickering at its edges, crackling as though expressing its insatiable hunger. "Kaido, do not underestimate my power," Teach roared, his form surging toward Kaido like a bolt of lightning. As he neared, he thrust forth the concentrated dark matter, which charged at Kaido like a roaring beast, its gaping maw poised to devour. Simultaneously, Teach drew a specially crafted short blade from his waist, imbued with his unique haki. Cloaked by the dark matter, he approached Kaido stealthily, aiming to deliver a fatal strike while Kaido was preoccupied with the assault of the dark matter. Yet Kaido, unfazed by the impending threat, thrust his club into the sea with tremendous force, channeling his domineering power into the water, which erupted into a colossal curtain of spray. This watery barrier served as a formidable shield, deflecting Teach's dark matter attack entirely, transforming into a multitude of sharp water arrows that rebounded toward Teach. Caught off guard, Teach was struck by several water arrows, staggering as blood seeped from his wounds. Nonetheless, he refused to yield, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Enduring the pain, he once more activated the powers of the dark fruit, absorbing the arrows that had struck him and any nearby debris to replenish his dark matter reserves. Subsequently, Teach hastily formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations as the dark matter surrounding him began to swirl, coalescing into a massive vortex. This whirlpool emanated a powerful suction, drawing in the surrounding seawater, debris, and even the very air itself in a frenzied whirlpool of chaos. Within its depths, the black vortex pulsed with a haunting glow, streaks of darkness flashing within, accompanied by a rumbling roar that echoed like the wrath of the abyss. With a fierce determination, Teach hurled this black vortex toward Kaido, striving to disrupt his movements and create an opening for his allies. That moment, Zoro erupted from the sea, gripping his sword once more, a resolute glint in his eyes. This time, he not only elevated his armament haki to its zenith, but also sought to employ a more profound technique: internal destruction with armament haki. He was acutely aware that mere external assaults would scarcely inflict substantial harm upon Kaido. Only by penetrating his defenses from within could there be a glimmer of hope. Zoro focused all his mental faculties, intricately entwining his armament haki around his blade like fine threads. Then, employing exquisite techniques of force application, He allowed this armament haki to seep into Kaido's body through the fissures in his defenses, akin to a delicate current coursing through. Once inside Kaido's being, the armament haki would erupt instantaneously, detonating like a multitude of tiny explosives, wreaking havoc upon Kaido's bodily tissues and meridians from within. As Zoro swung his sword towards Kaido once more, the blade, glimmering with the technique of internal destruction, appeared even more menacing. Kaido sensed the anomaly. He attempted to evade, but it was too late, and he could only meet the strike with his spiked club. When the sword and club clashed, Zoro distinctly felt a resistance, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on, channeling all his strength into the blow. Although Kaido appeared steadfast and immovable, a tremor coursed through him. He sensed a subtle force darting about within, striving to disrupt his bodily functions. Nevertheless, bolstered by his extraordinary physical constitution and mastery of haki, Kaido forcibly suppressed this internal destructive force. Yet he no longer dared to underestimate Zoro's technique. That moment, the battlefield's circumstances grew increasingly dire for all. The ships lay mostly sunken or in ruin, the seawater stained crimson with blood. Nami, Sanji, and their companions were frantic, yet against such a formidable Kaido, their options were severely limited. Just as despair loomed over them, Luffy stirred from his unconsciousness. He surveyed his grievously injured comrades, and the indomitable flame of defiance within him reignited. Struggling to rise, he disregarded his pain and unleashed the powers of the gum-gum fruit once more. This time, his body began to shimmer with a mysterious radiance, as if resonating with an enigmatic force. Taking a deep breath, Luffy shouted, "Comrades, we cannot give up yet. Let us unite and channel all our strength together." Zoro surged forth from the sea, resolutely gripping his sword, his eyes ablaze with determination. Aiden, too, bore the pain and rose from the wreckage, clutching his sword anew. Blackbeard Teach gritted his teeth, slowly rising, his hands once again gathering the dark matter of his powers. It seemed as if an unspoken connection linked their wills, strength, and resolve. They charged once more towards Kaido, this time infused with a resolve akin to burning ships, uncertain if they might glimpse the dawn of victory amidst such despair. As Kaido faced the renewed fervor of their combined might, the cold smirk on his face gradually faded, replaced by a grave expression. This battle seemed poised to reach a pivotal turning point. Chapter 26. A Point of No Return. The dawn of hope on the battlefield. Smoke billowed, and the stench of blood hung thick in the air, nearly nauseating. Kaido remained an unyielding mountain, steadfast in his stance. Though the recent waves of fierce attacks had extinguished his smirk, the overwhelming aura of pressure he exuded remained unyielded. Luffy had regained consciousness, his eyes burning with an indomitable fire, capable of incinerating the surrounding haze. The pain coursing through his body faded from his thoughts, replaced solely by the singular resolve to vanquish Kaido alongside his comrades. He unleashed the powers of the gum-gum fruit once again, his body stretching like a spring, propelling him upwards as he bellowed at Kaido. Gum-gum. Thor's hammer. His feet ballooned, transformed into colossal hammers enveloped in a crackling aura, crashing down upon Kaido's head. Kaido glanced up at Luffy, disdain flickering in his eyes, yet he remained cautious. Grasping his haki-wrapped spike club tightly, he swung it upwards with great force, colliding with Luffy's descending feet, resulting in a blinding flash and a deafening roar. In that moment, Luffy felt as though he had collided with a dome forged of steel and haki, the rebound sending him spiraling uncontrollably backward through the air. However, he regained his composure mid-flight and launched into another assault. Clutching his body, he spun rapidly, charging towards Kaido while exclaiming, "Gum-gum! Tornado!" His form transformed into a colossal black whirlwind, sweeping towards Kaido with immense force. Kaido, confronted with Luffy's relentless barrage, merely shifted his feet back slightly before stabilizing himself once more. He swung his spiked club, either blocking or attacking, each clash with Luffy igniting a fresh wave of chaos upon the tumultuous battlefield. As for Zoro, having emerged from the sea, he had been diligently seeking the perfect moment to strike. Understanding that against such a formidable opponent as Kaido, Conventional attacks would yield little effect. He resolved to identify a flaw for a decisive blow. Observing that Luffy's assault had captured a portion of Kaido's attention, he acted without hesitation. Grasping three swords tightly, Zoro inhaled deeply, elevating his armament haki to unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, he employed the technique of internal destruction once more, wrapping his haki around his swords like fine strands. A profound black luminescence enveloped his blades, flickering as if black currents surged within. With a flash of movement, Zoro darted toward Kaido like a streak of black lightning. Upon nearing Kaido, he unleashed his swords with a mighty cry. Three-sword style, secret technique, demon cry, God weep, heaven and earth collapse. This time, the brilliance of his blades surpassed all previous displays, three beams of light intertwining like furious dragons, cleaving through the air towards Kaido with ferocious intent. As the blades sliced through the atmosphere, it felt as if the very air was being severed, emitting piercing howls. Kaido sensed Zoro's ferocious attack and attempted to pivot to defend himself, but Luffy's Gum Tornado surged in from the side, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. Yet, Kaido was Kaido. His reflexes were extraordinarily swift. In a split second, he horizontally swung his haki-wrapped spike club, striving to simultaneously block both Luffy and Zoro's strikes. When Zoro's blade met Kaido's spike club, an immense force erupted instantaneously. Zoro felt an overwhelming power surge through his sword, nearly wrenching it from his grasp. Yet, gritting his teeth, he clung fiercely to his blade, continuing to channel his strength into it. Kaido, too, felt the pressure. Although he had managed to stave off Zoro's assault, the internal destructive power from the armament haki surged through the club into his body. He sensed a subtle force rampaging within, striving to dismantle his bodily structure and meridians. This force proved even more challenging to suppress than before, causing Kaido's brow to furrow slightly, and he grew increasingly wary of Zoro's technique. Aiden, witnessing the onslaught from Luffy and Zoro, felt his own blood boil with fervor, but he steadied himself, gripping his sword tightly, determination flickering in his eyes. Aiden darted like lightning through the gaps in the battlefield, searching for Kaido's vulnerability. Suddenly, he noticed a brief opening behind Kaido as he defended against Luffy and Zoro's attacks. Without hesitation, Aiden surged towards Kaido's rear. As he approached, he raised his sword high. Shouting, "Gale thrust!" His blade shot forth like a silver lightning bolt, aimed at Kaido's back. Although Kaido sensed the movement behind him, he was preoccupied with fending off Luffy and Zoro's assaults, leaving him unable to turn in time to block Aiden's strike. Just as Aiden's sword was about to pierce Kaido's back, a faint black aura enveloped Kaido's body. It was his haki defense. Aiden's sword struck against this layer of defense, and he felt a powerful rebounding force, his arm going numb as he nearly lost his grip on the sword. Yet he did not relent. Instead, he leveraged the rebound to leap high once more, adjusting his stance to stab at Kaido's back anew, this time exclaiming, "Armor-piercing thrust." He poured all his strength into the blade, attempting to breach Kaido's haki defense. Blackbeard Teach, having faced setbacks from the earlier onslaughts, felt his fury intensify, that he understood that if he could not unleash the true might of the dark fruit at this juncture, victory would be elusive for them all in this battle. Thus, Blackbeard Teach activated the powers of the dark fruit once again. With both hands swiftly forming intricate seals before his chest, he murmured incantations under his breath, and soon, the very fabric of space around him began to warp violently. The surrounding seawater, debris, and even the air seemed to be drawn towards him by an overwhelming force, converging in a tumultuous embrace. The dark matter between his hands intensified, resembling an insatiable black hole capable of devouring all. Within this abyssal substance, eerie black light flickered, and tendrils of black electricity danced along its edges, crackling ominously, lending an aura of the uncanny. Blackbeard Teach bellowed, "Vortex of darkness, destruction descends," with a sudden thrust of his hands. The dense dark matter began to spin rapidly, forming a massive black vortex. This vortex emitted a powerful gravitational pull, pulling everything in its vicinity into its swirling depths. As it rotated, the interior of the black vortex shimmered with a spectral glow. interspersed with flashes of black lightning that traversed its depths, each arc accompanied by a deep, rumbling roar reminiscent of a fury unleashed from the abyss. Blackbeard Teach directed this vortex towards Kaido, aiming to disrupt his movements and create a more opportune moment for his allies to strike. Kaido felt the immense gravitational force emanating from the black vortex. He recognized that Blackbeard Teach's attack was not to be underestimated. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, attempting to stabilize himself, while swinging his haki-imbued kanabo towards the black vortex, hoping to disperse it with his overwhelming might. The moment the kanabo met the swirling darkness, a tremendous surge of energy erupted. The vortex's pull clashed with the might of the kanabo, establishing a fleeting equilibrium of power. However, this balance was short-lived as Blackbeard Teach intensified the vortex's pull, gradually consuming the haki-infused strength from Kaido's weapon. Surprised, Kaido realized the vortex's suction was far more potent than he had anticipated. He hastily amplified his haki output, striving to reclaim the upper hand. Yet in that moment of distraction, Luffy launched his next offensive. Observing Kaido ensnared by Blackbeard Teach's onslaught, Luffy seized the opportunity. He activated his Gum Fruit abilities once more, his body stretching rapidly as he charged towards Kaido, proclaiming, "Gum Rocket Launcher." His arm transformed into a colossal cannon, hurtling towards Kaido's chest with explosive force. Unable to evade, Kaido braced himself, absorbing the impact with his body. Luffy's fist crashed heavily against Kaido's torso, causing him to lean back slightly, though he quickly regained his posture. Despite the blow inflicting some disruption, it fell short of truly toppling him that moment. The battlefield descended into chaos. The remnants of ships floated amidst the turbulent sea, swaying with the waves. The waters were stained crimson with blood, resembling a tumultuous sea of carnage. Meanwhile, Nami, Sanji, and the others were not idle. Although they did not engage Kaido directly, they provided support in their own ways. Nami wielded her weather staff, conjuring bolts of lightning and fierce winds to disrupt Kaido's vision and movements. She chanted incantations, her staff crackling with energy as strikes of lightning shot forth towards Kaido. Sanji, on the other hand, busied himself preparing meals, acutely aware of his companion's fatigue after the fierce battle. He hoped that his culinary creations would restore their energy swiftly, allowing them to rejoin the fray. The enticing aroma of his cooking wafted across the battlefield, mingling with the sense of blood and smoke, yet still managing to evoke a sense of warmth among his comrades. Just as everyone believed the battle would remain in a stalemate, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. In the midst of Luffy's relentless assaults, it seemed his Gum Fruit abilities resonated with a mysterious force. This resonance triggered subtle changes within his body, a faint golden glow emanating from his skin, intensifying until it enveloped him entirely. Sensing this transformation, Luffy felt a surge of joy. This might be the perfect opportunity to defeat Kaido. Without hesitation, he unleashed his Gum abilities once more, his body stretching toward Kaido as he cried out, "Gum Golden Fist." His fist became encased in a thick layer of golden light, bestowing upon it immense power. Kaido, witnessing Luffy's novel assault, displayed a flicker of surprise, yet he remained vigilant, raising his haki-wrapped kanabo to meet Luffy's strike. When Luffy's Gum Golden Fist collided with Kaido's weapon, an unprecedented wave of energy exploded forth. This energy surge spread like a tsunami, sending shockwaves in every direction. The surrounding waters surged upward, forming towering waves that crashed into the distance. The remnants of ships were upended and shattered, some disintegrating entirely under the force of the blast. Luffy felt as though his fist had struck a wall forged from divine power, the recoil sending him hurtling backward. However, unlike before, he managed to regain control mid-air. Kaido, too, felt the impact, although he had blocked Luffy's blow. His arm tingled with numbness, and his grip on the kanabo faltered. He sensed that Luffy's punch contained not merely physical force, but a mysterious energy capable of penetrating his defenses. This enigmatic power coursed through the kanabo into Kaido's body, wreaking havoc upon his internal structure and meridians. Kaido's expression darkened. He realized he could no longer afford to be on the defensive. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned his haki to its zenith. mastering the technique of hockey wrapping to perfection. Clenching the kanabo tightly, the black aura surrounding him deepened, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of darkness. That he roared, "You little wretches, do you truly believe you can defeat me?" With that, he swung his hockey-imbued kanabo in a fierce counterattack. Kaido's counteroffensive was ferocious. Each swing of his kanabo unleashed a powerful wave of energy. He first targeted Luffy, who could not evade in time, and braced himself against the strike. The kanabo slammed into Luffy, sending him soaring backward, crashing onto a dilapidated ship, which splintered upon impact. Next, Kaido turned his wrath towards Zoro, who also found himself unable to evade, resorting to his sword for defense. When the kanabo met Zoro's blade, he felt an overwhelming force reverberate through his weapon, nearly forcing him to relinquish his grip. The impact sent Zoro reeling backward, crashing into the sea and creating a massive splash. Then, Kaido directed his assault towards Aiden, who, too, could not escape, and raised his sword in defense. Upon collision, Aiden experienced an insurmountable force coursing through his blade, almost wrenching it from his grasp as he was propelled backward, crashing against another ship, leaving a significant dent in its hull. Finally, Kaido aimed at Blackbeard Teach, who found himself unable to evade, resorting to his hands for defense, as the spiked mace collided with Blackbeard Teach's hands. He felt an irresistible force coursing through the blade, nearly causing him to relinquish his grip. This collision sent Blackbeard Teach hurtling backwards, crashing heavily onto the surface of the sea and creating a tremendous splash. At that moment, everyone suffered varying degrees of impact, sustaining injuries to one extent or another. Luffy lay on the shattered vessel, his body racked with pain, though he felt a surge of frustration within. He was momentarily too weary to continue the fight. Zoro struggled in the water, attempting to rise again, but the resistance of the sea and his bodily aches made it a daunting task. Aiden lay on the ship, gazing at the dented hull, his heart heavy with helplessness. Blackbeard floated on the water, weakened, harboring a deep resentment for his insufficient strength. However, just when everyone believed this battle would end in defeat, Luffy suddenly sat up on the wrecked ship. He looked at his injured comrades, a fierce sense of defiance and fighting spirit swelling within him. He recalled his dreams and the countless moments shared with his friends. Realizing he could not abandon them, Luffy struggled to his feet, disregarding his pain, and activated his gum-gum fruit powers once more. His body began to shimmer with a strange light, as if resonating with some mysterious force. Drawing a deep breath, he shouted, "Friends, we cannot give up. Let's unite our strength." Upon hearing Luffy's rallying cry, Zoro felt a surge of determination. He fought against the waves and stood tall again, gripping his sword tightly. His eyes filled with resolve. Aiden also responded to Luffy's call, rising from the ship and clutching his sword again, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Blackbeard Teach, hearing Luffy's cry, struggled to rise on the water. His hands once more gathering dark matter. It was as if they were all connected by an invisible thread, their strength, will, and beliefs intertwining. They charged towards Kaido again, this time their attacks fueled by a desperate resolve. Uncertain if they could uncover a glimmer of victory in this dire circumstance. Facing the renewed momentum of the group, Kaido's mocking smile faded, replaced by a grave expression. It seemed this battle was on the cusp of a critical turning point. Chapter 27. Counterattack from the Abyss, dawn breaking on the battlefield. The smoke hung thick like a dense fog, its acrid scent making one nauseous. The stench of blood mingled with a briny taste of the sea, saturating the air and casting a heavy, oppressive veil over the entire space. That Luffy's battle cry, filled with fervor, sliced through the dark, stifling atmosphere like a flash of lightning, reigniting the flames in everyone's hearts. Luffy was the first to launch an attack, his body enveloped in an ethereal glow, stretching and morphing once more to AT that moment. A singular thought consumed him. "Kaido, this time I will defeat you completely. For my friends, for our dreams, I shall not falter." With that resolve, he roared, "Gum Gum! Supernova Pistol!" His arm shot through the air like a meteor, propelled by an unstoppable force towards Kaido. The power of this punch seemed to have escalated beyond any previous strike. The wind howling as it passed, compressing the air into explosive booms that echoed across the smoke-filled battlefield, sounding like the roars of battle urging Luffy onward. Kaido, witnessing Luffy's ferocious attack, felt a jolt of concern. This kid has grown stronger again. But to defeat me, he is far from it. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his spiked mace, wrapping it in Conqueror's haki, his entire being coalescing with black luminescence, flickering ominously like flames from the depths of hell, making the dim battlefield even more sinister. Humph, you think you could defeat me? Such delusions, he bellowed, swinging his mace with ferocity to meet Luffy's fist. When the two forces collided, an explosion of cataclysmic energy erupted instantaneously. This shockwave was more intense than any prior clash, rippling outward in concentric circles. The sea churned violently around them, as if stirred by an invisible giant's hand, creating towering waves that surged like enraged beasts. Roaring towards all directions, the wreckage of ships was swept away by this overwhelming force, some disintegrating mid-air into a fine mist, raining down into the blood-stained waters. Luffy felt an overwhelming backlash, his body uncontrollably propelled backwards. In mid-air, he gazed down at the chaotic battlefield, the waters muddied and the air thick with smoke and dust, yet his resolve hardened, he thought. I cannot give up. My friends are counting on me. I must continue to fight. He readied himself for another assault. Meanwhile, Zoro darted through the water like lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Kaido. The sea roiled violently beneath him, the waves crashing as sunlight refracted through the splashes, creating dazzling sparks. Gripping his sword tightly, Zoro pondered. Kaido, your flaw must be hidden within this round of attacks. I will find it and deliver a fatal blow. For Luffy, for everyone, I cannot afford to fail. With that determination, he shouted, three-sword style, secret technique, break the void, cut the sea. Three swords flashed simultaneously, their blades transforming into three radiant rainbows that slashed towards Kaido. The brilliance of the sword strikes embodied Zoro's unwavering resolve, as if he sought to cleave the heavens and earth asunder, slicing through the air with a whisper of menace. Kaido sensed Zoro's onslaught and attempted to turn and defend himself, but the residual force of Luffy's attack still reverberated in the air, distorting it and momentarily hindering his movements. In that fleeting instant, Zoro's blades descended upon him. Kaido had no choice but to swing his mace horizontally, attempting to block the ferocious assault. The clash of blades and mace erupted in a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar. The brightness illuminated a vast area of the battlefield, akin to the arrival of daylight, only to be swiftly engulfed by the encroaching smoke. Zoro gripped his sword firmly, despite the reverberation causing his arms to throb painfully, nearly slipping from his grasp. Yet with relentless willpower, he held on tenaciously. Gritting his teeth, he continued to channel his armament haki forcefully into his blade, thinking, this time, I must break through his defenses. I cannot let everyone down. At that moment, the surrounding waters surged upwards once more, propelled by the shock of their collision, creating towering columns that crashed back down onto the sea, sending sprays of water mingling with the swirling smoke. Aiden, not to be outdone, transformed into a silver streak, gliding effortlessly across the battlefield. As he moved, the smoke around him thickened, swirling into dark vortices that danced about him. While weaving through the chaos, he encouraged himself, though my strength may not match theirs, I possess my own conviction. For the peace of these waters, for the chance to fight alongside my friends, I must contribute in this battle. With that thought, he shouted, Gale Phantom Thrust. His sword became a flurry of shimmering blades, darting towards Kaido's vital points like a swarm of silver hummingbirds. His speed was blinding, the sword shadows flickering, making it nearly impossible to discern the true strike amidst the multitude as he traversed the battlefield. The debris floating on the sea was swept away by the gusts he created, some even being shattered anew, the sounds of splintering would echoing in the air. Kaido, facing this overwhelming array of sword strikes, felt a shock. These guys just won't quit. However, harming me is no easy feat. He swung his mace, spinning rapidly to form a dark barrier, striving to fend off Aiden's onslaught. This moment, the surrounding seawater was also stirred into small whirlpools by the currents generated from his swinging spike club. swirling amidst fragments of debris. Nevertheless, Aiden's sword shadows were agile and ever-changing, with several strikes managing to pierce through the black barrier of defense, aiming directly at Kaido's form. The dark matter in Blackbeard Teach's hands grew increasingly dense. Resembling two profound black holes, the IT seemed as though the very air around him was affected by the formidable gravitational pull of this dark substance, becoming distorted, while the light passing through dimmed into obscurity. He gazed at Kaido, secretly contemplating. Kaido, do not underestimate my dark fruit. Today marks your demise, and I shall demonstrate the might of Blackbeard Teach to the world. With that thought, he bellowed, Darkness Devourer, Endless Abyss. Propelling his hands forward, the dark matter slithered forth like two colossal black serpents, winding toward Kaido. Wherever it passed, everything was consumed by its overwhelming suction. The seawater was violently drawn up, forming a massive water column that converged toward the dark matter, while debris was shattered into smithereens, and even the air seemed to be siphoned away, creating a chaotic region of darkness that appeared increasingly eerie on this already dim battlefield. Kaido sensed the threat posed by the black matter and pondered. Teach's abilities are indeed troublesome. I must eliminate him swiftly. He stomped forcefully on the ground, which had already become uneven from the prior clashes, kicking up a cloud of dust. Steadying himself, he swung his conqueror's hockey-imbued spiked club fiercely at the dark matter. When the spiked club collided with the dark substance, darkness and dominance intertwined, producing flickering bursts of light as energy waves surged, impacting everything in their vicinity. The energy waves sent dust swirling into the air, mingling with smoke, while the water column above shattered, showering the battlefield with a cascade of droplets. Amidst the fierce combat between Kaido and the others, Nami was not idle. Manipulating her weather staff, she transformed the already overcast sky, thickening the clouds into a menacing shroud that threatened to engulf the entire battlefield in darkness. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled among the clouds, illuminating a corner of the battlefield only to be quickly consumed by the encroaching shadows. She thought, although I cannot engage Kaido directly like they do, I must do my utmost to create better conditions for my comrades' attacks. Let's go. With that resolve, she shouted. Thunder strike! A robust bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, crashing toward Kaido's position. This lightning, infused with Nami's fury and hope, aimed to bolster her comrades' offensive. As the lightning struck, the surrounding air seemed to become ionized, releasing a sharp scent, while an area of the sea was illuminated, the water shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Sanji had already prepared an array of delicacies. Seizing the moment, he tossed the food toward his comrades. The battlefield was chaotic, filled with smoke, churning seawater, and floating debris. Yet his gaze remained fixed on his companions. He muttered, Comrades, you must strive, consume my food, replenish your strength, and defeat that scoundrel Kaido. He called out loudly, Everyone, eat something to regain your energy. The dishes traced graceful arcs through the air, exuding an enticing aroma. Despite the scent being somewhat subdued amidst the bloodshed, smoke, and briny seawater, it still brought a touch of warmth to the brutal battlefield. In the brief lulls of combat, his comrades reached out to catch the food, devouring it rapidly. Instantly, a warm surge of energy spread through them, restoring their stamina to some extent. Seizing the opportunity while Kaido was momentarily distracted by the onslaught of attacks, Luffy activated his rubber fruit abilities once more. He observed Kaido, whose dark aura appeared increasingly ominous within the tumultuous environment, and filled with determination. He thought, Kaido, you are beginning to reveal your vulnerabilities. This time, I will unleash my stronger attack upon you. With that, he shouted, Gum Gum, 1,000-kilogram hammer. His feet rapidly swelled to resemble two gigantic hammers, imbued with a mysterious force, and he brought them crashing down upon Kaido's head. This attack was infused with Luffy's pent-up frustration, his trust in his comrades, and all his hopes. As he executed the strike, the air around him whistled, and the turbulent seawater was stirred into small waves by the gusts generated by his movement. Kaido sensed the impending attack from above and attempted to raise his head for defense, but the onslaught from Zoro, Aiden, and Blackbeard Teach left him no room to react, just as Luffy's feet were about to collide with his head. Kaido could only raise his conqueror's hockey-wrapped spike club to block. With a thunderous boom, the impact of their collision sent tremors throughout the battlefield. The energy released from the clash caused the surrounding seawater to erupt, forming a towering water curtain that sparkled under the sun, only to be quickly obscured by smoke and dust. Luffy's body was once again sent flying backward, and in mid-air, he gazed down at the increasingly chaotic battlefield below, where water splashed everywhere. Debris flew higher and farther, and smoke and dust thickened. Yet he forcibly twisted his body mid-air, preparing to launch a new assault, resolutely thinking, "I will not be defeated by this setback. I must bring down Kaido." Zoro, witnessing Luffy's attack, felt a surge of determination, but he took a deep breath, elevating his armament haki to an entirely new level. The seawater around him rippled slightly with his inhalation, and he involuntarily coughed as he inhaled some of the smoke. He regarded Kaido with a solemn vow. "Kaido, I will carve a deeper wound into you, making you aware of our strength." With that thought, he bellowed, three-sword style, Oath of Destruction, Heaven and Earth. The three swords were simultaneously unleashed, their brilliance outshining any previous strikes. The blade's light blazed forth like three flaming torches, aiming fiercely at Kaido's chest. In the fleeting moment of the blade's flash, the air around seemed ignited, exuding a searing heat, while an area of the sea was illuminated, the water glinting with dazzling brilliance. Kaido, preoccupied with fending off Luffy's assault, was caught off guard by Zoro's sudden and fierce strike, unable to evade in time, that he could only slightly shift his body in an attempt to avoid a critical hit. However, Zoro's blade still carved a deep gash across his form, black blood oozing from the wound and dripping into the turbulent sea, instantly staining a small patch of water black. "Tada! You filthy insects dare to injure me!" Kaido roared in fury, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He swung his spiked club fiercely at Zoro, thinking, "I shall make you all pay dearly for this." Zoro, unable to evade, raised his sword to defend. When the spiked club clashed with the blade, he felt an overwhelming force surging through his weapon, nearly wrenching it from his grip. Yet he gritted his teeth, maintaining his hold, and with the recoil, leapt backward, creating distance between him and Kaido, thinking, "Humph, you think it will be easy to take me down? I will find another opportunity to strike." At that moment, the seawater behind him erupted into a high spray, the droplets sparkling in the sunlight, intertwining with the surrounding smoke and dust. Aiden, noticing Kaido's injury, felt a surge of excitement. He darted toward Kaido's wound. He thought, "This is my chance. I must exploit this opportunity to widen his injury and assist my comrades." With that resolve, he shouted, "Blood Piercer!" His sword lunged toward Kaido's wound, aiming to exacerbate the injury. As he charged forward, the surrounding seawater churned violently in response to the currents he generated, and fragments of debris danced around him. Kaido, sensing Aiden's intent, swung his spiked club horizontally in an attempt to block the attack. However, Aiden's speed was extraordinary. Just as the club was about to intercept him, he darted aside, evading the strike, and once more lunging toward Kaido's wound. Thinking, "I must seize this opportunity. I cannot allow him to easily deflect my attack." Blackbeard Teach, witnessing Kaido's injury, also seized the moment. The dark matter between his hands began to swirl rapidly, forming a colossal vortex of darkness. At this moment, the air surrounding him was once again influenced by the formidable suction of the black vortex, becoming even more distorted. With light struggling to penetrate, he gazed at Kaido, a secret joy swelling within him. "Ha! Kaido, today is your day to fall. Watch how I deal with you." With this thought, he bellowed, "Vortex of Darkness. Enhanced Destruction." He propelled the black vortex towards Kaido's wound, attempting to exploit its tremendous suction to extract the power from within Kaido, simultaneously exacerbating his injuries. As the black vortex advanced, the surrounding seawater was violently drawn up, forming colossal columns of water, while debris was shattered into fragments, and the air was siphoned away, creating an even darker and more chaotic region. Kaido sensed the peril posed by the black vortex. He yearned to evade it, yet his body was sluggish from prior attacks. The black vortex enveloped his wound, and its potent suction began to exert its influence on him. He felt the power within himself being gradually siphoned away, and the pain in his wound intensified, thoughts racing. These wretches are indeed cunning, but I shall not be defeated so easily. You lot will not succeed. Kaido roared, gathering all his haki in a desperate attempt to resist the vortexes pulled at the same time. He swung his kanabo fiercely at Blackbeard Teach, thinking, I must first deal with this Blackbeard Teach before taking care of the others. Blackbeard Teach, unable to evade in time, raised his hands in defense. When the kanabo collided with his hands, he felt an overwhelming force reverberate through him, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Moreover, this clash sent Blackbeard Teach hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto a dilapidated ship, which splintered upon impact, sending a tremendous splash of water into the air. The water glimmered in the sunlight, intertwining with the surrounding smoke and dust, and he thought, damn Kaido. He sure packs a punch, but I won't give up that easily. Seeing his comrades fighting with such fervor, Luffy felt his own resolve surge. He activated his gum fruit powers once more, his body stretching rapidly as he dashed towards Kaido. Observing Kaido, whose black aura appeared even more sinister in the chaotic surroundings, Luffy's heart brimmed with determination. Kaido, today marks your doom. I shall bring you down alongside my friends. With that, he shouted, Gum, ultimate pistol. His fist was enveloped in a thick layer of golden light, brighter than before, as if it contained boundless power. As he charged towards Kaido, the air around him whistled, and the churning seawater was stirred into small waves by the gust he created. Kaido, preoccupied with resisting the vortex's pull, found himself unable to evade Luffy's fierce punch. Luffy's fist struck Kaido squarely in the chest, sending his body flying backward, crashing heavily onto a decrepit ship, which shattered instantly. At the moment of impact, the surrounding seawater erupted into a towering spray. Debris was once again flung into the air, and smoke and dust thickened around them. This punch seemed to shatter some equilibrium. Lying on the broken ship, Kaido's body throbbed with pain. Despite his rage, he felt an unprecedented weakness wash over him. He attempted to rise, but his body refused to obey, as if all his strength had been drained in that instant. Thinking, how is this possible? How could I be defeated by these wretches? I am Kaido. Luffy, Zoro, Iden, and Blackbeard Teach rejoiced at seeing Kaido downed, exchanging glances before rushing towards him. Did we win? Luffy asked incredulously. Not yet. We must completely take him down, Zoro replied, gripping his sword with a serious expression. The group gathered around Kaido, gazing at his feeble form on the ground, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. Having endured such a grueling battle, facing countless dire situations, they finally glimpsed a glimmer of victory. Chapter 28. Aftermath of battle. A new journey. Kaido's massive form crashed heavily to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust and splintered wood. The battlefield was suddenly engulfed in an eerie silence. Only the lingering smoke, slowly dissipating, and the relentless waves crashing against the remnants of the ships echoed with a dull sound. Luffy and the others encircled Kaido, their eyes reflecting exhaustion, yet more so an uncontainable excitement and disbelief. Luffy crouched down, checking for Kaido's breath, confirming that he had temporarily lost his fighting strength, before letting out a long breath and standing up to his comrades, saying, "This guy has finally fallen. What a workout." With that, he plopped down on a nearby broken plank, wiping the sweat and grime from his face. Zoro slowly sheathed his sword, his eyes still vigilant as he surveyed their surroundings. "Don't let your guard down. With such a commotion, we might attract more trouble." Iden nodded in agreement, gripping his sword tightly, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach was quietly pondering something, his gaze flitting between Kaido and the area around them. Just as the group took a moment to catch their breath, dark shapes began to appear on the distant horizon. As time passed, these shapes became clearer. A fleet of ships was approaching. Luffy squinted, trying to discern the incoming vessels, muttering, "Tisich, who are these people? Why are they joining the fray?" The first ship to draw near bore a group of individuals in various garbs, led by a tall man with a bushy beard. He stood with arms crossed, surveying Luffy and the fallen Kaido, bellowing, "Hey, are you the ones who defeated Kaido? Impressive indeed." Luffy stood up to respond. "And what of it? What do you want here?" The burly man laughed heartily. "No need to be tense, Kidut. I am Baro, captain of the Storm Pirates, but we operate in these waters and heard the ruckus, so we came to see." Never expected to find Kaido down by you. It's a real delight, but you should know with Kaido's fall, the tides in these waters are about to change. Luffy frowned, not comprehending his words, and asked, Change? What do you mean? Barrow leaped off his ship, approaching Luffy and the others, explaining, Kaido has dominated these waters for years, his influence extensive. Now that he has fallen, those forces previously suppressed by him, as well as other pirate crews eyeing the resources of these waters, will soon be stirred into action. Although you all have bested Kaido, you've poked a hornet's nest. Luffy, unfazed, chuckled. So what? If anyone dares to cause trouble, we'll just take them down too. Zoro chimed in. Exactly. We're not afraid of any trouble. Barrow observed their confident demeanor and nodded slightly. Haha. Spirited. However, if you need assistance, consider collaborating with us, the Storm Pirates. After all, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Luffy pondered for a moment, about to respond when several more ships approached. The individuals disembarking were a mixed bag. Some wore friendly expressions, while others bore hostile glares, clearly harboring their own agendas. Among them was a man dressed in extravagant attire, wearing a tall hat, who stepped forward, snidely remarking, Well, aren't you the little tykes who took down Kaido? Humph, don't think that just because you did that, you can run rampant in these waters, with Kaido down. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. Luffy, incensed by the remark, pointed at the man, shouting, Who are you calling a little tyke? Say that again if you dare. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, both sides on edge, ready to clash. Just then, Nami stepped forward, waving her weather stick as dark clouds swiftly gathered above, thunder rumbling ominously. She declared, Enough bickering. Now is not the time for arguments. Though Kaido has fallen, the chaos in these waters is just beginning. If you all wish to fight to the death here, none of you will benefit in the end. Nami's words brought a calmness to the crowd. They exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of their situation. The man in the tall hat scoffed, asking, So what do you propose? Are we just supposed to stand by and watch you monopolize the benefits of these waters? Nami looked to Luffy, who scratched his head, replying, I don't know. We never intended to monopolize anything. We just want to ensure that no one like Kaido bullies others in these waters again. Zoro continued, We could deliberate together and redefine the spheres of influence in these waters, ensuring that everyone receives their fair share of benefits. The crowd fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. After a brief moment, Barrow spoke up first. Well, this idea sounds quite promising. However, achieving true fairness is no easy feat, as everyone's strength and needs differ. Just as the discussion became fervent, a white sailboat glided gracefully towards them. At the bow stood an elderly gentleman clad in a flowing white robe, his countenance benevolent, holding a cane adorned with a blue gem that radiated a gentle glow. The elder disembarked and approached the gathering, saying, Greetings, everyone. I am Elvin, the sage of these waters. I have heard of the events transpiring here and understand the predicament you face. To resolve the issues of this sea, we must first establish a common goal, to uphold the peace and prosperity of these waters. All eyes turned to Elvin as he continued, We could form an alliance composed of various pirate crews and other factions. Within this alliance, resources and tasks would be allocated based on each member's strength and contributions, collectively maintaining order in these waters. This approach would not only avert unnecessary conflicts, but also benefit all. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. This plan is splendid. I adore it. Zoro interjected with a question. But what if someone violates the Alliance's regulations? Elvin smiled slightly and replied, Then the Alliance will convene to determine the appropriate penalties. In severe cases, expulsion from the Alliance may ensue. After much discussion, the majority embraced Elvin's proposal, agreeing to establish an organization dubbed the Ocean Peace Alliance, with Luffy's pirate crew naturally becoming a pivotal member. In the days that followed, the Alliance set about addressing the myriad issues left in the wake of Kaido's downfall. The first order of business was to clear the battlefield of debris, a monumental task requiring all factions to contribute manpower. Luffy and Aiden took on the responsibility of moving larger fragments, utilizing their considerable strength to transport heavy planks and steel components to designated locations. Zoro led a team tasked with patrolling the surrounding waters, vigilantly preventing any nefarious individuals from seizing the opportunity to plunder or sow chaos. He remained ever watchful, his sword poised for action. Nami wielded her weather staff to regulate the climate. Facilitating the clearing operations, when the heat became oppressive, she conjured clouds to shield the sun. At times, when rain threatened to impede progress, she dispersed the clouds to allow sunlight to shine through. Sanji busied himself in a makeshift kitchen, preparing delectable meals for those toiling tirelessly. His culinary creations not only filled their bellies, but also provided warmth and comfort amid their arduous labor. Though Blackbeard Teach also participated in the Alliance's endeavors, his thoughts remained fixated on augmenting his own power. In moments of respite, he furtively sought secluded spots to practice the abilities of the dark fruit, striving to enhance his strength. As time passed, the battlefield's debris gradually vanished, and the waters began to regain their former vitality. The island's vegetation flourished anew, seabirds soared across the sky, and fish swam freely in the ocean. The Alliance's operations began to fall into a harmonious rhythm, with cooperation among factions growing increasingly seamless. However, just as everyone believed that matters were progressing favorably, discord emerged within the Alliance. Some factions, harboring ulterior motives, began to conspire in secret, seeking to disrupt the existing balance for their own gain. One day, while Luffy's crew convened at the Alliance headquarters to discuss their next steps, a cacophony erupted outside. Luffy dashed out first, only to find a group of armed individuals clashing with the Alliance's guards. "What is happening?" Luffy shouted. The guard rushed over, breathless and anxious. "Captain Luffy." These individuals stormed in, demanding to see the Alliance's leader. When we asked them to wait, they resorted to violence. Luffy furrowed his brow and called out to the group. "Who are you? What do you want?" At the forefront stood a man with a scarred face who sneered and declared, "We are from the Shadow Pirates. We are here to inform you that this alliance is nothing but a farce. Why should we adhere to your dictates and share the benefits we rightfully deserve? We will make our own decisions." Luffy, incensed, retorted, "You're seeking to undermine the harmony of the Alliance. It was no small feat for us to unite and strive for the betterment of these waters. Yet you wish to instigate chaos. Enough with your lofty ideals. We are here to stir up trouble." The scarred man brandished his weapon and charged at Luffy. Undeterred, Luffy activated his Gum fruit abilities, his body stretching rapidly as he confronted the assailant. Gum rocket launcher. He bellowed, his arm resembling a colossal cannon as it hurtled towards the foe. Zoro, Aiden, and Blackbeard Teach swiftly drew their weapons, joining the fray. Zoro's 3 swords glimmered in the sunlight as he darted into the enemy ranks, unleashing his technique, 3-sword style. Oath of the Demons. His blades slashed through, resembling 3 furious dragons descending upon the adversary. Aiden utilized his speed to navigate the chaotic melee, each thrust of his sword finding its mark with precision. Blackbeard Teach conjured dark matter between his hands, exclaiming, "Darkness Devourer." Endless Abyss. He propelled the black substance towards the enemy, drawing them into its formidable vortex, accompanied by their anguished cries. Nami and Sanji were not idle either. Nami commanded her weather staff, summoning thunder and lightning to strike down upon the foes, while Sanji prepared sumptuous meals nearby. Aware that his comrades would need sustenance after the fierce battle, the clash was intense, with both sides exchanging blows, neither yielding ground. Other members of the Alliance rushed to assist, transforming the headquarters into a battleground. Although Luffy and his companions were formidable, the Shadow Pirates were no mere pushovers, having evidently come prepared and outnumbering the Alliance. As the battle wore on, Luffy and his allies began to feel the strain. Their stamina waned while the enemy's onslaught showed no signs of abating. That moment, Elvin appeared on the battlefield, the blue gem atop his cane radiating a brilliant light. He chanted incantations, and a gentle glow emanated from the gem, enveloping the entire arena. "Cease at once." Elvin's voice resonated with an enchanting authority, compelling both factions to halt their fierce confrontation. "Your actions will only plunge these waters back into chaos. Have you forgotten the purpose behind our alliance?" Elvin lamented, his heart heavy. The scarred man scoffed, retorting, "We care not for your lofty ideals. We seek only greater gains, and this alliance stifles our growth." Elvin gazed at him and said, "Do you truly believe that destruction will yield greater rewards?" "You are mistaken. Only through collective effort can these waters thrive, and in turn, the benefits you receive will surpass what you currently possess. The scarred man fell silent, pondering Elvin's words. The other members of the Shadow Pirates exchanged glances, seemingly contemplating the sage's perspective. After a while, the scarred man spoke. Very well, we shall grant this alliance another chance. However, should our demands remain unmet in the future, we will not relent. Elvin nodded in agreement, assuring him, rest assured, we shall strive to ensure that every member receives fair treatment and the benefits they deserve. Though this conflict has temporarily subsided, it has sounded an alarm for the Alliance. Everyone has come to realize that for the Alliance to endure in the long term, it is essential to not only strengthen cooperation and trust among its members, but also to establish a more comprehensive management mechanism and oversight system. In the days that followed, the Alliance embarked on a reform of its management framework. They crafted more detailed regulations, clearly delineating the rights and obligations of each member, while also instituting a dedicated supervisory committee responsible for monitoring member conduct to ensure adherence to the Alliance's rules. The Straw Hat Pirates played a pivotal role in this reform. Luffy, with his infectious enthusiasm, encouraged other members to actively engage in the reform, contributing ideas for the Alliance's development. Zoro, with his meticulousness and sense of responsibility, assisted in formulating regulations concerning security, ensuring the safety of the Alliance's headquarters and its members. Aiden, utilizing his intelligence and communication skills, facilitated coordination among members, fostering better collaboration. Though Blackbeard Teach lacked finesse in interpersonal relations, he offered valuable advice on enhancing strength and crisis management. Drawing from his own experiences, Nami and Sanji continued to play crucial roles in logistics. Nami adjusted the weather to provide favorable climatic conditions for the Alliance's activities, while Sanji tirelessly prepared delectable meals, ensuring everyone had the energy needed for their demanding work and battles. As the reforms deepened, the Alliance's cohesion strengthened, and collaboration among members intensified. This maritime region, through the collective efforts of the Alliance, continued to progress towards peace and prosperity. However, fate seems to delight in presenting challenges. Just as the Alliance began to stabilize and flourish, a mysterious prophecy began circulating in these waters. It was said that on a distant island lay a treasure of such magnitude that it possessed the power to alter the very fabric of the world. The moment this prophecy emerged, it sent shockwaves throughout the maritime realm, prompting countless pirate crews and factions to stir with anticipation, eager to seek out the enigmatic island and its treasure. The Straw Hat Pirates too heard of this prophecy, and Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed to his companions, "Wow, a mysterious treasure! That sounds incredible. We should go find it." Zoro furrowed his brow and replied, "Luffy, we are now members of the Alliance, and we have a responsibility to maintain peace and prosperity in these waters, that we cannot abandon that duty for a mere prophecy." Luffy scratched his head and countered, "But it's a mysterious treasure. Finding it might help us protect these waters even better." Aiden chimed in, "I think Luffy has a point. We can search for the treasure while also safeguarding the peace of the seas. Perhaps in the process, we might discover something beneficial for the Alliance." After a thorough discussion, the Straw Hat Pirates decided to report to the Alliance before embarking on their quest for the mysterious treasure. They believed that with their courage and strength, they would surely overcome the myriad obstacles they might face, while simultaneously bringing new hope and change to these waters. Thus, after notifying the Alliance, the Straw Hat Pirates set sail toward the uncharted seas. Before them lay a journey filled with uncertainty and challenges, yet their hearts brimmed with anticipation and hope, for they understood that each challenge presented an opportunity for growth, and every adventure was a stepping stone toward their dreams. As they navigated the seas, they encountered a plethora of difficulties. At times, they were beset by raging storms, where the waves loomed like mountains, relentlessly battering their vessel, as if intent on swallowing them whole. Luffy and his companions clung tightly to the ropes on the ship, bracing against the onslaught of the tempest. At other times, they faced mysterious sea monsters, colossal creatures with bizarre forms, lunging at them with gaping maws. Zoro, Aiden, and Blackbeard Teach drew their weapons, engaging in fierce battles against the sea beasts. Meanwhile, Nami utilized her weather staff, attempting to alter the climatic conditions to better evade the monster's attacks. Sanji busied himself in the kitchen, preparing sumptuous meals to ensure his comrades could replenish their energy after the skirmishes. Despite the overwhelming challenges, the Straw Hat Pirates never wavered. Through their unwavering trust and unity, they repeatedly overcame obstacles. Steadfastly advancing toward their goal, as they ventured deeper into the unknown waters, clues regarding the mysterious treasure began to surface. From an ancient stone tablet on a deserted island, they unearthed some indistinct writings and symbols, which, after Nami's interpretation and analysis, seemed to point toward a direction beneath the deep sea. Beneath the deep sea? That sounds troublesome, Luffy remarked as he furrowed his brow. Zoro concurred. Indeed, the deep-sea environment is complex and fraught with peril, and we have no knowledge of the dangers that await us. Aiden interjected, however, since we have come this far, we have no reason to retreat. Blackbeard Teach nodded in agreement, saying, Humph, regardless of the dangers, I must see what this treasure truly is. Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates resolved to brave the depths of the ocean. They prepared the necessary equipment, such as diving suits and oxygen tanks, and cautiously descended into the abyss upon entering the deep sea. They felt an overwhelming pressure, as if an immense weight were bearing down upon them. The water was pitch black, illuminated only by the faint glow of their lighting devices. Strange sounds echoed around them, sending shivers down their spines. Luffy led the charge, his body effortlessly stretching and contorting in the water, utilizing the powers of the gum-gum fruit to probe the path ahead. Zoro, Aiden, and Blackbeard Teach closely followed, weapons at the ready for any potential threats. Nami observed their surroundings, using her weather staff to sense changes in currents and pressure, providing vital warnings to her comrades. Sanji carried provisions, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. In the depths of the ocean, they encountered an array of marine life, some of which they had never seen before. Enormous jellyfish floated by, their translucent bodies shimmering with an ethereal blue light, their long tentacles swaying gracefully in the water. Chapter 29. Treasure Hunt. In the deep sea, the Straw Hat Pirates navigated cautiously through the depths, the immense water pressure weighing heavily on each of them. With every descent, the oppressive force intensified, as if countless invisible hands were attempting to restrain them, keeping them from entering this mysterious underwater realm. Yet, the determination in their eyes remained unyielded. Luffy stretched his body, continuously searching for a path ahead, his gaze fixed intently on his surroundings, fearful of missing any potential clues related to the treasure. In the ink-black depths, even the faintest flicker of light or a uniquely shaped rock could hold the key to the treasure. Suddenly, a dim glow appeared in the distance, standing out starkly against the darkness. This light shone like a brilliant star in the night, instantly capturing the attention of all. Luffy excitedly waved his arms. Nearly losing his balance in the water from the sheer exuberance, he eagerly signaled for his companions to follow and accelerated towards the glow, his heart racing with anticipation for the secrets of the treasure soon to be unveiled. In this enigmatic maritime domain, tales of the deep-sea treasure had long been whispered. It was said that in ancient times there existed a legendary pirate known as the Sea King, who commanded an invincible fleet, traversing the oceans without equal. This Sea King not only possessed extraordinary strength, allowing him to navigate the tumultuous seas with ease, but also wielded many mysterious powers and skills. He could summon the winds and rain with a mere thought, commanding the waves to obey his will, and even communicate with the enigmatic creatures of the deep, as if he were the very sovereign of the ocean. His wealth was said to be immeasurable, with treasures and rare artifacts enough to drive the entire world into a frenzy. His vessel was laden with exquisite treasures from across the globe, each piece worth a fortune. From the dazzling brilliance of diamonds and the mysterious glow of gemstones to ancient and precious artifacts and intricately crafted gold and silver ornaments. It was a veritable cornucopia of wonders. However, after witnessing the bloodshed and devastation wrought by a harrowing naval battle, the Sea King was confronted with the stark reality of war's brutal toll. Observing countless lives extinguished amid the flames of conflict and innumerable families shattered, the harrowing scenes pierced his heart deeply, awakening him to the realization that war and plunder yield only endless suffering and destruction. Thus, he resolved to conceal his vast fortune, accumulated over a lifetime, along with those artifacts imbued with mysterious powers, in a hidden locale deep beneath the waves that he hoped that one day these treasures would be discovered by those who truly needed them and harbored a sense of justice, to benefit the world rather than to incite further strife and bloodshed. Legend has it that among these treasures lies a mysterious fruit capable of controlling the elements of the ocean. This fruit appears translucent, its surface seemingly suffused with a gentle blue aura, as if it encapsulates the ocean's profound depths and mysteries. Consuming it grants one the ability to command the flow of waters and the rise and fall of waves with the same ease as one controls their own limbs, enabling them to breathe freely underwater and communicate effortlessly with marine life, thus becoming the true favorite of the sea. Additionally, there exists a sword known as the Abyssal Blade, forged from the hardest ores of the deep sea. Its blade exhibits a profound black hue, reminiscent of an endless abyss. Embedded within the blade is a fiery gemstone sourced from the depths of an underwater volcano, its vibrant red hue captivating. Once drawn, the sword ignites into roaring flames, defying even the crushing pressures of the deep, possessing the power to cleave through the sturdiest reefs and enemy defenses alike. Moreover, it is said that the treasure includes a cloak of the sea, fashioned from the hide of a long-extinct, enigmatic sea creature. Draping it bestows the wearer with unparalleled agility in the water, allowing them to move with greater swiftness than any fish, while also providing resistance against the immense pressures of the deep and serving as protection against various marine predators. This cloak, soft yet resilient, is adorned with delicate shells and pearls that shimmer enchanting glints in the light, enhancing its aura of mystery. In addition to these precious artifacts, the guardianship of the treasure is shrouded in enigma. It is said that surrounding this hidden trove dwell mysterious beings. One such creature is the deep-sea illusory spirit, a jellyfish-like entity with a body almost transparent, radiating a mesmerizing kaleidoscope of colors. These luminescent displays are not merely for aesthetic allure. Legend has it that when uninvited guests approach, the deep-sea illusory spirits can unleash a mesmerizing power through their glow, ensnaring intruders in endless illusions, leading them astray and even into self-destruction. They glide through the water with an ethereal grace, akin to a ballet of sprites in a dream, yet the peril concealed behind their beauty is not to be underestimated. Another formidable guardian is a colossal creature resembling an octopus, known as the Shadow Leviathan. Its inky black form is imposing, with thick, powerful tentacles adorned with sharp suckers. The Shadow Leviathan typically lurks in the darkness, and once it senses an intruder attempting to approach the treasure, it silently glides forth, ensnaring its prey in its massive limbs and dragging them into the unfathomable depths of darkness, never to escape. Its eyes gleam with an eerie red light, akin to two malevolent lanterns in the dark, ever watchful for any who covet the treasure. Aiden, leading his pirate crew, alongside Luffy and others, delved into the unfathomable depths of the ocean. The overwhelming darkness and immense water pressure seemed to be the first formidable trial bestowed upon them by the deep. Yet Aiden's gaze radiated determination and fearlessness. He understood that this quest for treasure was not only about the glory of his crew, but could potentially shape the future of the entire sea. The members of Aiden's crew also wore serious expressions, gripping their weapons tightly as they followed their captain's lead that, in this abyss, they relied on one another, their trust akin to a sturdy rope binding them closely together. Each individual was acutely aware of the lurking dangers ahead, but for the sake of the potential treasure and the meaning it carried, they were resolute in facing the unknown as they approached the flickering light. A magnificent underwater palace emerged before them. The walls of the palace appeared to be constructed from a mysterious crystal, emanating a soft, enchanting glow that illuminated the surrounding dark waters, creating a dreamlike spectacle. The shimmering light seemed to narrate ancient and mysterious tales, enticing them to draw nearer. Gathered around the grand entrance of the palace, the group meticulously examined the intricately carved patterns, seeking a means to unlock the door. The door's carvings were exquisitely detailed, depicting various marine creatures and mysterious naval battles. Some designs illustrated colossal whales in fierce combat with sea monsters, the intensity of the struggle appearing vividly present. Others captured the valiant figures of ancient pirates braving the tempestuous seas, their faces radiant with fearless resolve, evoking admiration. I could see that moment. Luffy inadvertently pressed on a raised portion of the door, which slowly sank inwards. With a deep, resonant rumble, the door began to open. This sudden change ignited a mix of excitement and trepidation among the group, uncertain of what awaited them beyond the threshold. Yet, having come this far, they were unhesitant in their readiness to embrace the forthcoming challenges. A mysterious aura enveloped them as they entered a vast hall, where a colossal stone pedestal stood at its center, upon which rested a radiant treasure chest. The chest appeared neither of gold nor wood, its material uniquely extraordinary, adorned with intricate and lavish patterns that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Surrounding the chest were additional treasures, including translucent fruits radiating diverse hues, some a gentle blue, others a fiery red, each seeming to harbor potent and enigmatic powers, promising unimaginable abilities upon consumption. Among them lay ancient weapons, their blades or hilts encrusted with precious gems that sparkled brilliantly in the chest's glow. The designs of these weapons were equally remarkable, some blades undulating like waves, while others were sculpted in the likeness of sea creatures, unmistakably extraordinary and likely to wield immense power in battle. Luffy and the others were instantly captivated by the treasure chest, their eyes brimming with exhilaration and anticipation. "Wow, that must be the legendary treasure," Luffy exclaimed, eagerly rushing towards the chest. "Wait, Luffy, hold on. There might be traps around." Zoro quickly intervened, surveying the surroundings with caution. Aiden nodded in agreement, equally astonished by the treasure before them, yet acutely aware of the need for vigilance in such a mysterious place. He led his crew alongside Luffy's to approach the pedestal with heightened caution. As they drew near, they noticed ancient inscriptions etched upon the pedestal, cryptic and obscure, leaving them puzzled. "Nami, can you decipher these inscriptions?" Luffy inquired, turning to her. Nami furrowed her brow, intently studying the characters. After a considerable pause, she slowly articulated, "I can only comprehend a fragment. It suggests that this treasure belongs to a powerful ancient pirate king, and the items within possess the ability to alter the world. However, to claim the treasure, one must endure rigorous trials, lest they invite catastrophic consequences." Upon hearing Nami's words, excitement and anxiety coursed through the group. "And no matter the trials, we fear nothing," Luffy declared, his fists clenched resolutely. "Indeed, to uncover a treasure that can safeguard the seas, we must persevere," Aiden echoed in agreement. As they prepared to confront the challenges that might await them, a low, resonant hum suddenly filled the hall, as if something was awakening. This sound reverberated through the silent chamber, sending chills down their spines. The radiant treasure chest remained still upon the pedestal, awaiting the unveiling of its mysterious veil and the precious treasures within that could alter the world and influence the future of the seas. The group immediately heightened their alertness, gripping their weapons tightly and adopting defensive stances. Their gazes swept the hall in search of the source of the sound. As the humming intensified, a swarm of deep-sea illusory spirits gradually materialized. They appeared as described in tales, their bodies nearly transparent, yet radiating a dreamlike spectrum of colors. In an instant, these radiant beams enveloped the entire hall, causing the vision of all present to blur. "Everyone, be cautious. This is the deep-sea mirage. Do not be deceived by its brilliance," Luffy shouted loudly. However, some members had already begun to succumb to hallucinations. Some beheld their most fervent desires seemingly within reach, irresistibly drawn towards that direction. Others were confronted by terrifying monsters, leaving them in a state of panic. Luffy, relying on his formidable willpower, strived to maintain his clarity. He stretched his body and waved his arms towards the deep-sea mirages, attempting to disperse them. Aiden swiftly reacted, directing his crew members to remind one another not to fall into the illusions. They closed their eyes, relying on memory and instinct to navigate the hall, seeking a means to evade the confounding light of the deep-sea mirages. Through their collective efforts, They gradually devised a strategy to confront the deep-sea mirages. Nami utilized her weather staff to conjure faint air currents, endeavoring to blow away the disorienting radiance. Zoro, with his keen sense of hearing, focused on the voices of his comrades, moving towards their location, his sword ever at the ready to fend off any approaching deep-sea mirage. Luffy continued to weave through the hall, dispersing each deep-sea mirage that came close to his companions. After a grueling struggle, they finally broke free from the enchantment of the deep-sea mirages, and the hall's illumination gradually returned to normal. Yet before they could catch their breath, a colossal shadowy beast suddenly lunged forth from the darkness. Its massive form instantly occupied a significant portion of the space. Its inky blackness contrasted by powerful, stout tentacles adorned with sharp suckers. The shadowy beast opened its enormous maw, emitting a deep, rumbling roar as it charged towards them. Luffy was the first to confront it. Activating his rubber fruit abilities, his body stretching rapidly as he delivered a powerful punch to the beast's head. The blow, infused with tremendous force, merely caused the creature to stagger slightly. Observing this, Aiden led his crew to mount a flanking assault. They wielded their weapons, striking at the beast's tentacles in an attempt to sever its means of attack. Zoro, undeterred, drew all three of his swords, slashing at the shadowy beast's body, each glimmering blade releasing streams of dark, ink-like liquid. The battle against the shadowy beast proved exceedingly arduous. Its defenses were formidable. Although their assaults inflicted some damage, none could deliver a fatal blow. Its tentacles relentlessly lashed out, ensnaring those who ventured too close, attempting to drag them into the abyss. Several times, Luffy narrowly avoided being ensnared, his agility allowing him to break free. Aiden's crew fought valiantly, coordinating their efforts. Some drew the shadowy beast's attention, while others seized the opportunity to strike at its vulnerabilities. During the fray, they discerned that the creature's eyes appeared to be its weak points. Consequently, they concentrated their firepower on targeting its eyes. Luffy once more activated his rubber fruit abilities, stretching to the limit as he delivered a precise kick to the beast's eye. The impact elicited a pained roar from the creature. Seizing the moment, Aiden rallied his crew to unleash a barrage of attacks aimed at the injured eye of the shadowy beast. Their weapons struck true, further exacerbating the damage to its eye. Zoro's swords played a crucial role as he slashed at the surrounding area of the beast's eye, widening the wound. United in their relentless assault, the shadowy beast ultimately succumbed, crashing to the ground and ceasing its movements. After vanquishing the shadowy beast, the group took a brief respite before proceeding towards the stone platform housing the treasure chest. Their hearts brimmed with anticipation for the treasure, tempered by caution. Having endured 2 arduous battles, they understood that the guardianship of this treasure would not be a trivial matter. Greater dangers and trials likely lay ahead. Upon their return to the stone platform, they gazed at the chest radiating a dazzling glow, their desire intensifying. "What should we do now? Should we open the chest directly?" Luffy inquired, staring at the treasure. "Perhaps we should wait. Did Nami not mention that numerous trials must be overcome to obtain the treasure?" "We ought to exercise greater caution," Zoro replied. Aiden nodded in agreement, adding, "Let us first survey our surroundings to ascertain if any additional clues or mechanisms are present." Thus, they resumed their meticulous examination of the environment surrounding the stone platform, hoping to uncover the correct method to unlock the chest, while remaining vigilant against any potential threats. During their careful inspection, Nami discovered a small indentation on the platform, its peculiar shape suggesting that something must be inserted to unlock the chest. "Look, there is an indentation here. Could it be that we need to place something inside to open the chest?" Nami pointed out. The group gathered around, contemplating the indentation. "Could it be one of the fruits we saw earlier?" Luffy speculated. "Not quite. The shape of the fruit does not seem to match this indentation." Zoro shook his head. "What if it is a component from a weapon?" Aiden conjectured. They began searching the vicinity for items that might fit the indentation. Yet after a thorough search, they found nothing. Just as disappointment began to settle in, Usopp suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there! It seems there is a hidden compartment in the wall." The group turned to follow Usopp's gaze and indeed spotted a rather inconspicuous hidden compartment in the wall. They rushed over to examine the compartment closely. Ancient inscriptions adorned its surface, though these were somewhat more comprehensible than those on the stone platform. Nami scrutinized the text and remarked, "It states that we must find 5 special pearls and place them in the 5 corners of the palace to unlock this compartment, which likely contains the key item to open the chest. 5 special pearls? That sounds like quite the challenge." Luffy scratched his head. "Regardless, we must search for them," Aiden declared. Thus, the group divided into smaller teams to scour the palace for the 5 special pearls. They meticulously searched every corner, leaving no potential hiding place overlooked. Some searched behind stone columns, others in the crevices of murals, while a few examined the gaps in the stone tiles beneath them. After a strenuous search, they finally discovered the first pearl. This pearl emitted a soft, white light, larger than a typical pearl and adorned with unique patterns. "We found one," Luffy exclaimed with excitement, encouraged by the discovery of the first pearl. Their resolve strengthened as they continued the search for the remaining 4, but along the way, they encountered several small traps and mechanisms. Certain areas featured sudden drops in the ground, while others released jets of high-pressure water or shot out sharp stone spikes. Nevertheless, through their collective wit and cooperation, they deftly evaded each obstacle, pressing on in their quest for the pearls. Ultimately, after a prolonged effort, they located all 5 special pearls. "Fantastic! Now we can unlock that hidden compartment," Luffy exclaimed joyfully. The group returned to the hidden compartment, pearls in hand. Following Nami's interpretation, they placed the 5 pearls in their designated positions around the compartment as the final pearl was set in place. The compartment slowly opened, revealing a beautifully crafted small key, adorned with a blue gem that shimmered enchantingly under the light. "This key must be the crucial element for opening the chest," Zoro asserted. "It is highly likely. Let us hasten to test it," Luffy replied. With the key in hand, they returned to the stone platform where the treasure chest awaited. Luffy carefully inserted the key into the lock on the chest and turned it gently. With a crisp click, the lock disengaged, and a surge of even more intense light erupted from the chest, illuminating the entire hall as brightly as day. As the brilliance gradually faded, the group beheld a trove of precious items within the chest. In addition to the previously mentioned mysterious fruits capable of controlling oceanic elements, the abyssal blade, and the cloak of the sea, there were several other treasures. Among them was an ancient nautical logbook, chronicling long-lost maritime knowledge and secrets pertaining to this vast expanse of ocean. The knowledge contained within these treasures undoubtedly represents an immense fortune for the pirates, aiding them in their future maritime adventures with greater ease. Chapter 30. The ownership of the treasure and a new journey. As the dazzling light gradually faded, Luffy and the members of the Aiden pirate crew gathered around the now-open treasure chest, their eyes filled with wonder and delight. The myriad of treasures within emitted a mysterious and alluring aura, each item seemingly laden with boundless possibilities. That Luffy's gaze was first drawn to the enigmatic fruit capable of manipulating the elements of the ocean. It remained crystal clear, its surface shimmering with a blue halo that appeared to gently swirl, as if beckoning a fated individual to consume it. Unable to resist the urge to reach out, Luffy was abruptly halted by Zoro's firm grip. "Luffy, hold on a moment. We still don't know the consequences of consuming that fruit, and we need to carefully deliberate how to distribute these treasures," Zoro said with a serious expression. Realizing his oversight, Luffy scratched his head and replied, "Ah, right. We should discuss it." Aiden stepped forward and, gazing at the treasures within the chest, remarked, "These treasures are indeed extraordinary. We have endured countless hardships together to obtain them, so we cannot allow disputes over distribution to mar our camaraderie." Everyone nodded in agreement, then seated themselves together to deliberate the allocation of the treasure. Nami was the first to speak. "That navigation log is of paramount importance to us pirates. The maritime knowledge within it will allow us to avoid many detours in our future adventures. That I believe it should be entrusted to our Luffy pirate crew, as we have been traversing these waters and require this knowledge to enhance our strength." Everyone concurred with Nami's reasoning, and Aiden added, "Then the navigation log will belong to your Luffy pirate crew. That I hope you utilize it wisely to explore even more uncharted territories." Next, Zoro's gaze fell upon the abyssal blade, his eyes igniting with fervor. "This sword possesses tremendous power and will undoubtedly prove invaluable in combat," that I believe I can wield it to its fullest potential, so I wish to claim it." Luffy chuckled. "Zoro, you really are still enamored with swords, aren't you? Very well. The sword is yours. Just remember to take down some formidable foes with it." The members of the Aiden pirate crew raised no objections, as Zoro's swordsmanship was well recognized, and it was clear that the sword would be of utmost value in his hands. As for the sea cloak, Usopp's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, this cloak looks incredible. With it, I could move freely in the sea and withstand various attacks. If I had it, I could assist everyone better during our adventures. Could I please have it?" Everyone chuckled at Usopp's eagerness, and Luffy waved his hand. "All right, Usopp, the cloak is yours. Just remember to be braver and charge in front more often." Thus, the primary treasures found their rightful owners, regarding the remaining mysterious fruits that glimmered with various hues and some ancient weapons. After a thorough discussion, they agreed to allocate them based on individual needs and contributions to the crew. Once the treasure was distributed, the atmosphere among the group lightened considerably, as they had finally reaped such precious rewards after enduring countless trials. However, just as they reveled in their joy, a low rumbling sound suddenly echoed throughout the palace, causing the ground to tremble slightly. "Not good. Is there yet another twist in our tale?" Luffy exclaimed, rising alertly and clenching his fists. The others quickly grasped their weapons, assuming defensive stances and cautiously scanning their surroundings. As the rumbling intensified, cracks began to appear along the walls of the palace, as if some immense force were assaulting the ancient structure from within. "Everyone, be cautious. Danger may be imminent," Aiden shouted. Suddenly, a massive hole tore open at the top of the palace, and a colossal creature descended slowly. Its body was covered in hard scales, its head reminiscent of a dinosaur, but with 3 enormous eyes, each flickering with an eerie red glow. Its limbs were powerful, with claws sharp as blades, and just standing there, it exuded a chilling aura. What manner of beast is this? It seems even more formidable than the previous shadow monstrosity. Chopper quivered, hiding behind Luffy. Luffy surveyed the newly emerged creature without a hint of fear, his eyes brimming with determination. "And no matter what this monster is, if it dares to cause trouble, we shall take it down." With that, Luffy charged toward the beast, activating his rubber fruit ability, his body stretching rapidly as he delivered a powerful punch to its head. The blow, fueled by Luffy's fury, struck the creature's cranium with force, yet it merely swayed its head slightly, as if the attack had barely affected it. Seeing this, Aiden led the crew members to flank the creature from the sides and rear, wielding their weapons to slash and stab at its limbs and body, seeking its vulnerabilities. Zoro, unwilling to back down, brandished the newly acquired abyssal blade and lunged at the creature's abdomen with a swift stroke. Flames erupted from the gem upon the sword, engulfing the blade as it made contact with the beast, but the creature's scales appeared impervious to the fire, leaving it relatively unscathed. The monster, incensed by the onslaught, opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a deafening roar, then swung its massive claws in a sweeping motion toward the group. Luffy and the others hastily dodged, yet several members of the Aiden pirate crew were caught off guard and struck by the monster's claws. Sent sprawling to the ground, sustaining significant injuries. "Everyone, stay calm. Focus your attacks on its eyes. Perhaps we can find a breakthrough," Nami shouted, utilizing her weather stick to monitor the creature's movements while directing the others. Taking heed of Nami's command, the crew adjusted their strategy, concentrating their firepower on the creature's 3 eyes. Luffy once again activated his rubber fruit ability, stretching his body to the limit and delivering a precise kick to the center eye. The kick landed squarely, causing the eye to flicker, clearly indicating it had sustained damage. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden rallied the crew members to unleash a barrage of attacks on the wounded eye, their weapons striking true and inflicting further injury. Zoro joined the fray, wielding the abyssal blade to slash at the surrounding area of the creature's eye, exacerbating the wound. Through their combined efforts, the middle eye of the beast finally succumbed, obliterated by their relentless assault. The creature let out a pained roar, its body beginning to sway. Yet it did not fall. Instead, it became increasingly frenzied in its attacks. Its remaining 2 eyes glowed with a more ferocious red light as it lunged recklessly toward the crew. The group continued to resist valiantly, and amidst the fierce battle, they gradually recognized that the creature's abdomen appeared to be another weak point. Each time they struck its belly, the monster would emit a painful howl, and its attacks would weaken. Thus, the crew adjusted their strategy once more, evading the creature's frenzied assaults while concentrating their fire on its abdomen. Luffy utilized his rubber-fruit ability, stretching and contracting his body, nimbly navigating through the creature's attacks as he unleashed a flurry of punches to its belly. The members of the Aiden pirate crew coordinated seamlessly, with some drawing the creature's attention while others seized the moment to strike at its abdomen. Zoro, displaying his remarkable swordsmanship, continuously slashed the area surrounding the creature's abdomen with the abyssal blade, inflicting increasingly severe wounds. After an arduous and grueling battle, the monster finally collapsed, unable to endure any longer, and lay motionless on the ground. Breathless and fatigued, the crew members wore expressions of victorious joy. After all, they had once again triumphed over a formidable foe. Phew, that beast was truly a tough opponent. Luffy wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, but thankfully we emerged victorious, Aiden replied with a smile. Having dealt with the sudden appearance of the creature, the group understood that the palace might still harbor further dangers, and they dared not let their guard down. They commenced a meticulous search of every corner of the palace, hoping to uncover more secrets regarding the palace and the treasures it concealed. During their inspection, Nami discovered a grand mural on one side of the palace wall. The mural depicted the exploits of an ancient sea king and his fleet of pirates. In the artwork, the sea king stood at the bow of a ship, exuding an air of majesty, with a fleet of immense pirate vessels behind him, their sails billowing in the wind. In the scene, mysterious creatures encircle the fleet, seemingly safeguarding their passage. Nami meticulously examines the mural, hoping to glean valuable information from it. Look, there appear to be peculiar symbols on this mural. They may be related to the secrets hidden here, Nami remarked, pointing at some intricate symbols. The group gathered around, gazing at the symbols with puzzled expressions, unable to decipher their meanings. If only Robin were here, she would surely understand these symbols, Luffy lamented. Indeed, Robin is the most knowledgeable when it comes to ancient texts and symbols, Zoro concurred. Just as they found themselves at a loss, a member of the Aiden pirates suddenly exclaimed, "I feel I have seen similar symbols somewhere, perhaps in an ancient book aboard our ship. I must return to retrieve it." "Then hurry back," Aiden urged. The crew member nodded and swiftly dashed toward the palace exit, preparing to fetch the book that might unlock the mystery of the symbols. While awaiting his return, the group continued their exploration of the palace, discovering passages leading to other chambers, which were dark and foreboding, concealing unknown secrets. Driven by curiosity, Luffy attempted to venture inside, but Zoro stopped him. "Luffy, don't act impulsively. Let us wait for that guy to return with the book and clarify our situation before entering. Otherwise, we may encounter danger," Zoro advised. Though Luffy felt a restless yearning, he recognized the wisdom in Zoro's words and patiently waited. After a while, the Aiden Pirates member returned, breathless, clutching a tattered tome, but he handed the book to Aiden, saying, "Captain, this is the book. I remember it contains symbols similar to those." Aiden opened the book and indeed found symbols resembling those on the mural. He passed the book to Nami, instructing, "Nami, take a look at this book and see if you can discern a way to interpret the mural's symbols." Nami carefully examined the book. After some time, she slowly raised her head, her face illuminated by a glimmer of excitement. "I understand some of it. These symbols seem to narrate how the Sea King, after concealing treasures, established a series of trials to prevent easy access. Each trial passed reveals deeper secrets about the treasure, and the monster we defeated earlier was merely one of those trials," Nami explained. Upon hearing her words, the group felt a mix of exhilaration and apprehension. They were thrilled at the prospect of uncovering more secrets about the treasure, yet anxious about the trials that awaited them. "Let us forge ahead. No matter how many trials lie ahead, we shall face them," Luffy declared, clenching his fists with determination. "Indeed, to unravel this mystery, we must persist in our exploration," Aiden echoed. Thus, propelled by Nami's insights into the mural's symbols, the group began to traverse one of the passages. Ready to confront the challenges ahead, They tread cautiously into the passage, which was damp and shadowy, suffused with an air of enigma. The walls occasionally flickered with faint glimmers, as if guiding their way forward. After a while, they encountered a massive stone door, firmly sealed, adorned with intricate patterns and inscriptions. Nami approached, scrutinizing the designs and text on the door. After a lengthy examination, she announced, "This stone door seems to indicate that we must find 3 special keys, which must be inserted into the 3 keyholes to unlock it. Finding those keys will not be an easy task." Luffy scratched his head and remarked, "Regardless, we must endeavor to seek them out," Aiden stated. Consequently, the group divided into several teams, embarking on a quest to locate the 3 special keys throughout the passage and other areas of the palace. They searched diligently in every nook and cranny, leaving no potential hiding place unexplored. Some scoured the crevices of stones, others looked behind murals, while several searched within hidden compartments in the ground. In the course of their search, they encountered various small traps and mechanisms. Some areas had floors that suddenly collapsed. Others released jets of high-pressure water, and still others shot out sharp stone spikes. However, through their collective ingenuity and cooperation, they evaded these hazards and continued their quest for the keys. At long last, after considerable effort, they discovered the first special key. Its unique design featured an embedded green gem that shimmered with mysterious light in the darkness. "That we found one," Luffy exclaimed with excitement. Encouraged by the discovery of the first key, their resolve intensified as they continued to seek the remaining 2. During their search, they faced new challenges. On one occasion, they entered a room filled with a pungent odor that made it difficult to breathe. Strange instruments littered the room, emanating a sense of dangerous energy. "Everyone be careful. There may be peril here," Luffy shouted. The group covered their mouths and noses, cautiously stepping into the room to discern the purpose of the instruments and how to avoid their dangers. After a thorough examination, they realized these instruments were part of an ancient defense mechanism. Triggering certain mechanisms would release toxic gas or unleash powerful energy attacks. By observing the markings and cues on the devices, they carefully navigated around them, continuing their search for the keys. After further arduous efforts, they located the second special key. Unlike the first, this key was crafted from a golden metal, adorned with exquisite engravings that sparkled under the light. "Another key found!" Luffy jubilantly shouted. With only 1 key left to find, anticipation heightened among the group, yet they remained cautious. They continued their search throughout the palace, leaving no potential hiding spot unexamined. Eventually, in a secluded corner, they discovered the final special key. This key was silver gray, embellished with tiny crystals that refracted a kaleidoscope of colors in the light. "Fantastic! Now we can unlock that stone door," Luffy exclaimed joyfully, armed with the 3 keys. They returned to the stone door. Following Nami's interpretation, they inserted the keys into the respective keyholes. As the last key was turned, the stone door slowly creaked open, releasing an even more mysterious aura that piqued their curiosity. Stepping through the threshold, they found themselves in a vast circular chamber, at the center of which stood an enormous crystal ball, radiating a gentle glow that illuminated the entire room. Surrounding the crystal were ancient artifacts and unknown objects, all exuding a mysterious energy that suggested immense power. "What on earth is this?" Luffy inquired, eyes wide with wonder. "I'm not sure. We need to investigate thoroughly," Nami replied. The group gathered around the crystal ball, intently examining the artifacts. They discerned that these items seemed connected to the ancient Sea King and his treasure. Some bore the emblem of the Sea King, while others appeared to be tools used for harnessing some enigmatic power. Attempting to handle a few items for closer inspection, they found that each possessed a protective mechanism. Touching them would trigger traps or emit warning signals. "Everyone be cautious. Refrain from moving anything until we comprehend the situation," Zoro cautioned. Thus, the group resorted to observation to ascertain the nature of the artifacts, wary of recklessly touching them. During their scrutiny, Nami noticed flickering images within the crystal ball, albeit indistinct and unclear. "Look, there seem to be images in the crystal. We might find crucial information about the treasure there," Nami suggested. The group gathered closer, fixated on the images within the crystal ball, striving to discern their content. After considerable effort, they finally began to make out some of the scenes. The images appeared to depict the ancient Sea King during the burial of his treasures, showcasing how he selected items, established protective mechanisms, and set trials, along with his hopes for those who might discover the treasure in the future. Ah, I see now. The Sea King wishes for us to use these treasures to safeguard this ocean rather than selfishly fight over them, Luffy mused thoughtfully. Indeed, we must not betray the Sea King's expectations. Aiden also remarked. Upon absorbing this information, the group became acutely aware of the weightier mission they bore. They resolved to safeguard these treasures, along with the knowledge and artifacts acquired from this place, so that they might be utilized more effectively in future maritime adventures to protect the seas. Subsequently, they cautiously departed from the circular chamber, preparing to leave the enigmatic underwater palace. As they navigated their exit from the palace, they encountered several minor mechanisms and traps. However, drawing from their previous experiences and cooperating with one another, they successfully overcame each obstacle. At last, they emerged triumphantly from the depths of the palace and returned to the vast ocean. Gazing upon the magnificent underwater palace, their hearts were filled with profound reflections. This journey of treasure hunting in the deep sea, though fraught with peril and hardship, yielded not only precious treasures and invaluable knowledge, but, more importantly, a clear understanding of the mission they were entrusted with. Next, we shall continue to roam these vast seas, using the treasures and knowledge we have obtained to protect these waters, Luffy proclaimed, waving his arms enthusiastically. Indeed, let us embark on this new voyage together. Aiden echoed in agreement. With their hearts brimming with rewards and unwavering conviction, the group swam deeper into the ocean, commencing their new nautical adventure. Chapter 31. The perilous predicament of Aiden's pirate crew after parting ways with Luffy and the others. Aiden led his pirate crew onward in their adventurous journey across the boundless sea. However, challenges and difficulties trailed them like shadows, persistently testing their courage and intellect. Initially, a sudden change in weather posed significant troubles. The once clear blue sky was abruptly shrouded by ominous clouds, as fierce winds roared and tumultuous waves surged violently. The ship rocked violently amidst the turbulent waters, akin to a leaf on the brink of being capsized. Steady now. Hold on to everything on the ship, and don't let yourselves be thrown overboard. Aiden shouted, gripping the helm tightly as he struggled to maintain the vessel's course. Yet, the ferocity of the gale rendered control exceedingly arduous. The crew stood ready, some desperately securing loose supplies, while others worked together to lower the sails in an effort to reduce the wind's impact on the ship. Despite their efforts, the waves continued to crash mercilessly against the hull, icy seawater flooding the deck and hampering their movements further. Just as they grappled with the harsh weather, a colossal whirlpool quietly formed in the distance. Its powerful suction resembled an invisible hand, slowly pulling the ship toward its center. "Captain, it's a whirlpool. We must find a way to evade it," a crew member cried out in terror. Aiden gritted his teeth and commanded, "Row with all your strength and adjust the ship's direction. We cannot be drawn in." The crew exerted themselves fully, paddling with all their might, veins bulging from exertion. Yet, the whirlpool's pull was overwhelming, inching the vessel closer with every passing moment, intensifying the peril. In this critical moment, Aiden made a decisive call. He instructed the crew to jettison some of the heavier supplies overboard in an attempt to lighten the ship's weight, thereby increasing their chances of escaping the whirlpool's grasp. After a strenuous struggle, the vessel finally broke free from the whirlpool's threat, though it bore numerous scars from the ordeal. Cracks marred the hull, and several oars had splintered during the battle, necessitating urgent repairs. Having narrowly survived the dual crisis of the storm and whirlpool, Aiden's pirate crew docked at an ostensibly tranquil deserted island, preparing to mend their ship and search for supplementary provisions. However, this island was not as safe as it appeared. As they set foot on the isle and delved into the woods, they encountered a pack of fierce beasts. These creatures, resembling gigantic wolves, possessed razor-sharp claws and menacing fangs, their eyes betraying a fierce and greedy glint. Upon spotting Aiden and the crew, they immediately unleashed a low growl, then charged en masse toward them. "Everyone be cautious. Prepare for battle." Aiden drew his sword and advanced boldly. The crew followed suit, brandishing their weapons as they engaged in a fierce struggle against the beasts. Yet, these creatures were exceptionally agile and ferocious, launching relentless attacks from all directions in an attempt to breach Aiden's defenses. During the fray, Aiden noticed that the beasts seemed particularly sensitive to sound. An idea sparked in his mind. He loudly commanded the crew to concentrate their attacks on a single point while striking his sword against a shield to create a resounding clamor, hoping to distract the beasts and disrupt their assault rhythm. After a grueling battle, Aiden's crew finally succeeded in driving off the feral beasts, albeit with several members sustaining varying degrees of injuries. After administering rudimentary first aid to the wounded crew members, they resumed their search for timber and other materials necessary for repairing the ship. However, they had not ventured far when they encountered yet another dilemma. Some areas of the island were riddled with marshlands. A careless step could lead one to become ensnared. One crew member, failing to heed his surroundings, suddenly found himself trapped in the mire, crying out for help. "Stay calm. Toss him a rope and let us pull him out together," Aiden shouted. The crew quickly threw a rope, gripping it tightly as they exerted tremendous effort to rescue their comrade from the swamp. After much struggle, they successfully pulled the ensnared crew member to safety. From that point on, they navigated with heightened caution, ever vigilant of the ground beneath them. After considerable effort, they finally located suitable timber for the ship's repairs. However, when they attempted to transport it, they discovered that the surrounding trees appeared to possess some mysterious protective mechanism. Whenever they tried to chop down a tree, sharp spikes would suddenly spring forth, fast and razor-sharp, threatening to injure anyone who was not careful. "What do we do? Without felling these trees, we cannot repair the ship," a crew member exclaimed anxiously. Aiden scrutinized the trees closely and discerned a certain pattern in the spike's emergence. After careful observation, he realized that by touching specific nodes on the trunks in a particular sequence, they could temporarily disable the spike mechanism. Under Aiden's guidance, the crew meticulously followed his method, successfully disabling the spikes and obtaining the necessary timber for repairs. With the ship finally restored, Aiden's pirate crew set sail once more, continuing their adventurous journey. However, it was not long before they stumbled into a mysterious maritime region. The waters here exhibited an eerie hue, enveloped in a faint mist that obscured distant sights. Occasionally, peculiar ripples undulated across the surface, as if something unseen was gliding beneath the waves. Once their vessel entered this enigmatic expanse, the compass abruptly malfunctioned, the needle spinning erratically and rendering them directionless. "Captain, the compass is broken. We no longer know which way to go," the helmsman exclaimed, panic in his voice. Aiden furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the peril associated with losing one's bearings in this vast ocean. He ordered the crew to reduce their speed while dispatching several adept swimmers to investigate the situation, hoping to uncover the cause of the compass's failure and ascertain the correct course. The crew members submerged cautiously, but soon encountered trouble that a colossal jellyfish-like creature appeared around them. Its translucent body emitted a faint glow, while its long, slender tentacles were covered in tiny stingers. Contact with these tentacles would result in immediate pain, followed by a numbing sensation that hindered movement. "Beware of those jellyfish-like creatures. Don't let them touch you," one of the submerged crew members shouted. They attempted to evade the creature's attacks, yet maneuvering underwater proved far less agile than on land, resulting in several crew members inadvertently ensnared by the tentacles, their bodies stiffening as they struggled helplessly. Observing this distressing scene from the ship, Aiden and his crew were filled with urgent concern. They hurriedly tossed ropes, striving to pull their submerged comrades back aboard. After a strenuous rescue effort, the swimmers were finally hauled back onto the ship, though their conditions were far from favorable and necessitated immediate treatment. Meanwhile, the ship continued to drift within this mysterious maritime realm, devoid of the compass's guidance and beset by unknown dangers, leaving Aiden's pirate crew in an increasingly precarious predicament to ensure the vessel could proceed. Aiden resolved to have the crew navigate by observing the positions of the stars and sun, albeit this method lacked precision and could only serve as a temporary measure in the absence of compass. They continued their cautious voyage, remaining vigilant for potential threats lurking in the surroundings. Before long, new circumstances began to unfold, a powerful current suddenly surged across the surface of the sea, its speed akin to that of a roaring river flowing through the vast ocean. "Hold on tight, everyone. This current is ferocious. Don't get swept away," Aiden shouted. The crew gripped the railings and other fixed points aboard the ship, yet the vessel was still ensnared by the current, hurtling towards an unknown destination. Driven by the force of the current, the ship accelerated, causing unsecured supplies to roll about the deck, with some even being flung into the sea. Aiden was frantic. He attempted to steer the ship to alter its course. But the power of the water was overwhelming, rendering the helm nearly ineffective as they struggled against the current. A treacherous reef area emerged ahead, its jagged rocks intermittently visible amidst the crashing waves. "Beware, it's the reef zone. Everyone be cautious and try to avoid a collision," Aiden warned. The crew sprang into action. Some attempted to use long poles to push away the nearby rocks, while others focused on securing themselves to avoid being thrown overboard. However, despite their utmost efforts, the ship was inevitably drawn towards the reef. With a resounding crash, the hull collided violently with a larger rock, causing the vessel to shudder violently, with some planks beginning to splinter. Water surged through the cracks, prompting the crew to urgently begin bailing out the water while assessing the damage. Fortunately, although the ship sustained injuries from the impact, it was not on the verge of sinking. Aiden directed the crew in urgent repairs, utilizing planks and ropes to seal the breaches and minimize the influx of seawater. After a tense period of makeshift repairs, the ship regained some navigational capability, albeit at a significantly reduced speed, necessitating further comprehensive restoration. As they continued their journey, they encountered a flock of seabirds. These birds, numerous enough to block out the sun, circled the ship, emitting piercing cries. Initially, the crew paid little heed to the birds, assuming they were merely passing by. However, it soon became evident that the seabirds harbored unusual intentions. Some began to dive from the sky towards the ship, their razor-sharp talons aiming to snatch supplies or attack the crew. "Be wary of those seabirds. They come with ill intent," Aiden shouted. The crew armed themselves, attempting to fend off the birds, some swinging swords while others launched stones from slingshots. Yet the sheer number of birds made it exceedingly difficult to repel them, and their agility allowed them to evade the crew's attacks before launching renewed assaults. Amidst the chaotic skirmish with the seabirds, several crew members sustained minor injuries, and some supplies were seized by the birds. Recognizing that this predicament could not continue, Aiden observed the flight patterns of the seabirds and discerned that they seemed to be circling a central point. Thus, he devised a plan, instructing his crew to concentrate their fire on that focal point. Following his guidance, the crew directed their attacks towards the central area, resulting in disarray among the seabirds. They ceased their organized assaults and began to scatter in panic. After a tumultuous struggle, they successfully drove the seabirds away. However, the troubles for Aiden's pirate crew were far from over. As they pressed on, they soon entered a frigid sea, where the icy water caused frost to form on the ship's exterior, and the crew felt the biting cold. "Everyone, bundle up in warm clothing and huddle together for warmth. We must leave this frigid region at once," Aiden instructed. The crew hastily donned their thick garments, clustering closely for warmth, yet the bitter chill still hampered their mobility, rendering some crew members' hands and feet numb, complicating their ability to operate the ship. Moreover, hidden within these cold waters lurked a perilous creature known as the ice shark. These sharks, with their grayish-white bodies and sharp scales, moved swiftly through the icy depths and were exceedingly fierce. Upon discovering Aiden's vessel, they began to stealthily approach. "Everyone, be alert. Something seems to be drawing near, likely a dangerous creature from these waters," Aiden warned. His voice tense, the crew gripped their weapons, anxiously scanning the surrounding waters. Suddenly, an ice shark burst forth from beneath the surface, lunging at a crew member with its gaping maw. The crew member let out a terrified scream, hastily raising his weapon in defense. Others rushed to assist, engaging in a fierce battle with the ice shark. Its attacks were brutal, its teeth capable of leaving deep gashes in the ship's planks. During the confrontation, the crew discovered that the creature's eyes appeared to be its weak point. They began to concentrate their fire on the ice shark's eyes. After a grueling struggle, they finally succeeded in repelling the beast, albeit at the cost of additional damage to the ship. As they continued their voyage, Aiden's crew stumbled upon Mysterious Island. Enshrouded in thick fog, the island's outline was barely discernible from afar. As they drew nearer, they detected peculiar sounds emanating from the land, akin to soft chanting or perhaps the calls of some enigmatic creatures. Exercise caution. This island feels shrouded in mystery and may harbor dangers. Aiden cautioned. The crew cautiously disembarked onto the island, embarking on an exploration. During their exploration, they encountered oddly shaped trees with twisted trunks, bearing fruit-like objects that emitted an eerie aroma. The ground itself was soft and yielding, akin to walking on cotton candy, making it easy to sink with a misstep. One crew member, failing to heed the ground's treachery, became ensnared and cried out for help. "Stay calm. Throw him a rope and pull him out together," Aiden commanded. The crew quickly tossed a rope, pulling with all their might until they successfully rescued their ensnared companion. From that point on, they proceeded with heightened caution, ever mindful of their footing as they delved deeper into the island. They encountered another strange phenomenon. Certain stones moved of their own accord, slowly rolling across the ground as if possessing a will of their own. When the crew approached these stones, they suddenly emitted a brilliant light, followed by a force that repelled any who drew near. "What in the world is this?" one crew member exclaimed in astonishment. Aiden shared in their bewilderment, closely observing the stones in an effort to discern their patterns. After careful scrutiny, he noted that the stones seemed to move in a specific sequence, only triggering their luminous response when someone approached within a certain distance that he surmised that by adhering to the stone's movement order and avoiding their activation range, they could navigate through safely. Under Aiden's direction, the crew carefully sidestepped the stone's trigger zones, successfully passing through the area. As they ventured further into the island, they uncovered a vast cave. The cave was shrouded in darkness, emanating an air of mystery. "Be cautious. This cave may harbor dangers. Should we venture inside?" Aiden inquired. The crew exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to explore, having already encountered so many peculiarities on the island. Perhaps within the cave lay secrets of the island or a means of escape. They cautiously entered the cave, weapons at the ready, prepared for any potential threats. After traversing a short distance within the cave, they were met with a deep, rumbling growl, as if some colossal beast lurked within. "Prepare for battle. It sounds like a formidable creature resides here," Aiden whispered. The crew, now tense, tightened their grips on their weapons and advanced with utmost caution. As they pressed forward, a massive creature emerged before them. Towering and formidable, its robust limbs were cloaked in hard scales, its head resembling that of a bear but adorned with enormous tusks, its eyes glimmering with a menacing red glow. "What manner of beast is this?" A crew member gasped in horror. Aiden furrowed his brow and declared, "Regardless of what it is, we must defeat it first." With that, Aiden unsheathed his sword and charged forward. The crew followed suit, engaging the creature in a fierce struggle. During the battle, they discerned that the creature's abdomen appeared to be its vulnerable spot. Thus, they began to concentrate their firepower on the monster's abdomen. After a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in bringing the beast down. Though the crew was left breathless, and several had sustained injuries, after administering basic first aid to the wounded, they continued their exploration of the island, hoping to uncover something useful or a means of escape. At last, on the opposite side of the island, they stumbled upon a dilapidated little boat. Although it appeared quite worn, a thorough inspection revealed that it could still barely navigate. "Wonderful. We can use this small boat to leave this strange island," Aiden exclaimed joyfully. The crew dragged the boat to the shore, and after some repairs and preparations, they boarded the vessel and departed from the mysterious isle. However, during their continued voyage, the Aiden pirate crew encountered a tempest far more ferocious than any they had faced before, with howling winds, blinding lightning, and waves surging to great heights. "Hold on tight. Everyone, this storm is fierce. We must not be thrown overboard," Aiden shouted. The crew clung desperately to everything aboard, struggling to survive the onslaught of the storm. At the height of the tempest, a colossal bolt of lightning struck the ship, igniting its hull and causing flames to spread rapidly. "Oh no, the ship is on fire. Everyone extinguish the flames," Aiden cried. the crew sprang into action, some using buckets of water to douse the fire, while others beat at the flames with blankets and other materials. After a grueling effort, they finally managed to extinguish the fire, but the ship had sustained severe damage, rendering it nearly incapable of sailing any further. Aiden gazed at the battered vessel, his heart heavy with despair. Yet he understood that they could not give up. They had to find a way to press onward. Alongside his crew, he undertook a final repair effort, attempting to mend the ship's damaged sections as best as they could. Although the vessel was barely seaworthy after the patchwork repairs, its speed was greatly diminished, and it remained prone to further malfunctions. Nevertheless, the members of the Aiden pirate crew did not waver. They firmly believed that as long as they united with courage and wisdom, they could surmount the numerous challenges that lay ahead. Continuing their adventure across the vast, uncharted ocean. Chapter 32. A desperate situation yields new hope. The Aiden pirate crew sailed slowly upon the barely repaired vessel, each inch forward proving immensely arduous. The ship's battered appearance seemed to narrate the myriad trials they had endured along their journey. And though the crew was utterly exhausted, their eyes still sparkled with unwavering determination. As time passed, the condition of the ship worsened, with cracks in the hull expanding due to the relentless assault of the waves, occasionally emitting distressing creaks. The helmsman struggled to maintain control of the vessel, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, fully aware that even the slightest miscalculation could spell doom for the entire ship. "Captain, this cannot continue. The ship won't hold out much longer," the helmsman implored anxiously. Aiden furrowed his brow, surveying the precarious state of the vessel with worry. Yet, he feigned calm and responded loudly, "Everyone, remain composed. Keep a lookout for any nearby locations where we might dock and effect repairs." Just as despair began to engulf them, the lookout suddenly shouted with excitement, "Captain, ahead, a small island has been spotted. It appears there is a harbor where we can dock." This news shone like a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. Igniting the spirits of the crew, they turned their gazes towards the direction indicated by the lookout, and indeed, a verdant island emerged before them, its tranquil harbor seemingly beckoning them closer. Aiden immediately commanded them to steer towards the island with all their might. As the ship approached the harbor and secured its mooring, the crew let out a collective sigh of relief. However, they dared not let their guard down, for in this enigmatic sea, no one could predict what dangers might be concealed beneath the serene facade of the island. Aiden led several crew members ashore, stepping onto the island's soil. The air was fresh and pleasant, imbued with a subtle floral fragrance, surrounded by dense woods where various exotic birds chirped joyfully from the branches. "We'll split into groups. One will stand guard while the other accompanies me to explore the island for materials to repair the ship," Aiden organized methodically. During their exploration, they discovered a grove of towering trees that appeared ideal for their repair needs. However, upon preparing to fell the trees, they realized that a mysterious force seemed to protect them. Whenever someone approached, tendrils would descend from the trees and rapidly ensnare the intruder, rendering them immobile. "What do we do now?" "Trouble again," one crew member lamented helplessly. Aiden closely observed the tendrils and noticed they reacted to sound in some manner. A sudden idea struck him. He instructed the crew to shout loudly and strike their weapons to create a cacophony. Indeed, under the sustained din, the tendrils gradually loosened their grip. Seizing the opportunity, the crew swiftly began to chop down the trees. Meanwhile, those stationed at the harbor encountered their own predicament. A peculiar school of fish suddenly appeared in the water, their flat bodies shimmering with vibrant colors as they swam rapidly around the ship, forming a circle to be cautious. "These fish seem off," the lookout warned. Almost immediately, the fish leapt from the water, spraying a sticky substance at the crew aboard the ship. This substance, upon contact with the skin, produced an intensely stinging sensation that was quite unbearable. The crew scrambled to evade the attack, some using shields for protection, while others dashed back into the cabin. Yet a few crew members were unfortunate enough to be struck by the goo, writhing in pain on the ground. "Quickly, carry the injured brothers to the shore and seek Choba for treatment," Aiden urged anxiously upon learning of the situation. Fortunately, after some treatment, the condition of the injured crew members gradually stabilized. Meanwhile, Aiden and his crew, after considerable effort, had finally harvested enough timber. They returned to the harbor with the wood and commenced the repair work on the ship. Thanks to their collective efforts, the repair process progressed relatively smoothly. After several days of hard work, the ship regained some degree of navigability, just as they were preparing to set sail once more. A melodious flute sound suddenly wafted from the island. The ethereal notes seemed to originate from another realm, capturing everyone's attention. Where is that flute music coming from? It sounds as if something is calling us. Aiden pondered curiously. The crew, too, was captivated by the enchanting melody, turning to gaze in its direction. Aiden decided to lead a portion of the crew to investigate. Following the sound, they traversed through the dense woods and arrived at an open meadow. In the center of the grassland sat an elderly man clad in white. Leisurely playing his flute, he bore a kind visage, yet his eyes held a profound mystery. "You have finally arrived, distant travelers," the old man said, ceasing his playing and speaking slowly. Aiden approached cautiously and inquired, "Who are you? Why are you here? What is the meaning of this flute music?" The old man smiled gently and replied, "I am the guardian of this island. I have awaited the arrival of fated individuals for a long time, that I have witnessed the trials you have endured." Aiden was taken aback, realizing that this island harbored such a mysterious figure. The old man continued, "Although your ship has been repaired, it remains fragile. That I can assist you in fully restoring it and granting it special abilities, but you must help me with a task." "What task?" "As long as we can accomplish it, we will do our utmost," Aiden replied without hesitation. The old man stood and pointed toward a cave at the meadow's end, saying, "Within that cave lies a mysterious crystal ball. The treasure of this island, which has long been corrupted by malevolent forces. I need you to enter the cave, retrieve the crystal ball, purify it, and then return it to me." Aiden glanced at the cave, sensing intuitively that this task would not be straightforward, yet he nodded in agreement, knowing that to restore the ship fully and allow the crew to continue their journey, he must comply. "Very well. We shall undertake this task," Aiden affirmed resolutely. He led the crew toward the cave, where an ominous aura pervaded the entrance, and in the darkness, it felt as though countless eyes were watching them. They proceeded cautiously into the cave, weapons held tightly in their grips. The passage within the cavern is rugged and uneven, with faint glimmers of light flickering intermittently on the walls, barely illuminating the path ahead. After traversing a distance, they are met with a deep, resonant growl, as if some colossal creature lurks in the depths. "Be cautious. There appears to be a monster lurking within," Aiden whispered, his voice laced with concern. The crew, now on high alert, tightened their grips on their weapons, bracing themselves for confrontation. As they ventured deeper, an enormous spider materialized before them. Its body was as large as a house, covered in sharp spines, and its 8 eyes glowed with an eerie crimson light. Its thick, powerful legs caused the ground to tremble with each movement. "What manner of beast is this?" one crew member exclaimed in terror. Aiden inhaled deeply and shouted, "Fear not. Let us unite and vanquish it." With that, Aiden surged forward, wielding his sword and aiming for the spider's head. The crew followed suit. Some attacked its legs with blades, attempting to sever its mobility, while others aimed their long spears at its eyes, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The battle with the spider was fierce. Its defenses were formidable. Aiden's sword merely grazed its surface, leaving only shallow marks. The spider lashed out with its legs, sweeping away any crew member who dared approach, while it attempted to ensnare them in its webbing. Yet, the crew of Aiden's pirate band did not falter. They coordinated their efforts, diligently seeking the spider's vulnerabilities. After a grueling struggle, they discerned that the spider's abdomen was its Achilles heel. They concentrated their assaults on that very spot. Aiden once more lunged with his sword, piercing towards the spider's underbelly. The crew adjusted their attacks accordingly, unleashing a barrage of weaponry upon the spider's vulnerable region. Under the relentless onslaught of their combined might, the spider finally succumbed, crashing to the ground in a resounding thud. Motionless, they pressed onward into the depths of the cavern, ultimately discovering a mysterious crystal orb. This orb rested upon a stone pedestal, emanating a gentle glow, yet within that radiance lurked a sinister black aura, clearly tainted by malevolent forces. Aiden cautiously lifted the orb, feeling a chilling cold seep through his grasp. Be wary. This orb is not as it seems. We must depart swiftly," Aiden urged, they hurriedly exited the cavern, returning to the elder in the meadow. Upon seeing the crystal orb in their possession, the elder's face illuminated with a satisfied smile. "Well done, you have succeeded. Now, hand over the orb to me. I shall purify it and fulfill my promise to restore your ship completely while bestowing upon it extraordinary capabilities," the elder proclaimed. Aiden passed the orb to the elder, who cradled it in his hands, murmuring incantations as he began the purification ritual. Gradually, the dark aura dissipated, and the orb's glow transformed into a pristine brilliance, eventually regaining its original crystalline clarity. The elder placed the purified orb back in its original position and turned towards the harbor where the ship lay anchored, with a flourish of his hands. A gentle light enveloped the vessel. Under this luminous aura, the ship's fissures rapidly mended, and damaged components restored themselves to pristine condition. Moreover, the ship seemed to have been endowed with a unique strength, rendering it sturdier and significantly enhancing its sailing speed. Your vessel is now fully restored and possesses the ability to withstand certain malevolent forces that I hope you continue to bravely navigate the seas, safeguarding the peace of these waters, the elder said with a smile directed at Aiden and his crew. The members of Aiden's pirate band gazed at their rejuvenated ship with hearts brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, wise elder. We shall forever remember your kindness and continue our adventures upon these seas," Aiden declared earnestly. After bidding farewell to the elder, Aiden's pirate crew set sail once more, buoyed by renewed hope and enhanced equipment. Embarking on their journey filled with uncertainty, they understood that further trials and tribulations awaited them. Yet in this moment, they were infused with confidence, prepared to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 33. The Mysterious Ruins and the Ancient Curse. Aiden's pirate crew bid farewell to the Guardian of the Isle and set forth again aboard their rejuvenated vessel. The ocean shimmered under the sun's rays, as if the previous trials had been but a fleeting nightmare. Yet they were aware that this enigmatic sea never lacked for new challenges. Days later, the lookout atop the mast called down, "Captain, a vast expanse of fog looms ahead, and it seems rather ominous." Aiden furrowed his brow and raised his telescope, surveying the fog that exuded an air of mystery, eluding their comprehension. However, with no alternative, the ship pressed onward, gradually sailing into the mist. As they entered the fog, the temperature plummeted abruptly, causing the crew to shiver involuntarily. Their visibility diminished sharply, and the helmsman nervously maneuvered the ship, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, the vessel jolted as though it had struck something, prompting everyone to grasp nearby objects for stability. "Inspect the ship's condition," Aiden bellowed. The crew sprang into action, discovering that the ship remained unscathed, though peculiar rock formations had appeared around them, taking on shapes reminiscent of ghastly creatures and ancient ruins. Just as they prepared to advance, a low growl resonated from within the fog, echoing like a roar from the depths of hell. Soon, decrepit little boats emerged from the mist, devoid of crew yet radiating a chilling aura. Aiden realized the situation was dire and ordered his crew to brace for battle. However, the small vessels did not launch an attack. Instead, they circled slowly around their larger ship, as if awaiting something. As time passed, the growling intensified, and a colossal outline of ruins emerged from the fog. The ruins appeared ancient and weathered, their walls etched with strange patterns and symbols. Aiden resolved to lead a portion of the crew to explore the ruins, hoping to uncover a means of escaping the fog. After leaving some crew members to guard the ship, they boarded a small boat and rowed towards the ruins. Upon reaching the ruins, Aiden and his crew advanced cautiously. The stone pathway beneath their feet was uneven, with some sections already fractured, and the air was thick with a pungent odor. They followed a corridor deeper into the ruins, where torches on the walls ignited spontaneously, illuminating the way ahead. Flanking the corridor were ancient armors and weapons, each bearing the marks of time, as if recounting tales of past glory. At the end of the passage lay a vast circular hall. In the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal skull emanating a ghostly light. The eye sockets of the skull glimmered with an uncanny radiance, dissuading any from gazing directly at it. As Aiden approached to inspect it, the air around him seemed to solidify, and from every corner of the hall, a horde of skeletal warriors surged forth. Armed with rusted weapons, these skeletal beings charged towards them. "Battle!" Aiden shouted, and the crew engaged in a fierce skirmish with the skeletal warriors. Despite their lack of flesh and blood, the skeletal warriors proved formidable. Blades clashed against them, only to spark harmlessly. Aiden fought valiantly against one skeletal warrior, discovering that their weakness lay in their spinal columns. Concentrating his attacks, there caused the skeletal foes to disintegrate. The crew, having grasped this insight, adjusted their strategies and gradually gained the upper hand. After a grueling confrontation, they finally eradicated all the skeletal warriors. Aiden approached the pedestal, scrutinizing the crystal skull closely. He noted peculiar patterns surrounding the skull, reminiscent of the vines from the guardian trees they had encountered on the island, as well as symbols from the abandoned ship, that he surmised that this crystal skull might be the key to controlling the mist and the ruins, perhaps even the means to escape. Just as he was about to seize the crystal skull, a voice echoed from above the hall. "Foolish mortals, you have awakened an ancient curse. This fog shall forever shroud you, and you shall be buried here with us." Aiden responded defiantly, "We are merely passing through and mean no offense." "Is there a way to lift this curse?" The voice retorted with derision. "Lift the curse? Only by retrieving the sacred artifact stolen by your ancestors and returning it here can the curse be undone. But that is impossible. Your forebears vanished into the annals of history with the artifact." Aiden's heart raced with alarm. He was unaware of the nature of this so-called ancestor and sacred relic. Yet he understood that surrender was not an option. He commenced his search for clues within the Grand Hall, hoping to uncover any trace of the elusive artifact that on one wall of the hall. He stumbled upon a mural that depicted a grand sacrificial scene, featuring a radiant box upon the altar, surrounded by individuals engaged in fervent prayer. Aiden surmised that this box might indeed be the sacred relic. Beneath the mural, he discerned some indistinct inscriptions. Straining to decipher the text, he eventually learned that the relic had been transported to a place known as the Island of Illusions, a realm rife with various phantoms and traps. Yet it was the only path to the artifact. Aiden relayed this revelation to his crew, who, while apprehensive, expressed their willingness to accompany their captain in the quest to seek the relic and lift the curse. They departed the circular hall, navigating down an alternate passage in search of an exit from the ruins. Within the passage, they encountered a myriad of mechanical traps, statues that spat venom, floors that suddenly collapsed, and whirling blades, among others. The crew worked in concert, employing their agility and wit to repeatedly evade peril. At long last, they discovered an exit and returned to their ship. By then, the small boats that had encircled them had vanished. Yet the fog remained thick and oppressive. Aiden commanded the vessel to sail towards the Island of Illusions. Though its location remained a mystery, they had no choice but to progress guided by scant clues. As they sailed, ephemeral figures occasionally emerged from the mist surrounding the ship. Some were enchanting merfolk, while others were fearsome sea monsters, each attempting to ensnare the crew's minds. The sailors shut their eyes tightly, relying on one another's encouragement and trust to resist the illusion's influence. Time slipped away, and eventually, a hazy island materialized in the distance, shimmering with vibrant hues. Aiden realized that this might be the Island of Illusions. As the vessel approached the island, an overwhelming force drew it toward the shore. The members of Aiden's crew gripped their weapons tightly, bracing for a new challenge. Their fate was now inexorably intertwined with that of this enigmatic island, and whether they could break the curse and regain their freedom remained uncertain. Upon disembarking onto the Island of Illusions, they were greeted by a surreal landscape. Surrounding them were blooming flowers that exuded a captivating fragrance. Yet Aiden sensed a hint of enchantment within the scent. He cautioned his crew to cover their mouths and noses with damp cloths, lest they succumb to the allure of the aroma. They proceeded along a narrow path, flanked by trees exhibiting peculiar shapes, resembling animals engaged in combat. Suddenly, they encountered a fork in the path, each route presenting a different spectacle. One path boasted a mountain of treasures, gleaming with golden light. Another showcased beautiful fairies dancing gracefully, while the third led to inviting beds and sumptuous feasts. The crew appeared torn, their eyes betraying their desires. Aiden shouted, "These are mere illusions. Do not be deceived." He scrutinized the three paths, noting small footprints near the treasure, suggesting guardianship. Peculiar powder on the ferry path, and almost invisible threads in the air above the path of beds and food. After a moment of contemplation, he chose the route with the strange powder, hypothesizing that it might be a medium for the illusions, and that discovering its source could potentially unravel the enchantment. Though the crew hesitated, tempted by the allure of treasures and comfort, they ultimately heeded their captain's command. They advanced cautiously along the chosen path, soon encountering a swarm of butterflies, resplendent in color, fluttering around them. With each beat of their wings, a fine powder drifted down. The sailors began to feel lightheaded, and Aiden realized that these butterflies were the source of the enchantment. He ordered his crew to harness the power of the wind element to disperse the butterflies. The sailors unleashed their abilities, summoning a tempest that scattered the butterflies, causing the surrounding scenery to shift dramatically. The once beautiful flowers morphed into thorny brambles, and the peculiar trees transformed into monstrous figures. Before them loomed an ancient castle. The castle's grand entrance stood firmly shut, its door adorned with intricate patterns. Aiden approached, meticulously examining these designs, noting similarities to symbols he had previously encountered in the ruins. He endeavored to decipher the door's mechanism by aligning the symbols as he had observed before. After considerable effort, the door creaked open, releasing a surge of potent energy. They stepped into the castle, where the hall was filled with various magical artifacts and ancient tomes. At the center of the hall stood a crystal coffin, its lid etched with the same sacrificial scene depicted in the mural. Aiden surmised that the relic might be contained within the coffin. As they neared it, the surrounding magical artifacts began to emit a radiant glow, coalescing into beams of energy that shot toward them. The crew swiftly dodged, and Aiden, observing the patterns of the energy's emission, discerned that they were aligned according to specific magical formations. He directed his crew to dismantle certain nodes within the hall's magical arrays. And after a tense battle of destruction, the energy assaults ceased. They approached the crystal coffin, Aiden inhaling deeply before pushing the lid aside. Inside, there was no body, only a radiant box, presumably the sacred relic they had sought. The moment Aiden grasped the box, the castle began to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. They hastily exited the castle and returned to their vessel. Once they departed the island of illusions, the surrounding fog gradually dissipated, and they successfully lifted the curse. Aiden's crew erupted in cheers, bearing the relic and tales of their newfound adventures as they set sail across the sea, venturing toward the unknown, knowing that countless secrets awaited their discovery. Chapter 34. The phantom ship's shadow and the terror of the maelstrom, with the weight of the curse lifted in anticipation for new adventures igniting their spirits. Aiden's crew continued their voyage across the sea. Sunlight danced upon the glimmering waves, casting a golden sheen upon their journey. However, this tranquility would not endure for long, as a new tempest brewed silently on the horizon. On an otherwise ordinary afternoon, the lookout's voice shattered the onboard serenity. "Captain, ahead lies a peculiar stretch of ocean. The water has darkened, and strange whirlpools are swirling." Aiden swiftly seized a spyglass, revealing a region exuding an enigmatic aura, with whirlpools resembling colossal black eyes, deep and perilous. "Stay vigilant, adjust our course, and navigate carefully around this area," Aiden commanded, and the crew sprang into action. Yet, inexplicably, the ship began to be drawn towards the strange waters by an unseen force. The helmsman struggled against the wheel, veins bulging on his forehead, but the vessel remained uncontrollable. "What is happening? It feels as if something is pulling us," a crew member shouted in terror, just as the ship teetered on the brink of being engulfed by a whirlpool. A dense fog suddenly enveloped them, chilling the air and penetrating to the bone. Within the mist, a colossal ghost ship emerged, its presence ethereal. The tattered sails of the phantom vessel bore the scars of time and conflict, and its hull shimmered with a ghostly bluish light, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. "It is a ghost ship. Prepare for battle." Aiden gripped his cutlass tightly, his gaze sharp with vigilance. The spectral crew aboard the ghost ship unleashed anguished wails that echoed ominously through the fog, sending shivers down their spines. Some of the ghostly sailors lifted off the deck, hurtling towards Aiden's ship. Though their forms were insubstantial, the weapons they wielded gleamed with a chilling light. The crew engaged in a fierce clash with the phantoms, their swords clashing, yet passing harmlessly through the ethereal forms, inflicting no real damage. Aiden realized that conventional attacks would not suffice against the ghosts and began to devise a strategy. Suddenly, he recalled similar supernatural phenomena encountered in previous adventures. Perhaps elemental forces could be the key to countering them. Utilize fire element attacks, Aiden bellowed. The crew unleashed their fire elemental abilities, flames igniting upon the deck. Surging toward the apparitions, the ghosts recoiled in fear from the flames, evading their reach. However, the ghost ship retaliated, launching black energy waves from its bow, shattering planks and injuring crew members. While dodging the onslaught, Aiden scrutinized the ghost ship, discerning that its energy core resided within a massive crystal apparatus at the stern. If they could destroy this crystal, they might escape the ghost ship's grasp. We must find a way aboard the ghost ship and dismantle the crystal at its rear. Aiden addressed the crew, rallying them with fervor. Thus, he led a courageous band of sailors, employing ropes and grappling hooks, successfully boarding the ghostly ship as it drew near. The vessel was suffused with an even denser air of malevolence. And with each step, they could sense an invisible resistance. The ghostly crew surged towards them, intensifying the battle. As they struggled towards the stern, they encountered a towering ghost captain, clad in tattered captain's garb and donning a tricorn hat. His eyes blazed with a fiery rage. "Intruders! You shall pay dearly for your recklessness," he bellowed, brandishing a long knife at Aiden. Aiden engaged in a life-or-death struggle with the ghost captain, realizing the formidable strength he possessed. Each strike was infused with potent resentment. Yet, Aiden did not falter. He deftly evaded the attacks while seeking the captain's vulnerability. Amidst the fierce combat, Aiden noticed that the ghost captain's figure became somewhat ethereal near the ship's rail. Surmising it could be the weak point connecting the captain to the ghost ship, with cunning he lured the ghost captain towards the rail. Then, as the captain swung his weapon, Aiden swiftly sidestepped and unleashed his most powerful strike. This blow struck precisely at the captain's frailty, eliciting a harrowing scream as the captain's form began to blur. "Everyone, attack together," Aiden commanded. The crew rallied, launching their assaults upon the ghost captain, whose presence gradually dissipated under their combined onslaught. Yet before they could catch their breath, more ghostly sailors surged forth. They pressed onward to the stern, overcoming numerous hardships until they finally reached the crystalline apparatus at the ship's rear. The device radiated a formidable dark energy. Encased within a protective barrier, Aiden attempted to strike the barrier with his sword, only to have it repelled. "We must find a way to breach this barrier," Aiden mused, furrowing his brow at that moment. An observant crew member discovered strange symbols etched upon the base of the crystal apparatus, reminiscent of those they had encountered in the mysterious ruins. Drawing upon their previous experiences, Aiden endeavored to decipher these symbols. After considerable effort, the barrier began to fade. Aiden raised his sword and struck fiercely at the crystal apparatus. Upon being attacked, it erupted in a dazzling luminescence, trembling violently. The ghost ship began to sway tumultuously, and the surrounding ghostly crew fell into disarray. "Continue the assault," Aiden shouted. The crew united in their efforts, relentlessly attacking the crystalline device. With a resounding crash, the apparatus was finally destroyed, causing the ghost ship to begin its slow descent. While the thick fog gradually lifted, Aiden's pirate crew regained control of their vessel, freed from its malevolent grasp. Yet, before they could celebrate, the sea unveiled new transformations. The whirlpool in that peculiar maritime region expanded and converged, forming a colossal, abyss-like super whirlpool. This super whirlpool generated an immense suction, drawing in the surrounding waters and creating a towering wall of liquid. "Flee this place," Aiden ordered, and the crew hastily adjusted their course. Striving to escape the whirlpool's pull, the ship struggled against the raging winds and towering waves, the crew exerting every ounce of strength in their battle against nature's might. The sails were torn by the tempest, and new fissures appeared in the hull, yet they refused to relent. After a harrowing struggle, they finally evaded the threat posed by the super whirlpool. Exhausted, the crew collapsed upon the deck, gasping for breath. However, They understood that their adventure was far from over. This enigmatic sea held even more unknowns awaiting them. Following this ordeal, Aiden's pirate crew found their ship in dire need of extensive repairs. They docked at a nearby deserted isle, seeking suitable materials to mend their vessel. The island boasted abundant timber resources, yet also concealed perilous creatures. While felling trees, the crew encountered a horde of massive venomous spiders. Their venom contained lethal toxins, and a single bite could spell disaster. A fierce battle ensued, with the crew employing fire and weapons, cautiously maneuvering around the venomous arachnids in the midst of the fray. A crew member was unfortunate enough to be bitten. Aiden quickly produced an antidote, but supply was limited, merely staving off the spread of the toxin for the time being. They needed to find more antidotes swiftly, or the crew member's life would be in jeopardy. Determined, Aiden resolved to search the island for herbal remedies. He led several crew members deep into the interior, where they stumbled upon a peculiar herb radiating an otherworldly glow. Based on his knowledge, Aiden believed this herb could very well be the antidote they sought. They carefully harvested the herb and hastened back to the injured crew member. After crushing the herb and applying it to the wound, the symptoms of poisoning began to subside over time. Through their collective effort, the repairs to the ship were successfully completed. Once more, Aiden's pirate crew set sail, filled with awe for the unknown and a fervor for adventure, heading towards new waters, uncertain of the challenges and mysteries that awaited them. Chapter 35. Phantoms and Sirens. After setting sail again, Aiden's pirate crew found the weather at sea to be ever-changing. At times, fierce winds howled, and waves surged like mountains towards the ship. At others, gentle rains fell, enveloping the world in a misty haze. Yet none of this could deter their resolve to explore the unknown. During a brief moment of calm, the lookout atop the mast suddenly shouted, "Captain, ahead lies an island, aglow with strange lights." Upon hearing this, Aiden promptly grabbed his spyglass. The island was shrouded in a mysterious aura, and the lights upon it pulsed rhythmically, resembling a gigantic heart in breath. Set course for that island, but remain vigilant, Aiden commanded, and the ship glided toward the mysterious. As they approached, they discovered the shoreline sands shimmered with an unusual hue, as if coated in countless jewel-like powders. Once ashore, Aiden led a contingent of crew members onto this enigmatic land. The island's vegetation was lush and vibrant, with towering ferns and intertwining vines forming natural barriers. As they navigated these obstacles, they stumbled upon ancient architectural ruins. The walls of these remnants were inscribed with cryptic patterns and symbols, some depicting archaic rituals, while others illustrated unknown creatures. Aiden scrutinized the symbols, recognizing some as reminiscent of those seen previously at the base of the ghost ship's crystal apparatus, further igniting his belief that the island concealed profound secrets. As they delved deeper into the ruins, the air grew heavy with tension. Suddenly, ghostly figures emerged from the walls, resembling ancient warriors clad in ornate armor, wielding spears and shields. Their vacant gazes exuded an air of authority. "Phantoms, be cautious," Aiden cried. The spectral warriors launched their assault, and the crew drew their weapons in defense. However, conventional attacks proved futile against these apparitions, blades passing through them as though through air. Aiden realized that these phantoms might require a unique approach. Recalling his experience of using fire elements against the ghosts aboard the Phantom ship, he instructed the crew to harness elemental powers. When a fire element was unleashed upon the spectral warriors, their forms wavered momentarily but quickly solidified once more. Clearly, fire elements are ineffective. "Let us experiment with other elements," Aiden suggested. The crew began to employ various elemental skills, and when one member invoked the wind element, the Phantom's movements grew sluggish. "That's it. Focus our attacks using the wind element," Aiden commanded. United, the crew unleashed a formidable wind element force that swept through the ruins, gradually dissipating the Phantom's forms. With the threat of the Phantom warriors vanquished, they pressed onward into the ruins that the center. They discovered a grand stone platform upon which rested a crystal orb emanating a brilliant light. Within the orb, images appeared to flow, and as Aiden approached, he beheld a vision of the deep sea, showcasing a majestic palace surrounded by a myriad of peculiar creatures. Just as they intended to further examine the crystal orb, the surrounding ambience abruptly shifted. An ethereal melody wafted from all directions, a song so divine it entranced the crew. "It is the siren's song. Cover your ears," Aiden shouted, but some crew members had already succumbed to the allure, their eyes glazing over as they wandered towards the source of the melody. Aiden swiftly grasped the nearest crew member, striking his shield with his sword to create a resounding noise in an effort to rouse the entranced. "We must locate the siren and silence her song," Aiden urged. Following the sound, they discovered an underground passage in another corner of the ruins, from which the enchanting melody emanated. Aiden cautiously led his alert crew into the dimly lit and damp passage. The walls flickered with phosphorescent glimmers. At the end of the passage, they beheld a colossal sea siren. The upper half of the siren resembled a beautiful woman, while her lower half was adorned with a fish's tail. Her long hair flowed like seaweed in the water, and her eyes sparkled with an enchanting radiance. Upon noticing their arrival, her song became increasingly beguiling. Aiden felt his consciousness beginning to wane, and he bit down hard on his tongue, the pain serving to keep him alert. "Attack her!" Aiden cried out, as the crew unleashed their wind element skills upon the siren. The siren appeared to possess a degree of resistance to their wind attacks. She waved her arms, causing the surrounding waters to surge and form barriers of water that thwarted the crew's efforts. Aiden observed that the waters around the siren swirled with several vortices. Suspecting these whirlpools might be the source of her power, "Concentrate your attacks on those vortices," Aiden commanded. The crew redirected their assault, unleashing powerful wind attacks towards the swirling waters. As the vortices were dismantled, the siren's song became disordered, and her expression turned grotesque. "You vile humans dare to disrupt my plans," the siren seethed. She then initiated a more formidable onslaught, summoning numerous water arrows that shot towards the crew. The crew, caught off guard, suffered injuries from the water arrows. Seizing the moment, Aiden unleashed his most potent wind element skill, charging at the siren as she prepared to strike again. His blow landed squarely on her form, eliciting a piercing scream that silenced her enchanting melody. The entranced crew gradually regained their senses. After neutralizing the siren's threat, they returned to the stone platform. The crystal orb continued to emit a luminous glow, and Aiden resolved to take it with them, believing it might aid in unraveling more mysteries. However, as he grasped the orb, the entire ruin began to tremble violently, fissures appearing in the surrounding walls. "This is bad. The ruin is collapsing. We must flee," Aiden shouted. The crew hurried towards the exit, dodging falling debris as they made their escape. At last, they emerged from the ruin and returned to the shore. Meanwhile, the weather over the sea worsened, dark clouds gathering, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The vessel rocked violently upon the waves, and the crew scrambled aboard. Yet, as they prepared to set sail away from the island, they discovered that their ship was ensnared by massive seaweed. This seaweed was incredibly resilient, and despite the crew's efforts to sever it with knives, they found it exceedingly difficult to cut through. Just as they struggled against the entanglement, more peril emerged from the sea as a pack of enormous sharks circled the vessel, their eyes glinting with predatory intent, seemingly awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Aiden directed part of the crew to continue hacking at the seaweed, while others readied themselves for the sharks' assault. The sharks surged towards the ship with astonishing speed, their gaping jaws revealing razor-sharp teeth. The crew retaliated with spears and cannons, but the sheer number of sharks made it challenging to repel them. Amidst the fierce battle, several crew members were injured. Recognizing the dire situation, Aiden resolved to plunge into the sea himself to sever the seaweed ensnaring the ship. He secured a safety line, equipped himself with a sword, and leaped into the water. Engaged in combat with the colossal seaweed, its tendrils coiled around him, yet he adeptly evaded their grasp, swinging his sword with determination to cut through the vegetation. After considerable effort, he managed to sever the majority of the seaweed. Upon returning to the ship, the crew, under the cover of cannon fire, finally drove off the swarm of sharks. The vessel, now free from its bindings, began to sail slowly away from the island. However, the ordeal had left the crew utterly exhausted. With many sustaining injuries, they needed to find a safe haven to recuperate during their voyage while tending to the wounded. One crew member uncovered a peculiar phenomenon. The wounds of the injured began to emit a luminous substance upon contact with seawater, seemingly accelerating their healing. Upon hearing this, Aiden examined the seawater and discovered it contained a unique energy, possibly connected to the mysterious forces they had encountered on the island. They continued their journey, seeking a suitable place to dock. In the distance, they spotted a seemingly tranquil island, wisps of smoke rising from it, indicating human habitation. Aiden resolved to approach this island, hoping to find assistance and supplies to better tend to the wounded crew members. As their vessel neared the island, they were warmly welcomed by its inhabitants. The islanders, clad in simple attire and possessing amiable expressions, offered their aid upon seeing the crew's injuries. Among them was a venerable elder skilled in healing arts, who utilized the island's unique herbs to treat the crew's wounds. During the healing process, Aiden recounted their harrowing adventures in the mysterious sea, causing the elder's countenance to grow grave. What you have encountered is intertwined with the ancient curse of this mysterious sea. Legend speaks of a time long ago when the sea god here was corrupted by malevolent forces, unleashing a cascade of disasters. The ghost ships, phantom warriors, and sirens you faced are all manifestations of these calamities. The elder explained, Is there a way to lift these curses? Aiden inquired. According to legend, only by finding the heart of the ocean and purifying it can the curse of this sea be dispelled. Yet, the heart of the ocean is concealed in the depths of the sea, fraught with danger, and countless adventurers have perished in their quest for it, the elder replied. Aiden, inspired by the elder's words, felt a renewed determination ignite within him, that he resolved to embark on the quest for the heart of the ocean once the crew's injuries had healed. He understood that this would be an exceedingly arduous adventure. But for the peace of this enigmatic sea and to prevent further harm to others, he was willing to take the risk. During their sojourn on the island, the crew received ample rest and treatment. They formed a harmonious bond with the islanders, learning many legends and insights about the sea. Additionally, they gathered supplies on the island, preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. Once the crew's injuries had largely healed, Aiden's pirate crew bid farewell to the island's residents and set sail once more. They steered towards the depths of the ocean, unaware of the challenges that awaited them, yet their gazes shone with resolute bravery. As they ventured into the deep sea, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and ice floes began to emerge on the surface. These floating icebergs rose and fell with the waves, posing a significant hazard to the vessel's navigation. The crew navigated the ship carefully, evading collisions with the ice. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the seabed, followed by the emergence of a colossal figure. It was a gigantic ice beast, its form composed of solid ice. Resembling a massive bear, its eyes aglow with a blue luminescence, the ice beast let out a furious roar directed at the ship, then lunged towards them, with a powerful swipe of its enormous claws. It sent towering waves crashing towards the vessel. Aiden's crew struggled to steady the ship amidst the tumultuous waters, preparing to confront the ice beast's assault. Aiden commanded the crew to bombard the beast with cannon fire. Yet the projectiles merely shattered some of its icy exterior without inflicting significant harm. We must discover its weakness, Aiden shouted. Observing the beast's movements, he noted that its underbelly briefly exposed itself when it attacked with its claws. Target its underbelly, Aiden ordered. The crew concentrated their firepower, aiming at the beast's vulnerable abdomen. After a series of relentless strikes, cracks began to appear in its underbelly. The beast, sensing the pain, became more frenzied, its attacks growing fiercer. During the fierce battle, the ship was struck by the beast's onslaught, leaving a gaping hole in its hull. Water began to pour into the hold as the crew scrambled to repair the vessel, while continuing to fight the beast. Aiden seized the opportunity. As the beast lunged at the ship once more, he unleashed his mightiest wind element skill, charging towards the fissure in the beast's abdomen. This blow struck true, causing the beast to emit a deafening wail as its massive form began to collapse, disintegrating into countless shards of ice that plunged into the sea. With the threat of the ice beast neutralized, the crew dedicated themselves to repairing the ship. However, the battle had inflicted severe damage, and they urgently needed to find a safe location for comprehensive repairs. Not far off, they spotted an island blanketed in ice and snow, featuring several natural harbors suitable for docking. The ship laboriously made its way to the island. Anchoring in the harbor where the crew commenced repairs, the island's abundant ice and snow resources were utilized to mend the ship's hull. During the repairs, they stumbled upon several peculiar caves. These caverns emanated a mysterious aura, prompting Aiden to lead a group of crew members into the depths of the caves, hoping to uncover something of value. Upon entering the cave, they discovered walls adorned with ice crystals, each exhibiting unique and fascinating shapes, some resembling flowers, others resembling animals. Deeper within the cave, they unearthed ancient manuscripts, preserved within special crystalline containers, untouched by the ravages of time. Aiden perused the ancient texts, uncovering a wealth of information regarding the heart of the ocean. The documents revealed that the heart was ensconced within an underwater labyrinth, accessible only through a unique key. This key had been fragmented into several pieces, scattered across the enigmatic maritime realms. One clue pointed towards a mysterious location on a snow-capped island. Following the hints in the manuscripts, Aiden commenced his quest to locate the key fragment on the island. After a thorough search, they discovered a concealed cave atop the island's peak. Inside the cave lay a stone pedestal, upon which rested a radiant shard of ice crystal. The surface of this crystal was inscribed with arcane symbols, leading Aiden to surmise that it constituted a portion of the K.E.Y.A.S. He grasped the ice crystal. A deep rumble echoed through the cavern, and the surrounding walls began to shift, revealing hidden passageways. They ventured along the newly revealed corridors, ultimately encountering a colossalized sculpture at the passage's end. The sculpture depicted an ancient warrior, sword in hand, gazing resolutely ahead. Beneath the statue, an unusual device seemed intricately linked to the ice crystal shard. Aiden placed the shard within the apparatus, causing the sculpture to emanate light. While the temperature around them plummeted as the brilliance intensified, the sword in the warrior's grasp suddenly moved, cleaving through the wall ahead and unveiling a descent into the depths below, leading his crew into the passage. They were enveloped by an atmosphere steeped in mystery. The tunnel's terminus. They stumbled upon a vast ice lake, where something appeared to glide beneath the surface. As they drew near, ethereal ice sprites sprang forth from the lake. Their translucent forms composed of crystalline ice, their eyes shimmering with a cerulean glow. The sprites danced around the crew, seemingly conveying an unspoken message. Aiden endeavored to communicate with them, yet they emitted only melodious chimes, lacking any discernible reply. During this interaction, Aiden observed that the sprites' movements traced intricate patterns upon the icy expanse. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a connection between these patterns and the clues he had previously encountered regarding the heart of the ocean. Conjecturing that crucial information related to their quest lay at the lake's center, they cautiously approached. At the heart of the lake stood a magnificent ice crystal pillar, adorned with complex designs and symbols that narrated an ancient tale. As Aiden deciphered these engravings, he gleaned further insights into the heart of the ocean and the underwater labyrinth, while also uncovering a method to escape this place and the next clue for locating another key fragment. Armed with newfound knowledge, the crew departed the ice lake and cave. Returning to their vessel to complete necessary repairs, Aiden's pirate crew set sail once more, emboldened by fresh clues and hope, venturing deeper into the mysterious waters. Inching closer to their goal of uncovering the heart of the ocean, in the ensuing journey, guided by the latest clues, they arrived at a volcanic island, where thick plumes of smoke billowed as the volcano sporadically erupted. Molten lava cascading down its slopes, the island's atmosphere was intensely heated, warping the very air around them. Yet Aiden understood that the next fragment of the key might lie hidden within this perilous locale. Compelling them to brave the landing as their ship approached the volcanic isle, the crew was met with an overwhelming wave of heat. Clad in specialized thermal gear, they cautiously set foot upon the treacherous terrain. The ground was searing, with lava coursing freely and rocks emitting scalding steam. During their exploration, they encountered creatures composed of molten rock, shapeless yet formidable, igniting flames in their wake, engaging in fierce combat with the magma beasts. The crew wielded their water elemental abilities against the searing temperatures that in the heat of battle. They noticed that the creatures slowed near certain peculiar rocks, which emanated a mysterious energy seemingly effective against the magma beasts. Utilizing these unique stones as cover, they maneuvered to outwit their adversaries. In a moment of chaos, one crew member inadvertently tumbled into a fissure of lava. Aiden swiftly employed his wind elemental powers to rescue him. Though the thermal gear was severely damaged, and the crew member bore burns from the heat, Aiden led his crew in evading the magma beasts while searching for a remedy for their injured companion. Near a thermal spring, they discovered a rare herb thriving in the high temperatures, renowned for its potent healing properties. They harvested the herb to treat their wounded comrade, whose condition gradually improved with their efforts. As they continued to explore the volcanic island, they stumbled upon an ancient temple near the volcano's mouth, its walls adorned with motifs of magma and flames. The temple's center, a grand altar cradled a pulsing heart of lava. Aiden speculated that this molten core might represent another fragment of the key. It was shielded by a powerful barrier of flames. They endeavored to breach the fiery protection, but conventional methods proved futile. While studying the temple's engravings, Aiden discerned an intricate ritual requiring specific elemental combinations and rhythms to dismantle the fire shield. The crew united their efforts, channeling elemental power as inscribed. After a concerted effort, the fire barrier gradually dissipated. Aiden ascended the altar and seized the heart of lava in that instant. The volcano erupted violently, spewing torrents of molten rock and ash. "Flee this place," Aiden exclaimed. The crew hastily dashed toward their ship. As they escaped the volcanic island, they encountered further perils. Yet through unwavering determination and teamwork, they successfully boarded their vessel, departing the island. At this juncture, Aiden's pirate crew had gathered 2 fragments of the key, drawing closer to unraveling the secrets of the heart of the ocean. Yet they remained cognizant that greater challenges awaited them. The mysterious waters held countless unknowns yet to be explored, fueled by a passion for adventure and a steadfast resolve to lift the curse. They pressed onward across the perilous and enigmatic seas. Chapter 36. The Enigmas of the Mysterious Isle and the Assault of Shadows. After departing the volcanic island, Aiden's crew navigated toward a new direction. The weather upon the sea gradually calmed, a gentle breeze caressing their faces, while the waves tenderly propelled their vessel onward. However, this tranquility did not allow the crew to lower their guard, for they understood that in these mysterious waters, danger could strike at any moment. Days into their voyage, the lookout's voice rang out with excitement. "Captain, ahead lies a colossal island, its vegetation appearing extraordinarily lush." Aiden raised his telescope, beholding the island as a verdant jewel nestled upon the sea's surface. Yet experience cautioned him that this seemingly idyllic isle might conceal hidden perils. As their ship approached the island, Aiden led a contingent of crew members ashore. The air was crisp, tinged with an enigmatic essence. They ventured along a path obscured by foliage, surrounded by towering trees whose branches intertwined, allowing only flecks of sunlight to filter through the dense canopy. Suddenly, the leading crew member collided with an invisible barrier, bouncing back as if repelled. "What just happened?" The crew gasped in astonishment. Aiden extended his hand forward, indeed sensing a formidable resistance, as if an unseen force thwarted their progress. "Exercise caution, there is something amiss here," Aiden warned. They explored the perimeter of the barrier, seeking a means of passage. In a secluded nook, Aiden discovered peculiar runes etched upon a massive stone, faintly glowing, seemingly linked to the barrier. He endeavored to decipher the runes and, after careful contemplation, surmised that activating them with specific elemental forces in the correct sequence might dismantle the barrier. The crew rallied together, channeling their elemental powers as per Aiden's instructions. With a final surge of energy, the barrier erupted in a cascade of light before vanishing entirely. They pressed onward, but soon the environment began to shift. The once clear path grew obscured, enveloped in thick fog, and indistinct figures flickered within the mist. "Do not disperse, maintain tight formation," Aiden commanded. Yet the fog thickened, severely impairing their visibility. Suddenly, black tendrils emerged from the mist, lunging at the crew. These appendages possessed immense strength, swiftly ensnaring several crew members. "Counterattack!" Aiden shouted, and the crew immediately engaged in combat against the encroaching tendrils. Blades clashed against the appendages, producing mere sparks, failing to inflict meaningful damage. Aiden deduced that the tendrils originated from below, suspecting their roots to be the weakness. "Target the base of the tendrils," he instructed. He shouted. The crew altered their strategy, launching an assault towards the points where the tentacles connected with the ground. Under the concentrated attack, some of the tentacles began to loosen, dark liquid oozing from their roots. Yet, more tentacles surged from all directions, escalating the perilous situation. That moment, a crew member spotted some luminous plants within a mist. These plants emitted a radiant glow when approached by the tentacles, causing them to recoil swiftly upon contact with the light. "Utilize those luminous plants," Aiden commanded. The crew hastily closed in on the glowing flora, employing its illumination to repel the tentacles, shielded by the light. They gradually broke through in a specific direction. Finally, they emerged from the fog, but not without sustaining injuries among their ranks. They arrived at an expansive meadow, at the center of which stood an ancient stone tower. The tower emanated a mysterious power, seemingly beckoning them closer. As they approached, the air around them turned chillingly cold. The entrance to the tower was tightly shut, engraved with an array of enigmatic symbols. Aiden studied these patterns intently, recognizing some that resembled symbols they had encountered aboard the ghost ship, and at the mysterious ruins he attempted to touch one of the symbols, and, as his hand grazed a specific mark, the tower's door creaked open. Inside, the light was dim, illuminated only by faint glimmers from some crystals on the walls. They cautiously stepped in the tower, discovering a massive stone platform at its heart, upon which rested a crystal skull. The eye sockets of the skull flickered with an eerie glow, as if it were watching them. This crystal skull could be the key item, Aiden remarked, but as he neared the skull, a chilling laughter echoed throughout the tower. From the surrounding shadows emerged dark figures wielding sharp blades, their eyes filled with murderous intent. "T.S. the Shadow Assassins," a crew member exclaimed. The Shadow Assassins moved with blinding speed, launching a sudden attack against them. Their strikes were swift and lethal, plunging the crew into a fierce struggle. Aiden engaged one of the assassins, realizing that their forms were as elusive as shadows, making them difficult to strike with regular attacks. In the heat of battle, Aiden noticed that the Shadow Assassin's forms solidified momentarily when they initiated an attack. "Counterattack when they strike," Aiden shouted. The crew adjusted their strategy, waiting for the precise moment to retaliate against the Shadow Assassins. After a grueling skirmish, they successfully fended off the first wave of assassins. However, before they could catch their breath, a second wave descended from the upper levels of the tower. This time, the number of Shadow Assassins was greater, and they seemed more attuned to the crew's fighting style. Several more crew members were injured during the fray. Aiden was frantic, aware that if they did not swiftly eliminate these Shadow Assassins, they would all meet their demise. He surveyed the tower's surroundings and noticed that the crystals on the walls emitted a brilliant light when struck. An idea struck him. He commanded the crew to attack the crystals. When the crystals were hit and shone brightly, the movements of the Shadow Assassins slowed. "Now's our chance. Attack," Aiden cried. The crew seized the opportunity, launching a fierce assault against the Shadow Assassins, under the combined force of the blinding light and their strikes. The second wave of Shadow Assassins was also repelled, yet the tower began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. "Grab the crystal skull. We must flee." Aiden ordered. One crew member snatched up the crystal skull, and they raced toward the tower's entrance. As they fled, stones tumbled from above, and they narrowly evaded the falling debris, finally bursting forth just before the tower crumbled completely. Back on the meadow, they found the surroundings had transformed once again. The once tranquil grassland was now riddled with enormous fissures from which billowed dark smoke. Emerging from the smoke was a colossal shadow demon, towering in size, its wings spread like a storm cloud blotting out the sun, its eyes burning with a dark crimson flame. "You insignificant insects, how dare you disturb my slumber?" roared the shadow demon. With a single sweep of its wing, a powerful gust sent the crew flying. It unleashed torrents of black flame from its maw, incinerating the grassland in its path. Aiden rose to his feet, knowing he must devise a means to confront this formidable foe, concentrate all elemental power. "Aim for its eyes," Aiden shouted. The crew gathered their elemental energies, forming a potent beam directed at the demon's eyes. The shadow demon shrieked in fury as it was struck. The IT charged at the crew, its enormous claws swiping towards them. Aiden led the crew in agile evasion while continuing their elemental assaults. In the throes of battle, Aiden discerned that the shadow demon entered a brief state of weakness after each fiery onslaught. "Strike its abdomen when it exhausts its flames," Aiden commanded. When the shadow demon unleashed another blast of fire, the crew seized the moment to unleash their mightiest attack upon its abdomen. The demon was grievously wounded, its form wavering slightly, yet it remained a powerful adversary, relentless in its assault. Aiden realized that their strength alone might not suffice to defeat the shadow demon. They would need to harness the power of the crystal skull. He grasped the skull and focused, attempting to communicate with the energy within it. As he concentrated, the crystal skull radiated a dazzling light, enveloping the shadow demon. The demon writhed in agony within the brilliance, its strength gradually waning. "Everyone, together!" Aiden shouted. The crew summoned their courage and launched a final strike against the shadow demon, which let out a deafening wail before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. With the shadow demon vanquished, the island's anomalies began to fade. Though the Aiden pirate crew was utterly exhausted, they had once again triumphed over a crisis. They understood that this was merely a minor episode in their quest for the heart of the ocean, with many more challenges awaiting them. Following this event, they discovered precious herbs and resources on the island, which they utilized for healing the wounded and replenishing supplies. After a brief respite, they departed the island with the crystal skull in tow, continuing their voyage into the depths of the mysterious sea, in pursuit of the next clue and steadily advancing towards the goal of lifting the curse. Chapter 37. A New Journey and the Exploration of Mysterious Ruins. The Aiden pirate crew, having acquired the crystal skull only after enduring numerous hardships, departed from the island shrouded in mystery and danger. Their vessel sailed on the vast ocean, the sea breeze howling past them, as if recounting the thrilling adventure they had just experienced. Although the crew was physically and mentally drained, their eyes shone with unwavering resolve. Having battled fiercely against the shadow demon, they understood more than ever that the path to discovering the heart of the ocean and breaking the curse was fraught with thorns. Yet they would never waver. After several days at sea, the weather remained capricious at times. The sky was clear and bright, sunlight dancing upon the waves like a vast expanse of flowing gold. At other times, dark clouds gathered, fierce winds whipped up towering waves, and the ship rocked violently, as if it might be swallowed by the sea at any moment. Yet the Aiden pirate crew, armed with exceptional navigational skills and indomitable will, repeatedly turned peril into safety. On this day, the lookout called out again. "Captain, land has appeared ahead, but it seems somewhat peculiar. The waters surrounding it appear darker, and there's a faint mist enveloping the area." Aiden, upon hearing the news, raised his telescope for a meticulous observation. There, the outline of the land appeared hazy, indeed shrouded by a delicate mist, evoking an aura of enigmatic mystique. An inexplicable premonition surged within Aiden's heart. This newly emerged land might conceal significant secrets or peril. He commanded the ship to sail toward the land, and although the crew harbored some apprehensions, they promptly complied with the orders as the vessel approached the shore. They discovered the coastline was strewn with jagged, bizarre rocks, upon which grew unfamiliar algae, emitting an eerie blue luminescence that appeared particularly uncanny against the backdrop of the fog. Aiden, leading a portion of the crew, cautiously disembarked, finding the ground beneath them somewhat soft, as if it harbored unknown forces. They ventured along a winding path into the interior, flanked by trees of peculiar shapes, their trunks twisted and their leaves displaying a dark purple hue. Rustling softly in the breeze, as if whispering ancient tales, suddenly they encountered a colossal stone door, firmly shut, its surface etched with intricate, cryptic runes and patterns. Aiden leaned closer to scrutinize the door, noticing similarities between these inscriptions and those he had seen on the island with the stone tower, albeit with marked differences. As he attempted to touch the runes, the door began to creak open, emitting a deep, resonant sound, reminiscent of a slumbering giant awakening. Beyond lay an elongated corridor, with walls adorned by gems that emitted a faint glow. Casting an obscure light throughout the passage, Aiden led the crew slowly into the corridor, each member maintaining heightened vigilance, weapons tightly grasped. Before long, strange sounds echoed through the passage, akin to muffled weeping or the growls of some unknown creature. The crew's hearts raced, instinctively huddling together in a tight defensive formation. They could see that moment. Spectral beings surged forth from the sides of the corridor, their forms ethereal, eyes hollow, radiating a chilling luminescence. The apparitions lunged at the crew, who swung their weapons in defense. Yet, swords and blades struck the phantoms as if they were mere air, inflicting no harm. Aiden, witnessing this, shouted, "Do not panic. Try utilizing elemental power against them." The crew immediately summoned their elemental forces. Some unleashed flames, others conjured torrents of water, while a few commanded fierce winds. As these energies made contact with the phantoms, the apparitions emitted anguished wails, their forms growing increasingly insubstantial. Under the combined assault of the crew, the spectral beings were gradually pushed back. However, before they could catch their breath, new obstacles materialized ahead. Deep fissures suddenly appeared in the ground, flowing with molten lava, the intense heat nearly suffocating. Aiden keenly examined the surroundings, discerning protruding stones along the corridor's walls, which seemed to offer footholds to traverse the chasms. He leapt onto one of the stones and cautiously made his way across to the opposite side. The crew followed suit, one after another, leaping over the searing lava. Just as the last crew member was about to succeed, a massive fire lizard erupted from the magma, its gaping maw aimed at the unfortunate sailor. Quick as a flash, Aiden threw a rope, ensnaring the crew member and pulling him back with all his might. The rest of the crew promptly turned, channeling their elemental power to assault the fire lizard. The creature writhed under their elemental onslaught, its flames intensifying as if seeking to engulf the entire corridor. Yet, the crew did not falter, relentlessly attacking. After an intense struggle, the fire lizard was finally repelled. Retreating back into the molten depths, the crew pressed onward, eventually emerging from the length of this perilous corridor. Before them stood a grand ruin, constructed from immense stone columns and walls, exuding an air of ancient mystery. At the center of the ruin lay a circular stone platform, atop which rested a box radiating an unusual light. Aiden approached the platform, sensing a powerful energy emanating from the box, just as he reached out to grasp it. A melodious sound resonated throughout the ruins, as if the voices of ancient times were beckoning. As the music played, vibrant images appeared upon the walls of the ruin, depicting significant events that had transpired in this mysterious sea, along with vague clues about the heart of the ocean. Aiden and his crew were captivated by these luminous projections, their eyes glued to the spectacle, striving to extract useful information. However, the images flickered rapidly, many details fleeting and elusive. While they were enraptured by the visions, the light from the box intensified, seemingly warning them against touching it. Nevertheless, Aiden understood that this box might conceal crucial clues related to the heart of the ocean. And disregarding the danger, he reached out once more. Upon his fingers making contact, a blinding light burst forth from the box, enveloping Aiden. The crew gasped, eager to rush forward to save him, but the light was too fierce for them to approach. Within the radiance, Aiden found himself in a peculiar realm, surrounded by a vast expanse of starry sky, countless brilliant stars twinkling above. Before him loomed a colossal figure, its features obscured yet exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. "Why do you disturb the tranquility of this ruin?" The figure's voice resonated, as if echoing from the depths of the cosmos. Aiden steadied himself and replied, "I seek the heart of the ocean to break the curse upon these waters and save countless lives." The figure fell silent for a moment before responding. "The secrets of the heart of the ocean lie hidden within endless peril. Do you truly possess the courage to pursue this quest?" Without hesitation, Aiden affirmed, "My crew and I are resolute. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, we shall not yield." The figure seemed to nod slightly, then declared, "In that case, I shall offer you a hint. At the deepest point of this mysterious sea lies an island forgotten by time, upon which stands an ancient temple. The heart of the ocean resides within that temple. However, To reach it, you must confront foes far more terrifying than those you have faced thus far. Are you prepared? Aiden responded with unwavering determination. I am ready. As his words resonated, the blinding light gradually receded, and Aiden found himself back within the ruins. He relayed the words of the colossal figure to his crew, who, though a flicker of concern crossed their eyes, were filled with a greater sense of resolve and courage. They retrieved the box from the stone platform, uncertain of its contents, yet confident that it represented a vital clue in their quest for the heart of the ocean. With the box in hand, they departed from the enigmatic ruin, returning to their ship to continue their voyage into the depths of the mysterious sea, ready to confront new challenges as they set sail toward the island forgotten by time. Throughout their journey, Aiden's pirate crew diligently studied the box while preparing for the arduous trials that awaited them. They understood the road ahead would be long and fraught with hardship, yet the flame of belief within them burned brightly. Never to be extinguished. Chapter 38. The Perils of the Mysterious Island. Faith as solid as a rock, Aiden's pirate crew sailed forth at full speed toward the island forgotten by time, bearing the box obtained from the mysterious ruins. The sea wind howled, and the waves surged, as if the ocean itself were testing their resolve. Amidst the vast expanse of water, legends of the mysterious island circulated quietly among the crew. It was said that this island concealed an immense treasure, not mere gold or silver, but rare artifacts left behind by an ancient and mysterious civilization. These treasures contained enigmatic and potent powers. Whoever could gather and unravel their mysteries would gain dominion over certain mysterious elements of the world, wielding unparalleled authority. However, this treasure was not easily obtained. According to legend, the island was ensnared by powerful magic and seals, guarded by fierce monsters and enigmatic protectors. Many years ago, numerous intrepid adventurers, lured by the tales of hidden treasures, set foot upon this enigmatic island. However, without exception, they vanished without a trace, their fates eternally interred within this mysterious realm. The crew members sat gathered upon the deck, diligently polishing their weapons while engaging in hushed discussions regarding the impending unknown challenges and the alluring legends of treasure. The enigmatic island evoked a sense of anticipation within their hearts, yet it was shrouded in a thick veil of trepidation. After several arduous days at sea, the lookout's voice rang out with excitement. Captain, I see the island. It lies just ahead. Upon hearing this, Aiden swiftly seized his telescope. Before him materialized a colossal island, enshrouded in a mysterious mist, where the towering peaks and dense jungles could be discerned in the haze. As the vessel approached the island, Aiden led his crew with utmost caution as they made landfall. The moment they set foot upon the island, an aura of mystery enveloped them. The ground beneath seemed to pulse with ancient power. Evoking both curiosity and reverence, they ventured along a winding path into the heart of the island, flanked by trees that obscured the sun, allowing only dappled rays to filter through the leaves. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed ahead, reminiscent of some colossal beast issuing a warning. The crew instantly became alert, gripping their weapons tightly. Aiden gestured for silence and cautiously advanced. Before long, a massive black panther leaped from the thicket, its sleek, inky form glimmering with malevolence, its eyes flashing with ferocious light as it unleashed a thunderous roar at the group. Be cautious. This panther is formidable, Aiden exclaimed. The crew swiftly dispersed, forming a protective circle. The panther, undaunted by their presence, lunged fiercely at the nearest crew member. The crew member raised his sword in defense, the panther's razor-sharp claws clashing with the blade, sending sparks flying. Observing this, the other crew members unleashed their elemental powers to assail the panther. Some conjured flames in an attempt to scorch it, while others summoned ice shards to strike. Yet, the panther was remarkably agile, weaving through their attacks with ease and evading most of their strikes. It seized an opportunity, pouncing on another crew member and bringing him to the ground. Witnessing this, Aiden rushed forward, swinging his longsword fiercely at the panther's back. The panther yelped in pain, releasing its grip on the fallen crew member and turning its attention towards Aiden. A fierce melee ensued between Aiden and the panther, each refusing to yield. As the crew united in their assault, the panther gradually began to falter, sustaining numerous injuries. It emitted a final, defiant roar before retreating into the underbrush. The crew exhaled in relief, yet they understood that this was merely the first trial of the island, and the legendary treasure might still lie hidden behind myriad dangers. They pressed onward and soon arrived at a treacherous marshland. A noxious stench permeated the air, with gases bubbling ominously from a mire. Aiden picked up a stone and tossed it into the swamp, only to witness it vanish in an instant. Be cautious. This marsh is perilous. Follow my lead and watch your step, Aiden instructed. Carefully, he began to navigate the perimeter of the swamp in search of a safe passage, with his crew trailing behind him one by one. Suddenly, one crew member slipped and fell into the muck, thrashing about in terror, sinking ever deeper with each struggle. Don't panic. Grab this rope, Aiden shouted, swiftly tossing a rope into the mire. The other crew members quickly rushed to assist, pulling the unfortunate crew member back to safety. After a strenuous effort, they finally emerged from the swamp, encountering an ancient castle ahead. Its walls were entwined with vines, and a massive door stood resolutely shut, exuding an aura of both mystery and authority. There existed a legend surrounding this castle, claiming that a portion of the treasure's clues lay hidden within its confines, that a guardian of a long-lost civilization had once inscribed vital information here. And only through a series of trials could one uncover the path to the true location of the treasure. Aiden approached the grand door, scrutinizing the intricate carvings that seemed to narrate the island's ancient history. Though their meanings remained obscure, he attempted to push the door open, but it would not budge. At that moment, a volley of arrows suddenly shot forth from the castle walls, raining down upon the crew. They hastily dodged, fortunately avoiding injury. That we must find a way to open this door. Otherwise, we shall remain under constant assault, Aiden remarked. Furrowing his brow, he examined the area surrounding the door and discovered a peculiar mechanism beside it, inscribed with symbols that appeared to correlate with runes he had encountered previously. Drawing upon his past experiences, Aiden began to decipher the mechanism, pressing the symbols in sequence according to his deductions. As the final symbol was activated, the door creaked open with a heavy groan. The crew stepped inside the castle, engulfed in dim light and a musty atmosphere. The hall was adorned with numerous ancient statues, their visages eerily lifelike, yet imbued with an unsettling essence. As they continued deeper into the hall, the statues suddenly sprang to life, brandishing weapons and launching an assault on the crew. Counterattack, Aiden bellowed, and the crew engaged in combat with the animated statues. Their strength was formidable, each strike delivering a tremendous impact. Although the crew fought valiantly, they began to struggle against the relentless onslaught. Aiden observed that the statues seemed to operate according to a specific pattern. He meticulously studied their movements, seeking any weaknesses. Finally, he discerned that the statues paused briefly after their attacks. Seizing this moment to target their joints appeared to inflict greater damage. The crew adjusted their strategy upon Aiden's guidance, and through their synchronized efforts, they ultimately vanquished the resurrected statues, which collapsed to the ground and reverted to their original forms. Continuing deeper into the castle, they arrived at the entrance of a vast underground chamber. A mysterious glow emanated from within, beckoning them to descend. Aiden led the crew cautiously into the chamber, which was filled with an array of treasures and mysterious artifacts. At the center stood a massive stone pedestal, upon which rested a radiant crystal orb, emanating a brilliant luminescence. Legend had it that this crystal orb was intricately linked to the treasure, potentially serving as the key to unraveling its secrets or as a vital source of power guarding the treasure. However, touching it could trigger a cascade of unforeseen dangers, yet it might also yield crucial insights into the treasure's whereabouts. As Aiden approached the pedestal, he felt the potent energy radiating from the orb. Just as he reached out to touch it, a chilling laughter echoed throughout the chamber. "You foolish intruders! How dare you trespass in my domain and disturb my slumber?" A deep voice reverberated ominously. Almost immediately, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows, its features obscured, yet an aura of malevolence emanated from it, sending chills down their spines. "Who are you?" Aiden inquired. "I am the guardian of this island. You shall pay the price for your intrusion." The figure hissed with menace. With a wave of its wand, dark beams of energy shot towards the crew, They scrambled to evade the onslaught as the beams struck the surrounding walls and treasure chests, obliterating them in an instant. Be wary. Attack his wand, Aiden commanded. The crew unleashed their elemental powers of the dark figure's wand. The figure, unperturbed by their assault, sneered as it chanted incantations. Suddenly, numerous dark phantoms surged forth from the corners of the chamber, lunging at the crew. The crew found themselves in a dire predicament, needing to evade the figure's attacks while combating the malevolent spirits. Yet, they persevered fiercely. Amidst the chaos, Aiden noted that the phantoms seemed to recoil from light. Scanning the chamber, he spotted several torches flickering with flame. Grab the torches and use the light to drive the phantoms away, Aiden shouted. The crew swiftly seized the torches, brandishing them against the dark spirits. The light indeed deterred the phantoms, causing them to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the crew concentrated their efforts on the dark figure. With their combined might, they gradually breached the figure's defenses. The wand emitted a blinding flare before shattering in two. Enraged by the destruction of its wand, the figure let out a furious roar and charged recklessly at the crew, wielding dark energy in a final desperate attempt. Unfazed, the crew met the figure head-on, engaging in a climactic struggle. After an arduous battle, they ultimately triumphed over the dark figure, vanquishing it once and for all. The figure cloaked in black collapsed to the ground, dissipating into a wisp of shadow, vanishing without a trace to that moment. The light in the basement intensified, and the brilliance of the crystal orb grew ever more resplendent. Aiden approached the orb and gently touched its surface. Instantly, a series of images flashed through his mind, revealing the precise location of the heart of the ocean and the means to acquire it. It turned out that the heart of the ocean was concealed deep within this island. Nestled in a sealed temple, obtain it. One must unravel a series of intricate seals and confront the formidable guardian beast that protected the temple. This heart of the ocean, it was said, constituted the core of the treasure. Not only did it possess the power to lift the curse shrouding the mysterious waters, but it was also closely intertwined with the rare treasures left behind by an ancient, legendary civilization. Once all related items were gathered and their secrets unveiled, the true gateway to the treasure could be unlocked, granting dominion over the mysterious elements of the world. Aiden conveyed this information to his crew, their eyes alight with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Yet they understood that having come this far, there was no turning back. With renewed hope, they departed the basement, venturing towards the island's depths. Along the way, they encountered numerous daunting obstacles, but with steadfast faith and indomitable will, they overcame each challenge. Ultimately, they arrived before the sealed temple, which emanated a sacred and enigmatic aura, surrounded by complex sigils of sealing. The Aiden pirate crew stood before the closed door of the temple, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming challenges and their resolve to triumph over all. They knew this was the final hurdle in their quest for the heart of the ocean, and they would exert every effort to breach this last barrier, unravel the mysteries of the heart of the ocean, and dispel the curse that loomed over the mysterious waters, taking the most crucial step towards the fabled treasure. Despite the path ahead being fraught with uncertainty and peril, their belief stood unwavering, akin to an eternal lighthouse, guiding them onward. Chapter 39. The Duality of Hearts. The ultimate challenge. The Aiden pirate crew stood before the sealed temple, gazing at the tightly shut door, their hearts a tumult of eager anticipation for the secrets soon to be unveiled, tinged with trepidation for the unknown challenges that lay ahead. This moment, Aiden clutched the recently acquired heart of the ocean, feeling its mysterious power resonate within him, as if it whispered to his very soul. Ancient legends surrounding this temple exuded an endless enigma. It was said that this place was not only the final bastion guarding the heart of the ocean, but also harbored deeper connections to the fabled treasure. Countless treasure seekers had attempted to approach, only to be repelled by the temple's arcane power, many never to return. Aiden inhaled deeply, stepping forward to scrutinize the seals inscribed upon the door. The runes shimmered with an otherworldly light, seemingly warning intruders against rash actions. Drawing from his prior experiences of deciphering various mechanisms, he endeavored to unveil the secrets of the runes. Everyone, stay vigilant. The defenses of this temple are surely formidable, Aiden cautioned his crew. They nodded in unison, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes resolutely scanning their surroundings. Aiden produced a mysterious artifact obtained during their adventures, which had proven invaluable in critical moments. He hoped to employ it once more to unlock the door's seal. Reciting an incantation, he activated the device, bringing it close to the runes. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy emanated between the device and the runes, illuminating the chamber with a brilliant glow. With a deep rumble, the door began to creak open, releasing an ancient and mysterious aura. The interior of the temple was dimly lit, with only a few faint glimmers emanating from gemstones embedded in the walls, barely illuminating the path ahead. Aiden and his crew cautiously stepped inside, each footfall resonating with the weight of the unknown. Upon entering the temple, the ground trembled violently, and beams of laser light shot forth from all directions. "Quick, take cover!" Aiden shouted, and the crew swiftly scattered to evade the onslaught. The lasers grazed their bodies, leaving scorched marks upon the floor and walls. "This temple is riddled with traps. Stay close and remain alert," Aiden instructed as they pressed forward. Advancing along the narrow corridor, they encountered an array of ancient artifacts, some radiating an eerie glow, while others exuded a chilling aura. As they progressed, they arrived at a vast circular hall. The floor was etched with intricate patterns, seemingly narrating a much older tale regarding the heart of the ocean and the legendary treasure. Though the deeper meanings remained elusive, in the center of the hall stood a towering stone pedestal, upon which rested a vessel emanating a ghostly blue light. The source of their quest, the second heart of the ocean. "Look, there lies the other heart of the ocean," one crew member exclaimed in excitement. However, before they could revel in their discovery, a chilling roar echoed around the hall. From the shadows emerged a horde of grotesque creatures, resembling massive wolves cloaked in black scales, their eyes glowing with a sinister red light. Charging fiercely towards the crew. "Prepare for battle," Aiden bellowed, and the crew quickly formed a defensive circle, bracing for the onslaught. The creatures moved with astonishing speed, lunging at the crew in an instant. They opened their gaping maws, revealing razor-sharp fangs, sinking their teeth into the crew. The crew fought valiantly, swinging their weapons in defense, but only sparks flew as the blades struck the creatures' hides, failing to inflict substantial damage. "Aim for their underbellies. That might be their weak spot," Aiden shouted, observing the creatures' attack patterns. The crew swiftly adjusted their strategy, targeting the creatures' vulnerable midsections. Some conjured elemental forces, launching sharp ice shards at their bellies, while others thrust their swords with all their might. Finally, a single creature was struck, letting out a piercing howl, momentarily halting its advance. Seizing the opportunity, the crew intensified their assault, successfully driving it back. However, the remaining creatures were undeterred, relentlessly charging at the crew. The battle intensified. Though the crew began to decipher effective tactics, the sheer number of foes began to overwhelm them. Just then, Aiden noticed a series of protruding mechanisms along the hall's walls, suspecting they might be linked to the creature's emergence. Braving the danger of the creature's attacks, Aiden dashed towards the wall that, as he approached, one creature lunged at him, but he deftly sidestepped just in time, swiftly pressing one of the buttons. Upon activation, a portion of the creature suddenly slowed, as if restrained by an unseen force. The crew, witnessing this, felt a surge of morale and fought even harder against the remaining creatures. After a grueling battle, they finally repelled all the beasts, panting heavily yet shining with the joy of victory. "Let us rest a moment and regain our strength. We still face a formidable guardian of this heart of the ocean," Aiden advised. The crew found spots to sit, taking precious moments to recuperate. Moments later, as they prepared to advance, a deep, authoritative growl resonated from behind the vessel, glowing with a ghostly blue light. A colossal creature emerged, resembling a dragon, its body adorned with shimmering, metallic scales, sporting two massive horns atop its head, and eyes that burned with a fierce flame, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring power. "This must be the guardian of the heart of the ocean. Tread carefully. Its strength will undoubtedly exceed our expectations," Aiden warned his crew. The creature advanced slowly into the center of the hall, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the crew, as if assessing these audacious intruders. Suddenly, it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a frigid gale that surged forth like a cascading ice waterfall. Sweeping towards the crew, they hastily dodged, employing elemental powers to counteract the chilling blast. Some conjured immense fire barriers, attempting to melt the icy breath. Others summoned powerful gusts of wind to redirect the cold. However, the creature's icy breath proved overwhelmingly potent, extinguishing the flames in an instant, while the winds merely altered the trajectory of the frost. Strike at its horns. They may be the source of its power. Aiden shouted, observing the creature while evading the onslaught of cold. The crew promptly adjusted their focus, channeling their elemental forces towards the creature's formidable horns. The guardian sensed the impending threat and violently lashed its tail. A massive appendage that struck like a heavy whip towards the crew. The crew members hastily leaped to evade, yet some were caught off guard, struck by the tail, and forcefully thrown to the ground. Nevertheless, they did not surrender. Enduring their injuries, they pressed on with their assault. Under the collective effort of all, the creature's horns were struck multiple times, eliciting an enraged roar from it as the scales upon its body began to shimmer. Seemingly gathering even greater power, IT was preparing to unleash a more formidable attack. "Everyone, brace yourselves," Aiden shouted. Indeed, the creature opened its maw once more, this time exhaling a chilling blast, even more ferocious than before. Its reach broader. The crew exerted every ounce of strength to withstand it, with some even shielding their comrades with their own bodies, enduring the frigid onslaught, just when they believed they could not hold out any longer. Aiden suddenly recalled the dawn power he possessed. This power had been acquired during a previous perilous adventure and had never been fully unleashed before, but he concentrated, channeling the dawn power within him. Thrusting his hands forward, a radiant beam of light shot forth from his palms, resembling the first light of dawn, colliding with the creature's icy breath. In the clash of light and cold, the creature's frigid haze began to wane. Seizing this opportunity, the crew once again focused their strength on attacking the creature's horns. After a fierce battle, they finally vanquished the beast. IT let out a thunderous roar before gradually collapsing, its luminescence dimming. "We succeeded," one crew member exclaimed with exhilaration. They all approached the container emanating a ghostly blue glow, gazing inside at another ocean heart, their hearts brimming with excitement. Aiden cautiously picked up the ocean heart, and at the moment he grasped it, a surge of powerful energy flooded into his body. He felt a mysterious connection between these two ocean hearts, as if they were two facets of the same entity. "Now, we are one step closer to unraveling the secret of that enigmatic treasure," Aiden remarked. The crew departed the temple with the two ocean hearts in hand. They understood that although they had made significant progress, the journey to uncover the mysterious treasure was far from over. Countless challenges still awaited them ahead. Yet at this moment, their hearts were filled with the light of hope, armed with unwavering faith and united strength. They believed they could gather all items related to the treasure and unlock the door to the supreme authority that governs the mysterious elements of the world. After leaving the temple, they embarked on a new journey, continuing their exploration of the mysterious island, steadily progressing towards the goal of unveiling the treasure's secrets. Along the way, they encountered various enigmatic mechanisms and ferocious creatures. Yet, with the experience they had previously accumulated and their seamless cooperation, they overcame these challenges with ease. As they continued their exploration, they discovered clues and items related to the treasure, further solidifying their belief that they were drawing closer to the treasure's secrets. Despite the road ahead being fraught with uncertainty and peril, the faith of Aiden's pirate crew remained steadfast, like an eternal lighthouse guiding them forward in their quest for the mysterious treasure. They arrived at a secluded valley on the island, shrouded in an enigmatic mist, within which ancient architectural remnants could be faintly discerned. Aiden led the crew into the valley, and upon entering, they felt an unusual force tugging at them. "Be cautious, everyone. The power here is peculiar," Aiden cautioned. They traversed a winding path through the valley, flanked by oddly shaped trees, some of which bore strange symbols carved into their trunks. As they proceeded, a colossal stone door emerged ahead, tightly sealed and etched with intricate, enigmatic runes. Aiden approached the stone door, scrutinizing the runes. Attempting to decipher their meanings, he discovered that these runes bore a subtle connection to those he had previously encountered in the temple and the castle. Drawing upon his past experiences, he began to attempt to unravel the runes on the stone door. After considerable effort, he finally discerned the method of unlocking it, pressing a series of mechanism buttons in a specific sequence. With a resounding thud, the stone door slowly opened, releasing an even more ancient and mysterious aura. Within lay an enormous cavern, filled with an array of treasure chests and mysterious artifacts, with ancient statues standing guard around the perimeter. "Surely, vital items related to the treasure are concealed here," Aiden declared. The crew eagerly entered the cavern, beginning a meticulous search. Just as they were combing through the area, a melodious sound suddenly resonated through the cavern. Reminiscent of celestial music from ancient times, as the music played, the statues within the cavern appeared to come to life, springing into action. "Counterattack!" Aiden shouted, and the crew immediately engaged in combat with the statues. The strength of the statues was formidable, each strike delivering a tremendous impact. Although the crew fought valiantly, they began to struggle. Aiden noted that the statues seemed to act according to a certain pattern. He observed their movements closely, seeking for weaknesses that at last. He realized that the statues would pause briefly after an attack. Seizing this moment to strike their joints would inflict greater damage upon them. Following Aiden's guidance, the crew adjusted their attack strategy in a harmonious display of cooperation. They finally defeated the resurrected statues one by one. The statues collapsed, reverting to their original forms, continuing their search within the cavern. The crew discovered a massive stone platform, upon which rested a treasure chest radiating dazzling light. This chest appeared extraordinary. Perhaps it contained the key item to unlocking the treasure's secrets. Aiden suggested that he approach the platform, preparing to lift the chest. Just as he reached out to touch it, a chilling laughter echoed through the cavern. "Did you think you could obtain the treasure so easily? How naive!" A deep voice reverberated through the chamber. Shortly thereafter, a figure cloaked in black emerged slowly from the shadows, obscured from view, yet emanating an aura of malevolence that sent shivers down their spines. "Who are you?" Aiden inquired. "I am the final guardian of this treasure. You shall not take what belongs to me," the figure snarled. With that, the dark-clad figure waved a wand, unleashing a barrage of black rays towards the crew. The crew swiftly dodged as the rays struck the surrounding walls and treasure chests, obliterating them in an instant. "Everyone, be cautious. Target his wand," Aiden commanded. The crew unleashed their elemental powers, attacking the dark figure's wand. The cloaked figure, witnessing their assault on his wand, let out a mocking laugh, muttering incantations. Suddenly, numerous black specters surged forth from the corners of the cavern, lunging towards the crew. The crew found themselves in a predicament, having to evade the dark figure's attacks while contending with the encroaching specters. However, they did not relent, continuing to resist with tenacity. Amidst the fierce battle, Aiden noticed that the black specters seemed to fear light. He scanned the area and saw some torches burning within the cavern. "Grab the torches and drive away the specters with their flames," Aiden instructed loudly. The crew quickly seized the torches and waved them at the black specters. The light from the torches indeed repelled the specters, causing them to retreat. Taking advantage of this moment, the crew concentrated their efforts to attack the dark figure. With their combined force, they gradually broke through the figure's defenses. His wand emitted a blinding light before snapping in two with a loud crack. The dark figure, seeing his wand shattered, let out an enraged roar. Recklessly, he charged at the crew, hands ablaze with dark energy, attempting a final struggle. The crew, undeterred, advanced boldly, engaging the dark figure in a final confrontation. After a grueling battle, they ultimately defeated the dark figure completely. He collapsed to the ground, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, the light in the cavern grew even brighter, and the treasure chest, radiating dazzling light, became increasingly resplendent. Aiden approached the chest, gently touching it. Instantly, a series of images flashed through his mind, revealing the precise location of the treasure and the final steps required to unlock it. The treasure, it turned out, was hidden deep within the island, in a place sealed by layers of magic to access the treasure. Not only were the 2 ocean hearts necessary, but also all items related to the treasure gathered during their adventures needed to be placed in specific positions. alongside the unraveling of a series of intricate magical seals. Aiden relayed this information to the crew, their expressions a mix of excitement and apprehension. Yet they understood that having come this far, there was no turning back. With the treasure chest in their possession, they departed from the cave, venturing towards the island's innermost depths. Along the way, they encountered numerous formidable challenges, but through steadfast faith and unwavering determination, they overcame each obstacle time and again. Ultimately, they arrived at the place sealed by layers of powerful magic that a potent, mysterious energy radiated from this location, instilling both awe and trepidation in their hearts. The Aiden pirate crew stood before the seal, gazing at its enigmatic form, their minds brimming with anticipation for the treasure they were about to unveil and the unease of the unknown challenges that lay ahead. They were acutely aware that this was the final barrier in their quest for the elusive treasure, and they were resolved to exert every effort to shatter this last impediment, unlocking the secrets of the treasure and opening the gateway to the supreme authority that governs the mysterious elements of the world. Despite the uncertain and perilous path ahead, their conviction remained unyielding, akin to an everlasting lighthouse, guiding them bravely forward in their pursuit of the enigmatic treasure. Chapter 40. The Treasure Revealed, The Choice of Destiny. The Aiden pirate crew, armed with 2 hearts of the ocean and a collection of various treasure-related artifacts gathered through countless tribulations, stood resolutely at the sight of the formidable magical seal. The mysterious force here pressed upon them like a tangible weight, rendering the very air seemingly stagnant. Yet, the resolve in their eyes wavered not in the slightest. According to legend, this final sealed location guarded a magnificent treasure capable of altering the world's very fabric. The power it harbored far surpassed ordinary imaginings, bestowing upon its possessor the supreme authority over the mysterious elements of the world, while concealing numerous miraculous effects that could change one's fate. However, to unlock it, they would undoubtedly have to endure the most stringent of trials. Taking a deep breath, Aiden stepped forward to scrutinize the extraordinarily intricate magical seal. The seal shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, the light intertwining to form various mysterious runes and patterns, seemingly conveying an ancient and solemn warning. Any intruder would inevitably face unimaginable consequences. Everyone steeled themselves. This was the final hurdle, and success or failure hinged upon this moment. Aiden's voice rang out, encouraging his crew, reverberating throughout the suffocating silence of the space. The crew responded in unison, gripping their weapons tightly or channeling their elemental powers, preparing to confront the impending unknown challenges. Drawing upon his experience in deciphering numerous enigmatic mechanisms and seals, Aiden focused intently on the seal before him. He retrieved several mysterious implements obtained during their previous adventures, which had proven crucial at critical junctures. Now, he hoped they would assist him once more in unraveling this final enigma. Chanting incantations, he activated the implements and cautiously drew them near the seal. In an instant, a powerful energy wave surged between the implements and the seal, the light intensifying to a blinding brilliance, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Just as they believed they were on the verge of successfully breaking the seal, a sudden, overwhelming force erupted from the seal, violently drawing Aiden's implements into its depths. In the next moment, a blinding beam of light shot forth from the seal, hurtling directly towards Aiden and his crew. "Get down," Aiden shouted, and the crew hastily scattered in all directions. The light grazed their bodies, leaving behind deep, scorching marks upon the ground, the searing heat warping the air around them. This seal proved even more challenging than anticipated, and the crew observed cautiously, seeking alternative methods of breach. "We must find another way," Aiden remarked, his brow furrowed, yet his gaze remained fixed on the seal, endeavoring to discover a new avenue of breakthrough. Just as they regrouped to attempt another approach, the surroundings shifted dramatically. An eerie howling filled the once silent space, as if countless spirits were lamenting. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, massive fissures spreading from all directions, with billowing black mist seeping forth, revealing indistinct, grotesque forms moving within. "What is happening?" A crew member cried out in terror. "It seems we have triggered the seal's defense mechanism. Everyone, prepare for battle," Aiden commanded, gripping his weapon tightly, ready for the impending confrontation as the mist thickened. The strange forms grew increasingly distinct. They resembled twisted figures of humanity, exuding a nauseating stench, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light, emitting bone-chilling howls as they lunged towards the Aiden pirate crew. Maintain formation and do not panic. Aiden directed his crew, swiftly forming a tight defensive circle back-to-back to counter the attacks from all directions. These bizarre creatures moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance in an instant. Their sharp claws swiped violently at the crew. The crew fought valiantly, wielding their weapons in defense, clashing steel against claws, sparks flying. Yet, these creatures possessed bodies of impenetrable hardness, and the crew's strikes left only superficial marks. Failing to inflict any significant harm, concentrate elemental forces to strike at their heads. That may be their weak point. Aiden shouted amidst the chaos. The crew promptly adjusted their strategy, channeling their elemental powers to unleash potent energy beams aimed directly at the creatures' heads. Some summoned searing flames, transforming the fire into fiery arrows. Others manipulated chilling winds, forming sharp ice spikes directed at the enemy's cranium. Under their collective assault, a few of the creatures were struck in the head, emitting anguished cries and momentarily faltering. Seizing the opportunity, the crew intensified their attacks, successfully driving these few creatures back. However, more creatures continued to emerge from the swirling mist, seemingly tireless and unyielding to pain. Relentlessly charging towards the crew, the battle intensified, and while the crew gradually discerned effective attack tactics, the overwhelming onslaught began to wear them down. Just as the pressure mounted, Aiden recalled the great treasure he possessed. Since acquiring it, he had yet to unleash its true power in such a critical moment. With newfound resolve, he decided to wager everything, harnessing the treasure's strength to turn the tide of battle. Aiden concentrated all his mental energy, slowly infusing the power within him into the great treasure. In an instant, the treasure radiated a blinding light, illuminating the entire space like the sun. The once ominous black mist dissipated rapidly under the brilliance, and the strange creatures seemed to be cowed by the radiance, their speed and force of attack noticeably diminishing. That now's our chance. Unleash everything, Aiden cried out, seizing the moment. The crew, invigorated, poured forth their full might, once more channeling elemental energies in a relentless barrage against the creatures. With the treasure's illumination amplifying their efforts, the crew's attacks became increasingly effective, driving back and vanquishing the creatures, while the black mist gradually faded away. As the last creature fell, the environment finally returned to tranquility. The fissures in the ground slowly sealed, and the eerie howling vanished without a trace. Phew, we've finally dealt with those fiends for now. But we must continue to unravel the seal. Aiden wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. The crew, though fatigued, still bore resolute expressions, knowing they were ever closer to their ultimate goal and could not afford to relent at this juncture. Aiden stepped forward once more, meticulously examining the seal. Following the recent fierce battle, he seemed to have gained new insights regarding its intricacies, and he noticed that several runes on the seal had undergone subtle changes due to the recent energy fluctuations. These alterations might hold the key to unsealing it. Utilizing his keen perception and extensive experience, he endeavored to breach the seal once more. This time, he refrained from employing the mysterious implements, instead opting to manually adjust the arrangement of certain runes and the flow of energy based on his understanding of their transformations. With his careful manipulation, the seal's light gradually softened, and the intense repulsion began to dissipate at long last. After a meticulous and tense endeavor, the seal emitted a deep, resonant sound, slowly parting, and a powerful, mysterious aura enveloped them. Within lay a grand treasure vault, filled with a myriad of extraordinary riches. Gold and jewels piled high, radiating a dazzling brilliance that left one awestruck. Yet the most captivating sight was a colossal crystal column standing at the center of the vault, housing the legendary Great Treasure. The Great Treasure emanated a soft, enigmatic glow, seemingly harboring boundless mysteries within its light. Aiden led his crew into the treasure vault with utmost caution, each step taken as if to avoid disturbing the slumbering riches that had lain undisturbed for ages. "This is the grand treasure we have long sought after," One crew member could not help but whisper in awe. However, as the crew reveled in the impending joy of possession, a deep and authoritative voice suddenly resonated within the vault. Do you believe that acquiring this grand treasure grants you the liberty to act as you please? The forces of this world are not so easily mastered. Every immense power carries with it commensurate responsibility and cost. The crew was immediately taken aback, vigilance rising as they scanned their surroundings in search of the voice's origin. You have endured countless hardships to reach this point, which is indeed commendable. Yet, before you can claim the grand treasure, you must confront a choice, the voice continued. What choice? Aiden inquired loudly, his eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and caution. This grand treasure possesses the power to alter the world. Should you take it, its effects will be profound. You may choose to seize it, utilizing its might to fulfill your ambitions and desires, becoming sovereigns of this realm. However, be aware that such actions may instigate endless strife and turmoil, casting the world into boundless suffering. Alternatively, you may choose to leave it here, allowing it to continue its slumber and maintain the current equilibrium of the world. The voice elaborated. Aiden and his crew, upon hearing these words, fell into deep contemplation. They had traversed a treacherous journey, enduring myriad trials, all for the moment to obtain the grand treasure and realize their dreams. Yet now, they were faced with a daunting dilemma. Should they take the grand treasure, they might indeed gain unparalleled power and wealth, achieving everything they had ever desired. But as the voice had cautioned, such a choice could unleash catastrophic consequences upon the world, inflicting suffering upon countless innocents. Conversely, if they chose to leave the grand treasure behind, would not all their previous efforts be rendered futile? Captain, what shall we do? One crew member could not contain his curiosity. Aiden remained silent for a moment before responding thoughtfully. We have witnessed too many tragedies born from the lust for power and wealth. Our pursuit of the grand treasure was intended to seek a force that could alter our fates, not to bring calamity upon this world. The crew nodded in agreement, expressing their support. Then let us leave it here. Another crew member suggested. Indeed, though we relinquish the grand treasure, the friendships, courage, and faith we have gained throughout this journey are the true treasures, Aiden replied with a smile. Moreover, we have lifted the curse of the mysterious sea, which is itself a significant achievement. Just as they resolved to leave the grand treasure behind, the deep and commanding voice echoed once more. You have made a wise choice that in truth, the grand treasure offers more than the mere options of taking or leaving. It possesses a hidden power that can disperse its strength across the world, allowing everyone to benefit without igniting conflict or chaos. Is that truly the case? What must we do? Aiden inquired eagerly. You need only place 2 ocean hearts in specific positions on the crystal pillar, and together channel elemental energy to guide the treasure's power, which will then automatically disperse according to the predetermined manner. The voice explained in detail. Upon hearing this, Aiden and his crew sprang into action. Following the voice's instructions, they placed the 2 ocean hearts in their designated positions on the crystal pillar and collectively channeled their elemental energies, gradually infusing the pillar with their vitality. In an instant, the grand treasure's radiance intensified, shimmering as countless strands of energy danced within. As their elemental energies flowed into the treasure, its power began to disperse gently, transforming into soft beams of light that soared towards the far reaches of the world. Once the power of the grand treasure had fully dissipated, the illumination within the crystal pillar gradually dimmed, leaving only the 2 ocean hearts radiating a faint glow. We have succeeded, a crew member exclaimed in excitement. Aiden and his crew gazed at the fading pillar, feeling a twinge of loss yet more profoundly, a sense of fulfillment and relief. They understood they had made the right choice. Although they did not claim the grand treasure, they had contributed to a better world. Let us move on. A new journey awaits us, Aiden said with a smile to his crew. Thus, the Aiden pirate crew departed the vault, leaving behind the enigmatic island, and set sail on a new maritime adventure, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Yet they held firm in their belief that as long as they possessed faith and courage, they could surmount any obstacles that might arise, despite the uncertain and perilous path that awaited them. Their conviction remained steadfast, akin to an unwavering lighthouse, guiding them courageously forward on their new voyage. Chapter 41. The quest for allies. The Aden pirate crew, filled with satisfaction and relief, continued their voyage across the vast ocean. After departing the mysterious island, they experienced a relatively tranquil journey. However, Aden's mind was brimming with new plans. During their previous adventures, although the crew had displayed exceptional valor, Aden recognized that facing the unpredictable seas ahead and potential formidable foes necessitated the expansion of their ranks. Gathering more capable allies. One day, their ship docked at a bustling port town. The town was alive with activity. The sounds of merchants hawking their wares mingling with the laughter of sailors, and the air was fragrant with a blend of sea breeze and smoke. Aden stood at the bow, gazing at the lively streets, and addressed his crew. "Brothers, our purpose for disembarking is not only to resupply, but also to scout for suitable individuals to join our pirate crew. Let us remain vigilant." The crew nodded in agreement and disembarked in an orderly fashion, scattering throughout the town. Aden, accompanied by First Mate Jack and several crew members, navigated through the town. They first visited the supply market, acquiring fresh provisions, beverages, and materials necessary for ship repairs. Throughout the transactions, Aden remained alert to the movements of those around him, hoping to spot anyone extraordinary. Meanwhile, on the other side of the town, a young man named Leon was drawing considerable attention. Leon was tall and well-built, his short black hair adding to his striking presence. Clad in somewhat tattered yet clean garments, he stood beside a fighting ring, his eyes radiating an indomitable spirit. A fighting competition was underway. With a substantial prize for the victor, Leon had decided to enter the contest to earn enough money for his ailing sister's treatment, and he had already bested several opponents, now awaiting his next challenger in the arena. With fists clenched and poised, he appeared confident of victory. After completing their supply purchases, Aden and his crew were drawn to the excitement of the fighting competition and made their way over. Upon seeing Leon in the ring, Aden felt a stirring in his heart. From Leon's gaze and stance, he discerned the young man's remarkable strength and unwavering resolve. Just then, another challenger leaped into the ring, a burly figure with a brutish demeanor. Clearly not one to be trifled with, upon entering the arena, he taunted Leon. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, get lost before I knock you down." Leon merely shot him a cold glance and retorted, "Enough talk. Let us fight." As the match commenced, the hulking brute charged at Leon, swinging his powerful arms with the intention of overpowering him swiftly. Yet Leon remained unfazed. He nimbly dodged the attack and quickly countered, landing a precise punch to the brute's abdomen. The brute roared in pain and retaliated with a more ferocious assault. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to yield, while the audience erupted with cheers and encouragement for both fighters. Aden observed Leon's every move attentively, noting not only his exceptional combat skills, but also his ability to swiftly assess the situation and respond appropriately during the fight. This only reinforced Aden's belief that Leon was a person of great potential. Ultimately, after a series of intense exchanges, Leon seized an opportunity and executed a spectacular spinning kick, sending the burly challenger tumbling out of the ring. The crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers and applause. Leon, standing in the ring, breathed heavily, a victorious smile illuminating his face. As he prepared to step down and collect his prize, Aden swiftly leapt onto the stage. Leon paused momentarily, eyeing Aden warily, and inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" Aden smiled and replied, "My name is Aden, captain of the Aden pirate crew. I watch your match and greatly admire your skills and determination that I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our pirate crew." "What do you say?" Leon, taken aback for a moment, hesitated before responding. "A pirate crew? I never considered becoming a pirate. I merely wish to earn some money to help my sister with her illness." Aden nodded thoughtfully and said, "I understand your concerns. However, within our crew, you will discover greater opportunities and wealth that we hold our own beliefs and pursuits. We are not the kind of pirates who commit heinous acts. Together, we can embark on adventures across the seas, seeking opportunities that could alter our fates. As for your sister, we can find ways to assist her as well." Leon felt a stir of emotion at Aden's words. He recognized that, given his current circumstances, accumulating enough money to fully heal his sister could take an indeterminate amount of time. Moreover, the prospect of adventure and the chance to change his destiny awakened a flicker of hope within him. Just as Leon seemed uncertain, Aiden continued, "Take your time to consider it. Our ship will remain in port for 2 days. During this time, you are welcome to seek me out." With that, Aiden leapt down from the stage and departed with his crew. Leon watched Aiden's retreating figure. Lost in contemplation, in another corner of the town, a woman named Ava caught the attention of Aiden's crew. Ava was a beautiful and enigmatic figure, with flowing crimson hair and deep, expressive eyes, skilled in archery. She stood before a target range, showcasing her astonishing marksmanship. With effortless grace, she drew back her bowstring, and arrows flew like meteors, striking the bullseye with precision. The onlookers gasped in awe. Tom, a member of Aiden's crew, rushed back to inform Aiden of Ava's talent. Upon hearing this, Aiden, accompanied by several crew members, made his way to the target range. As they arrived, Ava released another arrow, hitting the target once more. Aiden couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, "What remarkable archery!" Ava turned to regard Aiden and his companions, a hint of curiosity in her gaze. Aiden approached, introduced himself, and explained his purpose. Ava listened, then smiled softly, saying, "A pirate crew? I have no interest in that. I prefer to live freely, unbound by any team." Undeterred by Ava's rejection, Aiden replied, "I understand your perspective. Yet our pirate crew is unlike the rest. We seek freedom and dreams, exploring the unknown seas to uncover hidden treasures and powers. With your exceptional archery skills, you could make a significant impact among us and witness a broader world." Ava pondered Aiden's words for a moment before responding. "Let me think it over." Aiden nodded. "Very well. Our ship will remain in port for 2 days. Should you find interest, feel free to seek us out." With that, Aiden and his crew continued their search for suitable recruits. The first day passed in this manner, as Aiden's crew scoured the town, observing and discovering several promising individuals. Yet most, like Leon and Ava, harbored reservations about joining a pirate crew. Done on the second day, Aiden arrived at the port early, hopeful that a few individuals would choose to join them. After a night of contemplation, Leon had reached a decision. He arrived at the port and found Aiden. Aiden's eyes lit up with surprise as he asked, "What have you decided?" Leon replied resolutely, "I have decided to join your pirate crew, that I wish to secure better treatment for my sister and seek further opportunities to change our fates on the high seas." Aiden beamed, clapping Leon on the shoulder. "Excellent. Welcome aboard. That I am confident you will achieve great things within our crew." At that moment, Ava also arrived at the port. Observing Aiden and Leon, she declared, "I have come to a conclusion as well. If I am to pursue freedom and dreams, joining your pirate crew may indeed be a splendid choice." Aiden's excitement soared as he exclaimed, "Wonderful! Welcome, Ava!" Thus, Aiden's pirate crew successfully recruited Leon and Ava in this port town. Although their numbers were few, Aiden believed their addition would infuse the crew with new vitality and strength. Chapter 42. A new journey. With the successful recruitment of Leon and Ava, the morale of Aiden's pirate crew soared. They set sail once more, venturing into the unknown seas. On board, Aiden introduced Leon and Ava to the other crew members, who warmly welcomed the new companions. As the ship sailed forth, Aiden began contemplating their next course of action. They needed to seek out more treasures and resources to bolster the crew's strength and influence. After some discussion, they resolved to head toward the legendary Ghost Island. It was said that this island concealed countless treasures and mysterious powers. Yet it was also fraught with various dangers and challenges. During their voyage, Leon and Ava gradually acclimated to life aboard the pirate crew. Leon, with his exceptional combat skills, quickly distinguished himself in training, becoming a formidable warrior among the crew. Meanwhile, Ava's archery astounded everyone, her precise shots providing substantial support for the crew's ranged attacks. After several days at sea, Aiden's pirate crew finally approached Ghost Island. From a distance, the island appeared shrouded in an enigmatic mist, evoking an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. Aiden stood at the prow of the ship, his expression grave as he cautioned, "Everyone, stay alert. This island is rife with unknown perils. We must remain vigilant." The crew nodded in unison, preparing for battle. As the ship neared the island, a flock of enormous monstrous birds suddenly swooped down from the mist, launching a fierce assault on the pirate ship. Leon charged forward without hesitation, fists flying as he engaged the monstrous birds in a fierce battle. His strength and bravery inspired his fellow crew members to join the fray, wielding their weapons against the avian assailants. Ava, stationed at the ship's railing, calmly drew back her bowstring, unleashing a flurry of arrows that struck the monstrous birds with deadly accuracy, just when it seemed they were on the verge of repelling the birds. An unexpected turn of events occurred. Several gigantic octopuses surged from beneath the waves, their tentacles ensnaring the ship and shaking it violently, causing many crew members to lose their footing and tumble to the deck. Aiden shouted, "First, we must deal with these octopuses, or the ship will capsize." The crew quickly adjusted their strategy. Some continued to combat the airborne monsters while others brandished their weapons against the octopus tentacles. Seizing an opportunity, Leon climbed up one of the tentacles, aiming to strike directly at the octopus's head. However, just as he neared, the octopus blasted a jet of black ink, plunging Leon into darkness and causing him to lose his balance, plummeting toward the sea. Fortunately, crew members below swiftly tossed him a rope, pulling him back to safety. Meanwhile, Ava, while shooting at the monstrous birds, kept a watchful eye on the octopuses. She discerned that the octopus's eyes might be a weak point. Utilizing her exceptional archery skills, she fired several arrows with remarkable precision, hitting one octopus's eye amidst the ship's violent rocking. The creature writhed in pain, loosening its grip, which slightly steadied the ship. Through their combined efforts, they finally repelled the attacks of both the monstrous birds and the octopuses. The ship safely docked to the shores of Ghost Island. Aiden led the crew cautiously onto the mysterious island. The scenery was bizarre, filled with oddly shaped rocks and dense forests. They explored the island and soon stumbled upon an ancient castle. The castle's grand doors were tightly shut, surrounded by an air of mystery. Aiden and the others attempted to push open the doors, but no matter how hard they tried, they remained immovable. Just when they felt hopeless, Ava suddenly spotted a mechanism on the door. She scrutinized the mechanism's structure before skillfully shooting an arrow that struck the critical component. With a click, the doors slowly creaked open. Upon entering the castle, they were enveloped in darkness. They lit torches and proceeded cautiously. Inside the castle, traps and puzzles lay in wait, and a moment's carelessness could lead them astray. However, the members of the Aiden pirate crew were not daunted by these adversities. They collaborated seamlessly, unraveling one trap and puzzle after another. Deep within the castle, they ultimately stumbled upon a vast treasure chamber, overflowing with gold, silver, and an array of precious artifacts, igniting their excitement. Yet, just as they prepared to transport the treasures, an unexpected predicament arose. Suddenly, numerous mechanical arms emerged from the surrounding walls of the treasure chamber. Their dexterous movements equipped with an assortment of weaponry, including sharp blades and devices capable of launching energy projectiles. They launched an assault on the members of the Aiden pirate crew. Aiden shouted, "Everyone be cautious. These mechanical arms are formidable adversaries." The crew swiftly scattered, seeking refuge. Using his agility, Leon darted between the attacks of the mechanical arms, attempting to approach and dismantle their joints to incapacitate them. Meanwhile, Ava skillfully utilized the stone pillars and other obstructions within the castle as cover, relentlessly firing arrows in an effort to sever the weaponry on the mechanical arms or strike their critical connection points. Just as they found themselves in a stalemate with the mechanical arms, Aiden discovered a control panel nestled in a corner of the treasure chamber. He surmised that the mechanism controlling the arms was likely located there. Braving the risk of attack, he dashed towards the control panel. As he neared it, one of the mechanical arms abruptly changed its trajectory, lunging directly at him. In a crucial moment, Leon leaped forward, using his body to shield Aiden from the lethal blow, sustaining an injury himself. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden reached the control panel and, drawing upon his knowledge of mechanical devices, swiftly began to operate it. After a series of frantic maneuvers, he successfully disabled the power system of the mechanical arms. Halting their assault, laden with treasures, the Aiden pirate crew departed from Ghost Island. Their ship sailed through the tumultuous seas, continuing their adventurous journey. In the ensuing days, they encountered a myriad of challenges and difficulties. Yet, buoyed by their collective strength and courage, they repeatedly transformed peril into fortune As time progressed, the renown of the Aden pirate crew grew, attracting more capable individuals to join their ranks. Their cadre expanded, and their power intensified. Upon this vast ocean, the saga of the Aden pirate crew continues, as they seek to explore the unknown, unearthing more treasures and strength, all in pursuit of their dreams and convictions. Chapter 43. The mysterious visitor. After the Aden pirate crew returned from Ghost Island laden with spoils, they continued their voyage upon the ocean. While reveling in their triumph, they remained vigilant for new challenges that could arise at any moment. At this juncture, their vessel was navigating towards an uncharted sea, rumored to conceal untold secrets and treasures. On board, Leon's injuries gradually healed over time, rendering him more resolute and demanding of his own capabilities. Ava diligently practiced her archery daily, her precision becoming ever more refined, each arrow seemingly capable of piercing the very air. Aden busied himself organizing the treasures acquired from Ghost Island, contemplating how to leverage these resources to further elevate the strength of the pirate crew. On a sun-drenched day, with the sea shimmering under the sunlight, some crew members busied themselves on the deck, while others engaged in leisurely conversation. Suddenly, a crew member stationed in the crow's nest shouted, "A strange ship approaches from ahead." Aden and the others immediately became alert, rushing to the bow to investigate. In the distance, a black ship was swiftly making its way towards them, its sails devoid of any insignia. Exuding an air of mystery, Aden furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Everyone be cautious. The intentions of that ship are unclear and may pose a threat." The crew members armed themselves, bracing for combat, as the black vessel drew nearer. The members of the Aden pirate crew discerned a group of individuals clad in dark robes standing aboard, their faces obscured by masks, rendering their identities unrecognizable. Upon nearing, the black ship halted alongside the Aden pirate crew's vessel. A towering figure in a black robe stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. "Aden pirate crew, our master wishes to meet you." Aden inquired with perplexity, "Who is your master? Why do they wish to see us?" The robed figure offered no answer, merely reiterating, "Follow us, and you shall find out." Aden exchanged glances with his companions, filled with uncertainty. Yet they understood that if the other party intended to attack, evasion would be futile. Thus, Aden resolved to accompany the robed figures to meet their master, eager to uncover the truth. Ava and Leon expressed their willingness to join him, while the other crew members remained aboard, prepared to provide support. The robed figures led Aden and his companions aboard their ship, steering towards a mysterious destination. Throughout the journey, the robed individuals remained silent, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Aden attempted to extract information from them, but was met with failure. After a considerable period of sailing, they arrived at a secluded island. On this island stood a grand manor, encircled by dense woods. The robed figures escorted Aden and his companions into the manor, leading them to a grand hall. Within the hall sat a portly man, his face adorned with a smile, though his eyes betrayed a glimmer of cunning. Upon seeing Aden and the others, the man remarked with a grin, "Welcome, Aden pirate crew. I am the master of this domain. You may call me Baron." Aden eyed Baron warily and asked, "What business do you have with us?" Baron chuckled lightly and replied, "I have heard that you discovered a wealth of treasures on Ghost Island, and I am quite interested in those treasures. I am willing to offer a handsome price for them. What say you?" Aden scoffed, stating, "Our treasures were earned through sweat and blood. We shall not part with them lightly." Baron's expression shifted slightly, but quickly regained its composure, responding, "There's no need to be so hasty in your refusal. That I can provide you with other benefits, such as information, weaponry, or anything else you desire." Aden pondered for a moment before declaring, "We require none of your offerings. We merely seek the freedom to explore these seas." Upon seeing Aden's resolute stance, Baron's eyes darkened with malice. He clapped his hands, and suddenly, a cadre of fully armed soldiers emerged, surrounding Aden and his companions. Baron sneered, "Since you refuse my hospitality, do not blame me for being inhospitable." Seize their treasures. The soldiers charged towards Aden and his crew, igniting a fierce confrontation. Aden shouted, "Everyone be careful." Leon and Ava swiftly prepared for battle. Leon swung his fists, charging at the soldiers with formidable strength, sending them flying with each blow. Ava unleashed a flurry of arrows, striking the soldiers with pinpoint accuracy. Aiden, undeterred, utilized his fierce presence to repel the encroaching soldiers. However, the sheer number of soldiers, while trained and numerous, gradually overwhelmed the Aiden pirate crew. Just then, Aiden's gaze fell upon a mechanism within the hall. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he called out to Leon and Ava, "Follow me." The three of them dashed towards the mechanism's location. Baron, witnessing their movements, was taken aback and shouted, "Stop them." Yet, it was too late. Aiden and his companions successfully triggered the mechanism. Instantly, chaos erupted in the hall as hidden doors in the walls swung open, unleashing a horde of mechanical puppets. These formidable automatons swiftly altered the tide of battle upon their entry. Seizing the opportunity, the members of the Aiden pirate crew broke through and fled the hall. Baron, witnessing their escape, was consumed by rage, his fury palpable. He commanded his soldiers to pursue relentlessly, but Aiden and his crew had already made a hasty retreat from the estate. Returning to their ship, once aboard, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. They understood that Baron was a formidable adversary, and future troubles were likely to follow. This encounter solidified the unity among the Aiden pirate crew, who resolved to press onward in search of greater treasures and power to enhance their strength. In the ensuing days, they faced a myriad of challenges and adversities. At times, they battled treacherous weather. At others, they defended against assaults from rival pirate crews. Yet they remained undeterred. One fateful day, they arrived at a mysterious sea. The waters shimmered with an eerie purple hue, shrouded in a thin veil of mist. Aiden gazed upon this enigmatic expanse, curiosity igniting within him, but he resolved to lead his crew into the depths of this uncharted territory to uncover its hidden secrets. As their vessel sailed further into the strange waters, the environment grew increasingly bizarre. Odd bubbles occasionally surfaced, suggesting something lurking beneath the waves. The crew felt a palpable tension, yet Aiden urged them to cast aside their fears and forge ahead. Suddenly, a colossal whirlpool emerged before them, its powerful currents threatening to ensnare their ship. Aiden swiftly commanded his crew to adjust their course in an attempt to evade the vortex, but its gravitational pull was overwhelming, rendering their efforts futile. In a moment of despair, Eva suddenly spotted a massive reef adjacent to the whirlpool. A spark of inspiration ignited within her as she shouted to Aiden, "We can use that reef to escape the whirlpool's grasp." Aiden grasped her intent and promptly ordered the crew to steer the ship closer to the reef, securing it with ropes. After a concerted effort, they finally broke free from the whirlpool's relentless pull. As the ship steadied, a collective breath of relief was released. They noticed a floating island not far from their position. The island glimmered with an otherworldly light, as if beckoning them closer. The crew resolved to explore the island and uncover its mysteries. Upon landing, they discovered an ancient ruin adorned with colossal stone pillars and enigmatic symbols, seemingly recounting tales of a bygone era. As they cautiously traversed the remnants of the past, they stumbled upon an ancient tome. This book contained accounts of a powerful force, said to grant its possessor unmatched strength. The crew was exhilarated, and they vowed to seek out this extraordinary power. After considerable effort, they located the source, a gigantic crystal orb. The orb pulsated with immense energy, yet as they approached, a formidable barrier repelled them. Eva meticulously examined the surroundings and discerned peculiar symbols that she hypothesized might unlock the orb's potential. Thus, she, Aiden, and Leon convened to decipher these cryptic markings, striving to unveil the secret to harnessing the orb's power. After days and nights of relentless toil, they finally unraveled the mystery. The crystal orb erupted in a dazzling display of light, enveloping them in its radiance. Aiden and his crew felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through them, significantly enhancing their abilities. Armed with their newfound strength, the Aiden pirate crew departed the floating island, navigating the open sea as they continued their adventurous journey. Their hearts brimmed with confidence, convinced they could carve out their own legendary tale amidst the vast ocean. Unbeknownst to them, however, their actions had drawn the attention of formidable forces, coveting their newfound power and treasures, and a greater storm was on the horizon. Chapter 44. The Tempest of Battle as the Aden pirate crew's vessel sliced through the waves. The crew, emboldened by their recent acquisition of power, remained acutely aware of the impending storm looming ever closer on that day. The sky gradually darkened, and the once serene sea swelled with towering waves. As if the ocean itself was issuing a warning of the fierce battle to come. Aden stood at the bow of the ship, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance, an unsettling anxiety gnawing at him. Suddenly, a crew member atop the lookout cried out in alarm, "Captain, a multitude of enemy ships is rapidly encircling us from the rear." Aden's heart raced as he raised a spyglass. And there they were, menacing enemy vessels, their sails billowing ominously, each bearing distinct flags, indicating a coalition of various factions intent on their destruction. "All hands, prepare for battle," Aden bellowed, knowing this would be a fierce confrontation. The crew rallied, determination etched upon their faces. Leon cracked his knuckles, and Eva tightened her grip on her bow, her gaze steady and fierce. The enemy vessels closed in, and the first to strike was a ship adorned with a fearsome sea beast carved into its prow. Its cannons roaring as projectiles flew toward the Aden pirate crew's ship. In an instant, the surrounding sea erupted, columns of water soaring into the air as the ship rocked violently. "Counterattack! Do not let them underestimate us," Aden shouted with fervor. The ship's cannons responded with a thunderous volley, smoke billowing across the deck. Eva, maintaining her balance amid the tumult, seized a moment to unleash arrows that streaked like shooting stars, accurately targeting the enemy gunners, causing several to fall. Leon, spotting an approaching enemy ship, leaped aboard, charging into the fray like a tiger among sheep, his fists flying as he engaged in close combat, each strike infused with tremendous force, forcing his foes to retreat. However, the sheer number of enemies and their coordinated assaults began to overwhelm the Aden pirate crew, who found themselves struggling against the relentless onslaught. Many of their comrades had sustained injuries and fallen. Yet, there was no sign of retreat among them. They continued to fight valiantly. Just then, a lavishly adorned ship emerged from the enemy ranks, and upon its prow stood a man clad in opulent attire, proclaiming, "Aden, surrender your treasures and that newfound power, or this day shall mark your demise." Aden scoffed in response, "Not a chance. If you have the courage, come and take it," with a swift gesture from the man. A legion of warriors clad in peculiar armor and wielding sharp blades leapt from their ship towards the vessel of the Aden pirate crew. These warriors moved with remarkable agility, launching a fierce assault upon landing. Their blades glimmered ominously in the sunlight, effortlessly breaching the crew's defenses and spilling blood upon the deck. Observing this, Leon turned and charged towards the warriors, engaging in a fierce confrontation with one particularly towering foe. The clash of fists against blades erupted in showers of sparks, as Leon utilized his formidable strength and nimble finesse to match his opponent blow for blow. Meanwhile, Eva continually repositioned herself, seeking the optimal angle for her shots, releasing arrows in a bid to disrupt the rhythm of the warriors' attacks, thereby providing support for Leon on Aden's end. He concentrated, summoning the newfound power within him that a faint glow enveloped his form. And with a sweeping motion of his hands, a wave of energy surged towards the enemy ships surrounding them. Where the energy wave passed, enemy vessels rocked violently, causing some adversaries to stumble and fall, momentarily slowing their onslaught. However, the enemy's aggression did not wane. The elegantly attired man issued further orders, and several enemy ships began to flank them from the sides, while a swarm of foes riding flying beasts appeared in the sky. These adversaries dove towards the Aden pirate crew's vessel, wielding weapons that unleashed energy beams or hurled fiery chains, posing a dire threat to both the ship and its crew. The crew found themselves in an increasingly precarious situation, dodging aerial assaults while fending off attacks from the encircling enemy vessels. Eva, while evading attacks, strained to target the airborne foes, but the swift-flying beasts made her arrows difficult to accurately place. Leon, too, began to feel the strain in his duel with the towering warrior, narrowly avoiding several near misses from the enemy's blades. Just as despair began to creep in, Aden suddenly noticed that the foes riding the flying beasts seemed to be responding to the commands of a figure adorned with a distinctive helmet. He thought to himself that if he could eliminate this commander, perhaps the aerial assault could be disrupted. Aiden shouted to Leon and Ava, "Hold them off for now. I will deal with that commander in the sky." With that, he swung himself upward using a rope and leaped towards the I in midair. Aiden adeptly maneuvered, propelled by his own strength and the newly acquired energy, closing in on the helmeted figure. Simultaneously, Leon and Ava fought with renewed fervor against the enemy. Leon seized an opportunity, delivering a powerful punch that sent the towering warrior staggering back, before pivoting to assist his fellow crew members against the flanking ships. Ava, showcasing her archery prowess, finally struck true, hitting a flying beast's wing, sending it and its rider plummeting into the sea with a mournful CRY. Aiden drew nearer to the commander in the sky. The enemy became aware of his intentions and directed their flying beasts to attack him. Aiden skillfully evaded, conjuring a radiant sword of light in his hand, engaging in an intense aerial duel with the adversary. Their weapons clashed, producing a series of sharp sounds, each collision resonating with the surge of energy. Below, the battlefield remained fraught with tension as the crew of the Aiden pirate crew struggled to maintain their ground. The enemy's assaults grew increasingly fierce, with their ships suffering significant damage, masts swaying precariously, and seawater flooding the hold. Yet the crew refused to yield, coordinating their efforts to shield one another from enemy attacks, striving to create opportunities for counterattacks. After a grueling battle, Aiden finally discerned a vulnerability in the commander's defenses. Seizing the moment, he thrust his radiant sword towards the figure's helmet with all his might. With a resounding crash, the commander was struck, tumbling from his flying beast. The aerial enemies, now leaderless, faltered, their attacks descending into disarray. The crew of the Aiden pirate crew seized the opportunity to retaliate, concentrating their fire on the airborne foes. Bringing several down into the depths of the sea on the ground, Leon rallied the crew for a fierce counteroffensive, embodying the ferocity of an enraged lion as his fists sent enemies sprawling. Ava continued to unleash arrows, striking with deadly accuracy at the enemy's vital points. Through their combined efforts, the enemy began to retreat in disarray, one by one. The enemy ships turned and fled, sensing the tide had turned against them. The crew of the Aiden pirate crew erupted in victorious cheers at the sight of their retreating foes. Yet, Aiden understood that this was merely a fleeting victory. The adventures ahead remained fraught with unknown challenges and formidable foes. Their ship continued to sail across the vast ocean, buoyed by the elation of their triumph and a steadfast belief in the future, bracing for the next storm that may come. Chapter 45. The calm after the storm and new challenges after successfully repelling the joint forces' attack. The crew sat exhausted upon the deck, panting heavily. Though their ship had sustained considerable damage during the battle, it remained barely seaworthy. Aiden stood at the bow, gazing at the receding enemy vessels, his vigilance unwavering. Following urgent repairs, the ship's basic navigational capabilities were temporarily restored. After the battle, Ava and Leon began assisting other crew members in tending to the injured. Ava employed her exceptional medical skills to bandage wounds and apply herbal remedies, while Leon helped transport supplies, providing food and water to restore their strength. The bustling activity continued. Nightfall gradually descended. The tumultuous waves began to calm, and a radiant moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow. Standing upon the deck, Aiden gazed up at the starry sky, his mind swirling with thoughts. Although they had emerged victorious, this battle had made him acutely aware that their journey was only just beginning, with more challenges lying ahead. The following morning, sunlight shimmered upon the sea, creating a sparkling spectacle. After a night of rest, the crew regained much of their energy. Aiden called everyone to gather on the deck to review the lessons learned from the recent battle. "Brothers, while we have triumphed in this encounter, we must not let our guard down. The enemy outnumbers us and operates with remarkable coordination. Our defenses were insufficient, and our offensive coordination leaves much to be desired." Aiden stated gravely. The crew nodded in agreement, acknowledging his words. Leon stepped forward, saying, "Captain, I believe we should intensify our training to enhance our combat abilities and teamwork." Ava chimed in, "Indeed, we also require more weapons and equipment to gain an advantage in future battles." Taking their suggestions to heart, Aiden resolved to dock the ship at a nearby island for rest and resupply, while also giving the crew a chance to train and strengthen their skills. After several days of sailing, they finally discovered an island suitable for docking. This island was lush with greenery, abundant in fresh water, and rich in food resources. The Aiden pirate cruise ship approached slowly. Anchoring to a halt, the crew eagerly disembarked, ready to explore the island. Ava discovered some precious herbs and excitedly gathered them, planning to create more medicinal concoctions. Leon, along with several crew members, scoured the island for materials suitable for weapon crafting. Meanwhile, Aiden led a few crew members in search of trading partners, hoping to exchange for essential supplies. Deep within the island, they stumbled upon a small village. The villagers lived a tranquil life, filled with curiosity and caution at the arrival of Aiden's crew. Aiden communicated his intentions to the villagers, expressing a desire to engage in trade. After some deliberation, the villagers agreed to the exchange. Aiden's crew traded some treasures they had plundered from the sea for a substantial amount of food, fresh water, and weaponry. During this exchange, Aiden learned of a significant development from the villagers. It was said that not far from their location, a mysterious ship had appeared, laden with precious treasures, but guarded by formidable protectors. Upon hearing this news, Aiden felt a stirring within him, but he recognized this as a rare opportunity. If they could obtain the treasures from that ship, their strength would be greatly amplified. Thus, he resolved to lead his crew towards that region of the sea in search of the enigmatic vessel. On the eve of their departure, Aiden sat alone by the shore, contemplating the path ahead. That he understood that this adventure was rife with uncertainty and peril, yet he remained steadfast in his belief that, united in purpose, they could overcome the challenges and realize their dreams. The next morning, the Aiden pirate cruise ship set sail once more, heading towards the mysterious waters that awaited them. The winds and waves upon the sea remained formidable. Yet the hearts of the crew are brimming with anticipation and courage. They firmly believe that upon this vast ocean, they shall carve out their own legend. After several days of navigation, they finally approach the enigmatic waters. The sea conditions here are intricate, fraught with hidden reefs and tumultuous waves. Aiden meticulously directs the vessel, skillfully steering clear of perilous zones. Suddenly, a crew member atop the lookout tower cries out, "Captain, I have spotted the mysterious ship." Aiden raises his telescope, and in the distance, he perceives a colossal vessel, its silhouette flickering on the surface of the water. The ship's hull is obsidian, adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns, exuding an aura of mystery. "All hands, prepare for battle," Aiden shouts emphatically. The crew springs into action, arming themselves and readying for confrontation. As they draw nearer to the enigmatic vessel, they discern a formidable circle of guardians surrounding it. These guardians are towering figures, wielding sharp blades, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. "Charge!" Aiden commands, and the ship accelerates towards the mysterious craft. The guardians, realizing their approach, roar in fury and rush towards them. Ava stands at the bow, drawing her bowstring and launching arrows that streak towards the guardians like meteors. Leon, meanwhile, engages in close combat with the advancing foes, unleashing powerful punches. Aiden, tapping into his inner strength, executes formidable attacks in the midst of the fierce battle. The crew of Aiden's pirate ship gradually gains the upper hand. Their onslaught forces the guardians to retreat, many of whom fall wounded. Yet, just as they are about to board the mysterious ship, an overwhelming force suddenly emanates from it. A colossal figure rises slowly, shrouded in a veil of black mist, obscuring its visage yet instilling a profound sense of dread. What manner of monster is this? The crew gasps in astonishment. Aiden fixates on the figure, an intense sense of peril surging within him. He realizes that this may well be their most formidable adversary to date. Everyone be cautious. This foe is not to be trifled with. Aiden warns loudly. The figure emits a low, rumbling growl and charges toward Aiden's ship with astonishing speed, appearing above them in an instant. Aiden hurriedly unleashes an energy wave in an attempt to thwart its assault, but the immense power effortlessly pierces through his defenses, crashing down upon the crew. The sailors scramble to evade, but several are struck down, injured. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Aiden resolves to take matters into his own hands. He leaps towards the figure, engaging it in a fierce aerial confrontation. His fists collide with the figure's attacks, reverberating with thunderous sounds. Ava and Leon provide support from below, relentlessly bombarding the figure with their strikes. After a grueling struggle, Aiden finally discerns a vulnerability in the figure's defenses. Channeling all his might, he delivers a powerful blow, striking the figure with remarkable force. The figure emits a pained roar before plummeting into the depths of the sea. Seizing the opportunity, the crew boards the mysterious vessel, discovering a trove of treasures, heaped high and radiating a dazzling brilliance. The crew erupts in jubilant cheers, their efforts finally rewarded. Yet Aiden remains grounded amidst the triumph. He understands that while this adventure has met with success, it has also attracted the attention of greater forces. The journey ahead is long, and they must continually enhance their prowess to survive in these treacherous waters. Aiden's ship, laden with riches, departs from the enigmatic sea, setting forth towards distant horizons, poised to embrace the next challenge. Chapter 46. A new journey and uncharted challenges having acquired the treasures from the mysterious ship. Aiden's pirate crew embarks on a new voyage. Sunlight dances upon the deck of their vessel, seemingly celebrating their victory. Yet the crew wears expressions devoid of ease, for they are acutely aware that greater challenges lie ahead. Aiden stands at the bow, clutching an ancient map discovered aboard the mysterious vessel. The map is adorned with peculiar symbols and routes, hinting at a hidden destination. Aiden studies it intently, his eyes alight with curiosity and anticipation. "Captain, this map appears quite unusual. Should we truly follow its guidance to explore?" Ava inquires softly as she approaches Aiden. Aiden nods in affirmation. This may be an opportunity. Having obtained it, we cannot forego the chance to explore. I firmly believe that the mysterious location holds even more treasures and secrets. Leon steps forward, his expression resolute. The captain speaks wisely. We must not shy away from challenges. After our previous battle, our strength has undoubtedly increased, and we can face any adversity. Ava, reassured by their confidence, gazes out towards the horizon and declares, "Very well. Since you both are resolved, I shall lend my full support." Thus, Aiden's pirate crew set sail in accordance with the map's guidance towards the mysterious location. The journey is fraught with difficulties. They encounter inclement weather, with fierce winds and torrential rain rocking the ship perilously, threatening to splinter it at any moment. They also face ferocious sea beasts intent on attacking the vessel to seize their treasures. Yet the crew remains undaunted, overcoming each obstacle with unwavering determination and exceptional combat skills. After several days of navigation, they finally arrive at the coordinates indicated on the map. Before them lies a mysterious maritime expanse, shrouded in a thin veil of mist that obscures their path ahead, rendering it indistinct. Aiden cautiously commands the vessel to navigate into these waters. Be vigilant. This area is peculiar and may hold dangers. Aiden cautions. The crew readies their weapons, remaining alert to their surroundings. Suddenly, a colossal island emerges from a mist, enveloped in swirling clouds, as if concealing countless secrets to that our destination. Ava queries. Aiden nods. It is likely. Let us approach and investigate. As the ship nears the island, they discover a vast cave, its entrance etched with strange symbols that evoke a sense of foreboding. This cave appears perilous. Should we truly enter? One crew member asks, trepidation evident in his voice. Aiden surveys the crew and responds, "Having come this far, we cannot simply abandon our quest. I will lead a small contingent into the cave while the rest remain on the ship. Ready to assist should we encounter danger. We will signal you if needed." With that, Aiden selects Leon and several brave crew members to accompany him into the cave. Inside, the atmosphere is dark and damp, with a pungent odor permeating the air. Armed with torches, they tread cautiously, illuminating the path ahead. As they traverse deeper, they encounter numerous enigmatic murals adorning the cave walls. These ancient depictions seem to narrate a mysterious tale. Aiden scrutinizes them closely, seeking useful insights. These murals are quite ancient. They may be linked to the secrets of this island. Aiden notes. While they are absorbed in the murals, a low, rumbling growl echoes from the depths of the cave, sending chills down their spines. What is that sound? Leon inquires, his voice tinged with apprehension. Aiden furrows his brow. I do not know. Remain alert and continue forward. Following the sound, they arrive at a vast chamber within the cave. Where an eerie glow flickers, a colossal beast lies sprawled on the ground, in slumber. The creature resembles a gigantic lizard, its body covered in formidable scales. What manner of beast is this? A crew member gasps in terror. Aiden maintains his composure. Regardless of what it is, we cannot retreat. Prepare for battle. The creature, sensing their presence, slowly opens its eyes, which glimmer with a menacing red light. With a ferocious roar, it lunges toward them. Aiden and Leon immediately spring into action. Aiden unleashes a powerful energy wave, aiming for the creature's vulnerable spots, while Leon engages in close-quarters combat. The other crew members also brandish their weapons, launching an assault on the beast. The creature proves formidable, its scales impervious to most attacks. Its tail and claws are razor-sharp, inflicting injuries upon the crew. In the thick of battle, several crew members suffer wounds, yet they continue to fight valiantly. This cannot continue. We must discover the creature's weakness, Aiden states. After careful observation, Aiden identifies the creature's eyes as its vulnerable point. Focusing his energy, he unleashes a powerful wave directed at the creature's eyes. Struck, the beast emits a pained roar. Seizing the moment, Leon charges forward, delivering a powerful blow to the creature's eye. The creature, severely injured, collapses, struggling to regain its footing. Aiden and his crew capitalize on this opportunity, launching their final assault and ultimately vanquishing the beast. Within the beast's lair, they unearth a trove of precious treasures alongside an ancient tome. The book contains secrets about the island and details regarding formidable powers. It appears our endeavors have yielded significant rewards. Aiden reflects, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he surveys the treasures and the tome. They return to the ship, treasures and tome in hand. Upon their safe return, the crew rejoices, their spirits lifted. Aiden translated the contents of the book for everyone, revealing that this island was once the site of an ancient civilization, concealing a formidable power. Mastering this power would enable one to reign as the sovereign of these vast seas. This is our opportunity. We must seize this power, Aiden declared. The crew members unanimously agreed, deciding to linger on the island for a time to study the book's contents and seek ways to harness this strength. In the ensuing days, they diligently researched and practiced each day. Ava employed her wisdom to assist everyone in comprehending the book's contents. Leon led the crew in physical training to enhance their combat abilities. After a period of dedicated effort, they finally discovered the method to wield this powered, IT-required activation through a special ritual, consuming a significant amount of energy. Aiden resolved to attempt it personally. On a moonlit night, he conducted the ritual as outlined in the book. The ritual was successfully completed, and Aiden activated the power. He felt his body brimming with potent energy, as if he could command the entire world. I have succeeded, Aiden exclaimed with excitement. The crew rejoiced for him, aware that the strength of the Aiden pirate crew had been elevated once more. However, they were unaware that the activation of this power had drawn the attention of certain individuals. In a distant maritime realm, a mysterious organization was closely monitoring the movements of the Aiden pirate crew. The leader of this organization was a nefarious man who yearned for this immense power to dominate the entire sea. Upon learning that the Aiden pirate crew had activated this power, he immediately decided to dispatch his subordinates to seize it. I have finally awaited this opportunity. Once I obtain this power, I shall be the ruler of these seas. The leader cackled maliciously. Soon after, the vessels of the mysterious organization appeared near the Aiden pirate crew. The crew members detected the approaching enemy and swiftly entered combat readiness. Everyone, be cautious. This enemy may be exceedingly formidable. Aiden warned. As the vessels of the mysterious organization drew near, a group of individuals clad in black robes descended from the ships. They wielded various strange weapons. Their eyes filled with murderous intent. Surrender your power, or you shall all perish here, one of the robed figures declared. Aiden responded with a cold laugh. If you wish to take our power, let us see if you possess the capability. The battle was imminent, and the crew of the Aiden pirate crew engaged in fierce combat with the members of the mysterious organization. The latter demonstrated considerable strength, their weapons unleashing powerful energy, placing immense pressure on Aiden's crew. Nevertheless, the Aiden pirate crew did not retreat. They fought valiantly against the enemy, bolstered by their unity and courage. Aiden unleashed the newly acquired power, engaging in a fierce duel with the leader of the mysterious organization. Their battle was intense, the collision of energies distorting the surrounding space. Aiden realized that the leader possessed formidable strength, perhaps even surpassing his own. "Who are you? Why do you seek to seize our power?" Aiden inquired. The leader sneered, "I am the sovereign of these seas. Your power rightfully belongs to me. Once I possess it, I can rule the entire world." Filled with rage at the leader's words, Aiden resolved to protect his companions and their power at all costs. He summoned all his strength for the final showdown with the leader. In the midst of the fierce battle, Aiden gradually gained the upper hand. His assaults forced the leader to retreat, inflicting numerous wounds upon him. Yet the leader refused to concede, still searching for an opportunity to counterattack. That moment, Ava identified a flaw in the leader's defense. Without hesitation, she loosed an arrow that struck true, hitting the leader's vital point. The leader collapsed in agony, losing his fighting capability. Observing their leader's injury, the members of the mysterious organization lost their resolve. Seizing the opportunity, the crew of the Aiden pirate crew mounted a counteroffensive, defeating all members of the mysterious organization. After the battle concluded, the crew members of the Aiden pirate crew breathed a collective sigh of relief. They understood that this victory was hard-won, yet it solidified their convictions. "We must grow even stronger to protect ourselves and what we cherish," Aiden proclaimed. The crew members nodded in agreement. Their ship continued to sail across the vast ocean, filled with anticipation for the future and a steadfast resolve to face more challenges ahead. Chapter 47. New enemies emerge and continuous battles. After the Aiden pirate crew triumphed in their heart-stopping confrontation with the mysterious organization, they continued their voyage across the boundless sea. The vessel swayed gently with the waves, sunlight glistening on the deck as the crew members diligently attended to their tasks, seemingly at peace. Yet, Aiden harbored an unsettling feeling. Standing at the bow of the ship, he gazed at the seemingly tranquil sea, a premonition stirring within him that new challenges were on the horizon. Ava, noticing Aiden's unease, approached him and asked, "Captain, what troubles you now? We have finally achieved some semblance of calm." Aiden furrowed his brow and replied, "Ava, do you not find this tranquility somewhat suspicious? We now possess formidable power, undoubtedly attracting the attention of those who covet it. I fear that another battle could erupt at any moment." Upon hearing this, Ava's expression turned serious as she nodded in agreement, saying, "The captain is correct. We cannot afford to be complacent. Though everyone has been diligently enhancing their strength, we cannot predict how powerful our next adversary may be." Just then, Leon shouted from the lookout, "Captain, unidentified vessels spotted ahead, numerous in number, heading our way." Aiden's heart sank, and he immediately commanded, "All crew members, prepare for battle. It appears new enemies have emerged." The crew members sprang into action, some hastily transporting cannonballs, others sharpening their weapons, their expressions shifting to serious and tense as they exchanged hushed words of encouragement. As the unidentified vessels drew closer, they discerned that it was a notably mysterious fleet. The ships bore peculiar designs, with some adorned with fearsome sea beasts at their prows, as if poised to devour the unwary. Others emitted an eerie glow, obscuring the mysteries within. The waves stirred by the fleet seemed more tumultuous than usual, exuding an oppressive aura. On one of the larger ships stood a man clad in an opulent purple robe. His gaze was icy, a haughty smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "Aiden pirate crew, your good fortune ends here. Surrender the power you possess, or today shall mark your demise." Aiden responded with a cold chuckle. "Another fool seeking to covet our power. Huh, let them come if they dare." Nearby, Ava furrowed her brow and whispered to Aiden, "Captain, judging by their demeanor, these individuals do not come with good intentions. We must tread carefully." Leon also approached, fists clenched as he declared, "What do we have to fear? We have just faced numerous battles and will not be easily intimidated." Aiden looked at them, resolutely nodding. "Indeed, united, we can surely repel them." The call to battle was sounded. The Aden pirate crew launched the first strike. The ship's cannons roaring in unison as cannonballs rained down upon the mysterious fleet. The projectiles streaked through the sky, leaving white trails across the sea surface as they hurtled toward the enemy vessels. However, the ships of the mysterious fleet seemed to possess unique defensive capabilities. The cannonballs merely sparked upon impact, inflicting minimal damage. "Do not underestimate us," Leon bellowed, turning to a group of brave crew members behind him. "Brothers, follow me. Let's show them what we're made of." The crew members rallied, determination gleaming in their eyes as they shouted in unison. "Aye, charge!" Leon led the charge, piloting a small boat toward the enemy fleet, aiming to leverage their close combat advantage to intimidate the foes. Meanwhile, Ava gathered those skilled in ranged attacks at the stern of the main ship. Drawing her bow, she recited incantations, imbuing her arrows with magical enhancements that shimmered with strange light. She then released the bowstring, the arrows soaring like meteors toward the enemy, striving to penetrate their defenses. As she shot, she called out to her fellow crew members, "Everyone, aim carefully. Do not waste arrows. Let each shot inflict damage." The crew members responded, "Rest assured, Sister Ava, we will." Aiden, meanwhile, focused intently, preparing to unleash the formidable power he had mastered. With eyes closed, he felt the surging energy within him, seeking the opportune moment to deliver a devastating blow to the enemy. Meanwhile, other crew members busied themselves loading cannonballs, observing enemy movements, and relaying information to Aiden and the others, each contributing their strength to the impending battle. The mysterious fleet was not to be outdone. Their vessels unleashed beams of black light, traveling at tremendous speed, akin to arrows aimed directly at the ships of the Aden pirate crew. Wherever the light reached, it seemed as though the air itself was ignited. Infused with a fervent heat, simultaneously, a cadre of crew members clad in dark robes performed sinister incantations at the ship's rail, their hands weaving intricate patterns. Instantly, colossal whirlpools surged upon the sea's surface, sweeping towards the ships of the Aden pirate crew, intent on ensnaring them and disrupting their formation. The two sides exchanged blows, the initial skirmish unfolding with extraordinary ferocity. The ocean roared, the thunder of cannon fire mingled with the sounds of battle cries and the clashing of energies, as if composing a brutal symphony of war. Amidst the fierce conflict, the Aden pirate crew quickly found themselves embroiled in a desperate struggle. Leon, leading a small squad, encountered staunch resistance as they approached the enigmatic fleet for close combat. The crew of the mysterious fleet wielded weapons that unleashed formidable energy, and their agility was remarkable. They adeptly evaded Leon and his comrades' attacks while launching rapid counterstrikes. Leon, fists raised, engaged an adversary in a fierce melee. Each punch delivered with tremendous force, yet his opponent skillfully dodged, retaliating with a weapon that shimmered ominously. Despite Leon's best efforts to evade, he sustained multiple wounds, blood staining his garments. That moment, a nearby crew member, witnessing Leon's injuries, anxiously called out, "Brother Leon, are you all right? Let me assist you." With that, he rushed in to confront the enemy alongside Leon, on Eva's side, although her magical arrows inflicted some damage upon the foe. As the battle progressed, the enemy seemed to adapt to her tactics, bolstering their defenses. Her arrows became increasingly ineffective at penetrating their shields, and the assault from the whirlpools caused the ship to sway violently, making it difficult for her to maintain a steady aim. She found herself distracted by the ship's tumultuous movements, significantly reducing the efficacy of her attacks. A fellow crew member skilled in magic observed her predicament and suggested, "Sister Eva, perhaps we should try a different method of magical enhancement. It may allow us to breach their defenses." Furrowing her brow in contemplation, Eva replied, "Indeed, you make a valid point. Let us hasten to implement this strategy." Meanwhile, Aiden, preparing to unleash his formidable power, encountered difficulties as the mysterious fleet seemed to recognize his significance. Several ships banded together to disrupt him, casting beams of interference that intertwined into a net, thwarting Aiden's focus and impeding the flawless manifestation of his inner strength. An experienced crew member approached Aiden, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Captain, remain calm. Take your time. We believe in your capabilities." Aiden glanced at him gratefully. Nodding, "Yes, I shall do my utmost." Despite the dire circumstances, the crew of the Aiden pirate fleet showed no inclination to retreat. They encouraged one another, drawing upon their indomitable will and unity to continue resisting fiercely. "Hold steadfast, everyone, we cannot be vanquished," Aiden bellowed, striving to bolster their morale. The crew responded in unison, "Captain, we shall not falter." Just as the Aiden pirate crew found themselves in dire straits, a keen-eyed crew member, while evading enemy attacks, stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon that he noted that the dark-robed spellcasters, while conjuring whirlpools, wielded staves that emitted a distinct frequency of light, which flickered several times before each spell casting, as if gathering strength. This crew member promptly relayed his discovery to Eva. Intrigued, she sensed it could be an exploitable weakness. She swiftly communicated this information to Aiden, who observed closely and concurred. This appears to be their vulnerability. If we can concentrate our efforts on those conjuring the whirlpools, we might shatter their defenses and turn the tide of battle, Aiden declared. He turned to the surrounding crew members, instructing, "Listen closely, we must adjust our tactics. A portion of us will divert the enemy's attention to scatter their focus. Eva, I want you to lead a group of ranged attackers to silently target those dark-robed spellcasters and prepare for a surprise assault." The crew responded in unison. "Aye, Captain." Eva nodded, affirming, "Understood, Captain, that we shall accomplish this task." Once preparations were complete, Aiden initiated the assault. He unleashed a fraction of his power toward one of the larger vessels in the mysterious fleet. Drawing the enemy's attention, they swiftly concentrated their firepower on Aiden, attempting to thwart his advance. Seizing the moment, Eva issued a command, leading her ranged attackers to simultaneously launch a volley of specially crafted arrows. These arrows, not only imbued with potent magic, were also finely tuned to the frequency of light emitted by the dark-robed crew's staves, capable of inflicting maximal damage. The arrows descended like a torrential downpour upon the spellcasters' conjuring whirlpools. The dark-robed crew had no time to react, falling victim to the barrage. Once struck, the staves they wielded faltered, rendering their whirlpool spells ineffective and causing them to suffer backlash, resulting in varying degrees of injury. This sudden onslaught threw the mysterious fleet into disarray. Their previously impenetrable defensive structure showed cracks, and their morale plummeted. Seizing the opportunity, the Aiden pirate crew launched a comprehensive counteroffensive. Leon, despite his injuries, re-entered the fray, brandishing his weapon as he charged towards the enemy vessels, rallying his comrades for close-quarters combat. "Brothers, it is time for vengeance. Charge with me," he shouted, inspiring the crew to respond with fervor. "Charge." Meanwhile, Aiden concentrated, ready to unleash all his might for a decisive blow. However, just as the Aiden pirate crew believed the tide was turning, the mysterious fleet unveiled a new stratagem. From the rear of the fleet emerged a cadre of enigmatic figures clad in silver robes. Their movements were agile, swift as if gliding across the surface of the sea. These silver-robed individuals wielded peculiar instruments, positioning themselves at the bow of their vessels to begin playing a haunting melody. As the music resonated, a peculiar force surged upon the water's surface. The once tranquil sea began to churn violently, producing towering waves that surged towards the Aiden pirate crew's ships, threatening to engulf them. Simultaneously, the music played by the silver-robed figures seemed to possess a bewitching power. Some crew members of the Aiden pirate crew began to experience dizziness, their movements growing sluggish. "Everyone be cautious. There is something amiss with this music." Aiden warned loudly that a crew member clutched his head, distressed. "Captain, I feel terribly dizzy." "What is this sound?" Another echoed. "I too feel unwell. My limbs lack strength." Yet at that moment, responding to this new challenge became exceedingly difficult. The wave's onslaught caused the ship to sway violently, forcing the crew to stabilize themselves while resisting the enchantment of the music and continuing to battle the mysterious fleet, intensifying their burdens. Confronted with this new predicament, the Aiden pirate crew found themselves embroiled in yet another arduous struggle. Leon, leading his crew in close combat against the mysterious fleet, found their movements hindered by both the ship's instability and the influence of the music. Their agility diminished, their accuracy plummeted, while the enemy seized the moment to launch fiercer attacks. Leon, observing his injured comrades, urgently implored, "Hold fast, everyone! Do not let them overcome you!" A wounded crew member weakly responded, "Brother Leon, I shall do my best." Eva attempted to use magic to counteract the wave's impact and the enchanting music, but found her powers insufficient against this strange force. Her arrows veered off course under the wave's pressure, and she too began to feel increasingly disoriented. Struggling to focus her magical energy, that a fellow crew member beside her noticed her plight and said, "Sister Eva, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Do not overexert yourself." Eva shook her head resolutely. "No, I cannot rest now. Everyone is fighting with all their might. How can I sit idle?" Aiden sought to unleash his formidable strength to confront the situation. Yet he too found his concentration disrupted by the music. That bewitching force echoed incessantly in his mind, making it difficult to harness his full power. Furrowing his brow, anxiety gripped his heart. That moment. An elder crew member approached him, saying, "Captain, do not despair. Let us brainstorm together. We shall find a way through this." Aiden looked at him gratefully, replying, "Yes, thank you, old friend." Despite the overwhelming challenges, the crew of the Aiden pirate fleet remained resolute. Refusing to give in, they supported one another, leveraging their indomitable will to diligently overcome the dual challenges of physical and mental adversity, resolutely continuing their fierce resistance. Though we must hold on, we cannot allow them to prevail. Aiden shouted through gritted teeth, striving to rally their spirits once more. The crew responded in unison, "Captain, we will persevere." During this arduous struggle, an experienced old sailor from the Aiden pirate crew, drawing on years of nautical expertise, discovered a method to counter the onslaught of the waves. He observed that when the waves surged, a relatively stable airflow emerged at specific points on the vessel. If they could harness this airflow to adjust the ship's course, it might mitigate the wave's impact. He immediately relayed this discovery to Aiden. Upon hearing this, Aiden deemed it a strategy worth attempting. He turned to the crew and declared, "Listen carefully, according to the old sailor's suggestion. Let us adjust the ship's course and see if we can lessen the wave's assault." The crew responded in unison, "Aye, Captain." Meanwhile, Ava, in her struggle against the music, also discerned a pattern. She realized that when she concentrated on feeling the conviction deep within her heart, the music's seductive influence diminished. She shared this method with the other crew members, who eagerly tried it and found it effective in resisting the music's effects. One crew member exclaimed with delight, "Sister Ava, this method is truly effective. I feel much better." Ava smiled gently and replied, "That's wonderful. Everyone hang in there." With these breakthroughs, the Aiden pirate crew resolved to adjust their tactics once more. They assigned a portion of the crew to implement the old sailor's method, skillfully navigating the ship to evade the wave's onslaught. Ava led a group of crew members adept at mental resistance, focusing their energy on their inner convictions while casting spells to counter the music's allure. Launching counterattacks against the silver-robed musicians, she unleashed waves of psychic impact magic towards the silver-robed figures, aiming to shatter their musical enchantment. She urged her companions, "Everyone, channel your strength together to break their music." The crew responded in unison, "Understood, Sister Ava." Meanwhile, Aiden concentrated his energy, preparing to unleash the formidable power he had mastered. He diligently blocked out the music's distractions, gathering the energy within him, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy at the opportune moment. Once all was prepared, the Aiden pirate crew launched a new counteroffensive. As the ship adeptly dodged the waves, Ava's psychic impact magic successfully struck several silver-robed individuals. Upon being hit, the instruments in their hands emitted a piercing sound before falling silent. With the cessation of the music, the crew's enchantment waned. Seizing the moment, Aiden unleashed all the energy he had gathered towards the flagship of the mysterious fleet. His strike was immensely powerful. A dazzling beam of light erupted from him, resembling a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky, aimed directly at the flagship of the enigmatic fleet. The purple-robed leader aboard the flagship's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this. He hastily cast all his spells to defend, while commanding the other vessels in the fleet to concentrate their fire on Aiden, attempting to thwart his impending strike. However, Aiden's assault proved overwhelmingly potent, rendering the purple-robed leader's defenses feeble in comparison. The radiant impact struck the flagship, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The flagship was instantly obliterated, fragments soaring into the air and creating towering splashes upon the sea. The purple-robed leader sustained severe injuries amidst the explosion, his body swaying precariously, his eyes filled with despair. The other vessels of the mysterious fleet, witnessing the flagship's destruction and their leader's grievous wounds, promptly lost their will to fight. They began to flee, no longer willing to continue the battle against the Aiden pirate crew. The crew of the Aiden pirate crew erupted in cheers upon seeing the enemy retreat. Knowing that the arduous battle had finally ushered in the dawn of victory, one crew member shouted with excitement, "We have won!" "Haha, splendid," Leon added with a smile. "Indeed, it is thanks to everyone's unity." Aiden gazed at the jubilant crew, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he declared, "You have all worked hard. This victory belongs to each and every one of us." After the battle, the ships of the Aiden pirate crew docked near a nearby island, and the crew began their post-battle recuperation. Each bore wounds, some minor, some more severe, necessitating time for recovery. Ava busied herself tending to the injured, using her knowledge of magic to gather herbs from the island, concocting effective healing potions. While preparing the potions, she reassured the wounded crew, "Rest well. This potion will be ready soon, and it will hasten your recovery." The injured crew members expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Ava." Meanwhile, Leon led a group of crew members in inspecting and repairing the ship to ensure its safety for the upcoming voyage. Aiden sat alone on the beach, gazing out at the now calm sea, his heart filled with contemplation. Although they had achieved victory in this battle, he understood that there were more challenges awaiting them across the vast ocean. They must continuously strive to grow stronger to protect themselves and what they hold dear. "We must continue to work hard, enhancing our strength to face the greater challenges ahead," Aiden whispered to himself. Chapter 48. The Clash of Dominance and the Power of the Fruits on this day. The sun shone brightly upon the tranquil sea, and the ships of the Aiden pirate crew sailed smoothly as usual. Suddenly, a crew member atop the lookout tower shouted urgently, "Captain, an unusual weather phenomenon has appeared ahead. It seems a tremendously powerful force is violently stirring the waters." Aiden's heart raced, and he immediately ordered, "All crew members, prepare for battle. The situation is critical. Do not be careless." The crew responded promptly, moving swiftly and methodically, some gripping their weapons tightly, eyes filled with determination. Others hurriedly readied the cannons, the atmosphere growing as tense as a drawn bowstring. Before long, ominous changes swept across the sea. Dark clouds gathered like a heavy curtain of lead, and fierce winds howled mercilessly, while the waves churned like a furious beast, crashing thunderously to the heart of the tempest. An enormous and bizarrely shaped ship slowly emerged. Its hull was adorned with cryptic, arcane runes, seemingly narrating ancient and perilous tales, exuding a chilling, foreboding aura. At the bow stood a formidable, muscular man clad in a black cloak that billowed in the gale. His gaze was profound, radiating an unending dominance, as if he could subdue the tumultuous sea itself. "Aiden pirate crew, I have heard tell of your recent exploits. Today, I, Rex, shall come to challenge you, to see if you truly possess the legendary prowess of which I have heard." Rex bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating across the tumultuous waters, as if to shake the very heavens. Aiden furrowed his brow, yet his gaze betrayed no fear as he replied defiantly, "Another one here to provoke us. Huh, then bring it on." The Aiden pirate crew fears no opponent. At this moment, the members of the Aiden pirate crew readied themselves for confrontation. Leon clenched his fists, his arms bulging with tension, and whispered to a nearby crew member, "This enemy seems no trifler. Everyone must exercise caution." Ava had already knocked an arrow, her expression focused as she infused magic into the arrow, its glow flickering eagerly, ready to unleash its power in battle. Primed to deliver a lethal strike to the foe, the smoke of battle erupted instantaneously. Rex initiated the assault. With a powerful stomp, it felt as if he had struck the very heart of the ocean. In an instant, a dense black aura erupted from him like a volcanic eruption, spreading rapidly outward from his center. Wherever it passed, the seas seemed to part, creating a deep chasm, as if the earth itself were being violently torn asunder. The vessels of the Aden pirate crew trembled violently under the weight of this overwhelming aura, creaking painfully as if moaning in agony. "Hemph! Taste my conqueror's haki!" Rex roared, his voice laced with arrogance and confidence. Some of the ordinary crew members of the Aden pirate crew were instantly cowed by this overwhelming conqueror's haki, their eyes glazing over, their bodies ensnared as if bound by invisible ropes, rendering them immobile and rooted in place. Observing this, Aden took a deep breath, quickly focusing his spirit to unleash his own conqueror's haki in response. Suddenly, a resplendent golden radiance enveloped Aden, shimmering like a radiant sun at dawn. Within this brilliance, his conqueror's haki surged tumultuously, as if infused with boundless strength. Two waves of conqueror's haki clashed violently in the air, producing a deafening roar that seemed to rend the very heavens. Simultaneously, the winds and waves upon the sea reacted to this formidable energy, becoming increasingly tempestuous, with waves rising like small mountains, threatening to engulf the vessels at any moment. "Impressive, Aden, to withstand my conqueror's haki," Rex observed with a slight smirk, though a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. In the next instant, he blurred into motion, his speed akin to a lightning bolt, resembling a shadow as he charged towards Aden's ship. Undaunted, Aden propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, soaring through the air like an arrow loosed from its bow. The two collided in midair, igniting an intensely fierce battle of fists and feet. Each impact echoed like the collision of meteorites, generating formidable gusts that sent the surrounding seawater soaring, creating colossal curtains of water that sparkled in the sunlight. Amidst this fierce melee, Aden keenly discerned that Rex's body was as unyielding as steel. Each punch he landed felt as though he were striking an impenetrable iron block, sending vibrations through his arm that bordered on pain. It dawned on him that Rex was a user of the steel fruit, capable of transforming any part of his body into steel at will, granting him remarkable defensive capabilities and unleashing immense power in attack, akin to a moving fortress of iron in a moment of distraction. Aden found himself struck on the shoulder by a retaliatory blow from Rex. The steel fist, imbued with tremendous force, crashed into him, sending Aden hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, until he landed heavily on the ship with a dull thud. "Captain!" the crew exclaimed, their voices tinged with alarm as concern etched their faces. Seeing Aden injured, Ava's heart raced with anxiety, her eyes shimmering with worry and indignation. Without hesitation, she released her bowstring, loosing an arrow imbued with potent magic directly at Rex. The arrow soared through the air, trailing a brilliant arc of magic, streaking across the sky like a comet, accompanied by a piercing whistle that seemed to threaten to tear the very air asunder. Rex, however, remained unfazed. He calmly transformed his arm into steel, raising it as a shield before him. The arrow struck his steel arm with a resounding impact, erupting in a dazzling shower of sparks, akin to fleeting fireworks against the night sky, yet causing him no substantial harm. "Is that all you've got?" Rex taunted, his eyes filled with disdain. Just then, Leon shouted, "Watch me!" He charged at Rex, igniting his body in a blaze of intense red flames. Leon, a wielder of the flame fruit, could manipulate fire at will, transforming it into a formidable weapon in battle. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed torrents of roaring flames that surged toward Rex, enveloping him in a raging inferno. Though surrounded by fire, Rex remained composed, as if the searing flames had no effect on him. He leisurely transformed his entire body into steel, striding confidently from the blaze, his metallic form glistening with an eerie red glow in the firelight, the flames merely enhancing his imposing presence, proving utterly ineffective against him. A mere flicker of flame. What can it do to me?" Rex scoffed, his tone dripping with arrogance. Undeterred by the flame's futility, Leon felt a tightening in his chest, but refused to retreat. He understood the need to maintain pressure on the enemy. Thus, he continued to manipulate the fire, forging it into a massive flame sword, radiating intense heat and exuding a chilling aura. With determination, he surged toward Rex, preparing for another fierce close-quarters confrontation. Rex met him head-on, unafraid, and once again they were engulfed in a fierce melee. The sounds of fire clashing against steel resonating amidst the chaos, each collision igniting brilliant sparks, as if a grand fireworks display unfolded above the tumultuous sea. On the opposite side of the ship, Rex's subordinates commenced their assault on Aiden's crew. Some wielded sharp weapons that gleamed ominously in the sunlight, resembling the fangs of predatory beasts. Others cast various bizarre spells, their lights flickering with an inscrutable aura, leaving their intentions shrouded in mystery. Ava led her skilled ranged attackers into a fierce confrontation, shooting arrows while casting spells in an effort to repel the enemy's onslaught. She quickly realized that many of the foes possessed Haki as well. Although not Conqueror's Haki, their armament and observation Haki proved to be a significant hindrance to Aiden's crew. Frequently, her arrows were deflected by weapons enveloped in armament Haki, which acted as an impenetrable shield, easily repelling her projectiles. While attempting to evade enemy strikes, she found that their observation Haki allowed them to predict her movements, as if they could read her very thoughts, placing her in perilous situations time and again. Everyone, be cautious. These enemies wield formidable Haki. Ava warned urgently, her voice echoing with concern. The crew rallied, working in tandem. Some unleashed cannon fire against the enemy ships, their cannonballs soaring through the sky like meteors, crashing into enemy vessels and sending massive splashes of water into the air. Others engaged in close-quarters combat, exchanging blows without retreat, though at a disadvantage. They persevered through sheer will and unity, holding steadfast against the tempestuous barrage, as if guarding the last bastion amidst a storm. In the midst of the turmoil, Aiden rose once more from the deck. Observing Leon battling Rex and Ava and the crew struggling against the enemy, a profound sense of responsibility surged within him. He understood that as captain, it was his duty to lead them to victory and ensure their safety. A burden he could not afford to neglect. I must not let them down. I will unleash my full potential, Aiden vowed to himself, determination burning brightly in his eyes. Drawing a deep breath, he closed his eyes, summoning the power within him. In addition to his Conqueror's Haki, Aiden possessed a unique fruit ability known as the Dream Fruit, along with a mysterious and potent force known as Dawn's Power. This Dawn's power lay dormant within him, akin to a slumbering beast. Now, in this life-and-death battle, he resolved to awaken it completely, unleashing it alongside his other abilities to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. Focusing intently, Aiden activated the Dream Fruit's powers to their fullest extent. In an instant, the battlefield transformed dramatically. Rex suddenly found himself enveloped in a thick, white fog, everything around him obscured, as if he had entered a secluded, mystical realm where visibility was utterly compromised. Alarmed, he ceased his combat with Leon, scanning the surroundings with a mix of confusion and vigilance. "What is this place?" Rex shouted, his voice echoing through the mist, as if it were a cry from another world. Leon, recognizing the shift in his environment, understood that Aiden's ability was in play. Seizing the opportunity, he adjusted his stance, preparing to strike when Rex revealed an opening. Hope glimmering in his eyes. On Rex's ship, his crew also found themselves ensnared in Aiden's dreamlike illusions. Some were surrounded by countless treasures, their alluring glow tantalizingly close, yet forever out of reach. Others were pursued by ferocious sea beasts, their gaping jaws and deep growls sending them fleeing in terror. Their minds were severely disrupted, accuracy and efficiency plummeting, like aimless ships lost in the vast fog. Ava took advantage of this opportunity, leading her crew in a fierce counterattack. Her arrows and spells, augmented by the dreamlike illusions, flew with newfound precision toward the enemy. The arrows seemed to possess a will of their own, navigating through the mist to strike true. Meanwhile, the crew's cannons unleashed a relentless barrage upon the enemy's ships, their projectiles weaving through the fog as if unaffected, wreaking havoc upon the foes. Amidst the chaos, the enemy found themselves utterly incapable of effectively organizing a defense. In an instant, Rex's side suffered grievous losses, as if struck by an unforeseen calamity. Enveloped in the mist, Rex, equipped with his formidable observation Haki, Sensed the lurking dangers surrounding him, but he discerned that all of this was the handiwork of Aiden, and he knew he must extricate himself from this predicament swiftly, lest he plunge into an even more perilous situation. Focusing his mind, Rex unleashed his conqueror's haki once more, intent on shattering the illusory realm conjured by Aiden. As his haki erupted, the surrounding fog began to reveal signs of disturbance, as though an invisible force had forcibly torn open a rift, allowing a glimmer of external light to seep through. Yet, Aiden would not permit him to succeed so easily. He intensified the output of his dream fruit abilities while awakening the dormant dawn power within him. Causing it to surge forth like a torrential flood, he deftly integrated this dawn power into the capabilities of the dream fruit, rendering the illusionary landscape even more unyielding, akin to an impregnable fortress. Concurrently, he unleashed his own conqueror's haki, clashing with Rex S in a fierce contest. The two haki forces collided within the illusory realm, producing a series of resounding roars, reminiscent of war drums struck by the thunder god in the heavens, causing the entire dreamscape to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse, with the surrounding fog swirling in a frenzied panic. I could see that moment. Leon seized the opportunity, wielding his flaming sword as he charged towards Rex. Preoccupied with contending against Aiden's conqueror's haki, the dream fruit capabilities, and the dawn power, Rex had no time to evade Leon's assault. The flaming sword pierced deeply into Rex's body, although much of his physique was composed of iron. The flame swiftly infiltrated through the wound, eliciting a pained howl from him. "Tada!" Rex bellowed, violently swinging his arm to hurl Leon away. After tumbling through the air, Leon landed deftly on the ship, despite sustaining some injuries. He felt a surge of satisfaction upon witnessing Rex's suffering. Following his injury, Rex's aura visibly weakened. Realizing he could not persist in this manner, he resolved to alter his tactics, taking a deep breath. He transformed part of his body into steel and charged towards Aiden's ship, aiming to demolish it with his tremendous impact. Observing this, Aiden hastily directed his crew to evade. The crew sprang into action, some maneuvering the ship to alter its course, while others leapt into the adjacent sea to temporarily take cover. However, Rex's speed was astonishing, and he was on the verge of crashing into the vessel. Just then, Ava intervened once more. Focusing her energy, she conjured a powerful magical barrier to shield the ship. Rex collided with the barrier, producing a thunderous roar. Though cracks appeared, it successfully withstood his assault. "Well done, Ava!" Aiden shouted, his voice laced with admiration and relief. Frustrated by the barrier's obstruction, Rex's anger intensified. He relentlessly battered the magical shield with his steel body, striving to break through. Ava, meanwhile, exerted all her strength to maintain the barrier. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead, clearly signifying the immense strain of sustaining such a formidable spell, as if she were bearing the weight of a great mountain. In this critical moment, Aiden activated the Dream Fruit's abilities once more, pouring the full might of his dawn power into it. He created an illusion in Rex's mind, convincing him that he had breached the magical barrier and successfully collided with Aiden's ship. Under the illusion spell, Rex halted his assault on the barrier and began to laugh triumphantly. "Ha ha! Aiden pirates, your doom is at hand," Rex proclaimed arrogantly, his eyes gleaming with pride and hubris. Unbeknownst to him, he remained outside the magical barrier, and as he ceased his attacks, Ava was afforded a moment to catch her breath, continuing to stabilize the barrier. Just as Rex reveled in his delusion, Leon rose once more. Manipulating fire, he condensed it into a colossal flaming phoenix, which soared towards Rex with great speed. By the time Rex noticed the fiery creature, it was too late to evade. The flaming phoenix crashed into Rex, engulfing him once again in searing flames. This time, weakened from his previous injuries, Rex's iron body offered diminished resistance, allowing the flames to penetrate swiftly, amplifying his anguished cries that Rex struggled within the inferno, attempting once more to transform his body into steel to withstand the flames, only to discover that his abilities were now limited, preventing him from controlling his form as effortlessly as before. The crew of Aiden's ship, witnessing Rex's struggle amidst the flames, erupted into jubilant cheers, fully aware that the scales of victory had begun to tilt in their favor. Yet at that moment, a melodious flute melody resonated from Rex's ship. Yes, the notes filled the air. The flames enveloping Rex gradually extinguished, and his wounds seemed to heal somewhat. It turned out that a crew member aboard Rex's ship, having consumed a healing fruit, utilized the flute to manifest its restorative powers, aiding Rex in recovering from his injuries. Emerging from the inferno, although still somewhat feeble, Rex's eyes burned with defiance and rage. Not rejoice too soon. This battle is far from over, Rex roared, his voice brimming with obstinacy and indignation. Once more, he concentrated, unleashing his conqueror's haki in a bid to reclaim his former might. Simultaneously, he began directing his subordinates to launch an even fiercer assault against Aiden's crew. The crew of Aiden, witnessing this, remained vigilant, refusing to slacken their resolve. They braced themselves once again, preparing for the impending challenge. Aiden, observing Rex, understood that the battle had escalated to a critical juncture, necessitating their utmost efforts to secure ultimate victory. Taking a deep breath, Aiden unleashed the full potential of the Dream Fruit's abilities, while the Dawn power surged within him like a raging tide. Chapter 49. A stalemate of life and death. The conflict between Aiden's crew and Rex's faction had undoubtedly reached its most intense phase. With both sides acutely aware that every action and every strike could prove pivotal in determining the outcome of this life-or-death confrontation, despite having regained some vitality with the assistance of a healing fruit user. Rex bore the marks of previous injuries upon his formidable frame. While the flames of fury in his eyes burned even more fiercely, he fixed his gaze upon Aiden's ship, silently vowing to utterly vanquish those who dared to challenge him. Aiden, do not presume that this will lead to your victory. Today shall mark your demise, Rex thundered, his voice reverberating like thunder across the sea, sending ripples through the surrounding waters. With that, he unleashed his conqueror's haki without reservation. The dark, potent energy surging forth like an unstoppable tide, crashing against Aiden's crew. The members of Aiden's crew felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, as if countless invisible hands sought to wrench their very souls from their bodies. Some, with weaker wills, turned pale, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Yet having endured numerous battles, they did not retreat. Gritting their teeth, they leaned on one another, drawing strength from their unwavering resolve and trust in Captain Aiden, striving to withstand the onslaught of Rex's haki. Aiden stood at the helm, his gaze resolute as granite. He understood the immense burden his crew bore and recognized that he must assume the responsibility of turning the tide of battle. Taking a deep breath, he further activated the powers of the Dream Fruit, seeking to counter Rex's conqueror's haki and disrupt his movements. In an instant, the battlefield morphed into a more surreal tableau. The already dense mist thickened, resembling a tangible white shroud that enveloped both ships and their crews. Within this fog, Rex's subordinates fell prey once more to the illusions crafted by Aiden. Some found themselves ensnared in a desolate desert, the blazing sun mercilessly beating down upon them, as the sand seemed alive, relentlessly surging towards them, making it difficult to breathe and move. Others felt as though they were trapped within a crumbling ancient castle, the walls collapsing around them, sending stones tumbling, forcing them to flee in terror, leaving no room to consider counterattacks. However, Rex was no ordinary adversary. With his formidable mastery of observation haki, he was able to discern the general situation around him, albeit with some interference from the Dream Fruit. He became aware of Aiden's attempts to diminish his side's combat prowess through the powers of the Dream Fruit, and thus resolved to adopt a proactive strategy to break the stalemate. Everyone, rally your spirits. Do not be daunted by these illusory phantoms. Charge with me and annihilate them all, Rex roared, directing his subordinates to launch an assault against the Aiden pirates' vessels. Upon hearing their leader's rallying cry, Rex's men snapped to attention. The enemies, armed with sharp weapons, raised their arms high, shouting various slogans as they surged toward the ships of the Aiden pirates. Their Busasho haki glimmered ominously, rendering their weapons appear even more lethal, seemingly able to pierce through any obstacle effortlessly. Meanwhile, those adept in casting spells unleashed a barrage of bizarre incantations as they ran, some conjured streaks of black lightning that slithered toward the Aiden pirates' ships like venomous serpents, sizzling the air with a crackling sound. Others summoned massive orbs of water that spun in midair before crashing down upon the ships, sending up towering sprays of water on the Aiden pirates' side. Ava steadfastly maintained her position as a ranged attacker. Her complexion was slightly pale, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, yet her gaze remained focused and resolute. She continuously fired arrows imbued with potent magic while reinforcing the magical barrier she had previously established. Her arrows darted through the mist as if guided by an unseen force, striking true at the enemies. Each time an arrow found its mark, it erupted in a brilliant display of magical light. Some foes struck down instantly, while others were enveloped in the dazzling glow, their bodies rendered momentarily paralyzed and sluggish. However, the enemy's Bisashahaki posed a significant hindrance to Ava's attacks. Numerous arrows, upon hitting their targets, merely sparked a few embers before being repelled by the opponent's haki, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Leon was also engaged in fierce combat, manipulating flames to create walls of roaring fire around the ships in an effort to halt the enemy's advance. The flames raged in the wind, crackling ominously, scorching any foes that dared approach. Yet, Rex's men seemed undeterred by the flames. They either withstood the heat with their haki or cast spells to temporarily extinguish the firewalls before continuing their relentless approach. Realizing the flames would not effectively deter the enemy, Leon felt a surge of urgency. He understood the dire consequences of allowing the foes to near the ships. Therefore, he swiftly conjured a colossal sword of flame, its blade radiating a searing heat and exuding a chilling aura. He then charged toward the foremost enemies, ready to engage in an intense melee. Amidst this chaotic fray, Aiden remained active. He maintained the mist and illusory scenes created by the dream fruit while keenly observing the battlefield. Noticing Rex leading his men in a rapid advance toward the ships, Aiden understood the necessity of taking action to thwart them. Taking a deep breath, he began to channel the dawn power within him. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, artfully merging the dawn power with the abilities of the dream fruit. Abruptly, he opened his eyes and waved his hands forward. In an instant, barriers of light and mist intertwined appeared on the path of Rex and his men. These barriers shimmered like translucent crystal walls, radiating an otherworldly glow that obstructed the enemy's advance. Rex furrowed his brow upon witnessing this development. He had not anticipated Aiden possessing such capabilities, and he halted his advance to scrutinize the newly emerged barriers. Attempting to shatter them with his conqueror's haki, he found that upon contact, his haki merely rippled against the barriers, failing to break through as he had hoped. "Humph. You think you can stop me? It won't be that easy," Rex bellowed, transforming part of his body into steel before charging violently at one of the barriers. With a resounding crash, Rex's iron frame collided with the barrier, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. Yet it remained unbroken. Rex was rebounded, swaying momentarily before regaining his balance. "Everyone, together, break through these barriers," Rex shouted, commanding his subordinates to assault the barriers in unison. Hearing their leader's directive, Rex's men complied fervently. They either struck the barriers with their weapons or unleashed spells upon them. In a cacophony of light and sound, the battlefield erupted into a chaotic symphony of attacks on the Aiden pirate ship. The crew watched anxiously as the enemies relentlessly battered the barriers. Concern gripped their hearts. They feared the defenses might not withstand the onslaught, and should they crumble, the adversaries would flood onto their vessel, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Aiden sensed the immense pressure bearing down on the barriers and recognized the urgency of resolving the predicament swiftly. Taking another deep breath, he concentrated the remaining dawn power within him and directed it toward the barriers as Aiden's dawn powers surged.